co-founder of the social news and entertainment website Reddit has been found dead.
He certainly was a prodigy, although he never kind of thought of himself like that.
He was totally unexcited about starting businesses and making money.
There's a profound sense of loss tonight in Highland Park, Aaron Swartz's hometown, as loved ones say goodbye to one of the internet's brightest lights.
Open access and computer activists are mourning his loss.
An astonishing intellect. You talk to people who knew him.
He was killed by the government, and MIT betrayed all of its basic principles.
They wanted to make an example out of him, okay?
Governments have an insatiable desire to control.
He was potentially facing 35 years in prison and a $1 million fine.
Raising questions of prosecutorial zeal, and I would say even misconduct. Have you looked into that particular matter and reached any conclusions?
Growing up, I slowly had this process of realizing that all the things around me that people had told me were just the natural way things were, the way things always would be. They weren't natural at all. They were things that could be changed, and they were things that, more importantly, were wrong and should change. And once I realized that, there was really kind of no going back.
Welcome to Story Reading Time. The name of the book is Paddington at the Fair.
Well, he was born in Highland Park and grew up here. Aaron came from a family of 3 brothers, all extraordinarily bright.
So we were all, not the best behaved children and, 3 boys running around all the time, causing trouble.
Hey, no. Aaron, what?
But I've come to the realization Aaron learned how to learn at a very young age.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Aaron.
Aaron who?
Aaron, funny man.
He knew what he wanted, and he always wanted to do it. He always accomplished what he wanted. His curiosity was endless.
Here's a little picture of what's a planet sign. And each planet has a symbol. Mercury symbol, Venus symbol, Earth symbol, Mars symbol, Jupiter symbol.
One day he said to Susan, "What's this free family entertainment in downtown Highland Park?"
Free family entertainment downtown Highland Park.
He was 3 at the time, and she said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Look, it says here on the refrigerator, free family entertainment in downtown Highland Park." And so she was floored and astonished that he could read.
It's called My Family Seder. The Seder night is different from all other nights.
I remember once we were at the University of Chicago Library. I pulled a book off the shelf that was from like 1900 and showed him and said, this is really just an extraordinary place.
We all were curious children, but Aaron really liked learning and really liked teaching.
And so they were going to learn the ABCs backwards. Z-Y-X-W-V-U-T.
I remember he came home from his first algebra class, and he was like, "Noah, let me teach you algebra." And I'm like, "What is algebra?" And he was always like that.
Now you press the click button. There, now it's got that. Now it's in pink.
When he was about 2 or 3 years old, and Bob introduced him to computers, and he just took off like crazy on them.
Go fast at 102 ABC.
We all had computers, but Aaron really took to them, really took to the internet.
Working at the computer?
Mommy, why is nothing working?
He started programming from a really young age. I remember the first program that I wrote with him was in BASIC, and it was a Star Wars trivia game. He sat down with me in the basement where the computer was for hours programming this game. The problem that I kept having with him is there was nothing that I wanted done. And to him, there was always something to do, always something that programming could solve. The way Aaron always saw it is that programming is magic, right? You can accomplish these things that normal humans can't.
Aaron made an ATM using like a Macintosh and like a cardboard box.
One year for Halloween, I didn't know what I wanted to be, and he thought it'd be really, really cool if I dressed up like his new favorite computer, which at the time was the original iMac. I mean, he hated dressing up for Halloween, but he loved convincing other people to dress up as things that he wanted to see.
He made this website called The Info, where people can just fill in information. Like, I'm sure someone out there knows all about gold leafing. Why don't they write about that on this website?
And then other people could come at a later point and read that information and edit the information if they thought it was bad. Not too dissimilar from Wikipedia, right? And this was before Wikipedia had begun, and this was developed by a 12-year-old in his room by himself, running on, this tiny server using ancient technology.
And one of the teachers responds like, "This is a terrible idea. You can't just let anyone author the encyclopedia. The whole reason we have scholars is to write these books for us. How could you ever have such a terrible idea?" Me and my other brother would be like, "Oh, yeah, Wikipedia is cool, but we had that in our house like 5 years ago."
Aaron's website, theinfo.org, wins a school competition hosted by the Cambridge-based web design firm Ars Digita.
We all went to Cambridge for when he won the Ars Digita Prize, and we had no clue what Aaron was doing. It was obvious that the prize was really important.
Aaron soon became involved with online programming communities, then in the process of shaping a new tool for the web.
He comes up to me, it's like, "Ben, there's this really awesome thing that I'm working on. You need to hear about it." I'm like, "Yeah, what is it?" He says, "It's this thing called RSS." And he explains to me what RSS is. I'm like, why is that useful, Aaron? Is any site using it? Why would I want to use it?
There was this mailing list for people who were working on RSS and XML more generally. And there was a person on it named Aaron Swartz who was combative but very smart and who had lots of good ideas. And he didn't ever come to the face-to-face meetings. And they said, when are you going to come out to one of these face-to-face meetings? And he said, I don't think my mom would let me. I'm 14, I just turned 14. And so their first reaction was, well, this person, this colleague we've been working with all year was 13 years old while we were working with him, and he's only 14 now. And their second reaction was, Christ, we really want to meet him. That's extraordinary. He was part of the committee that drafted RSS.
What he was doing was to help build the plumbing for modern hypertext. And the piece that he was working on, RSS, was a tool that you can use to get summaries of things that are going on in other web pages. Most commonly, you would use this for a blog. You might have 10 or 20 people's blogs you want to read. You use their RSS feeds, these summaries of what's going on those other pages, to create a unified list of all the stuff that's going on. Aaron was really young, but he understood the technology, and he saw that it was imperfect and looked for ways to help make it better.
So his mom started bundling him on planes in Chicago. We'd pick him up in San Francisco. We'd introduce him to interesting people to argue with, and we'd marvel at his horrific eating habits. He only ate white food, only steamed rice, and not fried rice because that wasn't sufficiently white, and white bread, and so on. And you kind of marvel at this, the quality of the debate emerging from this, what appeared to be a small boy's mouth. And you think, this is a kid who's really going to go somewhere if he doesn't die of scurvy.
Aaron, you're up. I think the difference is that now you can't make companies, like Doc was saying. You can't have companies that just, let's sell dog food over the internet, let's sell dog food over cell phones. But there's still a lot of innovation going on. I think if you don't see the innovation, maybe your head is in the sand.
He takes on this alpha nerd personality where he's sort of like, I'm smarter than you, and because I'm smarter than you, I'm better than you, and I can tell you what to do. It's an extension of him being kind of like a twerp.
So you aggregate all these computers together, and now they're solving big problems, like searching for aliens and trying to cure cancer.
First met him on IRC, on Internet Relay Chat. He didn't just write code. He also sort of got people excited about solving problems. He was a connector. The free culture movement has had a lot of his energy. I think Aaron was trying to make the world work. He was trying to fix it.
He had a very kind of strong personality that definitely ruffled feathers at times. It wasn't necessarily the case that he was always comfortable in the world and the world wasn't always comfortable with him.
Aaron got into high school and was really just sick of school. He didn't like it. He didn't like any of the classes that were being taught. He didn't like the teachers. Aaron really knew how to get information. He was like, I don't need to go to this teacher to learn how to do geometry. I can just read the geometry book, and I don't need to go to the teacher to learn their version of American history. I have 3 historical compilations here. I could just read them, and I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the web.
I was very frustrated with school. I thought, the teachers didn't know what they were talking about, and they were very domineering and controlling, and the homework was kind of a sham, and it was just all the way to pin students together and force them to do busy work. And, I started reading books about the history of education and how this educational system was developed, and alternatives to it in ways that people could actually learn things as opposed to just regurgitating facts their teachers told them. And that kind of led me down this path of questioning things. Once I questioned the school I was in, I questioned the society that built the school, I questioned the businesses that the schools were training people for, and I questioned the government that, set up this whole structure.
One of the things he was most passionate about was copyright, especially in those early days.
Copyright has always been something of a burden on the publishing industry and on readers, but it wasn't an excessive burden. It was a reasonable institution to have in place to make sure that people got paid. What Aaron's generation experienced was the collision between this antique copyright system and this amazing new thing we were trying to build, the internet and the web. These things collided, and what we got was chaos.
He then met Harvard law professor Lawrence Lessig, who was then challenging copyright law in the Supreme Court. A young Aaron Swartz flew to Washington to listen to the Supreme Court hearings.
I am Aaron Swartz, and I'm here to listen to see the Eldred argument.
Why did you fly out here from Chicago and come all this way to see the Eldred argument?
That's a more difficult question. See the Eldred. Because I don't know. It's very exciting to see the Supreme Court, especially such a prestigious case as this one.
Lessig was also moving forward with a new way to define copyright on the internet. It was called Creative Commons.
So the simple idea of Creative Commons is to give people, creators, a simple way to mark their creativity with the freedoms they intended to carry. So if copyright is all about all rights reserved, then this is a kind of some rights reserved model. It's I want a simple way to say to you, here's what you can do with my work, even if there are other things which you need to get my permission before you could do. And Aaron's role was the computer part. How do you architect the licenses so they would be simple and understandable and expressed in a way that machines could process it?
And people are like, why do you have this, 15-year-old kid writing the specifications for the Creative Commons? Don't you think that's a huge mistake? And Larry's like, the biggest mistake we would have is not listening to this kid.
He's not even tall enough to get over the podium, and it wasn't these movable podiums, so it was this embarrassing thing where once he put his screen up, nobody could see his face.
When you come to our website here, and you go to choose license, it gives you this list of options, it explains what it means, and you fill out 3 simple questions. Do you want to require attribution? Do you want to allow commercial uses of your work? Do you want to allow modifications of your work?
I was floored, just completely flabbergasted that these adults regarded him as an adult. And Aaron stood up there in front of a whole audience full of people and just started talking about the platform that he'd created for Creative Commons. And they were all listening to him. I was sitting at the back thinking, he's just a kid. Why are they listening to him? But they did. Well, I don't think I comprehended it fully.
Though critics have said it does little to ensure artists get paid for their work, the success of Creative Commons has been enormous. Currently on the website Flickr alone, over 200 million people use some form of Creative Commons license.
He contributed through his technical abilities, and yet it was not simply a technical matter to him.
Aaron often wrote candidly in his personal blog.
I think deeply about things, and I want others to do likewise. I work for ideas and learn from people. I don't like excluding people. I'm a perfectionist, but I won't let that get in the way of publication. Except for education and entertainment, I'm not going to waste my time on things that won't have an impact. I try to be friends with everyone, but I hate it when you don't take me seriously. I don't hold grudges. It's not productive, but I learn from my experience. I want to make the world a better place.
In 2004, Schwartz leaves Highland Park and enrolls in Stanford University.
He had had ulcerative colitis, which was very troubling, and we were concerned about him taking his medication.
He got hospitalized, and he would take this cocktail of pills every day. And one of those pills was a steroid, which stunted his growth and made him feel different from many of the other students.
Aaron, I think, shows up at Stanford ready to do scholarship and finds himself in effectively a babysitting program for overachieving high schoolers who, in 4 years, are meant to become, you know, captains of industry and one percenters. And like, I think it just made him bananas.
In 2005, after only 1 year of college, Schwartz was offered a spot at a new startup incubation firm called Y Combinator, led by Paul Graham.
And he's like, hey, I have this idea for a website. And Paul Graham likes him enough and says, yeah, sure. So Aaron drops out of school, moves to this apartment. So this used to be Aaron's apartment when he moved here. I have vague memories of my father telling me how difficult it was to get a lease because Aaron had no credit and he dropped out of college. Aaron lived in what's now the living room, and some of the posters are left over from when Aaron lived here. And then the library. There are more books, but a lot of them are Aaron's.
Aaron's Y Combinator site was called Infogami, a tool to build websites. But Infogami struggles to find users, and Schwartz eventually merges his company with another Y Combinator project in need of help. It was a project headed by Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohanian, called Reddit.
There we were, starting from almost nothing. No users, no money, no code, and growing day by day into a hugely popular website. And it showed no signs of letting up. First we had 1,000 users, then 10,000, then 20,000, and on and on. It was just incredible.
Reddit becomes huge, and it's a real sort of geeky corner of the internet. There's a lot of humor, there's a lot of art, and there's just people who flock to the site and make that site the main site they go to every morning to get their news. Reddit kind of just borders on chaos at some level. So on the one hand, it's a place where people discuss news of the day, technology, politics, and issues. And yet there is a lot of kind of not safe for work material, offensive material. There's some subreddits where trolls find a welcome home. And so in that sense, Reddit has been kind of home to controversy as well. It kind of sits on that edge of chaos.
Reddit catches the attention of the corporate magazine giant Condé Nast, who makes an offer to buy the company.
Some large amount of money, large enough that my dad was getting bugged with questions about, like, how do I store this money?
Like a lot of money.
Like a lot of money. Like, probably more than $1 million, but I don't actually know.
And he is how old at the time?
19, 20. So it was in this apartment. They like sat around on what predated these couches, hacking on Reddit. And when they sold Reddit, they threw a giant party and then all flew out to California the next day and left the keys with me. It was funny, you know, he just sold a startup, so we all kind of presumed he was the richest person around, but he said, oh no, I'll take this tiny little shoebox-sized room. That's all I need. Like, it was barely larger than a closet. The idea of him spending his money on fancy objects just seems so implausible.
He explains it's like I like living in apartments, so I'm not going to spend a lot of money on a new place to live. I'm not going to buy a mansion. And I like wearing jeans and a t-shirt, so I'm not going to spend any more money on clothes. So like, it's, you know, really no big deal.
What is a big deal to Schwartz is how traffic flows on the internet and what commands our attention.
In the old system of broadcasting, you're fundamentally limited by the amount of space in the airwaves. You know, you could only send out 10 channels over the airwaves of television, right? Or even with cable, you had 500 channels. On the internet, everybody can have a channel. Everyone can get a blog or a MySpace page. Everyone has a way of expressing themselves. And so what you see now is not a question of who gets access to the airwaves. It's a question of who gets control over the ways you find people. You know, you start seeing power centralizing in sites like Google, these sort of gatekeepers that tell you where on the internet you want to go, the people who provide you your sources of news and information. So it's not, you know, only certain people have a license to speak. Now everyone has a license to speak. It's a question of who gets heard.
After he started working in San Francisco at Condé Nast, he comes into the office and they want to give him a computer with all this crap installed on it and say that he can't install any new things on his computer, which to a developer is outrageous, right? From the first day, he was complaining about all this stuff. Gray walls, gray desks, gray noise. The first day I showed up here, I simply couldn't take it. By lunchtime, I had literally locked myself in a bathroom stall and started crying. I can't imagine staying sane with someone buzzing in my ear all day, let alone getting any actual work done. Nobody else seems to get work done here either. Everybody's always coming into our room to hang out and chat or invite us to play the new video game system that Wired is testing.
He really had different aspirations that were politically oriented. And Silicon Valley just doesn't really quite have that culture that orients technical activity for the purposes of political goals.
Aaron hated working for a corporation. They all hate working for Condé Nast, but Aaron is like the only one who's not going to take it. And Aaron basically gets himself fired by not showing up to work ever.
It was said to be a messy breakup. Both Alexis Ohanian and Steve Huffman declined to be interviewed for this film.
He rejected the business world. One of the really important things to remember about that choice when Aaron decided to kind of leave startup culture is that he was also leaving behind the things that had made him, you know, famous and well-loved, and, you know, he was at risk of letting down fans.
He got to where he was supposed to be going and had the self-awareness and the orneriness to realize that he had climbed the mountain of shit to pluck the single rose and discovered that he'd lost his sense of smell. And rather than sit there and insist that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, and he did get the rose in any event, he climbed back down again, which is pretty cool.
The way Aaron always saw it is that programming is magic, right? You can accomplish these things that normal humans can't by being able to program. So if you had magical powers, would you use them for good or to make you mountains of cash?
Schwartz was inspired by one of the visionaries he had met as a child, the man who had invented the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee. In the 1990s, Berners-Lee was arguably sitting on one of the most lucrative inventions of the 20th century. But instead of profiting from the invention of the World Wide Web, he gave it away for free. It is the only reason the World Wide Web exists today.
Aaron is certainly deeply influenced by Tim. Tim is certainly a very prominent early internet genius who doesn't in any sense cash out. He's not at all interested in how he's going to figure out how to make $1 billion.
People would have seen, there's money to be made there. So there would have been lots of little webs instead of one big one. And one little web and lots of little webs doesn't work because you can't follow links from one to the other. You know, you had to have the critical mass for this thing was the entire planet. So it's not going to work unless the whole planet can get on board.
I mean, I feel very strongly that it's not enough to just live in the world as it is, to just kind of take what you're given and, follow the things that adults told you to do and that, your parents told you to do and that society tells you to do. I think you should always be questioning. I take this very scientific attitude that everything you've learned is just provisional, that, you know, it's always open to recantation or refutation or questioning. And I think the same applies to society. Once I realized that there were real serious problems, fundamental problems that I could do something to address, I didn't see a way to forget that. I didn't see a way not to.
We just started spending a lot of time just kind of as friends. We would just talk for hours into the night. I definitely should have understood that he was flirting with me. I think to some degree I was like, this is a terrible idea and impossible, and therefore I will pretend it is not happening. As my marriage was breaking down and I was really stuck without anywhere to go, we became roommates and brought my daughter over. We moved in and furnished a house, and it was really peaceful. Like, my life had not been peaceful for a while, and really neither had his. We were extremely close from the beginning of our romantic relationship. We were in constant contact, but we're both really difficult people to deal with. In a very Alan McBeal discussion, he confessed he had a theme song, and I made him play it for me. It was Extraordinary Machine by Fiona Apple. I think it was just that sense of kind of being a little bit embattled that the song has. And it also had like this hopefulness to it.
By foot it's a slow climb, but I'm good at being uncomfortable, so I can't stop changing all the time.
Because in many ways, Aaron was tremendously optimistic about life. Even when he didn't feel it, he could be tremendously optimistic about life.
Extraordinary machine.
What are you doing?
Flickr has video now.
Swartz threw his energy into a string of new projects involving access to public information, including an accountability website called watchdog.net and a project called the Open Library.
So the Open Library Project is a website that you can visit at openlibrary.org. And the idea is to be a huge wiki, an editable website with one page per book. So for every book ever published, we want to have a web page about it that combines all the information from publishers, from booksellers, from libraries, from readers, onto one site, and then gives you links where you can buy it, you can borrow it, or you can browse it. I love libraries. You know, I'm the kind of person who goes to a new city and immediately seeks out the library. So that's the dream of Open Library, is building this website where both you can leap from book to book, from person to author, from subject to idea, go through this vast tree of knowledge that's been embedded and lost in big physical libraries that's hard to find, that's not very well accessible online, is really important because books are a cultural legacy. You know, books are the place people go to write things down, and to have all that swallowed up by one corporation is kind of scary.
How can you bring public access to the public domain? It may sound obvious that you'd have public access to the public domain, but in fact, it's not true. So the public domain should be free to all, but it's often locked up. There's often, guard cages. It's like having a national park, but with a moat around it and gun turrets pointed out in case somebody might want to actually come and enjoy the public domain. One of the things Aaron was particularly interested in is bringing public access to the public domain. This is one of the things that got him into so much trouble.
I had been trying to get access to federal court records in the United States. What I discovered was a puzzling system called PACER, which stands for Public Access to Court Electronic Records. I started Googling, and that's when I ran across Carl Malamud.
Access to legal materials in the United States is a $10 billion per year business.
PACER is just this incredible abomination of government
service. It's 10 cents a page. It's this most brain-dead code you've ever seen. You can't search it. You can't bookmark anything. You got to have a credit card. And these are public records. It's you know, U.S. district courts are very important. It's where a lot of our seminal litigation starts, you know, civil rights cases, patent cases, all sorts of stuff. And journalists and students and citizens and lawyers all need access to PACER, and it fights them every step of the way. People without means can't see the law as readily as people that have that gold American Express card. It's a poll tax on access to justice.
You know, the law is the operating system of our democracy, and you have to pay to see it. You know, that's not much of a democracy.
They make about $120 million a year on the PACER system, and it doesn't cost anything near that, according to their own records. In fact, it's illegal. The E-Government Act of 2002 states that the courts may charge only to the extent necessary in order to reimburse the costs of running PACER.
As the founder of public.resource.org, Malamud wanted to protest the PACER charges. He started a program called the PACER Recycling Project, where people could upload PACER documents they had already paid for to a free database so others could use them.
The PACER people were getting a lot of flack from Congress and others about public access. And so they put together this system. In 17 libraries across the country, there was free PACER access. You know, that's one library every 22,000 square miles, I believe, so it wasn't like really convenient.
I encouraged volunteers to join the so-called Thumb Drive Corps and download docs from the public access libraries, upload them to the PACER recycling site.
People take a thumb drive into one of these libraries and they download a bunch of documents and they send them to me. And nothing, I mean, it was just a joke. In fact, when you clicked on Thumb Drive Core, there was a Wizard of Oz, you know, the Munchkins singing, so a little video clip came up.
We represent the lollipop, yeah.
But of course, I get this phone call from Steve Schultz and Aaron saying, gee, we'd like to join the Thumb Drive Corps.
Around that time, I ran into Aaron at a conference.
This is something that really has to be a collaboration between a lot of different people.
So I approached him and I said, hey, I'm thinking about an intervention on the PACER problem.
Schultz had already developed a program that could automatically download PACER documents from the trial libraries. Swartz wanted to take a look.
So I showed him the code. And I didn't know what would come next, but as it turns out, over the course of the next few hours at that conference, he was off sitting in a corner, improving my code, recruiting a friend of his that lived near one of these libraries to go into the library and to begin to test his improved code, at which point the folks at the courts realized something's not going quite according to plan.
And data started to come in and come in and come in, and soon there were 760 gigabytes of PACER docs, about 20 million pages.
Using information retrieved from the trial libraries, Swartz was conducting massive, automated parallel downloading of the PACER system. He was able to acquire nearly 2.7 million federal court documents, almost 20 million pages of text.
Now, I'll grant you that 20 million pages had perhaps exceeded the expectations of the people running the Pilot Access Project, but surprising a bureaucrat isn't illegal.
Aaron and Carl decided to go talk to the New York Times about what happened.
They also caught the attention of the FBI, who began to stake out Schwartz's parents' house in Illinois.
But I get a tweet from his mother saying, call me. It's like, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? And so I finally got a hold of Aaron, and you know, Aaron's mother was like, oh my God, FBI, FBI, FBI.
An FBI agent drives down our home's driveway trying to see if Aaron is like in his room. And I remember being home that day and wondering why this car was driving down our driveway and just driving back out. I was like, that's weird. Like 5 years later, I read this FBI file and I'm like, oh my goodness. That was the FBI agent in my driveway.
He was terrified. He was totally terrified. He was way more terrified after the FBI actually called him up on the phone and tried to sucker him into coming down to a coffee shop without a lawyer. He said he went home and laid down on the bed and you know, was shaking.
The downloading also uncovered massive privacy violations in the court documents. Ultimately, the courts were forced to change their policies as a result. And the FBI closed their investigation without bringing charges.
To this day, I find it remarkable that anybody, even at the most remote podunk field office of the FBI, thought that a fitting use for taxpayer dollars was investigating people for criminal theft on the grounds that they had made the law public. How can you call yourself a lawman and think that there can possibly be anything wrong in this whole world with making the law public?
Aaron was willing to put himself at risk for the causes that he believed in.
Bothered by wealth disparity, Schwartz moves beyond technology and into a broader range of political causes.
I went into Congress and I invited him to come and hang out and intern for us for a while so that he could learn, you know, the political process. He was sort of learning about a new community, a new set of skills, and kind of learning to hack politics.
It seems ridiculous that miners should have to hammer away until their whole bodies are dripping with sweat, faced with the knowledge that if they dare to stop, they won't be able to put food on the table that night, while I get to make larger and larger amounts of money each day just by sitting and watching TV. But apparently the world is ridiculous.
So I co-founded a group called the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and what we try and do is we try and organize people over the internet who care about progressive politics and moving the country in a more progressive direction to kind of come together, join our email list, join our campaigns, and help get progressive candidates elected all across the country.
The group is responsible for igniting the grassroots effort behind the campaign to elect Elizabeth Warren to the Senate.
He might have thought it was a dumb system, but he came in and he said, I need to learn this system because it can be manipulated like any, you know, like any social system.
But his passion for knowledge in libraries didn't take a back seat. Aaron began to take a closer look at institutions that publish academic journal articles.
By virtue of being students at a major U.S. university, I assume that you have access to a wide variety of scholarly journals. Pretty much every major university in the United States pays these sort of licensing fees to organizations like JSTOR and Thomson and ISI to get access to scholarly journals that the rest of the world can't read.
These scholarly journals and articles are essentially the entire wealth of human knowledge online, and many have been paid for with taxpayer money or with government grants. But to read them, you often have to pay again, handing over steep fees to publishers like Reed Elsevier.
These licensing fees are so substantial that people who are studying in India instead of studying in the United States don't have this kind of access. They're locked out from all of these journals. They're locked out from our entire scientific legacy. I mean, a lot of these journal articles, they go back to the Enlightenment. Every time someone has written down a scientific paper, it's been scanned and digitized and put in these collections. That is a legacy that has been brought to us by the history of people doing interesting work, the history of scientists. It's a legacy that should belong to us as a commons, as a people, but instead it's been locked up and put online by a handful of for-profit corporations who then try and get the maximum profit they can out of it.
So a researcher paid by the university or the people publishes a paper, and in the very, very last step of that process, after all the work is done, after all the original research is done, the thinking, the lab work, the analysis, after everything is done at that last stage, then the researcher has to hand over his or her copyright to this multi-billion-dollar company. And it's sick. It's an entire economy built on volunteer labor. And then the publishers sit at the very top and scrape off the cream.
Talk about a scam. One publisher in Britain made a profit of $3 billion last year. I mean, what a racket.
JSTOR is just a very, very small player in that story, but for some reason, JSTOR is the player that Aaron decided to confront.
He'd gone to some conference around open access and open publishing, and I don't know who the person from JSTOR was, but I think at some point Aaron asked the question, like, how much would it cost to open up JSTOR in perpetuity? And they gave some, I think it was $200 million, something that Aaron thought was totally ridiculous.
Working on a fellowship at Harvard, he knew users on MIT's famously open and fast network Nextdoor had authorized access to the riches of JSTOR. Schwartz saw an opportunity.
You have a key to those gates. And with a little bit of shell script magic, you can get those journal articles.
On September 24th, 2010, Swartz registered a newly purchased Acer laptop on the MIT network under the name Gary Host. The client name was registered as Ghost Laptop.
He doesn't hack JSTOR in the traditional sense of hacking. The JSTOR database was organized, so it was completely trivial to figure out how you could download all the articles in JSTOR because it was basically numbered. It was basically, you know, / number article 444,024, then 25, then 26.
He wrote a Python script called keepgrabbing.py, which was like keep grabbing one article after another.
The next day, Ghost Laptop begins grabbing articles, but soon the computer's IP address is blocked. For Swartz, it's barely a bump in the road. He quickly reassigns his computer's IP address and keeps downloading.
Well, JSTOR and MIT take a number of steps to try to interfere with this when they notice that this is happening. And when the more modest steps don't work, then at a certain stage, JSTOR just cuts off MIT from having access to the JSTOR database. So there's this kind of cat and mouse game around getting access to the JSTOR database. Aaron ultimately, obviously, is the cat because he has more technical capability than the JSTOR database people do in defending them.
And eventually, there was an unlocked supply closet in the basement of one of the buildings. And he went, instead of going through Wi-Fi, he went down there and he just plugged his computer directly into the network and just left it there with an external hard drive downloading these articles to the computer.
Unknown to Swartz, his laptop and hard drive had been found by authorities. They didn't stop the downloads. Instead, they installed a surveillance camera.
They found the computer in this room in the basement of an MIT building. They could have unplugged it. They could have waited for the guy to come back and said, dude, what are you doing? You know, cut it out. Who are you? And they could have done all that kind of stuff, but they didn't. What they wanted to do was film it to gather evidence to make a case. That's the only reason you film something like that.
At first, the only person caught on the glitchy surveillance camera was using the closet as a place to store bottles and cans. But days later, it caught Swartz. Swartz is replacing a hard drive. He takes it out of his backpack, leans out of frame for about 5 minutes, and then leaves.
And then they organized a stakeout where as he was biking home from MIT, these cops came out from either side of the road or something like that and started going after him.
He describes that he was pressed down and assaulted by the police. He tells me that it's unclear that they were police that were after him. He thought that someone was trying to attack him. He does tell me they beat him up. I was just devastated. The notion of any kind of criminal prosecution of anyone in our family or anything was so foreign and incomprehensible, I didn't know what to do.
Well, they execute search warrants at Aaron's house, his apartment in Cambridge, and his office at Harvard.
2 days before the arrest, the investigation had gone beyond JSTOR and the local Cambridge police. It had been taken over by the United States Secret Service. The Secret Service began investigating computer and credit card fraud in 1984, but 6 weeks after the attack on 9/11, their role expanded. President Bush used the Patriot Act to establish a network of what they called electronic crimes task forces.
The bill before me takes account of the new realities and dangers posed by modern terrorists.
According to the Secret Service, they are primarily engaged in activity with economic impact, organized criminal groups, or use of schemes involving new technology. The Secret Service turned Swartz's case over to the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office.
There was a guy in the U.S. Attorney's Office who had the title head of the Computer Crimes Division or Task Force. I don't know what else he had going, but you're certainly not much of a computer crimes prosecutor without a computer crime to prosecute. So he jumped on it, kept it for himself, didn't assign it to someone else within the office or the unit, and that's Steve Hyman.
Prosecutor Stephen Hyman has been largely out of public view since the arrest of Aaron Swartz, but he can be seen here in an episode of the television show American Greed, filmed around the time of Aaron's arrest. He is describing his previous case against the notorious hacker Alberto Gonzalez, a case that garnered Hyman enormous press attention and accolades. Gonzalez masterminded the theft of over 100 million credit card and ATM numbers, the largest such fraud in history. Here, Hyman, describing Gonzalez, gives his view on the hacker mindset.
These guys are driven by a lot of the same things that we're driven by. They have an ego, they like challenge, and of course they like money and everything you can get from money.
One of the suspects implicated in the Gonzalez case was a young hacker named Jonathan James. Believing Gonzalez's crimes would be pinned on him, James committed suicide during the investigation. In an early press release describing the government's position in the case of Aaron Swartz, Hyman's boss, U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts Carmen Ortiz, said this: "Stealing is stealing, whether you use a computer command or a crowbar, and whether you take documents, data, or dollars."
It's not true. It's obviously not true. I'm not saying it's harmless, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't criminalize stealing of information, but you've got to be much more subtle in trying to figure out exactly which kinds of harms are harmful here. So the thing about a crowbar is every time I break into a place with a crowbar, I do damage. There's no doubt about it. But when Aaron writes a script that says download, download, download 100 times in a second, there's no obvious damage to anybody. If he does that for the purpose of gathering an archive to do academic research on it, there is never any damage to anybody.
He wasn't stealing, he wasn't selling what he got or giving it away. He was making a point, as far as I could tell.
The arrest took its toll on Swartz.
He just wouldn't talk about it. And he's like very stressed. If you thought like the FBI was like going to come to your doorstep any day, anytime you went down the hall, even to do your laundry, and they would break into your apartment because you left the door unlocked, like, I'd be pretty stressed. And it was clear. And so Aaron was always sort of like in like a dour mood. He wouldn't give off any sensitive information about his whereabouts during this time because he was so afraid that the FBI would be waiting for him.
It was a time of unprecedented social and political activism. Time magazine would later name as their 2011 Person of the Year, the protester.
There was a kind of hotbed of hacker activity going on. WikiLeaks had released a trove of diplomatic cables. Manning had been under arrest at the time. It was unknown whether he was the source of the leak. Anonymous, which is a kind of protest ensemble that has a lot of hackers in its ranks, were going on various sprees of sorts. If you compare that to what he did, his stuff should have been left behind for MIT and JSTOR to deal with in a kind of private, professional manner. It should have never gotten the attention of the criminal system. It just didn't belong there.
Before he was indicted, Swartz was offered a plea deal that involved 3 months in prison, time in a halfway house, and a year of home detention, all without the use of a computer. It was on the condition that Swartz plead guilty to a felony.
Here we are. We have no discovery, no evidence whatsoever about what the government's case is, and we have to make this immense decision where the lawyer is pushing you to do this, the government is giving you a non-negotiable demand, and you're told that your likelihood of prevailing is small. So whether you're guilty or not, you're better off taking the deal.
Boston has its own computer crimes division. Lots of lawyers, probably more lawyers than they need. So, you know, you can imagine all sorts of cases where it'd be really hard to prosecute because you've got some criminals in Russia, or you've got some people inside of a corporation that are going to have $500 lawyers or $700 an hour lawyers sitting down against you. And then you've got this case with this kid, which is pretty easy to prove that he did something, and he's already marked himself as a troublemaker with the FBI, so why not go as tough as you can in here against that guy? It's good for you, the prosecutor. It's good for the Republic because you're fighting all those terrorist types.
I was so scared. I was so scared of having my computer seized. I was so scared of going to jail because of my computer being seized. I had confidential material from sources from my previous work on my laptop. And that is above all my priority, is to keep my sources safe. I was so scared of what was going to happen to Ada. Aaron told me that they'd offered him a deal, and he finally just said that he would take it if I told him to. And I came real close to saying take it. He had developed like serious political aspirations in the intervening time between when, you know, that moment when he ended that entrepreneurial startup life and begun this new life that had come to this political activism. And he just didn't believe that he could continue in his life with a felony. You know, he said to me one day, we were walking by the White House, and he said to me, they don't let felons work there. And, you know, he really wanted that to be his life.
He hadn't killed anybody. He hadn't hurt anybody. He hadn't, like, stolen money. He hadn't done anything that seemed felony worthy, right? And there is this idea that, like, there's no reason that he should be labeled a felon and taken away his right to vote in many states for doing what he did. Like, that's just outrageous. Like, it makes sense for him to be, you know, maybe fined a bunch of money or, you know, asked not to come back to MIT again. But, like, to be a felon, to face jail time.
Schwartz turned down the plea deal.
Hyman redoubled his efforts. Hyman continued to press us at all levels.
Even with the physical evidence seized from Aaron's Acer computer, hard drive, and USB drive, the prosecutors needed evidence of his motives. Why was Aaron Schwartz downloading articles from JSTOR, and just what did he plan to do with them?
The government claims that he was planning to publish these. We don't really know whether that was his real intention, because Aaron also had a history of doing projects where he'd analyze giant data sets of articles in order to learn interesting things about them.
The best evidence for that was that when he was at Stanford, he also had downloaded the whole Westlaw legal database.
In a project with Stanford law students, Schwartz had downloaded the Westlaw legal database. He uncovered troubling connections between funders of legal research and favorable results.
He did this amazing analysis of for-profit companies giving money to law professors who wrote law review articles which were then beneficial to, like, Exxon during an oil spill, right? So it was a very corrupt system of funding, you know, vanity research.
Schwartz had never released the Westlaw documents.
In theory, he could have been doing the same thing about the JSTOR database. That would have been completely okay. If he were, on the other hand, intending to create a competitive service to JSTOR, like we're going to set up our own, you know, access to the Harvard Law Review and charge, you know, money for it, then, you know, okay, now it seems like criminal violation because you're commercially trying to exploit this material, but it's kind of crazy to imagine that's what he was doing. So, but then there's the middle case. Well, what if he was just trying to liberate it for all of the developing world? But depending on what he was doing, it creates a very different character to how the law should be thinking about it. The government was prosecuting him as if this was like a commercial criminal violation, like stealing a whole bunch of credit card records. It was that kind of crime.
I don't know what he was going to do with that database, but I heard from a friend of his that Aaron had told him he was going to analyze the data for evidence of corporate funding of climate change research that led to biased results. And I totally believe that.
I was just told that Steve wanted to talk to me. And I thought, maybe this is a way I could get out of this. Just exit the situation. And I didn't want to live in fear of having my computer seized. I didn't want to live in fear of having to go to jail on a contempt of court charge if they tried to compel me to decrypt my computer. When they came to me and said, you know, Steve wants to talk to you, that seemed reasonable.
They offered Norton what is known as a Queen for a Day letter, or a proffer. It allowed prosecutors to ask questions about Aaron's case. Norton would be given immunity from prosecution herself for any information she revealed during the meeting.
I didn't like it. I told my lawyers repeatedly that this seemed fishy. I didn't like this. I didn't want immunity. I didn't need immunity. I hadn't done anything. But they were really, really stringent that they did not want me meeting the prosecutor without immunity.
But just to be clear, this is a Queen for a Day deal, a proffer.
Right, a proffer letter.
In which you basically handed information over to them in exchange for protection from prosecution.
So it wasn't handing information over. It was, at least that's not how I saw it. It was just having a discussion, having an interview with them.
Well, they're asking you questions.
They're asking me questions.
They can ask about whatever they want.
Right.
And whatever they learn,
I really, right, and I repeatedly tried to go in naked. I repeatedly tried to turn down the proffer letter. I was ill. I was being pressured by my lawyers. I was confused. I was not doing well by this point. I was depressed and I was scared and I didn't understand the situation I was in. I had no idea why I was in this situation. I hadn't done anything interesting, much less wrong.
We went out of our minds. Aaron was clearly very distraught about it. We were very distraught about it. Aaron's attorneys were very distraught about it. We tried to get Quinn to change attorneys.
I was very unused to being in a room with large men, well-armed, that are continually telling me I'm lying and that I must have done something. I told them that this thing that they were prosecuting wasn't a crime. I told them that they were on the wrong side of history. I used that phrase. I said, you're on the wrong side of history. And they looked bored. They didn't even look angry. They just looked bored. And it began to occur to me that we weren't having the same conversation. I mean, I told them plenty of things about, you know, why people would download journal articles, and eventually, I don't remember what was around it. I mentioned that he'd done this blog post, the Guerrilla Open Access Manifesto.
This is the Guerrilla Open Access Manifesto, supposedly written in July 2008 in Italy. Information is power. But like all power, there are those who want to keep it for themselves. The world's entire scientific and cultural heritage, published over centuries in books and journals, is increasingly being digitized and locked up by a handful of private corporations. Meanwhile, those who have been locked out are not standing idly by. You've been sneaking through holes and climbing over fences, liberating the information locked up by the publishers and sharing them with your friends. But all this action goes on in the dark, hidden underground. It's called stealing or piracy, as if sharing a wealth of knowledge were the moral equivalent of plundering a ship and murdering its crew. But sharing isn't immoral, it's a moral imperative. Only those blinded by greed would refuse to let a friend make a copy. There's no justice in following unjust laws. It's time to come into the light and, in the grand tradition of civil disobedience, declare our opposition to this private theft of public culture.
The manifesto itself was allegedly written by 4 different people and also edited by Norton. But it was Schwartz who had signed his name to it.
When it's over, I go immediately to Aaron and tell him everything I can remember about it. And he gets very angry. The things that I'd done shouldn't have added up that way. I hadn't done anything wrong, and everything had gone wrong. But I was never... I'm still angry. I'm still angry that you can try your best with these people to do the right thing, and they will turn everything against you, and they will hurt you with anything they can. And in that moment, I regret that I said what I did. But my much larger regret is that we have settled for this, that we are okay with this, that we are okay with a justice system that tries to game people into little traps so they can ruin their lives. So yeah, I wish I hadn't said that, but I am much, much angrier that this is where I am. That this is what we as a people think is okay.
They used every method that I think they could think of to get her to provide information which would be unhelpful to Aaron and helpful to the prosecution of Aaron. Right. But you know, I don't think she had information that was helpful to the government.
Months go by as Schwartz's friends and family await a looming indictment. In the meantime, Schwartz was becoming a go-to expert on a series of internet issues.
To you then, do you think that the internet is something that should be considered a human right and something that the government cannot take away from you?
Yes, definitely. I mean, this notion that national security is an excuse to shut down the internet, that's exactly what we heard in Egypt and Syria and all these other countries. And so, yeah, it's true. Sites like WikiLeaks are going to be putting up some embarrassing material about what the U.S. government does, and people are going to be organizing to protest about it and try and change their government. You know, and that's a good thing. That's what all these First Amendment rights of free expression, of freedom of association are all about. And so the notion that we should try and shut those down, I think, just goes against very basic American principles. The principle, I think, is one that our founding fathers would have understood. If the internet had been around back then, instead of putting post offices in the Constitution, they would have put ISPs.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see how...
Schwartz meets activist Terence Steinbrückner Kaufman, and the two begin to date.
We need a massive global public outcry.
If there's no massive global public outcry, it won't create any change.
You know, 4 people in this city should cause a massive global public outcry.
You know, we need a petition signer.
Without telling her specifics, he warned her he was involved in something he called simply the bad thing.
And I had sort of crazy theories, like that he was having an affair with Elizabeth Warren or something. I speculated both Hillary Clinton and Elizabeth Warren, actually, but... So sometime in probably late July, Aaron called me, and I happened to pick up, and he said, you know, the bad thing might be in the news tomorrow. Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to read about it in the news? And I said, well, I want you to tell me. And he said, well, I've been arrested for downloading too many academic journal articles, and they want to make an example out of me. And I was like, that's it? That's the big fuss? Really? Like, this doesn't sound like a very big deal.
On July 14th, 2011, federal prosecutors indict Schwartz on 4 felony counts.
He gets indicted on the same day that like 2 people in England who are part of LulzSec get arrested, and like a few other real hackers. And Aaron is just like someone who kind of looks like a hacker, enough that they can like, you know, put his head on a stake and like put it on the gates.
Aaron went to surrender, and they arrested him. They then strip searched him, took away his shoelaces, took away his belt, and left him in solitary confinement.
The District of Massachusetts United States Attorney's Office released a statement saying Schwartz faces up to 35 years in prison, to be followed by 3 years of supervised release, restitution, forfeiture, and a fine of up to $1 million. He is released on $100,000 bail. The same day, the primary victim in the case, JSTOR, formally drops all charges against Schwartz and declines to pursue the case.
JSTOR, they weren't our friends, they weren't helpful or friendly to us, but they also were just kind of like, we're not part of this.
JSTOR and their parent company, Ithaca, also sidestepped requests to talk with this film. But at the time, they released a statement saying it was the government's decision whether to prosecute, not JSTOR's.
And so it's our belief that with that, the case will be over. That we should be able to get Steve Hyman to drop the case or settle it in some rational way. And the government refused.
Why?
Well, because I think they wanted to make an example out of Aaron. And they said they wanted to, the reason why they wouldn't
move on requiring a felony conviction and jail time was that they wanted to use this case as a case of for deterrence. They told us that.
They told you that?
Yes.
This was going to be an example?
Yes.
He was going to be an example?
Yes. Steve Hyman said that.
Deterring who? Like, there's other people out there running around logging onto JSTOR and downloading the articles to make a political statement? I mean, who are they deterring?
It would be easier to understand the Obama administration's posture of supposedly being for deterrence if this was an administration that, for instance, prosecuted arguably the biggest economic crime that this country has seen in the last 100 years, the crimes that were committed that led to the financial crisis on Wall Street. When you start deploying the non-controversial idea of deterrence only selectively, you stop making a dispassionate analysis of lawbreaking, and you started deciding to deploy law enforcement resources specifically on the basis of political ideology. And that's not just undemocratic, it's supposed to be un-American.
Prosecutor Stephen Hyman later reportedly told MIT's outside counsel that the straw that broke the camel's back was a press release sent out by an organization Swartz founded called Demand Progress. According to the MIT account, Hyman reacted to the short statement of support, calling it a wild internet campaign and a foolish move that moved the case from a human one-on-one level to an institutional level.
That was a poisonous combination. A prosecutor who didn't want to lose face, who had a political career in the offing maybe, and didn't want to have this come back and haunt them. You spent how many tax dollars arresting someone for taking too many books out of the library and they got your ass handed to you in court? No way.
I then moved to try to put pressure on MIT in various ways to get them to go to the government and request the government to stop the prosecution.
What is MIT's reaction to that?
There doesn't seem to be any reaction from MIT at that point.
MIT doesn't defend Aaron, which to people inside of the MIT community seems outrageous because MIT is a place that encourages hacking in the biggest sense of the word.
At MIT, the idea of going and running around on roofs and tunnels that you weren't allowed to be in was not only a rite of passage, it was part of the MIT tour. And lockpicking was a winter course at MIT.
They had the moral authority to stop it in its tracks.
MIT never stood up and took a position of saying to the feds, don't do this. We don't want you to do this. You're overreacting. This is too strong, that I'm aware of. They acted kind of like any corporation would. They helped the government. They didn't help us unless they felt they had to, and they never tried to stop it.
MIT declined repeated requests to comment, but they later released a report saying they attempted to maintain a position of neutrality and believed Hyman and the U.S. Attorney's Office did not care what MIT thought or said about the case.
MIT's behavior seemed really at odds with the MIT ethos, right? You could argue that MIT turned a blind eye and that was okay for them to do. But taking that stance, taking that neutral stance in and of itself was taking a pro-prosecutor stance.
If you look at Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, they started by selling a blue box, which was a thing designed to defraud the phone company. If you look at Bill Gates and Paul Allen, they initially started their business by using computer time at Harvard, which was pretty clearly against the rules. The difference between Aaron and the people I just mentioned is that Aaron wanted to make the world a better place. He didn't just want to make money.
Swartz continues to be outspoken on a variety of internet issues.
You know, the reason the internet works is because of the competitive marketplace of ideas. And what we need to be focusing on is getting more information about our government, more accessibility, more discussion, more debate. But instead, it seems like what Congress is focused on is shutting things down.
Aaron thought he could change the world just by explaining the world very clearly to people.
Flame can literally control your computer and make it spy on you. Welcome, Aaron. Good to have you back on the show here.
You know, just like spies used to in olden days put microphones and tap what people were saying, now they're using computers to do the same things.
Schwartz's political activity continues, his attention turning to a bill moving through Congress designed to curb online piracy. It was called SOPA. Activists like Peter Eckersley saw it as an enormous overreach, threatening the technical integrity of the internet itself.
And one of the first things I did was to call Aaron. I said, can we do a big online campaign against this?
This isn't a bill about copyright. It's not? No, he said. It's a bill about the freedom to connect. Now I was listening.
And he thought about it for a while and then said yes. And he went and founded Demand Progress.
Demand Progress is an online activism organization. We've got around 1.5 million members now, but started in the fall of 2010. Aaron was one of the most prominent people in a community of people who helped lead organizing around social justice issues at the federal level in this country.
SOPA was the bill that was intended to curtail online piracy of music and movies, but what it did was basically take a sledgehammer to a problem that needed a scalpel.
If passed, the law would allow a company to cut off finances to entire websites without due process, or even to force Google to exclude their links. All they needed was a single claim of copyright infringement. It pitted the titans of traditional media against a new and now far more sophisticated remix culture.
It makes everyone who runs a website into a policeman. And if they don't do their job of making sure nobody on their site uses it for anything that's even potentially illegal, the entire site can get shut down without even so much as a trial.
This was over the top. I mean, this was a catastrophe.
This bill poses a serious threat to speech and civil liberties for all who use the internet. There were only a handful of us who said, look, we're not for piracy either, but it makes no sense to destroy the architecture of the internet, the domain name system, and so much that makes it free and open in the name of fighting piracy. And Aaron got that right away.
The freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day, talking to Peter, that I couldn't let that happen.
When SOPA was introduced in October 2011, it was considered inevitable. Our strategy when it first came out was to hopefully slow the bill down, maybe weaken it a little bit, but even we didn't think that we would be able to stop this bill.
Having worked in Washington, what you learn is that typically in Washington, the legislative fights are fights between different sets of corporate moneyed interests. They're all duking it out to pass legislation. And the fights that are the closest are when you have one set of corporate interests against another set of corporate interests, and they're financially equally matched in terms of campaign contributions and lobbying. Those are the closest ones. The ones that aren't even fights, typically, are ones where all the money is on one side, all the corporations are on one side, and it's just millions of people on the other side.
I haven't seen anything like PIPA and SOPA in all my time in public service. There were more than 40 United States senators on that bill as co-sponsors. So there were already a long, long way to getting the 60 votes to have it clear all the procedural hoops.
Even I began to doubt myself. It was a rough period.
Schwartz and Demand Progress were able to marshal enormous support, using traditional outreach combined with commonly used voice over IP to make it very easy for people to call Congress.
I've never met anybody else who was able to operate at his level, both on the technological side and on the campaign strategy side.
Millions of people contacted Congress and signed anti-SOPA petitions. Congress was caught off guard.
There was just something about watching those clueless members of Congress debate the bill, watching them insist they could regulate the internet and a bunch of nerds couldn't possibly stop them.
I am not a nerd. I'm just not enough of a nerd. Maybe we ought to ask some nerds what this thing really does. Let's have a hearing, bring in the nerds.
Really? Nerds? You know, I think actually the word you're looking for is experts. To enlighten you so your laws don't backfire, break the internet.
We use the term geek, but we're allowed to use that because we are geeks. The fact that it got as far as it did
without them talking to any technical experts reflects the fact that there is a problem in this town.
I'm looking for somebody to come before this body and testify in a hearing and say, this is why they're wrong.
There used to be an office that provided science and technology advice, and members could go to them and say, help me understand XYZ. And Gingrich killed it. He said it was a waste of money. Ever since then, Congress has plunged into the dark ages.
I don't think anybody really thought that SOPA could be beaten, including Aaron. I think it was worth trying, but it didn't seem winnable. And I remember maybe a few months later, I remember him just turning to me and being like, I think we might win this. And I was like, that would be amazing.
Calls to Congress continue. When the domain hosting site GoDaddy becomes a supporter of the bill, tens of thousands of users transferred their domain names in protest. Within a week, a humbled GoDaddy reverses their position on SOPA.
When the Congress people that supported the record and movie industries realized that there was this backlash, they kind of scaled the bill back a little bit.
You could see the curve happening. You could see that that our arguments were starting to resonate.
It was like Aaron had been striking a match and it was being blown out. Striking another one was being blown out. And finally he'd managed to catch enough kindling that the flame actually caught, and then it turned into this roaring blaze.
On January 16th, 2012, the White House issued a statement saying they didn't support the bill. And then this happened.
I'm a big believer that we should be dealing with issues of piracy, and we should deal with them in a serious way. But this bill is not the right bill.
When Jimmy Wales put his support towards blacking out Wikipedia, the #5 most popular website in the world. This is a website that's on several % of all of the clicks on anywhere on the internet.
Wikipedia went black, Reddit went black, Craigslist went black, phone lines on Capitol Hill flat out melted. Members of Congress started rushing to issue statements retracting their support for the bill that they were promoting just a couple days ago.
Within 24 hours, the number of opponents of SOPA in Congress went from this to this.
To see congressmen and senators slowly flip sides throughout the day of the blackout was pretty unbelievable. There was like a 100 representative swing.
And that was when, as hard as it was for me to believe, after all this, we had won. The thing that everyone said was impossible, that some of the biggest companies in the world had written off as kind of a pipe dream, had happened. We did it. We won.
This is a historic week in internet politics, maybe American politics.
The thing that we heard from people in Washington, D.C., from staffers on Capitol Hill was they received more emails and more phone calls on SOPA blackout day than they'd ever received about anything. I think that was an extremely exciting moment. This was the moment when the internet had grown up politically.
It was exhilarating because it's hard to believe it actually happened. It's hard to believe a bill with so much financial power behind it didn't simply sail through the Congress. And not only did it not sail through, it didn't pass at all.
It's easy sometimes to feel like you're powerless, like when you come out in the streets and you march and you yell and nobody hears you. But I'm here to tell you today, you are powerful. So yeah, maybe sometimes you feel like you're not being listened to, but I'm here to tell you that you are. You are being listened to. You are making a difference. You can stop this bill if you don't stop fighting. Stop PIPA. Stop SOPA.
Some of the biggest internet companies, to put it frankly, would benefit from a world in which their little competitors could get censored. We can't let that happen.
For him, it was more important to be sure that you made a small change than to play a small part in a big change. But SOPA was like playing a major part in a major change. And so for him, it was kind of this proof of concept, like, okay, what I want to do with my life is change the world. I think about it in this really scientific way of like, I'm measuring my impact. And this shows that it's possible, right? That the thing that I want to do with my life is possible. I have proved that I can do it, that I, Aaron Swartz, can change the world.
For a guy who never really thought he had done much, which was Aaron, It was one of the few moments where you could really see that he felt like he had done something good. Feeling like here is his maybe one and only victory lap.
Everyone said there was no way we could stop SOPA. We stopped it. This is 3 outrageously good victories, and the year isn't even over yet. I mean, if there's a time to be positive, it's now.
You know, he wins at SOPA a year after he's arrested. It's not unambiguously happy moments. There's a lot going on.
He's so attuned towards participating in the political process, you can't stop him.
The list of organizations Swartz founded or co-founded is enormous. And years before Edward Snowden would expose widespread internet surveillance, Swartz was already concerned.
It is shocking to think that the accountability is so lax that they don't even have sort of basic statistics about how big the spying program is. And if the answer is, oh, we're spying on so many people, we can't possibly even count them, then that's an awful lot of people, right? It would be one thing if they said, look, you know, we know the number of telephones we're spying on, we don't know exactly how many real people that corresponds to, but they just came back and said, we can't give you a number at all. That's pretty, I mean, it's scary is what it is.
Well, that's scary.
You know, they put incredible pressure on him, took away his, you know, all of the money he had made. They, you know, threatened to take away his physical freedom. Why'd they do it, you know? I mean, well, why are they going after whistleblowers, you know? Why are they going after people who tell the, you know, who tell the truth about all sorts of things? I mean, from the banks to the, you know, to war, to just sort of government transparency.
So secrecy serves those who are already in power. And we are living in an era of secrecy that coincides with an era where the government is doing also a lot of things that are probably illegal and unconstitutional. So those two things are not coincidences.
It's very clear that this technology has been developed not for small countries overseas, but right here for use in the United States by the U.S. government. The problem with the spying program is it's this sort of long, slow expansion, you know, going back to the Nixon administration, right? Obviously, it became big after 9/11 under George W. Bush, and Obama has continued to expand it, and the problems have slowly grown worse and worse. But there's never been this moment you can point to, say, okay, we need to galvanize opposition today because today is when it matters. Instead, it's mattered for.
The prosecution, in my estimation, of Aaron Swartz was about sending a particular laser-like message to a group of people that the Obama administration sees as politically threatening. And that is essentially the hacker, the information, and the democracy activist community. And the message that the Obama administration wanted to send to that particular community was, in my estimation, we know you have the ability to make trouble for the establishment. And so we are going to try to make an example out of Aaron Swartz to scare as many of you as possible into not making that trouble.
And the government said, oh, the legal opinions we're using to legalize the spying program are also classified. So we can't even tell you which laws we're using to spy on you. You know, every time they can say, oh, this is another instance of cyber war, the cyber criminals are attacking us again, we're all in danger, we're all under threat. They use those as excuses to push through more and more dangerous laws.
And so just to follow that up, like personally, how do you feel the fight is going, I guess?
It's up to you.
I know, but we gotta like, you know.
You know, there's sort of these two polarizing perspectives, right? Everything is great. The internet has created all this freedom and liberty and everything's going to be fantastic. Or everything is terrible. The internet has created all these tools for cracking down and spying and, you know, controlling what we say. And the thing is, both are true, right? The internet has done both. And both are kind of amazing and astonishing. And which one will win out in the long run is up to us. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, one is doing better than the other. You know, they're both true. And it's up to us which ones we emphasize and which ones we take advantage of, because they're both there and they're both always going to be there.
On September 12, 2012, federal prosecutors filed a superseding indictment against Swartz, adding additional counts of wire fraud, unauthorized access to a computer, and computer fraud. Now, instead of 4 felony counts, Swartz was facing 13. The prosecution's leverage had dramatically increased, as did Swartz's potential jail time and fines.
They filed a separate indictment to add more charges, and they had a theory about why this conduct constituted a number of federal crimes, and that a very significant sentence could attach to it under the law.
That theory, and much of the prosecution's case against Schwartz, involved a law created originally in 1986. It is called the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act was inspired by the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick, which is a great movie.
I have you now.
In this movie, a kid gets the ability through the magic of computer networks to launch a nuclear attack. That's not actually possible, and it certainly wasn't possible in the 80s, but apparently this movie scared Congress enough to pass the original Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
This is a law that's just behind the times. For example, that penalizes terms of service kinds of arrangements. You can have something like eHarmony or Match.com, and somebody sort of inflates their own personal characteristics, and all of a sudden, depending on the jurisdiction and the prosecutors, they could be in a whole host of troubles.
We all know what terms of use are. Most people don't read them, but not abiding by their terms could mean you are committing a felony.
The website terms of service often say things like, be nice to each other, or don't do anything that's improper. The idea that the criminal law has anything to say about these kinds of violations, I think strikes most people as crazy.
The examples get even more crazy. Until it was changed in March of 2013, the terms of use on the website of Hearst's 17 magazine said you had to be 18 in order to read it.
I would say that the way the CFA has been interpreted by the Justice Department, we are probably all breaking the law.
Vague and prone to misuse, the CFAA has become a one-size-fits-all hammer for a wide range of computer-related disputes. Though not the only factor in his case, 11 of the 13 charges against Schwartz involved the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The question why hangs over much of the story of Aaron Schwartz. Just what was motivating the government, and what would their case have been? The Department of Justice declined requests for answers, but Professor Oren Kerr is a former prosecutor who has studied the case.
So I think I come about this case from a different direction than other people on a number of reasons. I was a federal prosecutor at the Justice Department for 3 years before I started teaching. The government came forward with an indictment based on what crimes they thought were committed, just as a purely lawyers matter, looking at the precedents, looking at the statute, looking at the history, looking at the cases that are out there so far. I think it was a fair indictment based on that. You can debate whether they should have charged this case. There's just a lot of disagreement. Some people are on the open access side, some people are not. I think the government took Schwartz's guerrilla open access manifesto very seriously. And I think they saw him as somebody who was committed as a moral imperative to breaking the law to overcome a law that Schwartz saw as unjust. And in a democracy, if you think a law is unjust, there are ways of changing that law. There's going to Congress, as Schwartz did so masterfully with SOPA. Or you can violate that law in a way to try to nullify that law. And I think what was driving the prosecution was the sense that Schwartz was committed not just to breaking the law, but to really making sure that law was nullified, that everyone would have access to the database in a way that you couldn't put the toothpaste back into the tube. It would be done, and Schwartz's side would win. There's a big disagreement in society as to whether that is an unjust law, and ultimately that's a decision for the American people to make, working through Congress. And then the second problem is, I think, we're still trying to figure out what's the line between less serious offenses and more serious offenses. We're now entering this different environment of computers and computer misuse, and we don't yet have a really strong sense of exactly what these lines are. So we're just working that out.
This is a poor use of prosecutorial discretion. The hammer that the Justice Department has to scare people with it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so most people just, you can't roll the dice with your life like that.
Should we tap somebody's phone? Should we film them? Should we turn somebody and get them to testify against these other people? That's how federal agents and prosecutors think. They build cases, they make cases.
Schwartz was caught in the gears of a brutal criminal justice system that could not turn back. a machine that has made America the country with the highest rate of incarceration in the world.
We have in this country allowed ourselves to be captured by the politics of fear and anger. And anything we're afraid of, like the future of the internet and access, and anything we're angry about instinctively creates a criminal justice intervention. And we've used jail, prison, and punishment to resolve a whole host of problems that historically were never seen as criminal justice problems. The impulse to threaten, indict, prosecute, which is part of what has created this debate and controversy over online access and information on the internet, is very consistent with what we've seen in other areas. The one difference is that the people who are usually targeted and victimized by these kinds of criminal and carceral responses are typically poor and minority.
Schwartz's isolation from friends and family increased.
He had basically stopped working on anything else, and the case was, in fact, like taking over sort of his whole life.
One of Aaron's lawyers apparently told the prosecutors that he was emotionally vulnerable and that was something that they really needed to keep in mind so that they knew that.
It was weighing on him very heavily. He did not like having his actions and his movements restricted in any way. And the threat of jail, which they pounded him with a lot, was terrifying to him.
Completely exhausted his financial resources, and it cost us a lot of money also, and he raised a substantial amount of money. So it was, it was in the millions of dollars.
The legal defense?
Yes.
Was in millions?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to be a burden to people. I think that was a factor. Like, I have my normal life, and then I have this shitty thing I have to deal with. And I try to keep the two of them as separate as possible. But they were just beginning to blur together, and everything was becoming shitty.
Schwartz faced a tough choice that was only getting tougher. Do you admit guilt and move on with your life, or do you fight a broken system? With his legal case, the answer was simple. He rejects the final plea deal, and a trial date is set.
Aaron was resolute that he didn't want to knuckle under and accept something that he didn't believe was fair, but I also think he was scared. I don't think they would have convicted Aaron. I think we would have walked him out of that courthouse, and I would have given him a big hug, and we would have walked across that little river in Boston and gone and had a couple of beers. I really thought that we were right. I thought that we were going to win the case. I thought that we could win the case.
He didn't talk about it very much, but you could see the enormous pain that he was going through.
No time in his childhood did Aaron have any severe mood swings or depressive episodes or anything that I would ascribe to severe depression. And it's possible, he was depressed. People get depressed.
Very early in our relationship, 3 or 4 weeks in or something, I remember him saying to me that I was a lot stronger than he was. He was brittle in a lot of ways. Things were a lot harder for him than for a lot of people. It was part of his brilliance, too. I think he probably had something like clinical depression in his early 20s. I don't think he did when I was with him. He wasn't a joyful person, but that's different from being depressed. He was just under such enormous pressure for 2 years straight. He just didn't want to do it anymore. He was just I just think it was too much.
I got a phone call late at night. I could tell something was wrong, and then I called and I realized what had happened.
A co-founder of the social news and entertainment website Reddit has been found dead. Police say 26-year-old Aaron Schwartz killed himself yesterday in his Brooklyn apartment.
I just thought, we've lost one of the most creative minds of our generation.
It was like the whole world fell apart at that moment. nights of my life.
As I kept screaming, I can't hear you. What did you say? I can't hear you. I can't. That's it.
Yeah, none of it made any sense. And really still doesn't.
I was so frustrated, angry. You know, I tried to explain it to my kids. My 3-year-old told me that the doctors would fix him. I've known lots of people who've died, but I've never lost anybody like this. Because everybody feels, and I do too, there's so much we could have more to do. Like, I just didn't know he was there. I didn't know this was what he was suffering, and
he was part of me. And I just wanted it to not be real. And then I just looked at his Wikipedia page and I saw the end date. To 2013.
Aaron is dead. Wanderers in this crazy world, we have lost a mentor, a wise elder. Hackers for right, we're one down. We've lost one of our own. Nurturers, carers, listeners, feeders, parents, all, we have lost a child. Let us all weep.
my first thought was, well, what if nobody even notices? Because it wasn't clear to me how salient he was.
I had never seen anything quite like the outpouring I saw.
The net just lit up.
I mean, everyone was trying to explain it in their own way, but I've never seen people grieve on Twitter before. People were visibly grieving online.
He was the internet's own boy, and the old world killed him.
We are standing in the middle of a time when great injustice is not touched. The architects of the financial meltdown have dinner with the president regularly. In the middle of that time, the idea that this was what the government had to prosecute. It just seems absurd if it weren't tragic.
The question is, can we do something, given what's happened, to make the world a better place? And how can we further that legacy? That's the only question that one can ask.
All over the world, there were starting to be hackathons and gatherings. Aaron Swartz, has, in some sense, brought the best out of us in trying to say, how do we fix this?
He was, in my humble opinion, one of the true extraordinary revolutionaries that this country has produced.
I don't know whether Aaron was defeated or victorious, but we are certainly shaped by the hand of the things that he wrestled with.
When we turn armed agents of the law on citizens trying to increase access to knowledge, we've broken the rule of law, we've desecrated the temple of justice. Aaron Swartz was not a criminal. Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, it comes through continuous struggle.
Aaron really could do magic. And I'm dedicated to making sure that his magic doesn't end with his death.
He believed that he could change the world, and he was right. Out of the last week and out of today, phoenixes are already rising.
Since Schwartz's death, Representative Zoe Lofgren and Senator Ron Wyden have introduced legislation that would reform the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the outdated law that formed the majority of the charges against Schwartz. It's called Aaron's Law.
Aaron believed that, like, you literally ought to be asking yourself all of the time, what is the most important thing I could be working on in the world right now? And if you're not working on that, why aren't you?
Internet freedom is under attack. What do we do? Hey, hey, go home. Our royalties have got to go. Hey, hey.
I wish we could change the past, but we cannot. But we can change the future, and we must. We must do so for Aaron. We must do so for ourselves. We must do so to make our world a better place, a more humane place, a place where justice works and access to knowledge becomes a human right.
So there was a kid back in February from Baltimore, 14 years old, who had access to JSTOR. And he'd been spelunking through JSTOR after reading something. And he figured out a way to do early tests for pancreatic cancer. And pancreatic cancer kills the shit out of you because we detect it way too late. By the time we detect it, it's already too late to do anything about it. He sent emails off to the entire oncology department at Johns Hopkins, you know, hundreds of them. And every 14-year-old kid, yeah, and most of them ignored it, right? But one of them, like, sent him an email back and said, this is not an entirely stupid idea. Why don't you come on over? And this kid worked evenings and weekends with this researcher. And in February, I heard him on the news, just a couple of weeks after Aaron died, when Aaron was in the news a lot. Sorry. And he said the reason he was on the news is because they'd done it. They were shipping an early test for pancreatic cancer that was going to save lives. And he said, this is why what Aaron did was so important. Because you never know, right? This truth of the universe is not only something that policymakers use to figure out, you know, what the speed limit should be. It's where the thing that's going to keep, you know, your kid from dying of pancreatic cancer comes from. And without access, the person who might come up with the thing that's got your number on it may never find that answer.
He slept so well, he didn't fall out of bed once, not even when he dreamed he was back on the spacecraft.
Very good, Aaron. Very good. Yay, Aaron.
Okay. Now it's song time.
that they're training to quarantine cities and towns and confiscate guns. We've had Navy SEALs on confirming it. We have the documents. We know that. But footage, not just in some Army manual, but footage could really, really hurt the folks that are trying to covertly prepare the military for basically civil war. Brian, obviously, you've got to go back in right now. Tell us as much as you can and how we get this footage, but describe it for us.
Okay, so I was in a briefing with FEMA. FEMA runs my old unit. I'm actually out now. I got out in September of this year. They were talking about suspension of the Constitution, Second and Fourth Amendment rights being taken away, and I openly asked him, are we going to take guns? He says no, but he says they will. It's clearly on the video. They will, talking about the FEMA guys with us. So that's the gist of the video. You could, I'm filming the floor because it kind of startled me when they said that they're going to suspend the Constitution under martial law, which is pretty scary to me.
Essentially, yeah, we pretty much at that time, your Second Amendment, or all your rights, First Amendment rights, pretty much everything is not that moment just interrupted. Yeah.
So you said that martial law suspends their Second Amendment, so I'm not going to, but would you say we would take weapons from people?
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah.
President Obama today proposed something new, something called prolonged detention. Doesn't sound that bad, right? Prolonged detention. Did you ever see the movie Minority Report? It was based on a Philip K. Dick short story. Came out in 2002. It starred Tom Cruise, remember? He played a police officer in something called the Department of Pre-Crime. Pre-crime is where people are arrested and incarcerated to prevent crimes that they have not yet committed.
Mr. Marks, by mandate of the District of Columbia Pre-Crime Division, I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks and Donald Dubinos. Take place today, April 22nd, at 0800 hours, 4 minutes. No, I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything, but you're gonna. Future murder. Creepy, right? Putting somebody in jail not for what they've done, but for what you're very sure they're going to do?
There may be a number of people who cannot be prosecuted for past crimes. In some cases because evidence may be tainted, but who nonetheless pose a threat to the security of the United States.
We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
Al-Qaeda terrorists and their affiliates are at war with the United States, and those that we capture, like other prisoners of war, must be prevented from attacking us again.
Prevented. We will incarcerate people preventively. Preventive incarceration. Indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. That's what President Obama proposed today, if you strip away the euphemisms. One civil liberties advocate told the New York Times today, quote, "We've known this was on the horizon for many years, but we were able to hold it off with George Bush. The idea that we might find ourselves fighting with the Obama administration over these powers is really stunning." And it is stunning.
As a psychiatrist, I remember very well the condemnation by the American Psychiatric Association of Soviet psychiatrists and the Soviet Union for their use of psychiatric techniques and psychiatric medications to control political dissidents. Sadly, shockingly, we in the United States have become those same oppressors. We now have a policy, as exemplified by the FBI brochure from the Phoenix Office on Counterterrorism, which says people who are defenders of the U.S. Constitution against federal government and the UN, and make numerous references to the U.S. Constitution, should be monitored as potentially murderous and fanatical terrorists. By extension, should be considered mentally unstable.
Department of Justice memo, which tells local police what should you be looking out for in kind of everyday terrorism prevention and terrorism watch activities. And one of the things that is considered a potential terrorist risk is individuals who harbor doubts about the official story regarding 9/11. The memo adds 9/11 official story skeptics to the growing list of targets.
Know good and well that someday there could be a government in power that is shipping its citizens off for disagreements. There are laws on the books now that characterize who might be a terrorist. Someone missing fingers on their hands is a suspect, according to the Department of Justice. Someone who has guns, someone who has ammunition. Someone who has more than 7 days of food in their house. Can be considered a potential terrorist. If you are suspected by these activities, do you want to have the government have the ability to send you to Guantanamo Bay for indefinite detention? A suspect. We're not talking about someone who has been tried and found guilty. We're talking about someone suspected of activities.
President Obama is now allowed to write in laws without consent from Congress, making us no different than a dictatorship. The president has just signed many executive orders that allows the government to take your assets, your homes, your children, transportation, and gives the government permission to put you into concentration camps and labor camps. If you do not believe me, here are the executive orders. Read them yourself.
Here we go. Executive Order 10990 allows the government to take over all modes of transportation and control of all highways and seaports. Executive Order 10995 allows the government to seize and control the communication media. Executive Order 10997 allows the government to take over all electrical power, gas, petroleum, fuels, and minerals. Executive Order 10998 allows the government to seize all means of transportation, including personal cars, trucks, or vehicles of any kind, and total control over highways, seaports, and waterways. Executive Order 10999 allows the government to take over all food resources and farms. Executive Order 11000 allows the government to mobilize civilians into work brigades under government supervision. Executive Order 11001 allows the government to take over all health, education, and welfare functions. Executive Order 11002 designates the Postmaster General to operate a national registration of all persons. Executive Order 11003 allows the government to take over all airports and aircraft, including commercial aircraft. Executive Order 11004 allows a housing and finance authority to relocate communities, build new housing with public funds, designate areas to be abandoned, and establish new locations for populations. Executive Order 11005 allows the government to take over railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. Executive Order 11051 specifies the responsibility of the Office of Emergency Planning and gives authorization to put all executive orders into effect in times of increased international tensions and economic or financial crisis. Executive Order 11310 grants authority to the Department of Justice to enforce the plans set out in executive orders, to institute industrial support, to establish judicial and legislative liaison, to control all aliens, to operate penal and correctional institutions, and to advise and assist the President. Executive Order 11049 assigns emergency preparedness function to federal department and agencies, consolidating 21 operative executive orders issued over a 15-year period. Executive Order 11921 allows the Federal Emergency Preparedness Agency to develop plans to establish control over the mechanisms of production and distribution of energy sources, wages, salaries, credit, and the flow of money in U.S. financial institution in any undefined national emergency. It also provides that when a state of emergency is declared by the President, Congress cannot review the action for 6 months. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has broad powers in every aspect of the nation. General Frank Salzito, chief of FEMA's Civil Security Division, stated in a 1983 conference that he saw FEMA's role as a new frontier in the protection of individual and governmental leaders from assassination and of civil and military installations, from sabotage and or attack, as well as prevention of dissident groups from gaining access to U.S. opinion or a global audience in times of crisis. FEMA's powers were consolidated by President Carter to incorporate the National Security Act 1947 that allows for strategic relocation of industries, services, government, and other essential economic activities, and to rationalize the requirements for manpower, resources, and production facilities. The 1950 Defense Production Act gives the President sweeping powers over all aspects of the economy. The Act of August 29, 1916 authorizes the security of the Army in time of war to take possession of any transportation system from transporting troops, material, or any other purpose related to the emergency. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act enables the President to seize the property of a foreign country or national. These powers were transferred to FEMA in a sweeping consolidation in 1979.
Did Hitler get elected on Monday and start throwing people into ovens on Friday? No, it was a gradual process. The first thing that Hitler did was start to write newspaper articles. Everything that was going wrong was the Jews' fault. They're the ones that caused all of these problems. Did the Jews write their own newspaper articles and go, I disagree? So then the Jews had to wear the Star of David so we can tell who you are. Did they say, no, that's a violation of my privacy. I don't have to tell you. No, the Jews decided, well, it's a religious symbol. We love God. We should be proud to wear the Star of David. Eventually, the Germans came in and they broke all of the windows in all of the Jewish businesses in one weekend. The Saturday night was known as Kristallnacht, which is German for Night of Glass. Did the Jews rise up and say, now damn it, you're violating my property, you shouldn't do that? No. Gosh, we don't want to make the Germans any madder than they already are. Don't piss them off. They've got guns. Eventually, the Germans are loading them up into cattle trailers on the train. Where do you think you're going, on vacation? Where do you think they're going to take you? Well, now you're cold and naked and they're walking you into the ovens where you're going to go to mass execution. Is it time now to raise your hand and say, you know, I tend to disagree with all of this? Bang! You're dead. It's too late to complain. You should have complained at the beginning when you at least had a chance. How bad do things have to get before you do something? Do they have to take away all your property? Do they have to license every activity that you want to engage in? Do they have to be throwing you on cattle cars before you start to say, now wait a minute, I don't think this is a good idea? How long is it going to be before you finally resist?
The only way we can stop this is if we all unite together and fight it. People of the U.S. are waking up to the Federal Reserve scandal, and the powers that be are currently afraid of retaliation. And that is precisely why they're trying everything they can to disarm us. You know how the media has been saying gun violence has been out of control and at an all-time high. They are not simply twisting the truth here or exaggerating. They are absolutely presenting lies to you. First off, realize, gun violence in the United States has always been shockingly low. And gun violence has dropped by 49% in the last 11 years. The already absurdly low gun violence in America has literally dropped in half. In half. The fact they are saying that it is at an all-time high demonstrates how biased the government and the media is. If this doesn't prove to you that they have an agenda, then nothing will. Do you remember how the media keeps repeating that there has been 74 school shootings since Sandy Hook? Those 74 shootings were not even mass shootings like they claim. Most were suicides and none of them even took place at a school. Not a single one. They are presenting lies to you, America. When will you wake up? At some point you have to ask yourself, why would the government fake 74 mass school shootings involving children? If they get our guns, we will lose the fight against them. And they will take away absolutely all of your freedoms and you and your children will be forever slaves. And don't forget, they purposefully put you and your children into that debt. And because the Federal Reserve is present in all countries, the other countries of the world are next soon after. This plan is called the New World Order. It is the same New World Order the Vice President of the United States called for on national TV a month ago. He said we need to strive for and complete the New World Order. This is also the same New World Order President George Bush and President Kennedy said is our country's lifetime goal. And the same New World Order George Bush said on national TV said will happen no matter what we do, and we cannot prevent it. This has all been a long-time plan. The Federal Reserve and their partners want complete control of humanity. We cannot let this happen. They want to rule over us, like kings and queens. And humanity will be forever lost to enslavement by a bunch of tyrants who have publicly admitted they want to kill off the majority of the population so the masses are easier to control. They are going to wipe your bloodline completely off of the earth. He'll tell you the order of things to happen. The enslavement will follow immediately after guns are taken away and you cannot fight back. If they cannot get the guns before the economic collapse, then they will wait until the economy collapses. When the economy collapses, people will be starving. There will be looters and shootings. The government will insist on taking guns away to help, and as soon as the guns are taken away, then we will fall into a complete dictatorship. Do not fall for it. Remember, they are the ones who caused the economic collapse to begin with. This is the same tactic used on Germans and it worked. So expect it. As soon as the economy collapsed and the masses were starving, the German government asked the people to give up their rights and they listened. And then eventually the government was throwing the naked masses into giant burning hot ovens for mass execution. Do not give up your rights. Do not give up your guns. Fight back, as they were the ones who caused the problem. Just so you know, the people who are behind this Federal Reserve scam and New World Order are the same ones who funded Hitler's campaign. Make no mistake, these people are as brutal as Hitler himself, even more brutal. We will need an overall plan. We have come up with a perfect plan. This plan offers extraordinary possibilities. It will make for the most beautiful and free world you can ever imagine. If we are successful, we can leave a much better for our children. A beautiful world. Watch every minute of the rest of the video. Do not skip a single bit of it, as it is all important. To understand the solution, you must first understand the problem. The problem is government. Think for a second. What is government? Government is an establishment of power over the people, which can be purchased by large corporations or anybody with money. Why are we allowing corporations to write the laws? Can't you see how this can create problems? We must take the power and guns away from the government, which will advertently take away the power and guns away from the corporations. And we need to take that power and weaponry and put it back in the hands of the people, not greedy corporations. These people want to put you into labor camps and death camps. These people have poisoned your children's water and food, enslaved your children. When will you wake up? We must get rid of government. The solution is anarchism. Anarchism is not what you think it is. Watch the rest of the video to understand what we are proposing.
To you?
Makes perfect sense.
Okay. Anybody else want to throw anything out at us? Sir?
I think you're an anarchist and you don't know it yet.
Do you hear me denying anything?
Many people, when they hear the word anarchy, think of chaos and mayhem. So they assume that an anarchist must be in favor of disorder and violence. That is the complete opposite of the truth. Most objections and complaints about the anarchist or voluntarist philosophy are not actually about the philosophy itself, but result from people misunderstanding what the philosophy is all about. To illustrate a few points, we will use the example of two fictional islands. Authoritania, where there is a ruling class or government, and anarchia, where there is no ruling class of any kind. We will use these islands to examine several common misconceptions about anarchism. Lots of people think anarchy means every man for himself, or survival of the fittest, or the absence of any social cooperation or organization. They think that anarchy means everyone has to be self-sufficient. This comes from the false assumption that some kind of government is necessary for any organization to occur. Whether it's part of a republic, a democracy, a kingdom, or a dictatorship, a ruling class issues orders called laws and punishes anyone who disobeys them. That is not cooperation. That's domination. It's one group forcing its will on another. Authoritarianism can be used to force people into organized patterns, but that does not mean that people are incapable of organizing their activities without being forced. The most productive and useful examples of organization that we see today are anarchistic in nature. No one was forced to build the grocery store you go to. No one was forced to produce or sell anything in it. Everyone involved in the vastly complex operation of growing your food, transporting it, displaying it in the store, and selling it to you, everyone involved participates voluntarily, working in exchange for money. You and all the other store customers choose freely which store to go to and what to spend your money on. This purely voluntary arrangement allows for an amazingly complex degree of organized cooperation without anyone being coerced to participate. In contrast, under government, a very small group of people comes up with an idea and forces everyone else to participate in it and provide for its funding with tax dollars. In the authoritarian version of a supermarket, the ruling class would tell people what to produce and how much, what prices to charge, and they would tell customers what they must buy and what they must pay. Anyone who did not comply with the centralized master plan would be punished in some way. That is how government does things. Which one of these would you prefer? Another common but incorrect assumption is that if there were no ruling class or no government, people would have no way of defending themselves against common criminals or foreign invaders. Again, this is simply not true. The government version of protection is inherently hypocritical. Governments will use their hired law enforcers to find and lock up some of the private thugs and thieves and prevent them from preying on people. But every ruling class gets the money for its operations by way of taxation, demanding money from its subjects and punishing those who don't pay up. Oddly, every ruling class insists that it needs to be able to forcibly control and extort money from people in this way in order to protect them from private criminals who might try to forcibly control and extort them. In contrast, if there is no government, people do not lose their inherent right to defend themselves from violence or to defend what they have from those who would take it. Every person has this right, and they also have the right to organize and cooperate with each other to exercise that right. Organizing for mutual defense does not require any government-granted laws or authority. No one wants to be attacked or defrauded, and everyone wants to feel safe. Whether each person takes this on himself or herself individually, or whether they hire and organize others to do it on their behalf, it can be done on a voluntary basis. Those who insist that government is necessary often claim that if there wasn't a government, then smaller private gangs would spring up to enslave and rob people. Organized crime gangs exist along with government, and most people do not understand the dynamics between them and how government enriches and empowers organized crime while appearing to fight it. Black markets enrich organized crime, and money allows them to buy government protection. There's no reason to think they would do as well in an environment of freedom, where they would have fewer ways to make money and would be up against both individual and organized armed citizens. A criminal gang that's recognized as such has far less power than a gang whose aggression is perceived to be legitimate and proper. And that's the gang we call government. When thuggery is called law enforcement, and thievery is called taxation, and self-defense is called crime and terrorism, then even the widespread ownership of firearms can't do much to stop the aggression. Imagine a private gang trying to do the things that government does without the aura of authority, and imagine how a well-armed population would respond to this. The gang would fail quickly and dramatically. Another concern that people have when they first consider the idea of a stateless society is that some people are truly malicious, destructive, and sociopathic. The concern is that these people would be free to do anything they wanted and no one would stop them. But this concern is again based on a basic misunderstanding of human nature. Wherever we have a government ruling class, we still have freelance thieves and thugs who are not deterred by the laws of the politicians. In some instances, they're stopped by force by the police, or they decide not to commit a crime for fear of what the police might do to them. What makes this deterrence work is not the legislation or the official badges, but the simple threat of harm to the sociopath. It really makes no difference whether the threat comes from the police, or another citizen, or even another criminal. A sociopath doesn't care about laws or social rules. He cares about avoiding pain and hardship for himself. This is still true when a government ruling class is not involved at all. If the intended target of a would-be carjacker pulls out a gun, it doesn't make any difference to the carjacker whether that person has a badge or whether there's a law against taking people's cars. Discouraging nasty people from hurting others does not require special authority, only the ability to use defensive force. Ironically, though people hope that government will protect them, having a government, a gang which is believed to have the right to tax and control people, just creates one gang so big and powerful that normal people can't resist it. In short, to create a huge gang and then give it societal permission to control and extort people with the hope that this gang will prevent theft and thuggery is simply a self-contradictory idea, but that's what government always is. Some people might assume that if people organize for mutual protection and defense, then that's what government is. But there's an essential difference. People coming together to do something that everyone has the right to do such as defend yourself, doesn't require any special authority. It's not government unless one group of people claims the right to do things which others do not have the right to do, such as taxing and controlling innocent people. Organized defense can be very effective without supposing the special right to rule over others, in other words, without being government. In contrast, governments rob the people they rule of far more wealth than private crooks could ever manage, making the idea of a protector government ridiculous. Another common objection to the idea of a stateless society is the notion that, if not for a group of lawmakers telling the rest of us how to behave, we would all behave like stupid, irresponsible, violent animals. This claim implies one of two things. Either we normal people have no idea what is right and wrong unless and until politicians tell us, or the only reason we want to do the right thing and coexist peacefully is because politicians told us to. A quick examination of your own motivations will show you that neither of those things is actually true. It's particularly odd to make this argument in a society where politicians are voted into power. If the people themselves have no moral code and no conscience, and are just stupid, violent animals, why does almost everyone want government to keep the peace and protect the innocent? Would a population of vicious, heartless, evil people try to elect good people to keep the evil people in line? Obviously not. The goodness and the desire for order and peace comes from us, not from the lawmakers we vote into office. The same holds true of everything that government does. If people are so short-sighted and selfish that they can't be trusted to voluntarily organize and raise money for whatever they deem important, then how can those same people be trusted to decide who should be in power? The implication is that the average person can't be trusted to run his own life, but can be trusted to choose someone to run other people's lives. Government is really not a civilizing influence. It's actually an uncivilizing influence. People who would never personally rob their neighbors constantly use the government to do it for them by way of taxation. People who would never dream of trying to control minute details of their neighbors' lives think it's just fine to vote for politicians to do it instead. Government gives everyone the opportunity and encouragement to rob and control other people without risk. So government, rather than serving as a check against the imperfections of our nature, instead drastically amplifies our greed, irresponsibility, and malice towards other human beings by giving us a legally acceptable and risk-free way to interfere with the lives and choices of our fellow men and women. Government brings out the criminal and busybody in everyone. In contrast, in the absence of a ruling class, people would lose their ability to ask lawmakers to interfere with their neighbors' lives. And we would not have law enforcers who could avoid responsibility for evil deeds by claiming that they were just following orders. Throughout history, far more theft, assault, oppression, and even murder has been committed by those acting on behalf of a supposed authority than by anybody else. Even basically good people, when they believe in government, will condone things or do things which they know would be wrong if they did them on their own. Most people know that theft and assault are bad, but they imagine that controlling their neighbors and forcing them to spend their money on things they don't want is perfectly moral and legitimate when it's done by way of the political process. Wrong becomes right when it's called taxation, legislation, regulation, and war. Anarchists know better. They know that human society will never be perfect, but it would be a whole lot better if evil deeds were committed only by genuinely nasty, sociopathic people rather than being committed wholesale by basically good people who think that violent aggression is okay when it's called law enforcement. The fundamental principle of voluntarism is very simple. It's wrong to initiate violence against any other person, regardless of badges, laws, or alleged authority. The only time the use of force is justified is to defend against aggression. Almost everyone understands this on a personal level, but they've been taught that this basic rule of social living does not apply in the game of politics and government. Most people already know how to get along with others, and most people want a peaceful and just society. Our morality doesn't come from politicians making laws. Our ability to organize and cooperate doesn't come from the ruling class. When people escape the belief in government, they don't suddenly turn into violent animals. Our inherent right to defend ourselves and our ability to defend ourselves is not served by government. In fact, it's threatened by government more than by anything else. Ruling classes do not produce peaceful coexistence, but rather perpetual conflict and violence. Our belief in government authority takes our compassion, virtue, and good intentions and turns them into power for people who crave power and riches. Of course, the people who benefit most from the political racket will put a good spin on the system and do their best to convince people that it's a social necessity. But ask yourself this: have the thousands of laws, regulations, and taxes imposed on you by politicians made you a better person? Have they made you more productive or more caring? Is the world better off with the politicians taking your money and telling you how to live your life? Or do you think it might have been better off if you'd been allowed to spend your own money and make your own decisions? Is society really best served by a small class of people forcefully imposing a centralized master plan on everyone else? Can the orders and threats of a ruling class make the world what it should be? Or would society be better served by human freedom and respect for individual rights, by voluntary cooperation and peaceful organization? If this second option sounds better to you, maybe you should learn more about anarchism. Some people dismiss anarchism as a utopian idea that would only work if everyone were generous and compassionate. Obviously, everyone is not generous and compassionate all the time. But these people need to look at the other side of the coin. If people are too stupid, greedy, and malicious to be free, aren't they too stupid, greedy, and malicious to be trusted with power over others? Whether people are inherently good, bad, or some of each, giving a person power over others is not going to make that person better. In fact, power has historically been known to corrupt people and make them worse, whereas the discipline imposed by the equal freedom of everyone else brings out the best in human nature. Most people today think that we need some form of government because they mistakenly believe that obedience to authority makes us all more civilized, moral, and peaceful. In reality, it has always done exactly the opposite. Everyone knows that governments can be corrupt, abusive, inefficient, counterproductive, even tyrannical. But most people assume that the way to fix that is to get the right people into power. People have spent centuries trying to create a good society using different kinds of ruling classes, different legal structures, different ways of choosing the rulers, and so on. But every governmental construction has resulted in freedom and riches for some, and oppression, violence, and poverty for others. What if, instead of deciding what the throne should look like and who should sit on it, all people of goodwill embraced the non-aggression principle? What if, instead of looking to a ruling class to impose our values on society, we embraced the concept of self-ownership? These principles are simple and easy, to the point of being self-evident. But they're diametrically opposed to the authoritarian principles that most of us have been indoctrinated with. Anarchism does not mean chaos and violence, or every man for himself. Having no government does not mean having no morality, no organization, and no cooperation. Simply put, anarchism does mean that no one is your master and no one is your slave. And that's all it means.
Howdy, Larkin Rose here. I'm feeling slightly less than entirely patient and polite today, so if this video gets slightly caustic, too bad. This video is for all the people who are constantly saying, well, if not for government, we couldn't have roads, or we couldn't have police, or nobody would care for the poor, or we wouldn't be protected, whether it's from local thugs or from foreign invaders. We wouldn't have this, we wouldn't have that. So thank goodness we have government and taxes, because we wouldn't have any of those things. And the first way I'd respond to that is by pointing out the assumptions that underlie that complaint, that argument. Basically what people are saying, because let's be clear about what the terms mean, government is the people who boss everybody else around. And taxes are those people demanding money from us. So they basically tell us, hand over a whole bunch of money and we'll decide how to take care of you. We'll decide how to spend your money. If we don't like it, too bad, we don't really have a choice. Like, well, you can vote in a few years and maybe something will change, even though it totally won't. So that's what people are saying. Basically, if we didn't have a ruling class stealing our money and then supposedly spending it to protect us, how could we possibly have roads or anybody to protect us? The implication is that in this country, for example, 300 million people would just sit around thinking, oh, we can't do it. Without politicians and tax collectors, we can't have a road, we can't protect each other, and we can't. And it rests on this bizarre assumption that things that almost everybody wants, they wouldn't do anything to make happen unless there were politicians forcing us to give them money so they can make it happen. And so an example I like to use is, let's apply the same argument to food, because food is pretty darn important. I think everybody can agree. Let's apply the same argument that statists use about the roads or caring for the poor or protection or anything like that. The argument would go like this. Now, in the context of food, listen how idiotic this is. If we don't have government demanding money from all of us under the threat of caging us, and that's what taxation is, here's the money you have to give us, here's the nasty things we do to you if you don't. If that didn't happen so that they could build a big food production and distribution system and feed us, well, we'd all starve. We'd all just sit around saying, gosh, I wish we had food, but no politicians and tax collectors. We're just going to sit around and starve to death. Now, in this country, nobody would believe something that stupid, because all you have to do is go to a supermarket and see a perfect example of really efficient, organized cooperation that nobody is forced to do. There is no, if you're going to make the argument that people make about roads and protection and all that, you'd say, well, nobody is forced to make any food for anybody in this country. How do you know everyone's just going to say, well, it's not my job, and we'll all starve to death? There's no guarantee. There's no master plan guaranteeing that we'll all have food. So obviously we're all going to starve if we don't have an authoritarian government stealing our money and then making food and giving it to us. Because golly gee, we couldn't possibly do it voluntarily ourselves. Again, in this country, nobody makes that argument because they see it happening voluntarily. Nobody involved is forced to do that. Nobody is forced to make you a single bite of food. There is no guarantee at all from anybody. And yet, Americans are, by and large, hugely overweight. Obviously, we don't have a lack of food. We might have a lack of healthy food. But obviously, we see that example, oh, we can handle that. Voluntarily, mutual cooperation, that's fine for food, but for some reason, it's not okay, and we can't even fathom the idea of the exact same thing handling roads, or handling protecting us, or other things that almost everybody wants. So in the question is this bizarre assumption that everybody will sit around really, really, really wanting something, but because there aren't politicians bossing us around and stealing our money, well, how could we possibly do it? And one of the most common things is, who will build the roads? Which is amazingly stupid to me. Just amazingly stupid. I have here in my pocket a little tiny thing. With this little tiny thing, I can be most places in this country and call people all over the world. And I own it myself. I'm not anywhere near rich these days, but I own one. Almost everybody I know has one of these. A little thing that can fit in your pocket, and just on a whim, you can open it and talk to somebody who's on the other side of the planet. And there was no coercion. Nobody forced anybody to make one of these. This is the result of voluntary cooperation. And that's it. Free trade. Organization, yeah, good. Cooperation, yeah, good. Coercion, which is what government is, and taxation, which is theft, didn't need that to do this. So what these people are telling me, oh, we wouldn't have roads if we didn't have government, is that somehow free individuals, relatively free, interacting voluntarily can make it so I can talk to almost anybody in the world on a little thing that fits in my pocket on a budget that is not a very good budget at the moment, but I still have one of these. That freedom, not authoritarianism, can supply me with this, but freedom cannot achieve a flat place. Because that's what a road is. It's a flat place. From here to there, because we have these machines that take us from here to there. By the way, we don't have those machines because of government. We have those machines because of free enterprise and voluntary interaction and cooperation. The idea that freedom can make a car but can't make a flat place is just idiotic. You really think we can't make a flat place? And so I ask people, and they say, well, who will build roads? Are you really telling me that you really and truly think that if government fell off the face of the earth, 300 million people in this country, 7 billion if you want to include the whole planet, would sit around in their houses thinking, golly, I wish I could go visit Fred, but I can't because there's not a flat thing for me to him, and I don't know how to do it. And the other 300 million or 7 billion people, we can't possibly do it because there aren't any politicians and tax collectors. If they were here, we could do it. If they were here to boss us around and steal our money and really inefficiently build a flat place, then we'd be set. Then I'd be comfortable and I could be confident that I could get places. I could visit Fred. I could go shopping. But now we're all going to sit in our houses wishing we could go to the corner store, but we can't because, golly, how could we possibly make a flat place from here to there? We can make these where you can talk to anybody in the world. We can make machines that you drive around in, but no, we couldn't possibly make a flat place. And when people say, well, who will build the roads? The first answer is the same damn people who do it now. Politicians and tax collectors don't build the friggin' roads. Have you ever seen one out there? No, you haven't. They steal our money, waste most of it, do all their corrupt games, and then they pay other people. Here's an idea. How about if we pay those other people who actually build the stinking road? And the fact that that doesn't occur to people is a great indication of how well indoctrinated people are by the rulers who will perpetually tell us, you can't organize anything, you can't achieve anything, you can't do anything unless we are here to force it on you. And it's, again, there are a zillion examples, whether it's caring for the poor or protection or roads, obviously, where most of the population will say, I'm really concerned that poor people won't be taken care of, which means most of the population wants people in need to be taken care of. And if we didn't have politicians stealing our money, how would it happen? Here's an idea. Take some money out of your pocket and give it to one of the people that you think needs help. Why would you not comprehend that, but you would comprehend some guy 1,000 miles away passing a law to send an armed thug to take your money, to waste 90% of it, and then give a little bit to somebody who may just be defrauding the system or may actually need it? And the amount of indoctrination required to make people even ask these questions of how could we possibly do this without government? What do you think government adds to the equation? It doesn't add any resources. It doesn't create anything. Everything it gives away, it steals from us first, by way of taxation. It doesn't add any skills, it doesn't add any knowledge. The people who are here would still be here if the institution of government fell over. We have all the know-how, we have all the resources, all the technology. The only thing it adds is one group that's imagined to have the right to violently assault and control and extort everybody else. So what the question really means is, how can we have a road, or how could I help that poor, or how could that poor person be helped, or how would anybody protect us if there wasn't a gang of thugs with permission to violently control and rob us? And when you recognize that that is literally what the question means, you already see how utterly idiotic it is. And it's completely the result of authoritarian statist indoctrination. Nobody would come up with that on their own. And you obviously don't see that with the example of food or cars or cell phones or anything else. Nobody says, we won't be able to talk to each other unless there's a gang of thugs that's allowed to boss us around and steal our money. And just economically, how stupid you have to be to think that's a good idea. Here are your choices. Let's do this. I'll give you these two choices for how you will be fed from now on. Either you can go spend your own money wherever you want. You can go to the supermarket or the local this or the local grocery, whatever you want. You can go decide what you want, and they'll tell you the price. You decide what you're going to buy and how much. And you can go to different places and you can shop around and you can do all that. That's option number one. But let me warn you, option number one does not give any guarantee that you will be fed. There's no master plan forcing people to feed you. So, oh my gosh, you better be really scared of that option, despite the fact that you can do it day after day and it works really darn well and feeds pretty much not only this country, but with a massive surplus. So that's option number one that apparently statists are scared of. Option number two is politicians will take as much money of yours as they decide to take. Then they will decide what, if anything, they will buy with that money in terms of food to give to you, to feed you. Do you really think that will serve you better, that that will feed you better? Yeah, I'm much more comfortable that I'll have I'll be fed, I'll be secure, everything will be okay. If a gang of thugs who doesn't really care about me steals my money and then decides what, if anything, to give me back from what they stole. But that is implied in the question, whatever you put in the blank. How are we going to have blank if not for government? What you're saying is, how can we, the people who really want roads and food and cell phones and protection and all the things that almost everybody wants, how can we possibly have that unless we give someone permission to steal our money and boss us around and then decide what they're going to give us? And the same thing applies no matter what you put in the blank. How will we possibly do blank without government? One of the silly ones is caring for the poor. How will we care for the poor? Think of what that means. Like when more than half the country votes for a party to take care of the poor, it's more than half of the country saying, we're really concerned and we want to make sure that the less fortunate are taken care of, but we don't believe that normal people acting in freedom will take care of them. Well, if the people didn't care about the poor, they wouldn't win the election. By definition, if you vote for a welfare state, you're an idiot. Because either people are heartless bastards and you're going to lose, or people are compassionate and giving and you don't need to win. Just give them your stinking money. But people play the game, and that's the Democratic Party lives off of the idiotic notion that you're all so heartless that you should vote for us to steal your money to give to the poor. And half the country falls for it. Yeah, we're all so heartless that we voted you into office for the specific purpose of taking our money to help the less fortunate. That's just freaking brilliant. How about if half the country just gave their stinking money to the less fortunate? And then the less fortunate would all be rich, because it would be 1 trillion times more efficient than the government version of welfare ever is. Also, it would be actual charity instead of mass theft and corruption and fraud and all that fun stuff. But what takes the cake, the ultimately insane thing, whatever you put in that gap, how can we have blank without a parasitic ruling class and a bunch of hired thieves? It's just a stupid question, but it's extra super stupid when what's in the blank is, how will we be protected? Who will protect us from thieves and robbers if we don't have government? It's the most idiotic question. It's also the most frequent question from statists. So here's what the question literally means. If we don't give a certain gang of people permission to violently control us and take our money under threat of putting us in a cage, who will protect us from people who might commit aggression against us and take our money? Wanting government for that is exactly as brilliant as saying, we have to have a carjacker in our town, otherwise somebody might steal our cars. Government is an appointed thief. If you don't think taxation is theft, first of all, you're a really well-trained slave. Second of all, try not paying. See what happens. See if they say, oh, it's quite all right. Or if they say, no, you're going to pay, or we're going to take your stuff, or eventually we'll put you in a cage. And when people say, that's not theft, because we get something back. Learn to think. And I use this example all the time, and all I ever get is stupid looks from statists in response. If I robbed you at gunpoint of $100, and the next day I gave you a sandwich, and you said, what? I said, hey, now everything's fine, because you benefited. I gave you a service. I gave you lunch, so that retroactively makes it okay that I robbed you at gunpoint. Would you buy that argument? No, you'd say, that doesn't make it okay. I don't care that you gave me a sandwich. And yet every statist makes the exact same argument when it comes to government. Well, we get some stuff for it after they demand our money under threat of violence and putting us in a cage. Then we get services or goods. And we don't get what we asked for, and we get lots of things we didn't ask for. But we kind of get something, and that retroactively makes it okay for them to say, give us this much of every paycheck you make, or we're sending men with guns to take your property. And the slaves justify their own enslavement. I'm proud to pay my taxes. I'm proud to get robbed by a parasitic ruling class and get a little bit back and feel good about it. Like, not only is that legitimate and justified, but I feel proud that I let myself get robbed by a bunch of crooks and parasites. But again, the ultimate thing is protection. When people say, who will protect us from aggressors and thugs and thieves if we don't have a government? Even though what government is, by its very nature, is a gang of aggressors and thugs and thieves. They issue commands. Every law they pass is a command backed by a threat of violence. You have to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Here are the nasty things we will do to you if you get caught disobeying. I mean, everybody knows that, even though they don't usually say it in terms that blunt and honest and accurate. But to say we need taxes to be protected is as stupid as you can get. It's saying we need theft to avoid theft. And the fact that people are trained to use different words so that this theft sounds okay. It's legalized, it's taxation, and we voted for the people who robbed us. Like, we got to elect our local carjacker, and that means he represents us when he demands our car and points a gun in our face. He's serving us as he steals our car, because he's going to use that car and sell it and make money to make sure nobody else steals our car. That is the essence of government. And the fact that you have hundreds of millions of victims of that scam vehemently defending it and saying, I'm not going to give that up. I don't want to give up government. Who would protect us? I don't want to give up the biggest aggressor on the planet, the biggest thief on the planet. Look at your tax bill and see how much private crooks steal from you. So before you ask that question, before you ask, how could we possibly have roads or protection or water or air or Christmas or Santa Claus or any of the zillion things that statists imagine we can't possibly have without a ruling class, think about what the question actually means. Because when you get to the point where you understand the implications of your own question, asking, how can we possibly have this without a parasitic gang of thugs robbing us? When you actually understand what you're really asking, you won't ask the question because you will realize it's completely freaking idiotic. Hey, Larkin Rose here. One of the first things that people are concerned about when they start thinking about a society without a ruling class is, well, what happens to the nasty people? Whether you're talking about people who are just kind of negligent or inconsiderate, play their music too loud at night, or leave their trash lying around the woods or whatever it is, all the way up to people who run around attacking and murdering people. So people say, well, what would happen to them? What would we do about that? Some people even go so far as to say, if not for government, there would be nothing to stop people from committing murder and doing whatever other nasty stuff. And it's funny because when somebody says that, there would be no consequences, they could do whatever they wanted and nobody would stop them, the person saying that is implying that he isn't going to do anything. If there's someone running around attacking and murdering innocent people, the guy who said nothing will happen to them, obviously he's not going to do anything, or something would happen to them. But not only is he demonstrating his own cowardice when he said there would be nothing to stop murderers, he's also projecting his own immaturity and irresponsibility onto the rest of the world, because he's also saying the other 7 billion people wouldn't do anything about it, which obviously isn't true. I would, wouldn't you? If somebody was running around murdering your neighbors, would you just go, well, there aren't politicians and there's nobody with a badge and we don't have tax collectors and bureaucrats, so oh well, I guess they're just out of luck, they're going to get murdered. And would you not even protect yourself if there wasn't government? Obviously, lots and lots of people, all the sane people, would do whatever they could to protect themselves and defend the innocent. So to say nothing would happen is just really bizarre. And it comes from having a mentality basically of a little kid in a classroom, where the teacher walks out of the room and the kids are just sitting there. We don't know what to do. No authorities telling us what to do. And Johnny's throwing things at me, and there's no teacher to stop him. Ah! Because most people, having been trained into authoritarian mentality, it never occurs to them that they are the ones who should fix anything, who should stop anything. And so when people say, well, what would be done about this and that and the other thing, nasty people doing nasty things, the first thing I ask is, well, what would you do about it? Because people are so into the mentality that there has to be some master plan and some authority who writes down the law of here is what will be done with those people, that people don't think in terms of, well, what would I do about it? Which is why I always ask people, well, what would you do about it? You're a person just as much as me and just as much as the other 7 billion. What would you feel justified in doing if somebody was polluting or playing their music too loud at night or running around murdering people or whatever in between you can think of? Any nasty thing, what would you feel justified in doing about it? Because there's a very basic rule of being a moral human being, which is if it would be wrong for you to do something, don't ask anybody else to do it. And the rule is so simple, so self-evident and obvious that most people will go, well, duh, of course. Trouble is, nobody in the world who believes in government abides by that rule. Nobody. I don't care if you're a constitutionalist, Democrat, Republican, fascist, communist, anything, any kind of statist. There is nobody who believes in government who abides by the most basic rule of morality, which is if it's wrong for you to do something, don't ask somebody else to do it. Because every single candidate, every party, every government always does things that the voters know they themselves have no right to do. And to say something like, well, I'm voting for the guy who's going to tax you less. Well, do you have the right to rob me a little bit less than the other guy? No, you don't. So telling me, well, somebody was going to rob you more, but I voted for the guy to rob you a little bit less. You are still violating the basic rule of being a human being. If it's wrong for you, don't ask somebody else to do it. Well, that's kind of the second basic rule, the first one being the non-aggression principle. And they actually go together quite well. But when people are in the mindset that there's going to be some major centralized plan to deal with whatever, polluters or people who play their music too loud or murderers or whatever else, they have to get out of that mindset. They have to start to think that maybe they are among the people who have to do something about it. So instead of saying, what will be done about such and such, well, what will you do about it? What should I do about it? And this doesn't magically make all the problems go away, but the actual practical challenge of dealing with most disputes is trivial compared to the challenge of getting people to think like responsible adults, where they start to think, well, maybe it's up to me. And a while back I did little events called Escaping the Myth. And one of the little mental exercises I did with these little groups of people is, imagine we're on an island and we're it. There's no government, there's no authority, there's nobody with a badge. And one of us is running around stealing stuff from other people. He's not killing anybody, but he's stealing stuff. What are we going to do about it? We normal people. There's not a legislature, there's not 911 to call, there's nobody with a badge. It's just people. And so with that specific example, I would ask people, so what do we do? And just off the top of their heads, everybody comes up with solutions that are way better than what government ever does. First of all, every government solution is, all right, step one, I get to rob everybody. That's the government solution. Well, we're going to tax everybody so we have the resources to stop that other robber. Well, in the island scenario, nobody is stupid enough or insane enough to start with that, to say, well, let's see, so somebody's stealing our stuff. Okay, first, I get to rob all of you so that I have the resources to protect you from him. Nobody is that insane. Everybody is insane enough to believe that who believes in government. And I did for many years. I was stupid enough to actually think that it was rational and moral to advocate mass extortion in order to protect people. And that's just stupid. So I just believed something insanely stupid for a very long time. Most of the world still believes that. But in a setting where people are put on the spot and they're responsible for what happens, they don't do that. They don't say, well, I get to boss everybody around and take their money. Nobody does that. So to me, the challenge is not even coming up with specific solutions to every imaginable dispute or problem, which I don't pretend to know how everything's going to turn out. And I don't intend to be emperor of anarchy. I'm not going to be in charge of the world. But getting people to the mindset where it's up to them, where there's just people, we're it. No legislatures, no people with badges, no authority, we're just people. Suddenly people are way better at solving problems and making things work. One good example is when there's a disaster. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes a horrendous event to bring out the best in people. And it brings out the worst in some people too. But when people say, whoa, my neighbor's house is floating away, I'm not going to wait for FEMA. I'm not going to dial 911. I'm going to jump in a boat and go save him. Because suddenly it's on me. Suddenly I'm the one who has to do something. And when it occurs to people that they're the ones who have to do something, and unfortunately, usually that only happens in a complete disaster area, when it occurs to people and they suddenly take on the responsibility and start to think like adults, their solutions are generally a lot better than any government solutions and ever are. But to get to that mentality, people have to shift from the authoritarian mindset to the mindset of a self-owning individual who realizes there is nothing above me. There is no magic unicorn who's going to come to save the day, who's going to come save me from polluters or somebody playing their music too loud or murderers or whatever it is. It's just us. And if we realize that, then first of all, people would stop asking me, well, without a government, how would this be handled? As if I'm going to be in charge. I don't freaking know. What would you do about it? I can tell you what I would do about it. I could tell you what I might suggest, what I might predict, but who cares? I'm one of 7 billion people. I'm not going to be in charge any more than you are. So it's really a mental exercise that people have to think over in their own heads with their own moral codes instead of waiting for some outside answer. And it's why I don't usually get into those discussions of, well, here's my plan for how to deal with this and that and the other thing, because my plan doesn't matter. My plan will not be the best plan for any problem you can come up with. There will be a million people with better plans than whatever I could come up with. So don't ask me to describe how you are going to fix problems. I don't freaking know. And you can see the mind shift in people when they grasp that they own themselves and they suddenly realize, oh, okay, well, yeah, there are things we can do to settle disputes, to protect ourselves from attackers, to do this or that or the other thing. But the first step is just grow up. Stop thinking it's somebody else's business to make the world work. Well, how will the poor be cared for? I don't know. What are you going to do? Well, how will we be protected from this? I don't know. What are you going to do about it? And it is inconvenient. It's inconvenient to be a free person where you can't just be a kid in a classroom whining to the teacher to save the day and fix everything and make everything work. where you actually have to be a responsible adult. And that's one of the main reasons why people like the belief in authority, because then they can live with the lie that all they have to do is obey and do as they're told and everything will be okay. First of all, no, it won't be okay. Second of all, you're not even being a human being. You just threw your free will out the window and became somebody's slave in the hopes that that would help humanity. It doesn't help humanity for you to be a slave. It doesn't help humanity for everybody else to be a slave. It does help humanity for you to start thinking as an adult, responsible human being who owns himself and who accepts that it is your responsibility to figure out how to make the world work.
You cannot begin to imagine in how many ways the world is the opposite of what you have been taught to believe. You see the guy who sells drugs to willing customers so he can feed his family as the scum of the earth, while you see the hypocrite who gives away stolen money in the name of government as a saint. You see the guy who tries to avoid being robbed by the federal thugs as a crook and a tax cheat, but see as virtuous the politician who gives away the same stolen loot to people to whom it does not belong. You see the cop as a good guy when he drags a man away from his friends and family and throws him in prison for 10 years for smoking a leaf. And you see anyone who defends himself from such barbaric fascism as the lowest form of life, a cop killer. In reality, most drug dealers are more virtuous than any government social worker, and prostitutes have far less to be ashamed of than political whores, because they trade only with what is rightfully theirs, and only with those who want to trade with them. The upstanding, church-going, law-abiding, tax-paying citizen who votes Democrat or Republican is far more despicable and a bigger threat to humanity than the most promiscuous, lazy, drug-snorting hippie. Why? Because the hippie is willing to let others be free, and the voter is not. The damage done to society by bad habits and loose morality is nothing compared to the damage done to society by the self-righteous violence committed in the name of the state. You imagine yourselves to be charitable and tolerant when you are nothing of the sort. Even the Nazis had table manners and proper etiquette when they weren't killing people. You think you're good people because you say please and thank you? You think sitting in that big building on Sunday makes you noble and righteous? The difference between you and a common thief is that the thief has the honesty to commit the crime himself, while you whine for government to do your stealing for you. The difference between you and the street thug is that the thug is open about the violence he commits, while you let others forcibly control your neighbors on your behalf. You advocate theft, harassment, assault, and even murder, but accept no responsibility for doing so. You old folks want the government to steal from your kids so you can get your monthly check. You parents want all your neighbors to be robbed to pay for your kids' schooling. You all vote for whichever crook promises to steal money from other people to pay for what you want. You demand that those people who engage in behaviors you don't approve of be dragged off and locked up, but feel no guilt for the countless lives your whims have destroyed. You even call the government thugs your representatives, and yet you never take responsibility for the evil they commit. You proudly support the troops as they kill whomever the liars in D.C. tell them to kill, and you feel good about it. You call yourselves Christians or Jews or claim to follow some other religion, but the truth is what you call your religion is empty window dressing. What you truly worship, the God you really bow to, what you really believe in is the state. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, unless you can do it by way of government. Then it's just fine, isn't it? If you call it taxation and war, it stops being a sin, right? After all, it was only your God that said you shouldn't steal and murder, but the state said it was okay. It's pretty obvious which one outranks the other in your minds. Despite all the churches, synagogues, and mosques we see around us, this nation has one God and only one God, and that God is called government. Jesus taught nonviolence and told you to love your neighbor, but the state encourages you to vote for people who will use the violence of government to butt into every aspect of everyone else's life. Which do you believe? To those about to stone a woman who had committed adultery, Jesus said, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone." But the state says it's perfectly fine to lock someone up if they do something you find distasteful, such as prostitution. Which do you believe? The Christian God says, "Thou shalt not covet," but coveting is the lifeblood of the beast that is the state. You are taught to resent, despise, and hate anyone who has anything you don't have. You clamor for the state to tear other people down, steal their property, and give it to you. And you call that fairness. The Bible calls it coveting and stealing. You are not Christians. You are not Jews. You are not Muslims. And you certainly aren't atheists. You all have the same God, and its name is government. You're all members of the most evil, insane, destructive cult in history. If there ever was a devil, the state is it. And you worship it with all your heart and soul. You pray to it to solve every problem, to satisfy all your needs, to smite your enemies, and to shower its blessings upon you. You worship what Nietzsche called the coldest of all cold monsters, and you hate those of us who don't. To you, the greatest sin is disobeying your God, breaking the law, you call it, as if anyone could possibly have any moral obligation to obey the arbitrary commands and demands of the corrupt, lying, delusional megalomaniacs who infest this despicable town. Even your ministers, priests, and rabbis, more often than not, are traitors to their own religions, teaching that the commands of human authority should supersede adherence to the laws of the gods they say they believe in. Several years ago, I heard one pompous evangelical jackass in particular pontificating on the radio that anyone who disobeys the civil authority, be it a king or any other government, is engaging in rebellion against God. Those were the exact words he used. What if the government is doing something wrong? Well, this salesman for Satan opined, that is the business of those in government, and you are still obligated to obey. Everywhere you turn, be it the state or the church, the media or the schools, you are taught one thing above all else, the virtue of subjugating yourselves to mortals who claim to have the right to rule you. It is sickening the reverence with which you speak of the liars and thieves whose feet are so firmly planted on your necks. You call the congressmen and the judges honorable, and you swoon at the magnificence of the grandiose halls they inhabit, the temples they built to celebrate the domination of mankind. You feel pride at being able to say you once shook a senator's hand or saw the president in person. Ah, yes, the grand deity himself, His Royal Highness, the President of the United States of America. You speak the title as if you're referring to God Almighty. The vocabulary has changed a bit, but your mindset is no different from that of the groveling peasants of old who bowed low, faces in the dirt, with a feeling of unworthiness and humility when in the presence of whatever narcissist had declared himself to be their rightful lord and master. The truth of the matter, back then and today, is that these parasites who call themselves leaders are not superior beings. They are not great men and women. They are not honorable. They're not even average. The people who earn an honest living, from sophisticated millionaire entrepreneurs to illiterate day laborers doing the most menial tasks you can imagine, those people deserve your respect. Those people you should treat with courtesy and civility. But the frauds who claim the right to rule you and demand your subservience and obedience, they deserve only your scorn and contempt. Those who seek so-called high office are the lowest of the low. They may dress better, have larger vocabularies, and do a better job of planning out and executing their schemes, but they are no better than pickpockets, muggers, and carjackers. In fact, they are worse, because they don't want to rob you of just your possessions. They want to rob you of your very humanity, deprive you of your free will, by slowly leeching away your ability to think, to judge, to act, reducing you to slaves in both body and mind. And still you persist in calling them leaders. Leaders? Where is it that you think you're going exactly that would require you to have a leader? If you just live your own life and mind your own damn business, exercising your own talents, pursuing your own dreams, striving to be what you believe you should be, what possible use would you have for a leader? Do you ever actually think about the words that you hear, the words that you repeat? You parrot oxymoronic terms such as the leader of the free world, even pretending for a moment that there is some huge journey or some giant battle that everyone in the entire nation is undertaking together that would require a leader. Why would you ever think, even for a moment, that the crooks that infest this town are the sort of people you should listen to or emulate or follow anywhere? Somewhere inside your mostly dormant brains, you know full well that politicians are all corrupt liars and thieves, opportunistic con men, exploiters, and fearmongers. You know all this, and yet you still speak as if you are the ones who are the stupid, vicious animals, while the politicians are the great, wise role models, teachers, and leaders without whom civilization could not exist. You think these crooks are the ones who make civilization possible? What belief could be more absurd? Yet when they do their pseudo-religious rituals, deciding how to control you this week, you still call it law, and continue to treat their arbitrary demands as if they were moral decrees from the gods that no decent person would ever consider disobeying. You have become so thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship that you are truly shocked when the occasional sane person states the bleeding obvious. The mere fact that the political crooks wrote something down and declared their threats to be law does not mean that any human being anywhere has the slightest moral obligation to obey. Every moment of every day, in every location and every situation, you have a moral obligation to do what you deem to be right, not what some delusional bloated windbag says is legal. And that requires you to first determine right and wrong for yourself, a responsibility you spend much time and effort trying to dodge. You proclaim how proud you are to be law-abiding citizens and express your utter contempt for anyone who considers himself above your so-called laws. Laws that are nothing more than the selfish whims of tyrants and thieves. The word crime once meant an act harmful to another person. Now it means disobedience to any one of the myriad of arbitrary commands coming from a parasitical criminal class. To you, the term crime is nearly synonymous with the word sin, implying that the ones whose commands are being disobeyed must be something akin to gods, when in truth they are more akin to leeches. The very phrase, taking the law into your own hands, perfectly
If someone presents evidence of a claim, do you have a mental duty to study it before you attack it? If you want to help make an immediate change in your own and other people's lives, and for the better, today's show is one of the primary ways to do it. We're going to continue our study on the Trivium with Dr. Michael Labossiere, who is here to discuss logical fallacies.
All right, well, let's dive in. Why don't we start off with ad hominem?
All right. An ad hominem is a classic mistake. The basic idea, the literal translation from the Latin, means against the man or against the person. And the basic idea is, instead of attacking the person's claim, what is attacked is the person themselves. And there are a few varieties of this. For example, one common version is known as the personal attack, where what is done is, instead of attacking the person's claim, something about the person is attacked instead. And the reason why this is bad reasoning is because even though there's an attempt at a premise, that is to say, an attempt at evidence, the evidence actually is not relevant to the claim being made, which is called in logic the conclusion. So the person is trying to say that the person's claim is false, that's their conclusion, and they're doing it though on the basis of evidence, the premises that don't actually connect.
What is a appeal to authority?
Appeal to authority actually in a way has two faces. There's the good face and the bad face. Now, back in the really old days, the time of people like Socrates and back when I was a kid, a person could know, a lot of stuff. For example, someone like Aristotle wrote stuff about biology, about physics, and so on. And a person could be an expert in a huge range of fields. But today, of course, there's so much stuff, so much information that none of us can claim to be experts on more than a very limited set of information. So we often have to rely on authorities in making arguments. Now, a good argument from authority, one that's not a fallacy, is when a person argues that a claim is correct because an authority has said so. For example, if someone is arguing about something in physics and they appeal to the authority of Stephen Hawking, that's probably a good argument because he's a well-established authority. Now, the fallacy occurs when the alleged authority is either not an authority because they lack the education, experience, and knowledge to be an authority, or in some way their credibility is in question. For example, they may be biased in some manner. So, if someone is making an argument about healthcare and they refer to, say, a doctor who's employed by the insurance companies or the pharmaceutical companies, then the person's credibility would be in question. It wouldn't prove that the person's claims are false, but the fact that they're biased, that they have a financial stake in it, would make their claims less credible. So in order to assess an argument from authority, you've got to determine, is the expert really an expert? Do they have the education? Do they have the experience? And very importantly, are they biased?
Appeal to belief.
Appeal to belief is a classic one, and it's very seductive in a way because as human beings, we have a natural tendency to want to believe what people around us believe. We tend to go along with the group, for good or for bad. And the fallacy is this. It's when a person accepts that a claim is true, not based on actual evidence, but based on the claim that most or all people believe this claim. So, to use the classic example, if someone were to say, of course the Earth is flat, everyone believes it's flat, that's clearly a mistake. The mere fact that everyone believes something doesn't make it true.
Appeal to common practice.
Appeal to common practice is kind of the brother or sister of appeal to belief. In the case of appeal to belief, the idea is basically that a claim is true because people believe it, which is a mistake. In the case of appeal to common practice, the mistake being made is that someone accepts, reasons, or infers that a claim is correct or practice is correct simply because it's common. So if someone were to say, sure, it's okay to cheat on your taxes, everyone believes it, that'd be appeal to belief. If someone were to say, suppose I'm thinking about doing my taxes, and I'm like, well, I probably should pay all my taxes, but I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone cheats on the taxes, so it's okay for me to do it, that'd be an appeal to common practice. And the reason why this is a fallacy is because the mere fact that a lot of people do it, or most people do it, doesn't make it true, correct, or right, because the majority of people could be wrong.
Appeal to emotion.
Appeal to emotion can be seen as sort of a general sort of fallacy, with all the sorts of different feelings falling under it. Now, to sort of set the stage for it, emotions themselves aren't fallacies because they're not reasons or arguments. We just simply feel what we feel. And when we feel something, we just feel it. Now, the fallacy itself is this. It's when someone takes an emotion, for example, fear, anger, pity, and they accept that as evidence for a claim when it actually is not. And that's the mistake being made. Now, there are a variety of these, pretty much one for every emotion. For example, one fairly common one is what's known as appeal to fear or scare tactics, or in the Latin, ad baculum. And the idea is basically this. What a person does is to try to get someone to accept a claim. They don't give a logical reason for it. They try to create or invoke fear in the person. And their hope is that the person will accept the claim on that basis. For example, it can be something as crude as a direct threat. Believe this, or you'll be hurt or killed. It can also be a more subtle sort of threat. For example, take for example the various hair dyeing or products like deodorant and so forth, and they use a subtle sort of scare tactics. For example, one I saw recently, it shows like an older person going out on a date, and they have gray hair, and they go back to the woman's apartment, and he's like, hey, can I come in for coffee? And she's like, oh no, and she closes the door and he goes home alone. But then it shows him doing his hair and dyeing it back to the young color, and of course she invites him in. So the idea is basically buy our product or you'll be alone forever. It's a subtle sort of scare tactic. It's also used a lot in politics. Oh, go ahead.
Well, marketing is basically instead of teaching people how to use logic, they're intentionally using the antithesis of logic to manipulate people for marketing.
Yes, and interestingly enough, or boringly enough, one thing I always tell my students is that if you want to persuade someone, if you want to sell a product, sell an idea, sell a politician, ironically, one of the best ways to do this is to use fallacies. For example, in politics, appeal to fear, scare tactics and so forth is a common thing. You make people afraid and get them to accept things. Similarly, like with the selling the hair dye, selling deodorant and dandruff shampoo, that's based on scaring people. And the reason why people do it is because it works. It works very well. So, sort of on the side of evil, if you want to persuade people, mastering fallacies is a very useful skill. If you want to defend against being emotionally manipulated, knowing about fallacies is very useful.
And so to level the playing field, basically everybody needs to know this stuff. So then it becomes more of a fun game instead of manipulation and lying and warfare and all of these political games and things that become a larger part of the problem. All right, appeal to flattery.
Appeal to flattery is essentially exactly what it sounds like. All of us, of course, we enjoy being praised. We enjoy people saying, how nice we look, or how smart we are, or how eloquent we are, or how nice our car is, or how good we look in a bathing suit. We like that kind of stuff. Now, if someone takes flattery and puts it in the place of evidence and gets people to accept a claim, that would be this fallacy, because someone is accepting flattery as evidence for a claim. For example, suppose there's a class on Plato, and one of the students, hasn't got his paper done, and he goes to the professor and says, Professor Jones, I've been working hard on this paper, writing a defense of your view against the foolish people who attack you, but your view is so complex and so true and so compelling that I just can't do it justice in the time we have. So if I could only have another week to write the paper, I'm sure I could do you justice. And so the person is basically saying is, here I am kissing your butt, therefore I deserve another week on the paper. But it's essentially an appeal to flattery.
Appeal to novelty.
Appeal to novelty rests on a view that's fairly common in the West, namely that what is newer is better. Now, there are things, of course, that are newer that can be better. For example, the laptop I'm using now, except for its tendency to go into a blue screen of death, is better than my old Commodore 64. But it's not better because it's new. It's better because it has all these components and addition, more power, more memory, etc. But people often fall into the view that if something is old, it's outdated, and what's new, therefore, must be better. And this is often done like in business and academics. For example, having been on various committees, people will come in and say, well, we have this new method of assessment, and it's really, really good. And I'll be like, well, why is it good? And they'll say, well, it's new. And I'm like, well, that's not really a good reason. And the mere fact that it's like the latest, new or newest thing doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it bad, but it doesn't make it good. So the mere fact that something's new doesn't necessarily mean that it is, in fact, improved.
Appeal to popularity.
Appeal to popularity is kind of a variation on the appeal to belief. The idea is basically that something is correct or true or right simply because it's popular, simply because everyone accepts it or believes it. And just like with the appeal to belief, the mere fact that something is popular doesn't mean necessarily that it is true or correct. I mean, to use kind of a silly example, just because someone's the popular kid in school doesn't mean that they're the best kid or the correct or right. And the way to defend against this is the same way to defend against an appeal to belief. Basically ask yourself, okay, this is popular, most people seem to accept it, but does it make it true, correct, or right? So if people say, for example, if there's a poll that says Americans overwhelmingly want healthcare reform, does that mean it's a good idea? Well, it may be, it may not be. But the mere fact that it's popular with people doesn't make it necessarily true or false.
Appeal to ridicule. That's got to be a common one.
Oh, yes. The basic idea in this, it appeals to the fact that people don't like being mocked and don't want to associate with people being mocked. For example, like back in junior high, the kid that everybody pointed at and laughed at, and generally you wouldn't want to be around that kid because the mockery against that person would kind of spill over to you. And the idea, this is also sometimes known as the horse laugh or appeal to mockery. The idea is to substitute mockery, laughter, or humor in the place of evidence. And while this can be entertaining and amusing, the fact that something is being mocked or made fun of doesn't prove that it's false, however entertaining it might be. Appeal to spite. Appeal to spite is a classic one. It's very For example, if you go back to the old Aesop's fable about the sour grapes, that'd be an example of appeal to spite in some ways. The basic idea is when a person, rejects a claim based on feelings of spite, based on that rejection. One way to look at it, again, is the case of the sour grapes, or the fox. The person can't get what they want, so they simply act in a spiteful manner and say, well, I guess it's not very, very good anyways. They reject something not out of reasons, but as the fallacy says, merely out of spite.
Appeal to tradition.
Interestingly enough, this is kind of the reverse of appeal to novelty. While on one hand, our society, especially people who are younger, they like the new, the novel. But there's also a strong tendency to reject and fear the new and the novel. So it's sort of this weird, dichotomy or thesis, antithesis in our society that we
insert Terrence McKenna here.
That we want the new, we fear the new, we want the old, we fear the old. And so the idea of the appeal to tradition is to believe, to accept as a reason for accepting a claim that, or practice or procedure, that it's been around a long time. So, for example, a person might say, in the debate, one thing I commonly hear in the debate over same-sex marriage, people will say, marriage has always been between a man and a woman, not between a man and a man. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Now, while that may be true, that there's a long tradition of marriage between a man and a woman, the mere fact that it's been done a long time, that it's a tradition, doesn't make it true. For example, murder is a very old tradition. So is genocide. So is racism. So is slavery. Slavery's been around a long time. But you won't hear people saying, well, slavery's been around a long time, so it's okay. Or, genocide's been around a long time, so it's okay. I mean, you do hear a few people say that.
Well, I heard somebody argue yesterday that, well, all things are based in slavery at some point, so therefore, using slavery as a reason not to do something is invalid.
Now, that's kind of a genetic fallacy right there, which we'll talk about later. So the appeal to tradition is basically, again, that someone says, well, this is the way things have been done. It's the way it's old, way it's always been done. Therefore, it's correct. And again, the mere fact that it's been around a long time doesn't make it necessarily true or correct. Because people can do stupid things for a really long time.
Bandwagon.
The bandwagon is kind of an old timer one. Back in the days before internet, even before radio, TV, the way politicians or people would advertise stuff is they would get a wagon, stick a band on it, put some banners and stuff, and they would, go through the center of town, attracting people's attention. Now, this particular fallacy involves the following sort of bad reasoning. If a person accepts a claim or a candidate or a policy or procedure, not on the basis of its merit, not because it's correct or likely to be true, but simply because it's likely to win, then they're making this mistake. Now again, this goes back to the distinction between a practical reason and a logical reason. From a practical standpoint, it's not very good being a loser. It's generally better to be on the winning side. But from a logical standpoint, the side that's winning, or the candidate that's winning, or the proposal that's winning, need not be correct. The mere fact that it's winning just means that it's winning. It doesn't mean it's
right. Yeah, they're not arguing for truth. They're arguing to be right or to win.
Yes. So from a practical standpoint, a person could say, "Well, I want to be on this side because it's winning," and they don't make any logical error. But if they say, "Well, this side is correct because it's winning," then they're making that mistake. Because to say that it's true because it's winning would be an error. Because as we've seen throughout history, ideas that are later shown to be mistaken were winning for a while. But now we know that they're not correct. So merely winning for a while doesn't make something true.
Begging the question.
Begging the question. This is also known as circular reasoning, and sometimes known by the very odd Latin name of Petito principle. The idea in this, it's probably best exemplified by circular reasoning, is that what a person does is they assume as true what they in fact need to prove. And so the mistake they're making is if they have to prove it, they just can't assume that it's true. And the classic example of this is a favorite of parents everywhere. If they tell their kid, you can't do that, and the kid says, well, why are you right? And the parent says, I'm right because I say I'm right. That would be this fallacy. It's one that parents have used for quite some time. Now, a more sort of philosophical example of begging the question would be something a little more complex, would be something like this. Suppose someone's discussing God, and they say to somebody, their friend, I've got proof that God exists. And the friend says, wow, that's pretty cool. Let me know. How does this work? And the person says, well, God exists because I have this book that shows that God exists. It's called the Bible. And suppose the person's friend says back, well, that's interesting, but there's all kinds of books about all kinds of things. For example, I have a book at home, The Lord of the Rings, which has talks about elves and dragons and so forth. But the mere fact that it's in a book doesn't make it true. So how do I know that this is actually correct? And the person says back, well, of course you can trust the book. It's written by God. And of course you can trust God. And that begs the question, because the question is, does God exist? And saying that there's a book written by God that proves God exists, and you can believe the book because God wrote it, begs the question. It assumes what has to be proven, namely whether God exists or not.
Biased sample.
Biased sample, or biased generalization, basic idea is this. When taking a sample and doing a poll, what a person has to do is basically make sure that the sample or poll is large enough and also representative. If a sample is not representative, it obviously won't capture the entire population. So if a person engages in a conclusion based on a sample that is biased, their result is not going to be very good. For example, suppose someone wants to know about what people think about gun ownership and in the United States. And they go and they send a survey or a poll to members of the NRA. And it comes back that 100% of them favor gun ownership. Now that sample, of course, is rather biased because obviously people who are in the NRA would tend to favor owning guns. Now people often use, have you ever wondered how groups like people who are pro-gun can find surveys that show that most Americans are pro-gun? People who are anti-gun can find surveys that show Americans are anti-gun. People who are pro-healthcare can find surveys that show Americans are pro-healthcare, and people who are against it can find surveys against it.
Burden of proof.
The burden of proof. Now, when arguing and debating, one thing you don't want on yourself is the burden of proof. If you have the burden of proof on you, you're the one that has to do the proving, and the other side can simply sit back and be assumed to be correct. Now, the fallacy occurs, the mistake occurs, when the burden of proof is put on the wrong side. In other words, the person who is supposed to do the proving isn't doing it. Instead, the burden is put on the person who doesn't have to do this. Now, this raises the obvious question. Who gets the burden of proof? Now, there are three standards that are typically used. The first one is known as initial plausibility. The idea there is, how likely is it, before it's been investigated, that the claim is true? And the side that's got the initial plausibility doesn't get the burden of proof, because if their position is more plausible, we don't expect them to be the ones to have to prove it. For example, or to be the opposite, if the side has the lower initial plausibility, it gets the burden of proof. So if someone claims that they're abducted by aliens, for example, the burden of proof is on them because their claim has a very low initial plausibility. Of course, what counts as plausible or not is a matter of great contention because people believe what they believe has a great deal of plausibility. And so this can lead to serious debates about who's got the plausibility and who doesn't. The second thing is affirmative versus negative. Back when I did debate in high school and college, the idea was that the status quo could be assumed to be the default position. And if you're arguing against the status quo, it was up to you to prove that there had to be a change. And this can be seen as sort of like a conservative, leaning, but the idea is that the way things are assumed to be what is assumed, and arguments against those are the ones that have to do the proving, or so it's claimed. The third standard is basically special circumstances. For example, in the American legal system, there's an assumption of innocence, so the burden of proof is on the prosecution. So, for example, if I get arrested for something, I don't know, philosophizing without a license, and it'd be up to the prosecutor to show that I was, guilty of this. And if they can't make their case, I'd be assumed to be innocent. And of course, this varies from country to country. In other places, there's an assumption of guilt. And so burden of proof is a matter of great contention, which is not surprising. Because if you get the burden of proof stuck on you, it's like being forced to run uphill or fight uphill. You've got to do much more work.
Circumstantial ad hominem.
This one is, speaking of ad hominems, this is a form of ad hominem, so it's an attack on the person. But what makes it circumstantial is the attack is not directly on a person's characteristics, like being a jerk or whatever. It's on their circumstances. For example, the way I usually divide personal attack from circumstantial is that with a personal attack, it's something sort of intrinsic to the person, like being a jerk or being like a man or a woman. Whereas the circumstances, one way to characterize it, it's something the person belongs to voluntarily. For example, being in a political party or church, or being, say, a college freshman, for example, and the person's attacked on those grounds. So if someone says, the freshman's got his facts wrong, with the implication being that, I'm mistaken because I was a freshman, that'd be like a circumstantial ad hominem. It's often done in cases where the person's circumstances would seem to bias the person. For example, if someone says, Jane gives a really good argument about why the small business tax should be reduced, and she says, it'll benefit the economy, blah, blah, blah. But we all know that Jane owns that little bookstore down on Main Street, so her argument is clearly wrong. And that'd be a circumstantial ad hominem, because the mere fact that she's a small business owner and stands to benefit from, reduced tax doesn't mean she's mistaken. Doesn't mean she's right, but doesn't mean she's mistaken.
Composition.
I used to call this the grandmother fallacy. To assume what is true of the parts must be true of the whole. To use a slightly more serious example, suppose you take some really great basketball players, and someone says, well, we have all these all-stars on our basketball team, on our Olympic team, therefore they'll be a great team. Well, as we found out when we didn't win the gold that one year, you could have great players, but they may not be the best team. Because what's true of the individuals may not be true of the whole thing. And so that can be a fairly common mistake.
Confusing cause and effect.
This one, as the name pretty much says it all. The idea is basically a person takes the cause as the effect, or the effect as the cause. Now, in some cases, people make this mistake, and the mistake, which arises from a lack of caution in causal reasoning, sometimes can be fairly obvious. For example, a person might reason like this. They might look and say, well, people who own homes tend to commit fewer crimes. They tend to be, say, more responsible citizens. They tend to be, pay more taxes. They tend to be employed. And a person might say, well, look at this. These homeowners are, good citizens for the most part. Therefore, if we give people, houses, they'll become more responsible. It will lower crime, etc. Now, the problem, of course, is that this is reversing cause and effect. People are able to afford, houses because, in general, they tend to be responsible. They tend to have money and so forth. So it's a reversal. It's not that houses make people more responsible. It's that, in general, when people are responsible to a degree, they're able to get the money and the loans and so forth to get a house.
Division.
Division is kind of the cousin of sort of the twin of composition. Division occurs in the exact opposite way. It's when someone assumes uncritically what is true of the whole thing must be true of the parts. For example, going with the team analogy, for example, if there's a team that's pretty good, and someone says, wow, that team's really good, so all the individuals must be great, that would be a mistake, because although the team overall is really good, the individuals may not be great. They just may work together pretty well. Or another example would be something like, here's kind of a silly example. Cats have color. You can see cats. Cats are made of atoms, therefore atoms have color, which is, of course, not true.
False dilemma.
False dilemma. Now, a dilemma, as the name states, is basically when you have two options, say A or B. Now, a real dilemma occurs when you really do only have two choices. There's only, option A or option B. Now, a false dilemma occurs when someone presents two alternatives, A and B, as if they're the only two, and when in fact they're not the only two. So someone presents option A, option B, and they try to, convince you that option B isn't good, therefore you should accept A. And the dilemma is false when there are actually more alternatives than just A and B. And there are several variations on this. One common one is the perfectionist fallacy, where someone would say that either something has to be perfect or you have to reject it. For example, someone might say, this healthcare reform bill is full of all these problems. It will never solve all our healthcare reforms or issues, therefore we must reject it. And that'd be a false dilemma, because we don't require, something that solves all our problems or nothing. There are other alternatives. We could have something that works, good enough.
Gambler's fallacy.
Gambler's fallacy. In addition to prostitution, is what makes Las Vegas stay in business. Basic idea is this: it occurs when someone believes incorrectly that the past events in a series that involve this predictable ratio affect the next event in the series when in fact there's no connection. The example I always use in my class is playing roulette. Suppose someone's playing roulette. The odds of winning in roulette, picking one number, are 1 in 38. And so if a person's lost 10 times and they say, okay, I've lost 10 times, I'm due to win, they're committing the gambler's fallacy, because they're mistakenly believing that the past outcomes affect the current outcome, which it doesn't, because their chance of winning on the 11th spin is still 1 in 38, and their chance of winning on the 12th spin is still 1 in 38. So the gist of the gambler's fallacy is when someone thinks that things are going to change or be different, when in fact they're not.
Genetic fallacy.
The genetic fallacy. This derives its name from Genesis. It's the view, the mistake, that the origin of a claim somehow discredits the claim itself, that some perceived defect in this origin somehow discredits it. So, for example, if I say, Ted claims that the reform bill is a bad idea, but Ted's a Republican, so he's wrong, that'd be an ad hominem. If I were to say, the Republicans claim that the reform bill is a bad idea, they're Republicans, so they're wrong, that'd be a genetic fallacy. It's where the origin of the claim is taken as discrediting the claim, when in fact it does not.
Guilt by association.
Guilt by association. The basic idea here is that it cashes in on the fact that when something, an idea, a person, a claim, is associated with something negative, that we generally tend to want to reject that claim or idea based not on any flaws in the claim or idea, but based on that association. For example, one thing I've often seen in debates over, atheism versus, belief, is people sometimes point out that Hitler supposedly was a Christian, and they'll say, therefore, Christianity is mistaken or flawed or awful. But, of course, the mere fact that, Hitler supposedly was a Christian, that doesn't prove or disprove anything about Christianity itself. It's merely a guilt by association. Although we're judged by the company we keep, our company doesn't prove or disprove the claims we make.
Hasty generalization.
Hasty generalization. A classic problem. The basic idea is that someone takes a sample that's inadequate and leaps to a conclusion about this. Stereotypes, for example, are often grounded on this sort of bad reasoning. And here's an example of one from my own experience. I was, riding along in my 10-speed, cruising around, and a blue station wagon, comes up behind me, and they're honking and yelling at me, and I'm trying to get out of the way, and they ended up bumping into me and throwing me onto the lawn. And I looked at the plates in the car, and I saw I was from Ohio, and I was going off to Ohio, and I thought, oh my God, I'm going to go to a state full of psychotic, crazy drivers. And so, I go to Ohio, and then I'm, running with a cross-country coach, and we're running along, on the sidewalk, and I hear honking behind me, and another car, a blue car, but not the same blue car, pulls up onto the sidewalk and almost kills both of us. We had to leap over this stone wall to get out of the way. And I thought on the basis, of these two drivers, that drivers in Ohio were crazy and psychotic. Now, it turned out I was correct. This later turned out to be true, but it was a hasty generalization because I only had 2 examples. You can't leap from 2 samples to the whole population.
Ignoring a common cause.
This one is a mistake in causal reasoning. What occurs is this. You have 2 things occurring, A and B, and what a person does is, instead of considering the possibility there's a third factor, say C, causing both, they simply leap to the conclusion that A causes B. For example, suppose somebody's got a fever and they've got a sore throat, and they say, my fever is causing my sore throat. In that case, they're making a mistake, possibly, because they should consider that there may be a third factor, namely, say, a virus, that's causing both the fever and the sore throat. Suppose someone's having a problem with their microphone and their computer is crashing, and they say, well, the microphone is causing my computer to crash. Well, it may be an underlying factor, say Windows, or a virus or something that's actually causing both problems. So it's always important to consider that possibility.
Middle ground.
Middle ground occurs. It's based on the natural assumption that somehow compromises or the middle position is correct. For whatever reason, in a way kind of going back to the false dilemma, we seem to have a tendency to believe there's 2 options, one side or the other. We often talk about both sides of the issue. And from this, it's almost natural to believe that if there are 2 sides, the correct thing must lie somewhere in the middle. But of course, the mere fact that something's in the middle between 2 positions doesn't necessarily make it correct. Take the case of politics. If someone proposes, one plan for healthcare reform, and someone proposes another one, like say doing nothing, doesn't mean the middle ground is correct. The middle ground can be quite mistaken.
Misleading vividness.
Misleading vividness. Now, psychologically, people tend to remember things that are vivid, that really stand out. And the way this works psychologically is that people will tend to weigh vivid, dramatic incidences, evidence, etc., far more than they will weigh less vivid statistical evidence. So what people do, basically, if you're using a scale, you could have, on one side, all sorts of statistical evidence, but kind of boring, just statistics. Then if you have, a really vivid incident, people tend to give that far more weight, because it's far more vivid. So one thing we have to do, the way to defend against this, is to, when you're thinking about things, like what we're doing, in terms of what we do in life or what sort of things we buy, we have to ask, am I making this decision based on, good reasons and good evidence, or am I being sort of overwhelmed by a particular vivid example? And this often also leads to stereotypes. For example, I've had friends who've, dated someone who turned out to be, terrifyingly psychotic. And they're like, wow, everybody, I'm never going to date again because it's always going to be a nightmare and horrible. And of course, what they're remembering is that one horrible incident and not thinking about it statistically. That it's less likely that it's going to be terrible and psychotic, maybe.
Poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well. It's a form of ad hominem, and it gets its name from a practice developed and perfected by the Romans. The idea is basically this. Suppose you're a Roman, leader, and you've got, a village near your border that's causing some trouble. You can march a legion down there and put them to the sword, but that'd be a lot of work. A quicker way to do it, a cheaper way, is to get a dead goat, put a rock on it, throw it in the well. Because when people drink out of that well, they become sick and poisoned, and it kills them. Now, the fallacy doesn't involve putting a dead goat in your opponent's well, although I guess that can be kind of effective. The fallacy is to try to discredit in advance what a person is going to say by attacking them before they make their claims. So it's sort of a preemptive ad hominem. The idea is the person hasn't made their claim yet. What you do is you attack the person in the hopes that they will be poisoned as a source. So people will, reject what they say.
Post hoc. And if you would give the full Latin name of that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Its full Latin is post hoc ergo propter hoc, which means after this, therefore because of this. Now, outside of science fiction, for the most part, a cause does have to occur before its effect. But the mistake being made here is when a person uncritically assumes that because A occurred before B, that A must have caused B. Think about, for example, like some folk remedies. Someone may say, drinking tea will cure your cold. And they'll say, oh, I drank some tea and my cold was gone. Therefore, it caused that to happen. And that'd be post hoc, because people tend to think, I did something and then an effect occurred. And of course, they tend to remember where the effect happened and forget the other times when it didn't happen. And so it's a common occurrence. And the way to be on guard against it is to ask yourself, okay, this happened and this happened, but was there any real connection? And the way
then you have to find out if it's repeatable.
Yeah, exactly right, because that's the hallmark of the scientific method is that you can keep testing that, keep repeating it. So if tea really does cure colds, then in general, when people drink tea, there should be a correlation between tea drinking and colds going away.
Never mind the specifics about the type of tea.
Well, you want to include that too. Is it Earl Grey?
Right.
Because I know Captain Picard never had a cold, so maybe it is the magic of Earl Grey that heals people.
Questionable cause.
Questionable cause. This is kind of a general category. Any of the mistakes in causal reasoning, like post hoc, also things like reversing cause and effect, can be put under here, as well as ignoring the possibility of causation, of coincidence. In some cases, one thing happens, another thing happens, and there's really no causal connection. And so when people, when things are happening, people should always ask, is there really a connection? Am I reversing cause and effect? Am I ignoring a common cause? Am I assuming, a common cause? Am I merely making a mistake with coincidence? For example, when ice cream sales go up, more people die from drowning. Does this mean that ice cream It's true. Ice cream sales go up, more deaths by drowning. Does that mean that ice cream kills people? No. What happens is, of course, ice cream sales go up in the summer when it's warmer, and of course people swim more in the summer, and hence they're in the water more, so people tend to drown a bit more. So ice cream is safe, and you can still eat the ice cream.
Let's go with red herring, but let's also discuss the history and origin of that.
Red herring gets its name from kind of an interesting scenario. When people train hunting dogs, let's take for example beagles, what they typically do is train them to look for a particular type of animal, say a rabbit or a raccoon or birds or something. And of course you want your dog to be able to find what you're looking for. Let's say a rabbit. And the way they train them, at least the story goes, is they would create a trail, and they would take a red herring, which is a very stinky sort of rotting fish, and they would rub it across the trail. And if the dog could follow the trail even through the stinky rotted fish, then that would be a good hunting dog. Now, in the case of the fallacy, it's not that you take a stinky fish and hit your opponent with it, although that would serve to distract them. The idea is this. When a person is talking about an issue, and they'd rather not continue talking about that issue, they want to change it to some other subject, what they'll do is they'll throw in another issue, like a red herring, to lead the person off that subject. It's often done typically by politicians. For example, when they're being interviewed on the news and they're asked about something they'd rather not answer, they'll switch to some other issue to try to get the conversation onto something else. For example, and if they're smart, what they'll do is they'll try to get the issue to something similar so people don't notice the switch. For example, suppose somebody is asked during an interview, has the Patriot Act made America more safe since, 2001? And a person might say, I can say with certainty that America is still the safest country in the world. Now, it seems related, but they're not the same issue. The first issue is, did the Patriot Act make us safer? And the other issue is America still safe? And they're really not the same issue. Now, you can also use this on a personal level. For example, suppose, I've stayed home all day playing Warcraft, and I was supposed to do several projects around the house and home, and my girlfriend pull in, and I realize, crap, I've been running instances all day, and I haven't done a damn thing, and so I think I'm going to catch hell. But when she comes in, I realize that she was supposed to go shopping, but she didn't buy any groceries, and she says, hey, you didn't do any of the projects, and I say, well, I noticed you don't have any groceries. I'm using a red herring, because the issue is my laziness and my playing Warcraft instead of doing the stuff I was supposed to do, and the fact that she didn't get the groceries has no actual relevance.
Relativist fallacy.
The relativist fallacy occurs when relativism is the view that truth or moral correctness is relative to the culture, and a variation of this subjectivism is a view that truth or moral worth or beauty, some sort of value, is relative to the individual. Now, the mistake being made here assumes something contentious, namely that relativism or subjectivism is incorrect. So if someone were to say, for example, suppose someone's taking a test and they're cheating on it, another student says, hey, cheating is wrong, and the person says to the student, well, cheating may be wrong for you, but it's not wrong for me, and they believe that it's not wrong for them because they think it's relative, that would be this mistake. Now, this is kind of a contentious fallacy because there are, philosophers who do argue for relativism. And if relativism is correct, then this would not be a fallacy. Because if something is true for me and not true for you, there's no mistake. And, for example, the sophist had that view that, truth is relative and there's no objective truth, and so there would be no mistake being made there. And so this is a somewhat contentious fallacy.
Let's go with another good one, slippery slope.
The slippery slope. There's actually two versions of this. One is the classic slippery slope. The other one is known as the Vietnam fallacy. I'll do the slippery slope first. It's sometimes also known as the camel's nose because, at least according to, people who know about camels, once a camel gets its nose in your tent, it's hard to keep the rest of the camel out of the tent. Now, as a fallacy, it gets its sort of idea, the metaphor here, or the image, based on if you're on top of like a really slippery slope, like an icy hill, and you take a first step and you fall, zoop, you're down at the bottom. Now, the fallacy is this. It's when someone claims that one thing must inevitably fall from another thing without actually giving an argument for the inevitability. Typically, this is done when the thing that's supposed to be inevitable is supposed to be really bad. For example, I've been involved in lots of debates about same-sex marriage. One thing that people almost inevitably bring up is that if we allow same-sex marriage, the next thing you know, people will be marrying goats and turtles and God knows what else. But of course, there's a long way between allowing, same-sex marriage and having people marrying goats. I don't see that as likely to happen. Or as another example, a person might say, we can't allow any censorship at all, because if we censor anything, the next thing you know, there'll be burning books in the street. And of course, that's a slippery slope.
Allowing medical marijuana, the next thing we'll have heroin shooters on every corner.
Well, that's actually true. So that's not. that would be the fallacy.
Special pleading.
Special pleading is basically when a person, they want to be like exempted from something, or they want to get special treatment, but they don't have any actual justification for it. Essentially what they're doing, to put kind of in its simplest and crudest form, they're basically saying that I deserve an exception because I'm me. And of course it's not a good argument because everybody is who they are and everybody can make that argument. For example, recently, the building where my department is going through renovation, and they promised that we'll have like a really, really nice place. And they moved us to a not so nice place now. But suppose during the packing I were to say, well, since I am an esteemed, academic, I cannot, soil my hands with this packing, so therefore, I should not have to do this. That could be seen as sort of special pleading, because everyone else is in academics too, and there's nothing special about me. I should not deserve an exemption from that.
Spotlight.
The spotlight. This works pretty much just like what it's named after, its namesake. When a spotlight is shining on someone on stage, they're illuminated, everything else is in darkness, and so all your attention is on, that person. Now, the spotlight fallacy is usually fueled by the folks in the media. The idea behind this fallacy is it's when someone takes that's something that is given a lot of attention, as I say, in the spotlight, as somehow serving as evidence that is something very common, or essentially it's kind of like hasty generalization, where someone says uses a small amount of evidence to take that to support a general claim. Now, in the case of the spotlight, what a person does is they reason, or badly reason, like this: there's a lot of attention, particularly in the media, being paid to this. Therefore, this is something important or something that's likely to happen. For example, given the coverage in the media of, say, the underwear bomb or terrorism, we would think that terrorism was really likely. Like I mentioned before, when I was flying, I was going to fly home after the underwear bomber thing, and the people asked me, are you afraid of flying? And I said, no, not at all, because statistically, I'm more likely to be killed on my morning run, going to the airport, or slipping and falling in the bathroom of the airport than I am to be killed by a terrorist. It's just that the media really focuses on terror. And so the idea is, kind of like misleading vividness or hasty generalization, we look at what people are paying attention to and see it as somehow more likely or more important when it need not be.
Straw man.
The straw man. This is a classic one. The idea basically is this. Suppose I want to argue, attack, or criticize a person's position. Now, one way I could do this is to actually attack or criticize or argue against the person's position. But that can be kind of hard, because then I have to know what their position is and have to actually argue against it.
You have to do some research and reading and study at that point, basically, right? Or get a lot of clarification, at least.
Yes, and that's hard, and I'm kind of lazy. So I just want to attack them without any real effort. So the way I can do a straw man is, instead of attacking their actual view, their actual position, what I do is put in its place a distorted, exaggerated view that's not really their view or their position, and attack that instead. Now, the reason why people do this is because it works. One reason is that, as you pointed out, knowing the actual, position or view, especially when it's something complex, like, for example, something like healthcare reform or a philosophical or political view, those can be very complicated. And most people don't know what those things are. So when someone straw mans a person's view, the audience often doesn't know. And of course, secondly, it's, exaggerating things, distorting things, so hyperbole, can often be very effective because people often expect that. For example, if we take the healthcare, issues, when they brought up the notion of death panels. Now, if you look at the actual language, there's nothing in there about death panels, not surprisingly. But of course, most people haven't read, the proposals because it's really long and really boring. And of course, death panels are scary. So people were strawmanning the proposals in that manner in order to create fear and also to get people to, reject those proposals. And so a straw man involves presenting that distorted or exaggerated view. And it's commonly done in politics, very common.
Two wrongs make a right.
This one is based on people's notion that if someone would be willing to do something wrong to them, they can do that wrong to the other person, even if they don't need to do that in self-defense. To be a little clearer, the idea is this. Suppose, a person reasons like this. It's okay for me to do something to another person because they would do that to me. And of course, that's a mistake in reasoning. Why so? Well, let's take a concrete example. Suppose on Tuesday, when I teach a lot of classes, I've taught 3 classes and I'm getting ready for my night class, and I find I'm pretty hungry, and I go and look to see if I brought my dinner, and I realize that I've left it at home, so I am without dinner. And so I think, wait, I can go over to Professor Counsel's office, and she's got that little fridge there. I'll open her fridge up. Oh, what's in there? Ooh, a little leftover beef stew. And so I grab it. But then, of course, being a philosopher, I pause to think, is this okay for me to do? And so I tell myself, well, I'm taking her stew, but she would do the same thing to me. So it's okay. And then I go and cook the stew and eat it. Now, obviously, if it's wrong for her to take my food, it's wrong for me to take her food, and I can't justify what I'm doing by saying that it's wrong for her to do it to me, so it's okay for me to do it to her. That's clearly bad reasoning. Now, there are 2 sort of like exceptions or complications. One is self-defense. If you do something to someone to defend yourself legitimately, that wouldn't be too wrong. So, like, suppose someone tries to mug you, and you hit them in the face with a brick, and you say, it was okay for me to hit them with a brick because they were trying to kill me. That wouldn't be 2 wrongs. And of course, there's also the question about, retribution and punishment. If someone does something wrong, do we have the right to harm them? And some people think, yeah, they believe in retributivism, that we can harm people who've done wrong. Other people, of course, believe that we shouldn't do that kind of stuff. But the basic idea behind 2 wrongs is that a person believes it's wrong to do, but somehow, if they're doing it to someone else, it's somehow okay. But if it's wrong, well, it's wrong.
All right, let's see here. What other fallacies didn't we cover?
Well, there's lots of fallacies out there. In fact, there's potentially thousands of them. For example, one sort of variation of the red herring is sort of its cousin, the smoke screen. And the idea is sort of a rhetorical tactic where instead of like throwing out another issue in the hopes of luring someone off on that issue, what a person does is essentially piles up issue after issue in the hopes that the person will be kind of lost in the confusion. And that can be kind of effective. It's basically, the reason they call it smokescreen is like in the military application, if troops are under fire, they throw out smoke grenades because it's harder to hit something when you can't see it. And it's kind of the rhetorical equivalent of that. There's also, from some other fallacies, there's various other emotional ones as well, like appeals. For example, there's appeal to jealousy, appeal to guilt, which basically use those emotions. And there's also other causal fallacies about causal reasoning. For example, when people believe that correlation is the same thing as causation, that's a fallacy. And of course, there's also the generic one of the non sequitur, does not follow. And the basic idea there is that a person, draws a conclusion that simply doesn't fall from the evidence. And there's also lots of them that are simply not named, because they're not common enough. But the general idea, of course, is that a fallacy is when the premises, the evidence being offered, doesn't logically support that conclusion. And in theory, there's potentially an infinite number of these things, because there's always an infinite way to be wrong, and usually only a few ways to be right.
In tonight's show, we continue our discussion on the trivium and discuss the quadrivium with Gene O'Denning. Here we continue to learn about learning, logic, critical thinking, Hegelian dialectics, Plato, the trivium, the quadrivium, the 7 liberal arts, and many other facets of human cognizance. Gene.
Red Ice Creations Radio. This is Henrik Palmgren, and we are coming to you from the west coast of Sweden. Thank you for tuning in, new or regular listeners. Good to have you here. Our website is redicecreations.com. That's the main hub for this radio show that we do twice a week, Thursdays and Sundays. We also have forums, newsletter, and a frequently updated news section on our site for your consideration. Today we have author and researcher Michael Tessarion back on the show, and we are continuing, and also with today's program rounding up our series on the Irish origins of civilization. Michael's new book is entitled The Irish Origins of Civilization, and we have a lot to talk about today. Before we kick things off, I want to mention that you can find much more of Michael's work on his website, michaeltessarion.com. That will direct you to irishoriginsofcivilization.com, terroscopes.com, and also originsandoracles.com. Take a good look around and explore the website and the material that Michael has up there for you. And the first thing I want to do is read a testimonial from Jordan Maxwell about Michael's new book. Few books have the power to shake the world to its foundations. Michael Tessarion's acclaimed book Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation falls into that category, and so does his new book, The Irish Origins of Civilization. So I'm going to welcome Michael to the program by reading a quote or a statement from Irish Origins. What does it mean to live in the age of revealing, asks Michael Tessarion. It means the light that secret societies claim to adore is finally being shone brightly upon their own orders and ideologies. It means that the sun of truth has finally risen to expose their once hidden machinery of tyranny and control. For those hot on the trail of the world's premier secret societies, this book will be an invaluable source of revelation. It alone reveals the intelligence behind royalty, masonry, Zionism, and Judeo-Christianity. A statement I found interesting that takes us into the context of our discussion, and we're going to dive into some very interesting areas here today. Druidism, the birth of Christianity, Rome, Atonism, and how this connects to the systematic destruction of the Druids, which I think is a good point to start our discussion on here today, Michael.
Yes, indeed, Henrik. Thanks for inviting me back, and to also focus more on some of the themes I've been talking about in the book, themes which may be new to a lot of people, especially dealing with the rise of Christianity and the destruction of the Druids. I mean, I said before that my main interest is to try and emphasize the genocidal slaughter that attended this conquest, and that it wasn't a seamless or benign transition. Like I say, in a lot of other books, this whole conquest of the Druids is just a footnote, and in many more books, in fact, of the British Israelite type, it's almost presented to you as a very benign thing, that early British Christianity, what is known as Chaldeaism, because of the group the Chaldees, this early branch of Christianity is often portrayed as a semi-form of Druidism, or almost a sort of a nice, neat follow-on from Druidism. British Israelite books will always tell you that Druids were just so welcoming and so happy to have these Christians arrive, and that many Druids went on to become Christians and all of this kind of thing, and you'll even see this picked up in a lot of movies. And it's utter nonsense. It's utter propaganda. Nothing could be further from the truth, and anybody who's done, 5 minutes of homework will know that the Romans, literally slaughtered en masse the Druids, not just in Ireland, but also in Wales and Scotland and England and also in France. Wherever they found them, they annihilated them, Bards were a whole race of people that were put to the sword in a matter of months. We're talking in extremely short periods of time. Colossal violence was perpetrated. Then another form of violence, the ideological form of violence, you see, of burning the books. St. Patrick started work on that right away. He wasn't in Ireland more than a month before he'd already started burning books. So this is the old colonialization we talked about in previous shows.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing that's going on today. It has relevance today because, none of this would matter. Not one thing about what we're talking about would matter. My book would be utterly meaningless if it didn't have consequences for today.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can clinch that today. In this show, I really want to hope that we can clinch this idea of making it absolutely clear to people, as I do in talks and classes and lectures and things, but it's very, very important for people again to understand how important ancient history is in a modern context.
I agree.
Because we are talking about people who have not just slaughtered and raped and mutilated. We're talking about plagiarists. People really need to get familiar with what that word means. It's the appropriation of the gnosis and the knowledge that then they claim has been burned or been lost. And again, just to emphasize this whole thing is that people need to understand that colonialization, conquest, is basically two forms of that. When a predator, when a colonialist or a empire is spreading, it really has two forms of attack. We're always familiar with the violent form of attack. Literally armed guards, armies, mercenaries moving in with the sword. The Battle of Culloden, or the conquest of the Native American Indians, or the British taking over, the India, or we're always familiar with that. Where like the Boer War, where Britain, was fighting the Dutch for the seizure of the land.
Yeah.
But of course, the real reason why they were doing that is because they wanted the gold mines.
All the resources
that the Boers legally had rights to in the Transvaal, right down in South Africa. So this is no news to those people whose forefathers fought in the Boer War. It's always about land grabbing and territory grabbing, and I want to make absolutely clear that that's exactly the same thing that happened in the prehistory of Ireland. But never forget that there's two wings to this sort of vulture of empire building. You send in the troops and you eradicate, but that is only the very first action. The next action is a much more prolonged action, and that is to do with suppression, gradual suppression, supplanting, right? Appropriation of the knowledge, ideological indoctrination.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Fabian way, of modern day politics was already going on thousands of years ago. What they call the war of attrition, a very slow, gradual process of war. It's no less violent, but it's a war on the language, on the tradition, on the customs, on the culture, on the behavior of people, so that they become utterly foreign. And then they have Stockholm syndrome. They literally now start identifying with the oppressor, because the oppressor is literally so strong, so powerful, so capable, so moneyed, that you start to emulate their way. They literally are the kings on the hills, the hill. You're the villager, they are the elites, and they structure the towns and the societies. You have no free will, and so they've subdued you and they've globalized you in your mind.
Yeah.
And this is no different than it's happening exactly in today's world as it began to happen thousands of years ago. It's the same families that are doing it, basically, same descendants.
Interesting, and I guess we could begin also to talk here about the different waves of visitation that came to Ireland, and I guess we can even tie this back even to the Atlantean days, right?
It all goes back to that. My book is part 2 of my work on Atlantis. It's a follow-on of the Atlantis book. In fact, I had to sort of do the Atlantis book first in order to get to this subject matter. This is the subject matter I'm really concerned about, which is the spreading of the elements of civilization that I believed happened from the west to the east. And I wanted to deconstruct. That's my work. My work falls under alternative history because I want to deconstruct the myth, the lie that the elements of civilization spread from the east to the west. But most of these, all Irish mythology, British mythology, if you read it, all absolutely confirms the fact that Britain, meaning England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, you see, and all the islands off the shores were remnants of Atlantean culture. In fact, some of the most astounding writings about Atlantis don't come from Plato. And again, this is another misnomer, that the finest works on Atlantis, are to be found amongst the Greeks.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here with this. The greatest commentary on the pre-Diluvian era is actually to be found in Irish mythology. And it's sad that I'm one of the only people that actually deals with this, in a big way. I mean, others have written on it to a certain extent, but the legends are full of it. And one of the most intriguing things that they talk about is the waves of invasion or the waves of visitation. Whether you believe that Ireland, England were remnants of Atlantis, or that the Atlanteans, after the deluge, after the flood, arrived on Ireland, is up to you. There's different theories there, but there was basically several waves. They claim that there was the Fomorian race, and my book explains who they are, the original inhabitants of this area, and they're always described as sort of giant-like, or even hybrid-like, deformed.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The Fomori, they're called, and Fomori is a word that actually means the giants, the great ones. These are sort of like your Greek titans, or the Cyclopean beings.
Sheesh.
That all mythology talks about, especially the Scandinavian mythologies also speak about these kinds of beings that have, just a lot of weird features, that they seem to be crossbred between animals and human beings.
The Jotun or Jotun, I think, is one.
Yeah, this
Nordic.
is the Nordic, yeah, of course. And you just have the great giants, all the high legends of the world talk about this type of being, especially in Jason and the Argonauts. You see all the trials of Odysseus or what have you, all the heroes. Hercules meets these strange beings, hybrid beings, Well, this is what Irish mythology also talks about. And then there's meant to be a biblical tie-in with the next wave, which is actually a woman, a granddaughter of Noah, and her name was Kasser. I'm not saying I believe in all these, waves of invasion. A lot of this is spurious.
But they're out there. They're myths.
Yeah,
right?
these are legitimate myths, that talk about visitations in the earliest times. Then there's a people called the children of Partholan. This is the third wave. A hero, a king, who brought a small group of people to colonize Ireland again after the flood. And these are people who were torn by the flood, you see, and decimated by the flood. And they were trying to survive it. Then after that comes a related group called the children of Nemed, after the king Nemed, and they claim that's about 3000 BC. The dates are highly spurious, could have been a lot earlier.
Sure.
Then after Nemed's children, the people of Nemed, they were all destroyed by plague. And then there's a more traditionally accepted group called the Iberians. This word Iberia is a very important word because it may in fact be the root of the word Hiberia or Hiberu. Right? The Iberu. In fact, one of the ancient names of Ireland is Iberia.
Yeah.
One of the ancient names of Spain is Hiberia with an H on the beginning.
All right.
Yeah. So the very word Iberian is very interesting. But the Iberians were 3 separate tribes under the same heading.
Okay.
Of which the most important tribe was being a group called the Fir Bolg. And the Fir Bolg, people have had trouble translating that term. It actually really means the men of wisdom.
Okay.
The Fir Bolg are the elite group within the Iberians, and these are settlers in Ireland. And the Fir Bolg, the Iberians are the longest reigning inhabitants of all these waves, until, of course, you come to the historical age where men,
the last
mortals,
wave here,
until down to the present day.
Yeah.
God knows how long they're going to be around, but before that, in the prehistoric, or what they call the mythological cycle, the Iberians were the longest running. And they had power. They were magicians. Many of the ancient sites that you'll go and visit, and you'll see standing in Ireland, date from these so-called fear bogs and so on. So
interesting.
They're a very important group, and I write about them in the book, in the first chapters of book 1.
Mm-hmm.
Then comes a supremely important and highly mysterious group of people who are known as the Tuatha Dé Danann, right, or the Tuatha Dé Danann. That's Gaelic for the tribe of the goddess Danu.
Mm-hmm.
And they are absolutely fundamental to study because they're a smaller group, but of very powerful magicians and magi who make up a very important group. We could spend, 10 shows just on mythologies connecting to these guys.
Sheesh.
And especially the mythology that they bring with them absolutely stipulates that they came from 4 islands that were drowned in a great cataclysm.
Mm-hmm,
no question about it. They're even mentioned. In fact, one of the lands that they claim they came from in Gaelic is called Murias.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Which, if you add an L to the beginning of that word, L apostrophe, you get Lemurias, right? Or Lemuria.
Yeah.
So, we're looking into the most ancient of all mythologies, of the most ancient cultures on earth. And there, within the word roots, you see, within the philology, is confirmation that there were not just one drowned island, but many.
Many.
And one of them is Muria, which is the motherland.
And many people came from these drowned islands in different
survivors.
ways. Yeah.
And the Tuatha Dé Danann especially are, tremendously endowed spiritually. And they make up what would be considered in all Irish mythology and all Irish history, when Irish people are talking about the gods, that's who they're talking about. They're talking about this group known as the Tuatha Dé Danann, the great magi, who were tall and blonde and blue-eyed, you see, very similar to what the people on the west side, in the Americas talk about as the survivors of these great cataclysms, the men of wisdom who came, you see. So this is an important group. Then they were supplanted by a group called the Milesians, or the children of Mil, King Mil. It's just like our word for mile, M-I-L-E, or M-I-L.
Mm-hmm.
And these are basically the mortals. In the historical cycle, these are considered the mortals. And this group is very important in my work because I have tied these people back to the Atenists.
Yeah.
And for people who haven't the faintest idea what that means, the Atenists is a very important group of Egyptian sun priests that we've been talking about in these shows, and I deal with, in great detail in the book, who were basically started by Pharaoh Akhenaten. And again, most people think that this chap was, just the greatest thing that Egypt ever produced, and that he was the grandfather of monotheism, that he is basically the Christ before the Christ, the Moses before the Moses. Not even the Moses before the Moses. There's many authors out there who think he was Moses.
Yeah, that's right.
I do. I believe he was Moses. Sigmund Freud thought that Moses was definitely involved with the court of Akhenaten.
Mm-hmm.
Ralph Ellis believes that Moses may have been the brother of Akhenaten, you see.
Mm.
And I speculate that he was Akhenaten.
Mm.
No doubt about it. That he either was Akhenaten or he was undoubtedly a very, very senior lieutenant, general, minister of Atenism, which is the worship of one god, the worship of the sun god. But the thing we have to clear up, though, is that these guys had major rivals in Egypt. The Atenists were not sun worshippers. They were sort of a distorted form of sun worship, because sun worship had been going on in Egypt for millennia.
Yeah.
We can date sun worship back to 3,000 years BC, and I think that's a preposterous date to start Egypt. If you listen to people like John Anthony West and his mentor Swallow the Lubitsch, you're talking about going back 18,000 years, 25,000 years, dating the Sphinx and what have you. So if this is to be believed, and I believe it's true, then going back at least 18,000 years, and still that is conservative, sun worship is going. The first sun temples are in Saqqara and in what would be called Upper Egypt, closer to Nubia, closer to Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
And the mountains of Sudan were considered so spiritual, so mystical. And the reason is because that's where the Nile comes from. Like all rivers, rivers start in the mountains and flow downwards.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sudan was considered the realm of the gods to all Egyptians. In fact, the most sacred burial grounds were in that area. Passing through Nubia, where the Nile started to rise, where the Nile began, there's mountainous areas there. And of course, this was all flooded in more recent times. The government of Egypt, with British help, of course, these areas have all been flooded. So all of these graves and tombs, you see, and all their contents have been purposely flooded so that we won't know what's going on. But you see, one archaeologist, I think his name was Davies, he got in there just as the Aswan Dam was going to be flooded, and he tried to excavate some of these tombs. You know, the information is in my book. And what does he find but blonde Caucasian?
How about that?
Yeah, beings that were unbelievably sophisticated. And going by the relics that he discovered, he was absolutely convinced in his mind that these people were the builders of the pyramid. Just from looking at the technology. So pre-dynastic corpses were found in these reaches of the Upper Nile. It's actually called Upper Egypt, you see. And they were all Caucasians, Western, blue-eyed, tall men, the same kind of skeletons that have been found in as far as China, you know, and now New Zealand. The same beings. And he referred to them, realizing that the books of Egypt speak about these people as being the Shamsu Hor, or the disciples of Horus.
Yeah.
And I've got a chapter in the book called The Disciples of Horus, which goes into all of these incredible finds. But to cut a long story short, the connections here to the ancient times, solar worship had been going on for a long, long time. Atonism began in the 18th dynasty, which is incredibly late. You know, and okay, just because a lot of TV shows and a lot of books focus on Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty, don't ever for a minute think that that's all there is to Egypt.
Yeah.
In fact, to be quite serious with you, that was a kind of a late phenomena. It was also a very warped phenomena, because it was solar worship of a specific kind. I actually call it the dark side of the sun, worship of the dark side of the sun. But more importantly is that this Akhenaten, he and his Atonists were finally expelled from Egypt after about the 17th year of his despotic, tyrannical reign. He's a megalomaniac in my eyes. Finally, Egypt just got fed up with him. And this is the most tolerant civilization on earth. Finally just couldn't take it anymore. You see, a certain general called Hiram-Heb had to, you know, stand up and do the unthinkable, which is seize the throne for him. So something was considered unthinkable because the pharaoh was a god. So to usurp the god wasn't something that Egyptians just did as a matter of course. It wasn't like over here where you just, you know, every 5 minutes there's some scandal, you know. There it was like, you know, you're usurping the god of Egypt, the man who's the embodiment of the gods. So you can imagine to what lengths these people of Egypt have been pushed in order to get rid of Akhenaten and his Atonists and restore what is known as Amonism. Right? Or the Amonist priests, who the Atonists always had rivalry with. And Amen is like the word we say at the end of the prayers, Amen, Amen Ra, right? Well, the Amonists had been from 25,000 years, but, you know, 18,000 years. They're the oldest group. And the god Amen Ra was worshipped, you know, for millennia. For millennia. Now, whether you know, I'm not going to get into who was good, who was bad, you know. In my eyes, the Atonists were the ones who had the problems. But I leave that to people's own, you know, research. The most important thing to realize is that these Atonists, during the time that they had risen in Egypt, were very, very friendly with Cretans. Okay? Because the Atonists that we're talking about were actually, majority of them were known as the Hyksos pharaohs of Egypt. Right? There's no question about this. People have not identified Akhenaten and his you know, fathers as Hyksos, but in my mind, I think they are. And Ralph Ellis has gone a long way to show that this, in fact, could be true. He doesn't say it as clearly either, but he's saying that this kind of solar worship that we're talking about seems to have arisen amongst the Hyksos pharaohs of Egypt. These characters, these Hyksos, and I also believe Akhenaten and his gang, were very, very, you know, in with the Cretans, who are the Minoan civilization. Also the Amorites of Babylon, I think, had strong connections. And I'm talking about mercantile connections, business, trade, you know, art, possibly ideology, possibly belief, you know what I mean? And then also they had connections with a very, very important group that, again, we'll introduce to people if they've never heard of it, you know, and maybe we can add some links, you know, to these groups. That was the Scythians or the Scythians.
Very interesting group.
Very important group in history. The Scythians are basically Celts. So everyone's heard of the Celts. Well, a very important European group of the Celts was known as the Scythians, and these are the famous horsemen, the bowmen, you know, ferocious warriors, highly civilized, cultured, etc. Well, so when Akhenaten, to tie all this together, when Akhenaten and his gang are thrown out, they take refuge amongst their colleagues, these friends of theirs, the Cretans, the Greeks even. Do you know that? That in Athens, in fact, the word Athens comes from the word Aton.
Very similar.
Or Atonism.
That's right.
Because one of the major pharaohs who was also chucked out of Egypt, ended up there and converted a lot of the elite of Athens to his cause. So we're talking about the movement and development of Athenism. The most amazing thing that is contributed by people like Ahmed Osman, Mustafa Gadala, and especially Ralph Ellis has been to show that these same Athenists I am talking about are no less the Israelites of the Bible.
Yeah.
So when you want to tie in the biblical connection here, for people who want to unravel that tissue of lies and mystery, understand that when you're talking about Jews and Judeans and all of this stuff about Israelites, start getting your head around this idea that is now 100% proven. We're not talking about any shadowy, alternative history here. We're talking about the facts, which is corroborated by some of the senior Jewish scholars.
Okay.
It was corroborated by Sigmund Freud. It was corroborated by Immanuel Velikovsky. Okay, we're talking about, and many more besides, that these same Hyksos, Athenistic exiles were in fact the Israelites. Not that the Jews of today, and not that the Pope, and not that the people in authority today ever want you to know that.
Yeah.
But we are now living in the age of awakening, as you said in the preview, right, of this show.
Yeah.
We are now living in the age of awakening, in which, this wonderful Athenistic sunlight that they love. Hey, how do you feel, buddy, if we turn it on you? Right? You've been blinding the world with, for all these centuries, throwing light at us, throwing sun at us, symbols in the heraldry, symbols in the advertisements, right? Symbols in the corporate logos, symbols in the architecture. Well, wait a minute. Why don't we respond in kind and become a little, sort of like a little Illuminati of our own, and turn this big, halogen light on them? See how they like it. See how the Pope likes it. See how the Cardinals like it. See how the Jesuits like it. See how the Zionists like it. See how the royalty like it when their own symbols are now turned on them by us. What dirt we might find out. And what we're discovering is that these Israelites, and when you get into the history of the words like I do in the book, you start to find an amazing story. But these Athenists then being thrown out of Egypt didn't like to lose their homelands. I mean, this is the empire of the world.
Yeah.
You can't think of a more prosperous. Egypt, one of Akhenaten's forefathers, Tutmosis III, and then his own father, Amenhotep III, were the wealthiest men in the world. They ran the biggest empire in the world. Fleets of Phoenician ships, carrying trees and cedar trees to build the greatest temples.
Right.
Hundreds and hundreds of princes and dukes and foreign princesses, coming in tribute. The most cosmopolitan empires of the time, you can't even imagine. Just go to the British Museum and take a look at the statues there, or any museum that shows antiquities from Egypt, and you'll be stunned at the size of them and and the beauty and all of this. So, being chucked out of that, it's like that James Bond movie, the world is not enough. Where did they get that idea? Because that's what was on Akhenaten's mind, that even the rest of the world now will not match what we've lost. So this is where the New World Order concept comes from. But in an Irish context, you see, the Scythians weren't just a bunch of guys that only had loose ties to Egypt and hung around the Russian steppes. These people had a city south of Galilee.
All right.
Yeah, called Scythopolis.
Okay.
It's still there today. In fact, one of the first Christian bishops was set up in Scythopolis.
Okay.
The Scythians literally ran trade routes all the way down into Judea and Galilee and into
interesting.
Egypt. They were very well to do, and they had deep connections. We were probably part of the mystery school tradition over there. In fact, these Scythians, being Celts or Gaels, in the ancient chronicles of Ireland, going back to the 1600s, the histories that were written down, claim that the Gaels, these Scythians, actually contributed to educating the Egyptians.
Okay.
My work claims that the Egyptians had been educated thousands of years before that by the original Druids of Ireland.
Sure.
People find that preposterous. Well, no, it's not preposterous, because in historical times, or just, at the time of the Athenists, the Scythians are on record as being the teachers of the Egyptians, highly educated Celts.
So they are the connecting.
They're one of the connections
people
people need to know about. Ultimately, I'm talking about a worldwide, global collegiate empire which existed thousands of years before that.
Yeah.
But we can still trace it to the Gael. It lasts up until the Gaelic times. The Gaels being the people who came to Ireland from Europe, as the official history goes. So these Scythians are highly educated, are in with the pharaohs. They're being given tracts of land, you see, and dominion. They actually help the pharaoh in certain wars.
Right.
that they were having. The kings of the Scythians are given tracts of land, and one of the kings of the Scythians, called Miel, actually marries Akhenaten's daughter, Skota,
All right.
from which Scotland gets its name.
Okay. Take that again for us.
Right, so here what we're talking about is when the Scythians are resident and being privileged visitors in Egypt, the records basically show you that one of their kings, Miel, who was very loved by the pharaoh, married the daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, whose real name is Meritaten, right? They had 6 daughters, you see, and about 4 of them died of a plague. And Meritaten, like Nefertiti, vanish from the face of the earth.
Okay.
They don't die, but they just vanish.
Right.
And suddenly they're there, and the next minute they're not there. But again, in Irish Celtic mythology, it's all known. It's all known where Meritaten went. I can take you to her grave. It's right there in Ireland. You know, we go into this in the book. So, and her nickname was Skota, from which Ireland was named first. And then because Irish people moved to Scotland, Scotland got its name from the Irish settler Skota.
Oh, okay.
Or Scotia.
Yeah.
Right? Scotia is, in Scotland, they don't call her husband Miel, they call him Gadelis.
Okay.
Or Gadalas, like Gael, like the Gaelis, right? Gathalas or something like that. You know, it's like the Gael. But of course, in Ireland, in his own lands, in Spain, he was called Miel. So these Atnas basically start moving about within 600 years BC or 1,000 years BC. They start moving out of Egypt. And why it's so important is this last wave of invasion is because I track these Scythians, these Gaels, to the Atnists. I believe they were one and the same. And this is where my work differs from everyone else that writes on this subject. This connection has not been made.
Right.
It's in the ancient records that the Scythians were connected to living in Egypt during the time of Moses. We have quotes that even say that. Yeah, we have a quote here from James Parsons. He wrote a book called The Remains of Japhet, being historical inquiries into the affinity and origins of the European languages. This is a book written in 1767. So the 18th century writer, James Parsons, says that the Scythians carried on their learning and philosophy long before there were any Greek schools.
Okay.
Right? So the earliest writers knew this. We have from Geoffrey Keating, who wrote one of the first histories of Ireland back in 1809. His book was translated, although I think he wrote in the 1600s. His book was finally translated in 1809. He writes that Hector Boetius, in his History of Scotland, says that the Gaedalians, or the Gaels, were in Egypt when Moses was working wonders in that country for the delivery of the Israelites. And the Book of Irish Invasions agrees with that computation.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah.
He is clarifying for us that the Scythians and the Gaels were in Egypt, but when in Egypt? You know, I've claimed that the Irish were in Egypt from the earliest times, from the way before this. He is confirming that even in the days of Akhenaten, in the days of Moses, at the time when almost biblical history is beginning, we have the presence of Scythians, we have the presence of Gaels. You see?
Interesting.
There's a connection right there. And it's a very important one because these boys accompanied Akhenaten's crowd when they left Egypt and started, immigrating towards the west.
Yeah.
In these migrations that brought what I call Atanism, and what British Israelites refer to as Israelitism or Judaism or Christianity to Ireland, to Britain. People, I think, my work is there to try and assist people to understand that once you realize that when you're saying words like Judaism, Israelitism, Christianity, if you just make it simple and say Atanism from Egypt, lots of things in history are going to start making sense.
Yeah, it connects a whole lot more, I guess.
Yes,
in
it
that
does.
sense.
I have a quote from a guy who wrote a book, J. Hutchinson Cockburn. He wrote a book called Church Life in the time of St. Blaine. So he was writing on Scottish history, you see. He says that the Celtic Church in Ireland and in Scotland owed its origin not to Rome, but to Egypt. There is no doubt that the Celtic Church owed its ritual, its architecture, its worship, and its law to Syria, Egypt, and Palestine, and that its allegiance to Rome was slight. Now, this is incredibly loaded. Very, very important. Of course, what he doesn't tell you, because he doesn't know, that yes, it's true that the Celtic Church, that means the Christian Church, the early Christian Chaldean, Milesian, churches, in the earliest days of Christianity, he says are influenced obviously by Egypt.
Yeah.
What he doesn't know is that Egypt was influenced by Ireland in prehistoric days.
Via the Scythians or Scythians?
No, long before that.
Long before
through
that,
the,
okay.
Through the original Druids.
Okay.
Before this later conquest we're talking about happened.
Mm.
You see, they are all dating these Egyptian, elements, buying into the West to East movement.
Yeah,
but
exactly,
this East to West movement did happen. He's right. Of course it did. But it happened in much later days.
Afterwards.
Centuries afterwards. So they're only talking about the birth of Christianity. So when you're studying the history books, this is where you can be fooled. If you're studying most history books, they're going to be talking about historical days, the early days of Christianity's birth, and the people who birthed Christianity. And they're going to tell you that those elements, those symbols, those ideologies and tenets and theosophies and theocracies and even the characters are migrating, emigrating, being transplanted from Eastern countries like Palestine, you see, in Egypt. They're willing to accept this. And then moving in and colouring the complexion of British Christianity. It's actually the reverse. When you go further back in time, that all the elements that returned to Ireland, that's what they did. They returned.
Yeah.
Remember in a previous show we were saying that all the ancient inhabitants of Ireland had to forcibly leave because of the earth catastrophes during the so-called age of catastrophe.
Yeah.
The Scythians, who are known to have occupied, you see, Turkey, right, and the steppes of Russia, literally Scythia, their own country, right, which is closer to Russia, Eastern Europe and Northern Europe. These Scythians, if you trace it all the way back, like I've done, are Irish.
Yeah.
They're part of the group I'm talking about. The Gaels are part of the group I'm talking about. The Celts are part of the groups I'm talking about. People who in the earliest days already occupied England and Ireland, migrated across the land bridges at early times, settled in these European, zones, influenced Egypt, influenced Crete, influenced the Greeks, influenced the Romans, the early Romans, influenced the Etruscans, the Mycenaeans, and even got as far as the Indus Valley. Forced to do so because of the upheavals, you see, that struck the Northwest. So if, like we said in the previous program, if these characters then, for one reason or another, in ages later, start migrating back home, or let's say to the land of their ancestors, to the seat of learning, it's a return. That's the word that needs to be in neon lights. So when the Scythians are accompanying, when Miel, you see, and his forefathers and the Atnists are moving into England, we have to understand they are only coming back to the homeland. That's in fact why they were seeking out the far western lands of England. And for instance, why would the Atnists want to go to those remote places?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have the idea of resources, of course, but we'll come to that later.
That's right. So we said earlier on, they make a beeline for the lands that they knew already.
Yeah.
That they all knew that was loaded with wealth. Not only was the seat of great learning, but was also the place where the mineral wealth existed.
Yeah.
Because now they were going to enrich themselves. But there's one key point that we've omitted, and that is this. As we said, the Atenists were an aberration of sun worship. They were in complete and utter rivalry to the Ammonists of Egypt. Now this opens up a very important point. From the earliest days, and I mean from 10 to 13,000 years BC, I believe the megalithic Irish, the original Druids, like these characters that were dug up, as I said, these blonde, tall Westerners, the disciples of Horus, they had been friendly. These were the Druids of Ireland and Scandinavia, had been on very, very close related terms to the Ammonists we spoke of.
Yeah.
Now, their history of their liaisons and their collaboration, you see, I believe, is going to be another page of history that's going to soon come to light.
Right.
And I hope my book is kickstarts this again.
Interesting.
But don't you see the connection? Don't you see the logical follow-through? If the Atenists are rivals of the Ammonists in their own country of Egypt, they certainly can't be friendly with the Druids of Ireland.
Yeah, that's right.
By being enemies of Ammonists, it goes without saying that they were enemies of the Druids. Well, the myths confirm this because as soon as Miel and his Atenists get to Ireland, they declare war on the Druids.
Right away.
Instantly, right away. The very first thing happens.
That's interesting.
The very first thing. In fact, they're not only declare war, they're very rude. The Tuatha Dé Danann sent 3 of their goddesses, their queens. These are the queens of the 3 kings. The Druids did everything in Trinity, you see.
Okay.
They believed in Trinity more than anything else. So they even had 3 kings sit on the throne. At the time of the Tuatha Dé Danann, at this period, the kings were situated in Derry, which is in the north, not Tara. I mean, they had kings at Tara. The Iberians had kings at Tara, but the Danann at this particular juncture had their kings, I think, were situated in Derry, which is a corruption of the word Dwar, or Druid.
Ah, okay.
Derry, D-E-R-Y, was originally D-A-R-Y, or D-A-R-I, Dari.
I see.
We get the word door, D-A-U-R, Daur, right, from Druid.
Yeah, interesting.
You only have to go and look at the stones at Stonehenge. What do they look like? Those ones with the lintels on the top.
Yeah, it's a sun door, a sun gate.
Exactly. So and you find them all over the world.
Yeah.
You find that exact same shape in Bolivia and in Americas. You find this strange shape of the two stones with one on top, looking like a portal or a doorway. Well, I mean, they were built by the Druids, and one of the meanings of the word Druid means doorway. But rather than getting off into the tangents, we realize here that the three kings sat there. They sent three queens to meet the Milesians as they landed. And the Milesian kings, some of them were extremely rude to these goddesses.
Right.
Like, we're going to take your land, what the hell, get out of our way kind of thing. And so they were had antithesis. They were adversary. They were not favoring the matriarchy. Which brings us to the whole point of Atonism being a very masculine. It was the precursor of Christianity. Better believe it. Their own words in the ancient myths show this, that their antipathy towards the goddesses, these queens, their antipathy towards the Tuatha Danann, their antipathy towards the land, their belligerent conquest, you see, with war. They could have cohabitated, but they didn't. They took over. Shows you that this was a patriarchal group, fitting very closely with the Hyksos, you see, and the Atonists of Egypt.
Yeah.
It's classically proven. Once you see the dots are connected, this makes sense.
So again, they are returning to Ireland to both absorb the knowledge, but also kind of exterminate that people to get the idea that they are the keepers of the knowledge. They are the ones who came up with this idea, not the Druids of Ireland, right?
That's right. And their antipathy would have been based on the fact that the Druids would have been cousins of the Ammonists.
Yeah.
Well, they're just getting away from those guys. They hate those guys. Now you're coming to another land, and the land is there for your taking, except for one problem. The Druids aren't your buddies.
Yeah.
They think you're a bunch of Luciferians who worship the dark side of the sun. You're not a pantheistic group, you see, who has a clue.
Yeah.
They're looking at you as you're deranged, and they know you're coming, and they know you're powerful. So, and of course, we're talking about myths that have been written down are already pretty distorted because they were written down by monks. But yet, even in that, you can still see the real story unfolds. The Scythians who came with the Atonists already had their ancestors have been living in Ireland, I believe. This is not accepted by most scholars, but I believe it 100%. That all the Gaels, Celts, and Scythians originally lived in Ireland and had been displaced by the Age of Catastrophe. Then the land bridges sunk, and so these guys hung out more in Europe. But the special thing about the Scythians is that they are a glue, they're a connector between the time of the Atonists of Egypt and the decline of the Druids. So let nobody be under any delusion that this act of conquest was nothing benign whatsoever. It wasn't a seamless, charming, we're all welcome with open arms. Absolutely the opposite. But of course, these characters have written the history, so of course they're going to let you know that. They're the winners, remember?
Yeah.
How can the dead get up and say, excuse me, we have a problem with that story? They've been slaughtered, they're all dead. There's nobody there to tell you the truth.
Cool. Were the Atonists installed in Ireland when the Christian era began? The first very monotheistic sites in Ireland.
Well, this is the central question that is so crucial. Not when it began. As I said, they had arrived with the Scythians. Some people say 600 years BC. Others say about 1000 BC. Akhenaten's reign was about 1400 BC. So this movement wasn't overnight. The Atonists, who came to the West, did so over a period of several hundred years.
Yeah.
This is, again, and the dates, are pretty difficult to work out because everybody's got a different date. But somewhere between the fall of Akhenaten's empire, his reign, and then his daughter's life, you see, in King Miel, at this point, somewhere within that 400-year period, these fellows move back to Scythia, then they go to France, Spain. They have a big settlement in Spain. In fact, most scholars track them back to Spain.
Okay.
Spain features very largely in the story because it's from Spain that as the story goes, one of the kings, Miel or whoever, spotted Ireland, you see, from a tower. These stories are pretty fake, but the idea is that it's from Spain that the Milesians start setting their eyes on Ireland.
Okay.
But it wasn't some guy just happened to spy it from a tower. These are people who had knowledge about that England and Ireland exist centuries before. They were making a beeline for that area because their forefathers had come from there. You see, this is the contradiction that other scholars get into. In one breath, they're going to admit to you that the Scythians had connections to the Egyptians during the time of Moses. Well, how can you say that? If you're a true scholar, then you know that the Scythians had deep connections to Ireland.
Yeah.
So how can you then say that later princes and kings of the Scythians had no idea that Ireland existed? You see, so they get into these convoluted,
Sure, there's so many gaps in this.
Lots of gaps,
Yeah.
and this, what we're trying to do is close these gaps. But you're absolutely right. Christianity rose, of course, after the crucifixion.
Yeah.
Jesus, his so-called his so-called time of preaching was 3 years.
Yeah.
We're talking about that something could rise in just a 3-year period. I mean, nonsense, right? But the official idea is that after the crucifixion, what we know as Christianity is called the apostolic tradition. The apostles go out, you see, to all the countries of the world and what have you, and to Rome and all of this. Yes, when Christianity arose after the crucifixion, Ireland was being held by these Milesians. Now we're talking about the historical cycle of Ireland, you see.
Okay.
And it's very important to realize what was going on in Ireland and how these atonists were not only holding Ireland when Christianity began. We have to go much further than that. We have to understand that these atonists were actually the founders of Christianity, and that Christianity's center is not, in fact, Rome, as we've been taught. Again, you want to understand history better, let's get the mind around that idea. That once you start to understand that Rome is only the epicenter, it is not the center, it's the administrative center, but it's not the ideological center at all.
Sure.
That happened to be Britain. So in one area with the British Israelites, I agree. They go to great lengths to show you that Christianity, you see, had visited Britain, either through Jesus himself going there, Mary Magdalene, we know about that now through the bloodline story, right?
Sure.
Of Jesus and Mary maybe coming there. Tony Bushby talks about it. The British Israelites have been going on about it for years before, Bay Gent and Lay came along with their Holy Blood and Holy Grail, and years before Tony Bushby and Lawrence Gardner or any of these people that we know today, long time before that, from the beginning of the 19th century and even from the 18th century, we've had the, Frederick Habermans and the British Israelites, you see, and E. Raymond Captain, so many authors, the Taylor brothers, going mad trying to tell you that England is the recipient, and many British Israelites in England who've written on this subject. There's whole groups of these people who absolutely worship Glastonbury Tor, and the sacred sites of Scotland, you see, believing that Jesus walked there.
Sure.
It's a huge tradition. Most Christians are probably not aware of it, but it's an enormous tradition. And it's not just a New Age tradition. This is not just something that's come up with a New Age movement.
So in a way, I guess also what we're getting at here is that there is actually a bit of truth in this if we actually go back to the real root of Jesus.
That's right. It's not just a simple matter of England and Ireland, accepting Christianity from the East. The birthers of Christianity are ensconced in those countries. There's a quote here from James Bonwick, who's a writer. He says that Iona, this is a very important Christian center in Scotland, on the island. He says that Iona had certainly a Druidic college till the community was expelled by St. Columba for his own community. And the Highlanders still recognize Iona as a Druidic isle, a Druid's isle.
Okay. Oh.
Right? So they move in, and they overtake. T.W. Rolleston, he says in his book Myths and Legends of the Celtic Race, it was written in 1911, he says that very soon after the conversion of Ireland to Christianity, we find the country covered with monasteries, whose complete organization seems to indicate that they were really Druidic colleges transformed en masse.
Yeah,
that's
what
it.
You mean.
There's your scholarly writing. Now, that means, the Druids just happen to go, good, we'll move out of the way while you guys come on over here.
The
British Israelites would love you to believe that. Books have been written that literally say this. Nothing could be further than the truth. He's saying that en masse, we talked about it on a previous show, this is colonialization on a massive level by people who've got tremendous power. Barry Dunford, in his book The Holy Land of Scotland, he's basically a British Israelite. He writes, many, if not all, of the Gothic cathedrals in northwestern Europe were apparently built on much earlier pre-Christian sites of worship, which may have been Druidic in nature.
Right. There
The only one word there is may have been.
Yeah.
They were, period. So he's a British Israelite, even he has to accept it. That their ideology, this is, we're talking about the conquest without the sword.
Sure.
And I even believe that these early Chaldean retreats, these monasteries, these churches, which are known to be in very remote locations, were put in remote places specifically, so that those monks would not be interrupted while they studied the old Druidic ways. Because these people who got there, the Atnas had been there at least 600 years. Well, if one corporation merges with another corporation, don't you have to then send in the bailiffs? And don't you have to send in the approvers and the surveyors to see what is of value? If your corporation goes bust, they don't just burn everything.
No, of course
They
not.
kill you off, right? They put you out in the street. You're taken to the bankruptcy court, but now they're rubbing their hands.
Sure.
They have whole divisions to go in and pilfer everything that now you have defaulted. Hell, they'll do that even in a storage bin that you leave for 2 weeks without paying for it. You might go back and there's nothing there. What do you think if this is the land of the ancestors? I can't not stress this enough. You have now appropriated the land of the ancestors. You've got their traditions, their lore, all of their knowledge. That does not get plagiarized, you see, overnight. It takes centuries. And it's these monks, these little wonderful, Disney World pictures that we have of these, charming monks sitting, drawing their illuminated manuscripts. We have no idea the criminality. I mean, get out Name of the Rose with Sean Connery, to give you a bit of an idea of just how ruthless and corrupt these people were. They weren't just sitting there doodling. They were there to abstract the knowledge of the ancients. Partly Egyptian knowledge, but much more Druidic knowledge. The great Atlantean stories, you see, the treasures of Ireland ideologically, spiritually.
Yeah.
They needed that time. So it's not it's not a coincidence that about 400 to 600 years after these Atnists arrive and take over the land of Ireland, that the phenomena we know as Judeo-Christianity starts to rise in the world. It is proven, if you do your homework, and we have the proof now, that it is from Britain and from these royal families that, were the first Atnist families there, these destroyers of the Druids, it is from these groups that the original Christianity arose. It's a British Christianity, not a Latin pagan Christianity. And this proof that Britain, Scotland, England and Wales was in fact the incubator of Christianity has been noted by many authors. Some of them are British Israelites, you see, and we'll get to their agenda later as to why they push this philosophy. But others are not. They're just normal historians. We have a guy called Polydore Virgil who wrote that Britain was, of all the kingdoms, was the first that received the gospel. Now he, of course, talking about traditional Christian times, just saying, oh, what a miracle that Britain seems to have, got it first. If only he knew they created it first, not got it first. But Sabellius says that Christianity was privately expressed elsewhere, but the first nation that proclaimed it as their religion and called itself Christian after the name of Christ was Britain. Again, pointing you in the right direction. But Barry Danford, in his book The Holy Land of Scotland, says that according to ancient Welsh texts, the Celtic princess Urgain, that's Eurgain, Urgain, founded a monastic college during the 1st century AD as a center for early Christian teachings. So it was actually a woman. She was actually closely connected, if not one of the Menzies clan. Clan of Menzies, and we'll talk about them later. Maybe the very important clan that people need to know about. I mean, everyone's heard of the Sinclairs, and whatnot, but this other group, Scottish people particularly, will raise an eyebrow about that because it's important to realize that the Menzies clan and the land that they owned. But it was one of their family that actually opened the very first monastery. Then a lady called Isabel Hill Elder, in her book The Celt, Druid and Chaldee, she says that the name by which the British Church was first known in these lands was the Chaldee Church. The natural result of Christianity having been introduced by this Chaldich. But the word Chaldich means refugees.
Oh, really?
Right. So that backs up my theory that they were foreigners to the place. In fact, the word Chaldee means stranger, foreigner, or refugee. Well, doesn't that fit what we're talking about? Homeless but wealthy human beings who are seeking, right, a foreign home.
coming back again. Yeah,
that's what the word Chaldee means. It might even come from the word, like we have ceiling, because the word Kul or Ciel or Chiel meant the sky, the dome of the heavens. We still have our word ceiling that means that.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the Chaldee mean the ceiling of God, Dea meaning God, God's heavens, God. There's so many different words that Chaldee could mean. But it's traditionally said to mean that it's foreigners or refugees. Then she says that the Chaldees established Christian churches, monasteries, and colleges, chiefly in remote places. Urgain, the daughter of Caradoc, and Caradoc is also called Caractacus, a very famous king. And this Caractacus had very, very close ties with the Roman Church, and the Roman dignitaries in Rome. So this Urgain, the daughter of Caradoc, was the wife of Salog, prince of the old Sarum, founded a college of 12 Christian druids. Now the Christian will tell you, oh, that's because there was 12 disciples, right? The people in the know would go, no, it's because she's borrowing from the Druidic, just like I'm telling you. Right? Moses even did that when he built the temple at Sinai. He built it with 12 stones in a circle.
That's right.
Yeah, in the Bible, it's right there in the Bible. When he goes and builds the temple of Gilgal, and there's the word Gal again, meaning gale, you see? He builds it with 12 stones in a circle. I mean, it's in the Bible. Anyways, this quote continues where she said that this Urgain found a college of 12 Christian druids. She calls them druids, which is ludicrous. That's what I'm telling you. The British Israelites want you to believe that these were druids doing this, the early Christians. She builds this college of 12 Christian druids, or Chaldees, at Caer Urgan, or Llanwit Major. These are places in Scotland. It's not going to mean anything to anyone else, but Scottish people should be aware of what we're talking about here. This college must therefore have been established in the 1st century. Then we have from Collier's Ecclesiastical History. Okay, this is a book. This is a reference work called Collier's Ecclesiastical History, Volume 2. The writer says that the history of the Chaldees has ever been a mystery and ever will be so. It is by no means easy to determine how far they were a theological sect connected with the church, or a theosophic sect connected with the lodges of initiation.
Really?
And look how leading that is.
Yeah.
First of all, he's wrong. He says that the history of the Chaldees has ever been a mystery and will ever continue to be. No, he's not. Because I've worked it out that who these Chaldees are. It's no longer a mystery. Remember, we've said in other shows, it's only a mystery if you want to cover something up. It's always mysterious when the simple secret, is being kept from the world.
Sure.
But then he goes on to say, oh, could they be Christian? Could they be lodges of initiation? Now, wait a minute. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about secret societies suddenly?
Sounds like it.
Right. Are we talking about the Order of Scotland? Right. Are we talking about the Knights Templar who own most of Scotland? Is that what we're talking about now? Are we talking about the Lodge of St. Andrew? You see, are we into this now? That these Chaldees are not only the originators of the Christianity that eventually turns up in Rome, but also the major funders of the lodges of initiation. They absolutely are. This is why this is so important.
We're going to take a break here and continue with Michael Thessarion in our subscriber section. We're going to talk more about the Militians, St. Clair, the Templars, mining and resources. We'll also talk more about the story of Jesus and how this connects with the Celtic or Druidic Issa, and about the split within Christianity and much more. If you're currently not subscribing to Red Ice Creations and want to tune in, just head on over to our website, redicecreations.com. Okay, Michael, so let's continue here. You got some more fascinating information or facts between the Chaldeans of Ireland and the early Christian movements.
That's right. There's another very interesting quote here from a guy called Reverend Alexander Lowe. He wrote a book in 1826 called The History of Scotland from the Earliest Period to the Middle of the 9th Century, and he says that the Chaldee establishment had now acquired a firm footing in the nation. So we're talking about, they're dating all of this again from the birth of Christianity. So let's understand that most Orthodox writers, like we're quoting from, are only going to date this rising of the Chaldee tradition, you see, from the official dates of Christianity. They're not going to break ranks. They're going to believe what they've read. They're going to believe what they've learned in colleges, and schools. But we have to lay that. You can't present an alternative history unless you already know what the regular history is.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's why it's important to go through this.
Right.
And he says that the Chaldee establishment had now acquired a firm footing in the nation. Some of its members not only excelled in astronomy, poetry, and rhetoric, but also in philosophy, mathematics, and several other arts and sciences, which exactly correlates with the learned Druid Magi. Remember I said they had 400 years or more to do it?
Mm-hmm.
This is the quote that emphasizes what I was talking about. You don't do it overnight. You can't learn astronomy overnight, especially the esoteric form that was being taught in Druidism.
A lot of knowledge here to accumulate.
That's right. And you got an agenda. You're not sweating in these monasteries and these scriptoriums because you're dying to help mankind. You're dying to dominate mankind. You are looking for a new world order. You're looking for the world is not enough. You are the descendants of people who were thrown out of the greatest empire in the world. Now you want the whole world to be, as I show in the book, your plaything. You are now wanting to replace the thrones of Egypt with domination over the whole world.
So they got this idea that, okay, the only way to do this is through the knowledge, absorb all of this, and first and foremost go to the root of the knowledge.
Right. Go to the wellspring.
Yeah.
And as everyone knows today, if you didn't have those ugly cities that cover England and Ireland, imagine they're not there. Ireland and England is a garden paradise. It was called Albion, Avalon.
Yeah.
You couldn't imagine a more garden paradise. So these characters, when they get there, they're not only returning to the wellspring from which all of this knowledge comes, they're now going to have to sit quietly in remote areas, siphon through all the knowledge, plagiarize it as much as they can, create a new archive, give it a new shell, which we know as Judeo-Christianity, and use this to beat to death the rest of the world. Because they're not Ammonists. They're not going to allow you to worship as you want to worship. They're going to dominate you with their own solar theology. So he goes on to say, this is incredible, it's worth reading again. He says the Chaldee establishment had now established a firm footing in the nation. Not to save you, not to educate you, not to feed you, right? But to dominate you. Some of its members, he says, not only excelled in astronomy, poetry, and rhetoric, but also in philosophy, mathematics, and several other arts and sciences. And he admits, which exactly correlates, he says, with the learned Druid Magi. It is among the Scottish Chaldees that we are to look for that pure pattern of Christian life, such as was exemplified in the African, Greek, and Egyptian anchorites. Anchorites means renunciates. The early Christians who lived in the deserts, you see, who beat themselves with stones, and like Saint Jerome, anchorite is like a hermit.
Okay.
And there's an old tradition of the early Saint Jerome, for instance, was an anchorite.
Okay.
We can put up a link for people to explain what that was and how preposterous and weird the early Christianity was. Some of them, ties in with my work on sadism and self-sadism and all this stuff. Utterly crazy things that were going on. But he is saying we need to look to this British version of Chaldean Christianity. So it's not just a Michael Tessarian theory here. There's official, centuries ago, this was written up in the great histories of Scotland.
Very interesting.
Barry Dunford, again, in his Holy Land of Scotland, says, it was in the far reaches of Glen Leon, north of Loch Leon, where, in effect, the first Christian church was apparently established. Again, it's not going to mean much to people listening, but if you're Scot, this will mean a lot.
Right.
And if you're thinking of taking a package holiday over there, Scotland, why not go up there to Glen Leon and, look at all of this stuff. What I want to point out is look at the word Glen Leon. Glen is field, Leon is lion. What is the cardinal symbol of the Atenists? Anybody who's read my work and followed my stuff knows that the single most important symbol of the Atenists is the lion.
The lion, yeah.
And it's the all-pervasive state symbol that you see on the great flags of England now. Right?
Yeah.
We'll get to that later, what that means, right? But this royal standard that's on state buildings at Trafalgar Square, MGM.
Sure.
Again, the solar lion is the symbol of the Atenists.
Yeah.
One of the most earliest monasteries, their earliest castles, their earliest territories, in Scotland, of all the names you could pick, right, just happens to be at the Field of the Lion, the place of the lion, Glen Leon. I don't think there's a coincidence.
No.
Dunford goes on to say that according to ancient Welsh manuscripts, it was in southern Wales that at a place called Llanwit Major that a Christian seat of learning was established during the 1st century AD, under the supervision of a certain person called Illid, right? So Illid. An Israelite. Dunford's calling him an Israelite. Probably or possibly an Essene.
All right.
Yeah. Who, in fact, was said to have been none other than Joseph of Arimathea. So he's saying that this Illid is Joseph of Arimathea, who is an Essene.
Okay.
He's endorsing the East to West movement here, which is right. Yes, these people did move from the East to the West, and members of the royal family of Bran the Blessed, particularly his granddaughter, Princess Urgane, there's Urgane again, whose father, Caractacus, had spent several years in Rome at the same time as the Petrine Church. Right, that's Peter, St. Peter.
Okay.
Rome's named after St. Peter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, look what we're being told here. Isn't that a coincidence? That the supreme king of England and Scotland and Wales, he's born in Wales, Caractacus, and his clan, his daughter, Urgane, are hobnobbing in Rome at exactly the same time as St. Peter is preaching there. Whether or not you believe there ever was a St. Peter is a whole other question, but let's just go with what they're saying for now.
Sure.
He's saying at the same time as the Petrine Church was being established there. It should be remembered that Urgane and Claudia, that's her sister, were both granddaughters of the sister of King Metalanus at Fortingall. Fortingall is near this Loch Leon.
Okay.
It's one of the Menzies strongholds, okay?
All right.
But look at the word Fort in Gaul. Fort is obvious, it means what it means today, which is fort or castle.
Sure.
And Gaul.
Gaul, yeah.
The Gaels. The Gaels are the Milesians are the Atenists, or the Scythians, etc., or the Proto-Christians. So this is what we have to tie up for people who've studied a bit of Irish history and Scottish history and know about this. Oh yes, we understand that it was a Culdee church. Oh yes, like Alan Butler and Stephen Defoe have discovered, like we mentioned on a previous show, that these guys are identical to the Cistercian order.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's Irish monks, isn't it, who formed the Cistercian order that then had monasteries all over the world, the richest and most successful monasteries all over the world. They are the monkish wing of who? The Knights Templar.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're not just teachers of the Knights Templar, they are the Knights Templar. There's not even a division. These same families have two wings, and they love doing everything with a dialectic. Just like you've got Protestant and Catholicism today, or you've got Christianity and Mohammedanism or whatever, all created from the Vatican. I mean, the proof is right there. Well, it's no different in these early days when they're creating these divisions of the monkish side. That's job is to plagiarize the physical knowledge of the Druids, the spiritual knowledge of the Druids. I mean, and you have the military wing. You see, who will act should you need it, to spread the word, to dominate, to control, to destroy rivals. They got bloody rivals. They got plenty of rivals. You need an armed gang. You're going to tell us in history books they were wonderful keepers of the highways. They were wonderful protectors of the pilgrims. Fact is, no, they were butchers who mass murdered their way across Europe, killing all their rivals. Business as usual. Roman Empire's the same. Not that every Roman Caesar bought into this, of course.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. We can talk about that a little bit.
Well,
there were some Caesars against this, I guess.
Yeah, particularly Diocletian. And his Caesar. Diocletian was an Augustus, which means an emperor, a very senior emperor. And his sidekick, whose name I can't quite remember now, Galetus or something, we'll put up a link. They were very much anti-Christian. They saw through all this lie, I believe. And in fact, Diocletian is a very, very famous and extremely enigmatic Caesar, or emperor, whatever you want to call him. I think he's always been a very important figure in Roman, history, but is hated by Christians, of course. But I think that he and his colleagues wanted to go back to the old pantheistic, worship of many gods, and were absolutely upset and highly disturbed with this Christian thing going on, and so they went around, trying to suppress it.
So a little bit back again to the Ammonist ideology there.
I would say so, yeah. In my reading of it, absolutely. He's a guy who suddenly realized these guys are corrupt as hell. I'm trying to restore the empire, and we can't do it with these characters running around. So he's put the sword on them, you see. This is one of these uprisings. So let's not, when we're talking about Rome, we're not talking about all families being in cahoots.
Exactly. There's always some infighting going on and bickering and.
I believe the Atenists had friends, but they were people in high positions of power. It wasn't all of Rome. It wasn't all the families. It was some specific families who had idealized Akhenaten. You see, who looked at him as the Sun King of the world. You know, who looked at him as a legitimate Messiah. And these are the people who would have become.
But probably through some kind of secret societies of the day or some
That's
order.
right.
That's how they disseminated the info and basically told everyone what the agenda was and where they were going with this, I guess.
Oh yeah, no doubt in my mind that they all were in collusion. You know, but you have to win converts. Anyway, Dunford goes on to talk about that here we have Princess Urgane and her father Caractacus, who had spent several years in Rome at the time that the Petrine, that's the St. Peter's Church, was being established there. It would be remembered that Urgane and Claudia were both granddaughters of King Metellanus at Fortingal. All right, so we're not talking about down the line, a couple of centuries later, a couple of decades. We're talking about at the moment of the rise of Rome. The British, Atonistic, Milesian, Scythian, right? Families are right there on the spot.
Yeah.
Can we then say they play more than a role as just bystanders? So the Reverend John Williams, he says, in a book called The Ecclesiastical Antiquities of the Cymry, or the Cymry, that's the Welsh, or the Ancient British Church, a book he wrote in 1844, he says, the missionaries who introduced the Christian faith into Britain were Ilid, right, Sindav, Mawan, and a character called, I have to get this right, Arwistli Hen. These are, Welsh names.
Sure.
Arvistli Hen. Now this Arvistli was none other than the Aristobulus mentioned by the apostle in the epistle to the Romans.
Okay.
So here what we're talking about is another person who introduces Christianity. One of these families in England is actually mentioned in the Bible, in St. Paul's epistle to the Romans.
Okay.
Be that as it may, it is expressly stated that this Aristobulus, under a different name of course, Aristobulus was consecrated Bishop of Britain by St. Paul himself, and that he established churches and ordained presbyters and deacons in the islands. Okay? So there's another deep connection. There's nothing remote about this at all. Then a writer called George F. Jowett, who wrote a book called The Drama of the Lost Disciples, he says something amazing. He says that it is interesting to note that the Bethany group who landed in Britain, and the Bethany group is the bloodline group of Jesus, Mary Magdalene.
Okay.
They call them the Bethany group, who may have survived the crucifixion, and then are rumored, you see, in British Israelite philosophy particularly, to come to England. And many Christians have no problem accepting this. But he says, it is interesting to note that the Bethany group who landed in Britain was never referred to by the British priesthood as Christians.
Okay.
Nor even later, when that name was in common usage. They were called Chaldees.
Really?
As were the other disciples who later followed Joseph of Arimathea's mission to Britain. So what are they telling us here? That these guys formed Christianity, but they're not even referred to as Christians. They're referred to as the Chaldeans.
Chaldeans, yeah.
They're trying to, they were specified in their own time. So this early church is being formulated gradually. Now, here's the thing. You've just conquered the Western Isles, but you can't really run an empire from there because it's too far west. You'd lose control. So is it really not predictable that these characters would set up their epicenter, their administrative center, closer to the markets, so to speak? We're dealing with a corporation here.
Sure.
These Chaldees. They don't mind languishing in the Garden of Eden, right, over there in Ireland, and they're loving it, right? But you can't run an empire from there because you're too remote. So they have their henchmen, their lieutenants, run what we now know as Judeo-Christianity, rising in Rome. They're guests of St. Paul. St. Paul is guests of them. The tradition says that St. Paul came and visited. St. Peter, Simon the Zealots, right? Barnabas. The list goes on of the characters in the Bible who are known to have visited Britain.
Really? Yeah.
That's right. Did you know that in Rome there was a place called the Temple of the British?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Again, you can't understand world history until you get a grasp of this. That this Caractacus, and he's not the only one, many kings, because remember under Roman rule, which just slightly preceded the Christian rule, when the Romans took over, they had a lot of resistance, but they also then finally did conquer, and they had a lot of puppet kings. Kings who said, okay, we'll rule in the Roman name. Well, if you sided with the Romans and you took their, coin, as it were, or you started to rule in place of the Caesars, you were then a dignitary. You were, welcome in Rome.
Mm.
The British had their own temple.
Temple of the British Rome.
The Temple of the British in Rome. And this is a most important anecdote to understand of what went on there.
Mm.
And I believe it was a center of Atonism. I absolutely believe that this is where the entertainment went on. Do you know that St. Paul was entertained there?
No idea.
St. Paul was actually a very close relative of, and another guy who's mentioned in the Bible is a centurion of Rome called Rufus Pudens.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Right? Mm. Rufus Pudens married Claudia of this Atenis families of England.
So
Urgain's sister.
And this doesn't, come out of the blue, marriages like this. This is to merge the different power centers.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes, and the proof of that revolves around a very important king also in Scotland called King Matalanus. And Barry Dunford, he writes about this. He says that the ancient Scots chronicles, this is again an old manuscript, record that when King Matalanus died in AD 35, his successor was this nephew of his, Caractacus.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this very famous king. And that the sister of King Matalanus was the mother of Caractacus. Caractacus' daughter, Urgain, remember we talked about her, she was one of the people who opened the first monasteries, whose grandmother was the sister of King Matalanus of Fortingal, is believed to have been a prime influence in introducing the Christian teachings into Britain. Her sister Claudia married a Roman centurion by the name of Rufus Pudens, who was purportedly banished to Scotland for his Christianity, where he preached earnestly the faith. St. Paul in Romans 16:13 refers to Rufus Pudens as chosen of the Lord. Moreover, according to the contemporary Roman historian Dio Cassius, Caractacus was also related to the British Queen Boadicea. So we got Caractacus, we got Boadicea, we got Matalanus. And Scots know these are very, very, very important figures. Welsh know these people as well. This is key figures in early Christian history and in the in British history. There's the St. Paul tie-in. The centurion of Rome is married to a senior princess of the British royal line. Right? They're all hanging up there at the palace of the British and elsewhere. Barry Dunford goes on to say that the Scots Chronicle also record that Matalanus, a wealthy king, was on very good terms with the government of Rome at that time. And then the St. Paul connection, he talks about it. He says that the coming of St. Paul to the British Isles, and as the historian Eusebius mentions, to the utmost corners of the West, is owned on all hands to have been after the 4th year of Emperor Nero, at which time he was set at liberty in Rome. So they're saying that first Paul was under guard, remember, they claim he was arrested.
Right.
And then he's suddenly set free, if we believe all this rubbish. And then he heads to England. Being to make his journey westward, it is not unlikely that he was influenced and engaged by that noble British lady Claudia Rufins. Oh, so Paul is so on good terms with her that she's influencing him to go spend time with her folks. Right, this is the official line. His convert, she's his convert, at whose house he was entertained, to proceed directly to Britain, to her countrymen and relations, to preach unto them the word of life. It is supposed that St. Paul came to Britain sometime before Suetonius Paulinus. He's a very important historian. All major researchers into Celtic mythology and Irish mythology use his book.
Okay.
He was like a Marco Polo type of character, who was one of the first people to come and write on the Druids. This guy is telling you, look, before he even set foot on Ireland, this gang was going on. The Atonis were already well in.
Sure.
The Rufins, people, and Claudia and all were doing their bit. He, there's an amazing quote from Henry Cairns Lawler in a book called Ulster, Its Archaeology and Antiquities. This book was written in 1928. He says, on some Irish megalithic monuments are to be found carvings of curious design and hieroglyphics, the key to the interpretation of which has not been discovered. The word hieroglyphic is derived from the two Greek words meaning sacred carving. Perhaps the most notable thing about these carvings is the resemblance of the designs to similar carvings and designs on stones, coins, pottery, and seals found in the countries adjoining the eastern Mediterranean, especially Crete, Cyprus, and Egypt. This goes so far to confirm the fact of the early Bronze Age traffic between these far-off countries and our own. In some instances, the symbols resemble those found in Eastern Mediterranean or in Egyptian inscriptions, whose meanings we know. For instance, in the right hand or upper Knockmany stone, this is in Ireland, right? At the top left-hand corner are several parallel wavy lines. This is a slight variation of the Egyptian hieroglyphic meaning the waves of the sea. A circle with radial lines spreading out occurs on several Irish stones. A circle with radial lines. Where do you see that? The symbol of the Aten, remember? Aten sun disk with the radiating lines.
Oh,
coming
okay.
up.
Now I see what you mean. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
On
yeah,
an Irish
yeah.
stone, he says that a circle with radial lines spreading out occurs on several Irish stones and is found in the tomb of Akhenaten in Egypt.
There we go.
The
Yeah.
king Akhenaten introduced sun worship into Egypt, and the design, that's actually not true, but we understand what he means here. And the design is by some supposed to represent the sun or the chief god worshipped by the early Bronze Age visitors to Ireland. There it is. But these facts have never been brought to light, to be shown exactly how powerful it is to understand that not just it influences Christianity, that Atenism is responsible for the rise of Christianity, that its birthing place is not Rome but Ireland, but that the Cistercian monks, the Benedictines, you're talking about Chaldeanism here, and you're talking about Knights Templar and these secret societies, the lodges of initiation, the lodges of Scotland that are very, very powerful. The ceding of the land to all of these people is crucially important.
Michael, you mentioned the Sinclairs as an important family, but you also mentioned the Menzies during this era to be an equally important family.
Yeah, noble family, the Menzies is crucial. There's many of these families. We know about the Sinclairs because they've come to light as being a Templar family. They own most of Scotland. And they're part of the Rosslyn, idea. The Rosslyn falls under the heading of what we're saying, a so-called Christian temple that seems to have so many pagan symbols on it.
Yeah.
What's that all about, right? Well, Barry Dunford has an interesting thing to say on them. He says that the 19th century writer, W.F.C. Wigston, he's a Masonic writer, refers to Rosslyn Chapel as a Masonic temple, the cradle of Scottish masonry, if not something deeper still. Let's read that again. He says that this is a Masonic temple, the cradle of Scotch masonry. That's heavy enough. And then he goes on to say, if not something deeper still.
What do you think he means by that?
Atonism. That these Masons are the keepers of this knowledge. These Templars, these Cistercians, of course they know what's deeper still. Deeper than the Orthodox understanding that the other Christians have. We are familiar now, aren't we, that it's coming to light, I hope everyone understands this, that Christianity has basically got two traditions. Since the work of the Gnostic Gospels, Elaine Pagels, since the time of Bajent and Lay and the Bloodline, and now the Da Vinci Code, which is technically fiction, right? I mean, people must have grasped this fact now that even within Christianity there's what's known as an exoteric and an esoteric tradition.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
This is of their own making. They're putting this in front of you as if it's a rivalry. It's not, it's a game. It's a fake rivalry. They are desperate to cover up the destruction that they've done to the ancient Druids and to many other groups of people as well. So when these sort of paganistic images turn up, like the design of Rosslyn and so many other things, the robes that the Pope wears, the design of Rome, I mean, we've talked about this on so many other shows. When all of this ancient world, Almanistic and Atonistic and Irish, Celtic and whatnot, all of this Scythian and Chaldean imagery and Babylonian, Sumerian imagery is turning up in Christianity, they have to account for it.
Yeah.
But they don't account for it by telling you, well, don't you understand? That's from all the people we put in the grave. We stole all that. They can't admit that.
No.
Criminals cover their tracks. When you get them into court, they have an incredible story. They have the amazing ability to tell you the most amazing lies. Well, this lie is to say, well, no, I guess what we have to admit then is this. There's two traditions within Christianity. There's this Mary Magdalene, hidden bloodline, Grail, underground, technically Christian. And then there's Vatican and these guys. So then they want you to now side with one of the other sides.
Yeah.
And which is what they're really doing subtly to the whole of mankind now. That's why they put out these movies like the Da Vinci Code. That's why they're mulling over the idea as whether they're going to exonerate the Knights Templars. Tomorrow the Grand Master is going to be an Oprah Winfrey telling all. I mean, we're going to, in the end, have something amazing happening to us in the next lot of years, where they're going to really continue exonerating these people. So instead of being seen as the arch criminals they are, they're now going to be put before us as the secret keepers The keepers of the secret wisdom, just like that last shot in the Da Vinci Code, where they're all standing in Rosslyn in their tweed, the great enlightened ones who are just hard-pressed by the maniac Cyrus, you see?
Sure.
And these lunatic, bug-eyed monsters of the Vatican. What lies? This whole thing has been created to make you just, continue like a pendulum between one or the other. You're either orthodox, an evangelist, and down with all of those weird...
As we mentioned before, it's almost like a reformation in a new era and a new, mystical background on this whole story is coming to light now.
That's right. And maybe, we'll do a show on why this is happening. It's a very important reason as to why this dialectic is being done, why so many Masonic writers from within the system are coming out to write books, so-called whistleblowing, why so many other critics are now telling you that there's nothing to fear from any of these, secret societies. They're just brothers of mankind and all of this. There's a reason why this is all happening. But anyway,
so I just want to squeeze in that question or comment there that so for those who are looking for a certain amount of traces from either previous civilizations or cultures or religions or ideologies actually can find some of that in what is being revealed now through the Templars.
That's right. They're going to offer you a lot. They're going to offer you a lot of things that they're going to say comes from their tradition. But they're going to, pretty much disguise the origins of it all. They're not anxious for you to know the true story.
Sure.
But yes, the Menzies is a very important group. Barry Dunford talks about them. He says it has also been recorded in the Scots Chronicles that during the 2nd century BC, certain philosophers were able to inform the then Caledonian royalty as to the whereabouts of rich deposits of minerals beneath the surface of the land.
Oh yeah, this is important, this part here, yeah.
Remember we said about the Boer War and the whole might of the British Army is sent down there to unsettle the Boers, the Dutch, to get at the gold. See, it's like this. The Romans come and put people to the sword and basically destroy the purest blood of the Druids. For 400 years before that, we've had atonistic people operating in a context of Ireland, doing the same thing. Converting Druidism, learning and weakening the roots of Druidism. Then we have the Romans, then we have the rising of Christianity. But the thing is this, that these famous families like the Sinclairs and the Menzies, these are royal families who are interested in mining. In fact, it's a very interesting study that people who want to check into any of this can go and look at it, that all the lands of these families that we're talking about just happen to be on the richest mining places where the ore of copper and metal is the most. In fact, King Metallanus gets his name from metal. Obviously. The king of metal.
Yeah, when you think about it.
They were international merchants in metal. It always comes down to big business, like Jordan Maxwell has said before.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're living in Ireland and England now, right? These bishops, the early bishops of Rome that these people seated. Did you know that one of the families of the Menzies was like the first bishop in Lorraine in France?
Oh, yeah, tell us about that. That's
the Templar connection, we can get into that,
Wow.
So these are an international mercantile group. But the downside of that is if you're merchants only, you're a nobility, you don't have the right, the indigenous people, are not probably likely to let you go and build right on top of the ancient sites.
No, obviously not.
Which are Druidic. That's their religion. But you can do it if you invent a religion. So in the 400 years that they're sitting on Ireland, and have now finished absorbing all the Druidic knowledge, they still get the problem of all the Druidic traditions are right there in plain view. And you can't go and start building on it or digging mines there because that's unacceptable. It won't happen. But the only way you can do it is if you create another religion that you have enough Druidic elements to say, oh, but we've created a religion that's the follow-on from Druidism. It's the perfect logical move on.
Step,
right, and you've killed off everybody who would deny you this or criticize it. And you then transplant it to the east so that it appears that it's coming from the east. So the rising of Christianity is an ideological warfare. So that these families could get hold of the land and put the churches and buildings on it. Like we said earlier, they were en masse. These churches and these monasteries were put on the Druidic sites. That happened because they're religious sites. You had to create a religion to do it, and that was the plan that I believe took them a couple of 100 years to work out.
So we have three things here that is happening. First, they get in there and they manage to eradicate the Druids. Then they managed to get the resources out from the area, and they also managed to cover up the original, where the ideology came from day one, basically.
They do exactly what Akhenaten was trying to do in Egypt, which was destroy Ammonism. And if you read in my book the utter tyranny that he did, the desecration of the temples, you see, the forbidding the priests to practice, the rape of Egypt during the 18th dynasty. They picked up business as usual when they finally get over to Ireland.
Sure.
And also Ireland and England is a much smaller place to conquer.
Oh yeah.
It's simply easier. Plus, it's you feel better because you're in the land of the ancestors. You got a lot to win. You can really squeeze this tube. Yeah. But the thing is that, you know, again, the people live there. Ordinary indigenous people live there who've been there for thousands and thousands of years before you came. They're not going to like these, what they consider utterly sacred places.
Sure.
These are very sacred places, the places of the Druids. They're dedicated to the goddess. You don't go near them. How do you eradicate those places? You eradicate them by slowly inventing a new religion that in its early incarnation appears to be very similar. Remember in one of the quotes we said that they thought that the Essenes, Joseph of Arimathea was an Essene. The word Essene, Henrik, comes from the old Gaelic, pre-Gaelic, from the old god Essa.
Essa.
Which was the earliest sun god of the ancient Druids, the ancient Druids. You know, Jesus is a later version of this. Maybe we can get to that in a minute, but this is what they were doing. They were plagiarizing the old traditions. So the Essenes wore white just like the Druids. In fact, I would say that the Druids, the Chaldees, and the Essenes are the closest linked.
Really?
If people want to look for similarities between all these weird cults, it's through the Druids, the Essenes, and the Chaldees that you find the thread.
Interesting. Okay.
But getting back to this thing about the Menzies, it's very interesting. There's a quote by Barry Dunford. He says that this is confirmed by D.P. Menzies in his clan history. Right. So this is one of the Menzies who wrote a book on his own clan in 1894. He says this genealogical family researcher claims that King Matalanus was descended from a guy called Meanus, from whence is derived the name of Clan Menzies, who was the son of Fergus, the first king of the Scots. Again, apologies to anyone who's not interested in this, but the Scots will, you know, have a handle on some of this, hopefully.
Sure.
Fergus, the first king of the Scots, who, according to the ancient Scots chronicles, originally came from Ireland to Scotland in 330 BC. Now this D.P. Menzies remarks, Matalanus is said to have succeeded to the kingly office at about BC 13. So 13 BC, this character called Matalanus becomes king of Scotland. Tradition says that he has held his court at Fortingall. Remember that famous Fortingall?
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but the oldest tree in the world is at Fortingall.
Yeah, I think we talked about that.
It's a yew tree. Remember we talked about the importance of the yew trees and that they were even found in the Egypt as being worshipped, and that the yew tree, again, lots of Christian sites are right near yew trees.
Sure.
Well, again, this is the supplanting of the Druidic knowledge. And just as a case in point, that Fortingall is the oldest tree in Europe or the world.
Sheesh.
Now, in the country of the Menzies, and their old castle there is called Garth Castle, is thought to have been one of his old strengths. He is also the Menzies who is pointed out as the one who induced his kinsman to study the arts of metal mining. Indeed, one of the forms of Gaelic of his name, Menzies, is mine. You know, like Klaus Mine, right?
Okay.
You know, the name German, Mine,
Sure.
which means metal or gold metal. Or mean, like M-E-I-N, right?
Sure.
So here we're seeing something extremely important, because remember, skeptics and scientists can go and study this. Check out that these families were talking about where their land is, and it just happened to be out of the blue, right, where the gold is and where the mine, where the wealth is, and why Rome would be interested in this. Dunford says that according to ancient tradition, a relative of King Matalanus, who was known as Mansutius, founded a monastic seat of learning during the 1st century AD at a place called Dull, D-U-L-L, a few miles from Fortingall. So it's the Dull area, Fortingall area, that we're specifically talking about. Now he says that at Dull was a monastery of such importance and such proportions, it was awarded the unusual title of Abthanedum, right? Abthanedum. This is a title that's given. The monastery or abbey of Dull was of such great importance that tradition avers that it was the first seat of learning in Scotland. Exactly how this monastery and place of learning came to be situated in the Vale of Menzies is not known, but two traditions are connected with this initiation. The most recent refers to a Saint Adamnan, who lived and preached at Glen Leon in the latter half of the 7th century. But an even older legend, recorded by the Scottish chroniclers, attributes this inauguration of the College of Learning to this Mansutius in the 1st century AD. Mansutius was the son, a near relation, as we said, of King Metellanus, and he went to Rome. Right? So this son of Metellanus goes to Rome. In Rome, he witnessed the preaching of the Apostle Peter.
Right.
Here's the cover story again, right? It's always about you bump into the apostle.
Sure.
What it means is you took a walk up to the palace of the British and hobnobbed with the Atonists. They're not going to tell you that, so they say, oh, he just happened to hear St. Peter, with his crow's ear,
Sure.
whatever. You want to believe that, that's fine. So he goes to Rome, and he gets converted to the teachings of Christ, and he's ordained as a disciple. Again, the fake story to try and say, I had to go to the East to be converted to Christianity. We're not the founders of Christianity. We didn't invent it in Britain. No. We just happened to be on holiday one day, walking around in the streets of Rome, and get converted. And then old Peter says, why don't you go back to Scotland and open a monastery?
Sure. Yeah.
Good idea. I'll hasten off and do just that. And every Christian is going to now accept this.
Yeah.
No question of the power dynamics you see in the mercantile trading that's going on, right?
Sure.
It's all holy. It's all religious. So these crooks, and believe me, the people who are the cardinals and the propaganda due, P2, right, and the whole host of the Club of Rome, you think they're doing anything different to this day?
Nope.
Certainly the monastery of Dol, you see, owned large areas of rich land, which this so-called Saint Adamnan would not have had access to, but which could well have been the original heritage of Mansutius. So another point. Do you conceive of the amount of wealth we're talking about here?
No, I do not, frankly, no.
Right. Templar wealth, as I've got in my chapter on the Templars in the book, will let you know that when you hear these little anecdotes about, oh, the Templars were the first bankers of Europe, etc., and they had a lot of money and treasures. How come? Yeah. And that when they were purged in France, they ended up in Scotland. These are the same people who are in control today, because these were the people who built the cities of the world. They built not only the monasteries, they not only built Rome, they not only built Edinburgh, we're talking about the builders of our Christian civilization.
The universities,
the banks, the historical institutes, the lot. These are the characters we're talking about.
And I guess you also have a lot of money, a lot of gold, silver, and so forth, but also for other kind of resources we can start to industrialize and, technology, high technology, as a consequence of this.
And if you go to these modern technological institutes, and I don't care how shiny and gorgeous they look in the cities, you will always find the royal insignias in the architecture. You'll always find some weird Masonic stuff or a bizarre sculpture that you, of course, as a student, won't have the faintest idea what that means. Start checking into it. Start finding out what these symbols in the cities mean, what they're related to. I found that quote by Dunford about the connection to France, just for people who think we're making this up. In a book, but Dunford says that in the book The Coming of the Saints, published in 1906, the author John W. Taylor says, Mansutius then becomes called Saint Mansu. He's now a saint. They canonize him overnight. We have enough bucks, enough money. So now Mansutius of the royal houses of Scotland suddenly becomes Saint Mansui. All right? An Irish or Caledonian Briton, Caledonian just simply means Scotland, for those who don't know. It's the old name for Scotland. He's an old Irish and Caledonian Briton, became the Bishop of Toul in Lorraine.
Right, okay.
In AD 89. All right, so we're talking about the same Champagne, same Burgundian, Templar families.
Sure.
Coming out of France. That's why you see the fleur-de-lis, so many on Scottish flags.
Okay.
There's the whole Scottish tie-in,
Sure.
We go into this in the work, showing how all the kings are descended from these characters we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's how you become a king. Kings are rich. Kings are related to these dynastic families. Kings have said the right things theologically. Right? They go on indoctrinating. He says that this Mansutius, he says, was a constant visitor to the palace of the British at Rome after Claudia had married Pudens.
Okay.
And I said Rufus Pudens, the centurion, is mentioned by St. Paul in the Bible, no less. He was a friend of Linus, the first bishop of Rome.
The first bishop?
The first bishop of Rome.
Okay.
We're not talking about years down the line, centuries, decades. The first bishop of Rome is a pal with all of these guys.
There we go.
Right. This is the connection that, and when you see the Egyptian imagery, not only of Rome itself, when you take into the fact that Rome is aligned to the ancient Celtic, the ancient Irish sites of Knowth and Newgrange, to the sun doors no less, right? You understand that this is the Egyptian connection to Atenists, because there's only one people who have this connection between Ireland and Egypt and Rome. Now he says that this happened. Now he says after the death of Saint Clemens, Mansutius became the first official bishop of the British Church at Rome. What a character. He's bishop down in Toul in Lorraine. He's pals with the first bishop of Rome. And bishop of Rome means Pope of Rome, by the way, just in case people don't understand what that means.
Okay.
The bishop of Rome is the Pope.
Okay.
Right? And he's made, after the death of the first saint, like St. Patrick's era, because this is all happening around the time of St. Patrick also. Let's not forget that.
Okay.
This is all happening in the first wave of saints, so-called. But after the death of St. Clemens, who was the first who was appointed for England, it's this Mansutius of the House of Menzies who becomes the Bishop of Rome, the Bishop of the British Church of Rome.
Wow. Yeah. How about that?
Elites.
There's a clear connection again between all of these, the areas, the families, and the timeline even, when all of this starts springing up.
The symbolism,
sure,
the Egyptian symbolism. We wish we had time more to go in it. We mentioned a few there that the stones of Ireland are covered in atonistic symbolism. Yeah. It's proving that they got there. The proof has now come to light. That I'm collating all of this work because people don't have 3 centuries to research all this.
That's right, exactly.
So I'm stuck. We have to. I'm very sincerely believe that scholars of this age, especially in alternative history, have a job as collators to synthesize, so that you can synthesize lots of information for people to get it in very quick time.
Absolutely.
You can get it in matters of days. You read a chapter, it'll only take a couple of days. You're going to get centuries of understanding. This is crucially important. It's not just to keep on beating to death one area, you see.
Sure.
We need to look at things synthetically now. Who were these Romans? Maybe we've been told a pack of lies. Who were these, Chaldeans? Who the hell are these Cistercians that had these salt lines and ley lines all marked out?
Sure.
Who had the audacity to build their temples over ancient sites? In fact, you see, when you really take it down into the deepest level, what we have to understand is, as we said, you can't molest the sacred sites unless you turn it not from a business, but it has to be a religion. This goes to the full extent of creating. You also need to account for the reason why you've plagiarized the ancient canon of the Druids.
Yeah.
Within the canon of the Druids was a famous god called Issa.
Yeah.
Or Issa.
You mentioned that.
Or Iassa, right? In fact, in Aramaic, the word for Jesus is Issa. In India, they still call Jesus Issa.
Really?
Yeah. Iassa. And even in the Quran, he's known as this. But Iassa is a god known thousands of years before Christianity was ever born. Iassa was known thousands of years before Atonism was ever born. Okay? This is one of the most important gods of the ancient Druids. What better than to create your Christianity, to fabricate this God? And as Jordan Maxwell has also shown, there is no historicity to Jesus. People should understand this now, because it is absolutely understood that all the events that happen around Jesus are astrotheological in nature. You have this component in the Bible that St. Paul was basically plagiarizing all the old astrostellar symbolism. How can that be a biography? Nazareth has never been discovered. They've even found that it doesn't exist.
Really?
It was never a place. None of the events or the circumstances or the topography of the Far East matches. So when people like Commons Beaumont come along to tell you that all the things in the Bible actually are things and events that took place in Britain, now we can understand what he's talking about. It was transplanted over there. Because, again, you have to have the creation of a Jesus, a Christ, be far away from Druidic lands.
Yeah. Look over there.
Look over there, not
in
here.
This land, yeah.
That's right. And, of course, they don't mind. Like I said, remember there's 2 strains of Christianity, the esoteric, under which comes the Templars, the Cathars, the Bogomils, the Essenes, yes, and then the Orthodox. The steering committee doesn't care if Orthodox Christians forever to the day they die believe that Jesus came out of Palestine. What's said in the Bible. If you want to believe that, they're happy. They know that the esoteric groups, these Templar elites, you see, these nobles, they know the truth. But it's okay if you don't know it. They don't mind.
Yeah.
If you live in ignorance of it all.
Sure.
So he says here that one great quote from Reverend C.C. Dobson. He says that the more Druidism is studied, the more apparent it is its relationship to the revealed religion of Mosaic law. Here's a guy who's a reverend who's touching upon it. He's studied both sides, and he's starting to wait. He goes, look, this whole Judaic Mosaic thing, man, it looks so much like Druidism. These Essenes, it looks like a bunch of Druids. That's right, because the Druidic teachings had been in Egypt thousands of years before Atonism was even heard of. All of it was a warped version of Druidism.
Sure.
Dudley Wright, in a book called Druidism, The Ancient Faith of Britain, which is absolutely unavailable. A lot of the books we're quoting from, by the way, are very hard to find, especially this one. Right? Dudley Wright, he says, the fact must not be overlooked when speaking of the supplanting of Druidism by Christianity. That the Druids held many tenets inculcated in Christianity and the practice and customs of the Christians. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul, the belief in miracles, the doctrine of reincarnation, all of this in those days, articles of the Christian faith. Right? As we know, in early days of Christianity, right, they believed in reincarnation.
Okay, the more Gnostic.
Yeah, in the early days.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was official. He says all of this had already been imparted to the Britons by their own priests.
Sheesh.
I go further. I say there's not a thing in any of Judeo-Christianity that's not born out of Druidism, although it's warped. Don't believe the apologists. Don't believe the propagandists who say it's a seamless evolution of Druidism. The Druids would have been jumping with joy. No, they were put in the flames and were hacked to pieces because they wouldn't buy into this. They knew who you were. Quote from George Jowett again. He says, the astounding fact is that whereas the Sadducean Judeans were never familiar with the name of the Messiah, his name was known to the British long before the memorable event transpired on Golgotha Hill.
There we go.
Right? It was a name familiar on the lips of every Briton. The indisputable fact is that the Druids proclaimed the name first to the world. How the Druidic priesthood, now here's the classic line, how the Druidic priesthood knew the consecrated name so long beforehand is indeed a mystery in itself. The name Yesu was incorporated in the Druidic Trinity as Godhead. It's no mystery. There's that word again, mystery. It's a mystery. It's only a mystery if you're a Christian reading Christian books indoctrinated by Christianity.
They remote viewed it, you see.
That's right. Same thing is brought up by the incredible researcher that my book is dedicated to, Commons Beaumont, the Scottish researcher, English researcher who had studied all of Scottish history and world history. He said that as far back as 1640, the German traveller Kort, after a complete topographical examination of the present Jerusalem, decided that it failed to coincide in any way with the city described by Josephus and the scriptures. Did you know that but Ralph Ellis is absolutely convinced that this so-called Josephus, the famous Jewish historian, was none other than St. Paul?
Really?
Yeah, so this quote will make more sense when you buy into the latest researches of people like this magnificent writer, Ralph Ellis, who is convinced that Josephus, the famous historian of the Jews, who's we turn to his writings about the Middle, he's none other but the same propagandist St. Paul we're talking about, who's sitting there being schooled by the British.
Sure.
What to write.
That would turn things on the head, wouldn't it?
Exactly. So he says here, Beaumont goes on to say that it fails to coincide in any way with the city described by Josephus and the scriptures. Claims that the tomb of patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are buried under the mosque in Hebron possess no shred of evidence. The rock-cut sepulchres in the valleys of Jehoshaphat and Hinnom are of Roman period and late Greek inscriptions, and there exists nothing in groups of ruins in Petra, in Sebaste, in Baalbek, Palmyra, or Damascus, or among the stone cities of Haran that are pre-Roman. Right? It's very new. Nothing in Jerusalem itself can ever be related to the Jews. Dobson goes on to say, the basic Druidic belief was in a Trinity, Henrik, right? You only have to go to their monuments to see it.
Sure.
Right? The Godhead was called Dua, D-U-W, like where we get our word Deus. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Or a day, even. Du, from which we get the word Jupiter, Jew. See, the D was pronounced J in some countries, so Jeu, or Deu, right? So the Godhead was called Deu, or Du, the one without darkness who pervaded the universe. Then 3 golden rays of light were the emblem of Druidism. Right? That's Kabbalah, by the way. 3 rays of light is the 3 pillars of the Kabbalah going down from Godhead, which everyone thinks is Jewish. Total lie. Right? It's Egyptian Druidic is what it is. So 3 golden rays of light were the emblem of Druidism. representing the three aspects or persons of the Trinity emanating from that Godhead. And they were known as Bel, the creator God of the past, Taran, the controlling providence of the present, and Esu, or Yesu, the coming Savior.
The Holy Trinity right there. Yeah.
But they describe Yesu very clearly as the coming Savior in the future.
Okay.
He's always described that way. And he's a sacrificial God. He has his side pierced with a sharp instrument, and his blood flows into the earth. And he's always shown that his blood is sacrifice, because the earth needs his blood to be reborn. This is what the Druids always showed. And Yesu, the rite of Yesu, during the time when his rites were being done, they'd always chop a tree, all its branches off, and make a tree that had a cross shape.
More like an X?
Like an X, or just like a T.
Okay.
Right? And on the T part, they'd write the word Jesus. H-E-S-U-S, or Iesa, right? And they'd often show that Iesa would be hung in the air like he's all nothing. Sometimes he was even shown in a cruciform with his hands outstretched, like the cross, but on nothing, just with the sun behind his head, giving his blood sacrifice. He was a sacrificial God. And he says that Druidism thus anticipated Christianity and pointed to the coming Savior under the very name which Christ was called. J.R.S. Mead, one of the greatest theosophists, he wrote a book called Did Jesus Live 100 BC? It's a crucial book to have. I think it's even, you can read it free online. He says, we know further from several sources that the Christians were originally called Galileans. Galileans, right?
Sure.
Gael, Scythian, Atnist, Irish, right? Galilean. It is said that Julian the Emperor desired to have them so called, and in his own writings he invariably refers to them under this designation. Justin Martyr knows of pre-Christian sect called Galileans. Pre-Christian, that's very important, because that's what we're talking about. Epictetus, another historian who died in 117 AD, calls the Christians Galileans. Mani, in the 3rd century, calls the general Christians Galileans. They weren't called Christians. Christianity was already in the world. It was already Essenes, who predate Christians. A group called the Therapeutae, which we don't have time to cover. Therapeutes were pre-Christians. Now he's talking about Galileans from Galilee. People who've really done their homework with Christianity know that Jesus' mission was really in Galilee, not Judea. The 3 books of the Bible, the 3 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, always say that he was in Galilee. It's only John who starts talking about Judea.
Okay.
The fact is that it was all happening in Galilee. They were all Gentiles in Galilee, not Jews in Judea. There's another lie right there within the Gospels. So I believe this is all transplanted. These are all Atnists setting up shop in Palestine so that they can talk about Iesa without you being too close to home.
I see.
They're creating a religion.
Yeah.
And they're creating a religion there because King Metlanus is sitting on his ass on top of all that money thinking, how the hell are we going to territorialize this place?
Yeah, exactly. Keep this.
Yeah,
and
we're going to have armed peasants coming down with clubs going, get off these ancient sites.
Sure.
We may not like them, but, look, these are our sacred heritage. These are strategists. These are people who know how the game of colonization is played. Mead goes on to say that for a short time, the Christians also called themselves, and get this, Jessians. Jessa. Like Jesse.
Sure.
Jesseans. He says that now it is well known that the name Essene is one of the greatest puzzles of scholarship. Upwards of 20 derivations have been given by ancient and modern writers, and the riddle still remains unsolved. Well, it's just being solved.
Yeah.
The Essenes were not even aware of Jesus' existence, okay? They barely write about the guy.
Okay.
They are coming from people have no idea where these guys came from. They can't link them to the Jews, although that's been done, but that breaks down, you see. Every new discovery that's made makes it more elusive. It isn't elusive when you understand that the Sadducees, the Israelites, the Jews, all these people that you're referring to as Judeans, these people that you're referring to as Christians, basically are, as we said at the beginning of the show, Atonists. It all has the root of the mother of Atonism. Because as Ralph Ellis has shown, these Israelites are the Hyksos pharaohs of Egypt. He's not the first to show it. Beaumont already knew it. Velikovsky speculated on it. Sigmund Freud knew about it. Do you know how many authors in the past went into this that never anybody read? It's taken till our modern times now for this fact to come out again. Once you realize these connections, you have no problem understanding that Atonism controlled a lot of them. Atonism was behind most of these groups. It was behind Mithraism. It was behind the Zoroastrianism. They're all hybrids. They're all worshipping the sun in one way or another.
Monotheistic.
Monotheistic.
Sure.
They're the monotheism. And that type of monotheism, especially that warped, patriarchal, masculinized, highly exclusive, you see, and very almost puritanical, tyrannical form of sun worship is the child of Atonism, which spread throughout the world. And Dunford goes on here to say something incredible. He says that there is certainly reason to suppose that the family of Jesus may have been related to the Celto-British royal family of the time. So he's saying, look, if there is a character, even if there was a man out there in Palestine, he's related to these British royal families. I believe there was a man. Ralph Ellis has taken it back to a guy called Jesus of Gamala. And Jesus of Gamala is actually related to the Roman houses.
All right.
He was a son of Cleopatra and one of the Roman pharaohs, Roman Caesars, I think Julius Caesar. Yeah, I'd have to look at my notes. But as far as I can remember, Ralph Ellis has taken, he is the closest person, and he's not a British Israelite, so he's not contaminated by all this, did he go to England bit, which is very spurious, right? Because, you know, if you believe Christ went to Europe, from the information I'm giving you, you can equally discern that he left Britain to go to Palestine.
Yeah.
I mean, once you're into British Israelitism, it works both ways.
Sure.
Joseph of Arimathea brings a child, Christ, to the Holy Land, of England. Well, wait a minute. The half of the British Israelites believe now that no, he was born there and was transplanted over to Palestine. But if you leave the British Israelite ideology behind, then you follow these other authors who are trying to, pinpoint who was the closest approximation to the man known as Jesus. Not the Christ that Paul created, who's a god.
But the real man.
A man, a revolutionary, maybe a messianic character. Well, there's lots of them, and I have them all listed in the book. In Book 2 of Irish Origins, we list all the main, protagonists.
Interesting.
Out of Judaism, out of Gentilism, you see. Some of them incredible characters.
That are possibly
were based on Christ.
Jesus. Okay.
On the Jesus, sorry. And one of them was a most interesting character, is actually by the name of Apollonius of Tyana. But another fascinating character who's really interesting life story is Jesus of Gamala, which was a region, you see, in Palestinian and Judean era. And Ralph Ellis is the expert on that. People need to pick up his books and look into this to find this out. So there may have been, just like they borrowed all the astrotheology, just like Paul, right, used to archive the canon of astrology to create his 12 disciples and his whole little mythos of Jesus. So these Atonists may have also borrowed from a lot of other histories. But you see, as Beaumont and so many people have pointed out, there's a problem. By displacing their Christianity and their Jesus to the foreign eastern shores, they also made a mistake. They knew too little about those areas. By knowing too little about those areas, they left a lot of glitches. Because they know nothing about the Palestinians. The Palestinians are never mentioned or described in the Bible.
Really?
Yeah, the topography of the area is a total bogus. I mean, they can't dig up anything that ever, corresponds, because believe me, if they could, they would. You'd be hearing about it from morning to night. The fact that you don't hear about them finding anything is because there's nothing there to find, as these authors say. It's limited. And I have an entire part of the book 2 of the Irish Origins called Did Israel Exist? I want people to go and read that. Refer to the works of Professor Thompson. We'll put up links. Thomas L. Thompson. Incredible thesis showing that, it's a complete lie, just like Beaumont and all of these people knew, that this ancient history has been concocted. Most of Christian history has been concocted. And this was the mistake. For ideological and political reasons, they had to situate Christianity in Rome and further afield. Because Rome is nicely placed, is it not, between Eastern world and Western. That double-headed eagle of control can operate from Rome. Two empires, East and West. You keep a handle on your enemies, right? To be near ports of the Mediterranean. What good is out there in northern Scotland going to do you? That's your garden retreat. You got to run the trade lines of Mesopotamia. I mean, if you don't do it, your rivals are going to start doing it. Right? So you're into business. You're into felling trees and starting the whole shebang going, you see. And to do that, you need to be near the places where the spices are grown, where the minerals can be sold, all of that. They're very clever.
And this is a natural step in a global empire, that you have different centers for different purposes,
That's right. And although we don't have time to go into it, one of the other big loopholes that prove everything that I'm talking about is the similarity between what people think of as Hebrew and Gaelic. Another loophole, if we would take a whole other show to explore this, is the amazing connections between the Hebrew language, which is nothing but Phoenician, by the way. The Phoenicians tie into all of this. The word Phoenician actually means men who are red men. And one of the reasons why they were called red is because that's what a white man's skin turns when you're burning up in the Mediterranean.
And an Irishman, yeah.
An Irishman or Nordic men, right? Long blonde hair, huge blonde beards, piercing blue eyes, and burning red skin. You look like a god, right? When your ship's pulled up. And these characters turn up in the Middle East. They really look special. Plus, they also wore copper because they were copper miners. So their bracelets, jewelry, and necklaces were made of bright red copper, shining like the sun. They made a really incredible, appearance. They were expert in wood. They were high astrologers. They were navigators. They told all the stories. They were conquerors. They were the giants. The Phoenicians were the giants. They also are responsible for dyeing cloth in beautiful hues. They're responsible, mythology says, for building the Temple of Solomon. There's a whole tradition of the Phoenicians. So Old Hebrew, which is not what Jews speak today, by the way, Yiddish and modern Hebrew are what's called classical languages, just like Latin and Greek. They're not in any way related to what the Bible talks about as ancient Hebrew.
Okay.
Ancient Hebrew is more connected to Aramaic,
and
it's also connected to Phoenician. It is Phoenician. But the red men were from the West. The closest language, parent language to Gaelic, to Hebrew is Gaelic. Even Welsh, and you know something, even Cornish, the language of Cornwall, is indistinguishable in its syntax and its lettering to Hebrew, to the ancient Hebrew.
That's
another cover-up.
Yeah.
Proving these connections between the British Isles, the Gaelic, the kings, and the Eastern setup. But it's not that the Scythians brought that language; they also spoke it and were experts. The Scythians themselves had colleges all over the world in the later days. But my work is to show you that even before the Scythians, even before the Gaels, even before the Celts, even before Atanism, the Druids were there. They were already spreading these languages. Of course, languages changed a little bit depending on the region. The dialect changes or the syntax may change. But the essence of the languages are originally from Gaelic. What ancient Gaelic is, which is why Christianity declared war on the Gaelic language, as we said in previous shows.
Again, sir, there's so much in this book you can,
It's all there. We're just
exactly, and so many things that we didn't have time to get to in this show. But that is why people need to get the book and read it for themselves. And they need to explore these areas. And again, this is, as we pointed out in this show, that this is stuff that is connected with things that are going on today. This is a history, and it's a timeline behind this.
Well, see, the main idea is to realize that this is not ancient history. This connects with what's happening in the world today, because the founders of these monarchies are still in existence in one way or another. It wouldn't mean a thing if it was just a matter of a benign, changeover in religion or whatever. The people that we're talking about who desecrated Ireland, who obliterated this ancient tradition, who destroyed the colleges of the elders, they took that knowledge and are using it today.
Yep.
These same Knights Templars, who were just a stone's throw ago, were behind the Bourbons, the Guise family, the Savoys, the Saxe-Coburg Gothas, all the people you think, people who don't think matter, the Habsburgs, the Hanoverians, the people behind Russell Trust, the people behind Skull and Bones, the people behind the secret societies, the Freemasons, the Templars, Propaganda Due. These are created by these same core families that we're talking about. Ancient crimes, modern times. Rome. And see, why it's very important is, you see, tomorrow they may be planning something to throw up in your face that you're not going to understand what it is unless you know how these people have operated from day one.
That's a possibility.
What happens if they concoct another Messiah tomorrow?
Yeah.
What happens if they exonerate all these secret societies and all mankind turns around and goes, okay, we accept that these were the forefathers of civilization. That they've actually been hidden, granted, but that's because they were being persecuted. And don't forget that after AD, after the crucifixion, I'm not denying that these groups then went on to have tremendous infighting.
Sure.
We're talking about Diocletian, the pagan, goes and massacres. And we have subsequent massacres within Christianity. Constantine murdering a lot of people, including his own wife. And then we have the Templars being suppressed, right? We have the Albigensian Crusade, in which the Pope declares war and murders, puts all these people in the flames. We have Montesigur, the destruction of the Cathars. But to me, that's all really to be taken with a pinch of salt. I don't really care if Frank Nitti, the enforcer, is now fighting Al Capone.
See what you mean.
If Tweedledum is bashing Tweedledee in this Punch and Judy show that's been set up so that your eyes are on the stage show that they have created. They're all Atenists.
Mm-hmm.
They're all Christians. Now that they own the world and they've murdered everybody that was true and sacred and pure, now that they've butchered witches and massacred the women of the world and own all of these lands, don't you think that these pathological, insane megalomaniacs are going to eventually start turning on each other and go, no, that's mine, no, that's mine, that belongs to me, no, that's a bit of mine, and pulling and tearing at each other?
Yeah.
That's only to be expected.
Of course.
But I don't worry about it. I am thinking of the bigger crime that these people, are guilty of. When one pope is clubbing another pope and, all these wars, 100 years war, 30 years war, to me it's like, okay, whatever, they're already guilty of unimaginable crimes. Now they start turning on themselves. Sure. What of it?
Yeah.
They're all hyenas anyway. And you need to know that because you ain't going to make sense of any of these rivalries that history puts in front of you or that your history teachers put in front of you. You're never going to work it out. Because what is the consequence of not knowing what I've just said? You identify.
Yeah.
I'm for that esoteric group. Hey, I'm really into that. No, I'm an Orthodox Christian. We should have it this way. I'm a Protestant. No, I'm a Catholic. No, I favor the Templars. No, I don't. If you side with any of these groups, no, I'm for William the Conqueror. No, I'm a Saxon. No, I'm an Angle. I'm a Jute.
Mm.
We have to have it this way. I'm an Irish Catholic. No, I'm an Irish Protestant. I'm a black Jew from Africa.
Mm.
We're elite. No, I'm a Khazar Jew. No, I'm Ashkenaz. If you believe in all of these divisions and think that they're real and that they're legitimate, you side with these groups.
Sure, you're in the game.
You're playing the game.
Sure.
And you're allowing this horrible edifice to continue. And why are you doing it? Is because you think, look, if we can only get this gang out, our gang will be in and the world will be living in harmony.
Mm-hmm.
How much more atrocity do we have to have before we realize that if that gang leaves and this gang comes in, nothing changes. Nothing ever has changed.
Yeah.
That's my point. They're all the same gang.
Mm.
We even know that the Stuarts are related to the House of Orange.
Mm.
The greatest conflicts in the world have been by related families. The British
Sure.
Windsors are connected to the Kaiser.
The War of the Roses and all that.
The War of the Roses
stuff,
is a perfect example.
Sure.
The Russians
Mm.
and the Germans, incredible wars between each other. The royal families are connected by blood.
Sure.
Then we get into the Rothschild connection. I mean, the whole point is that they're all one big pathological psychopathic group who need to be confronted. Like I said in the beginning, the light of that they seem to love so much. Let's see how much they love it when it's shining in their eyes, when their skeletons are uncovered. Now is our time. Now is the time to learn this. That's what my work is, motivated by. In short.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fascinating subject. It's fascinating history.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. Me and Michael, we're fast running out of time here, But again, tell people that are interested in getting the book how they most, easily would go about doing that.
Well, it's at the printers now. So the update is that it's at the printers. It'll be ready in a very, very short time, certainly before Christmas. And they can go to irishoriginsofcivilization.com and purchase it there. There's also, I've decided to put the appendices of the book, which is quite substantial. In the end, the appendices are going to become thicker than the book itself because it's a lot of collaborative stuff that I'm being sent from around the world.
Mm.
That's free and online on the same website. We have lots of stuff there on the Minoans, the Cretans, the discoveries of, like I said, these other authors who've revealed amazing things about the Templars. And I just want to personally thank you, Henrik, for allowing me this time, this particular series of shows, so that we can preview the book and get into some of the areas that I think are personally very important. That people who read the book may not realize this is essential.
Yeah.
These shows have helped to isolate that and bring out these classically, to me, crucial themes. Like the British Israelite.
Absolutely.
Concept, like the fact of the corruption of the word Arya, the terrible, terrible corruption that's been done with that word. The idea of the East to West movement or the West to East movement, which I'm trying to blow holes in the East to West movement, but you can't just say that without proving it.
Sure.
Let's establish what you mean by that. So you've given me the opportunity to do that. We've gone into the whole question of the land bridges.
Yeah.
And some of the areas that I want people to really focus on. And also how these secret societies are connected. And the most important thing, which is the real essence, is that now when people are looking at the pyramid and being told to look at all these secret society symbolisms, they're not going to make the fundamental mistake of going, it's Zionist, it's Jewish, it's royal, it's all of this that's happening. People who have a little piece of it and then run with it, and they may be wrong. We've got to go further than that. It's not just as simple as being Masonic, or Rosicrucian. Don't stop there. Yeah. Track this back and find out where's its real origin.
That's right. That's right.
And this is what I'm so happy to have been able to achieve, because it was a daunting task. There were so many threads to pull together. It seemed like I was very much guided. So I can say that it was a joy to do it, because I felt guided. I learned a lot in the process, And now we're at the printing stage, and people can benefit from this knowledge. And your shows, again, totally indebted to you for helping with that process.
It's been great doing it. I mean, again, thank you so much for, picking out the information and getting the information to us. And again, I'm looking forward to very much diving into the book itself, because it's going to be great to see it. So again, I recommend everyone to head on over right away to irishoriginsofcivilization.com. And as you said, Michael, do check out those appendices. There's some amazing stuff there already, and as you said, that's going to grow.
It's constantly updated.
Yeah.
It's constantly updated.
And also, of course, the main website for Michael is michaeltessarion.com, so do check out that. And again, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for doing these programs with us, Michael.
Oh, you're welcome, Henrik. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank everyone also for tuning into the program, of course, and big thanks to Fredrik in the control room. Red X Creations will be back again on Thursday. Until then, take good care, everyone. Bye.
Both tell you what, life can be hard, but you just gotta push through.
Sometimes just let it go. Plant seeds in your mind, water it with rhymes and let it grow. Attack with actions, words only worth half, and that's the exact fraction. Life's more massive than anyone's ask, but actors act like it's only their path until they're blasted. Lessons are experience reflected through your lenses. Perception bends presence, connections, and attention causes tension. Respect connects unless it gets no reflection. Who's the boss, but who's on top gets tossed off. The logic is crossed, twisted significantly. People can't see the cause. Consider the visions of gods, divinity, the Trinity, and consider other religions, even heathenistic decisions that offer different visions. Educate, levitate, to calculate the odds. Condition your position before you get lost. It's the SNS crew, Democrats be the squad.
S to the K, Y to the J-E-D-I, 'cause we stay high so high, you know it. 'Cause I'm a poet glowing like the sun, so bright a show I'm flowing like the night is done. Patrolling, taking control of the lyrical soul. Speaking vocal frequencies, spoken like my spit was so long. Beheaded like a ninja, revving in just like a smoke bar. My baby cast a goal when she inspired us to go far. I don't do it for the dubs, I do it for the love. And I don't do it for the gloves of shape-shifting fake plugs. I'm just playing what you hand me. You can turn the other way and fall back on that plan B. That's all fine and dandy, we the SNS crew. We wickedly spitting written encryptions for submissions that we can see through. So while you switching your positions and giving up on your condition, Joe, we can see you. I'm a suburban hip-hop caper, rip your tip top like it's paper. Take your mixtape and I rape her, so stop waiting, play a hater. What you gonna do? I'm sick of this child's play. All this shit is complaining, straining on my vocal cords like I broke the open door. Burning bridges to the core, cord and visions, my report. My incisions make it sore, then we pass it off and we explore.
Tune into the movement to view the conclusion. SNS crew improvement, congruent with the coolest, no fooling. Leave your medulla oblongata drooling, feeling foolish like a broken tool, you can't use it. Screw loose, no moving, drilling it out, Dremel useless. Smooth away the pain and bruises with Bruce from rulers. Teachers and students, lawyers and movers, construction workers and jewelers, do what we need to do for the moolah. To use our computers, television, cell phones, and computers. Funerals concluded, included with tulips. The cost of life really can't be computed from loot, but ladders and hoops, compounding fractals and loops, created to sedate to separate us from the natural. It's a plan devised tactical. We need to break and cut loose from this noose, it's not practical.
Man, that makes me want to slap a hoe.
But I won't let you. I may be under pressure, but I'm more like a professor giving lectures, always learning. Some people build bridges and some people start burning. Start learning and turn it around and change your life. Cause maybe you will end up having only strife and pain. It's not the same as it used to be. Some people try to take the game away from you ruthlessly. It's not the same, it's strange, and it maintains on a different plane. Man, it just fucks with my brain.
Twisted, subliminal, paranormal, mortal phrases. Uplifted, formally, courteously, I'm enormously racist. Vicious, the gifted one, malicious. With a flip of the tongue, test the S to the S to meet the hit with a stick of a bitch, just run.
Yes. Oh, this sounds grand.
This motherfucker stupid think he's stepping to trade crooks. No one did music, the inception of Facebook. Deception's the case, I'm a treacherous waste of space. Step into place and get questioned with strange look. Kicks got a loose screw, I'ma just do me, so you can just do you. Too confusing, but amusing, I shoot through. Diffusing whack rap to the point that I'm poop, dude. But I'm brand new, cause I'm a cocky little chicken when I'm flipping the coupe. Inducted red ribbon, now I'm living the proof. Specific the loot is what I'm getting when I'm hitting the booth. The on a mission, unforgivable truth. Super like a sleuth when I'm getting the clue. Stupid, but I'm looser with the spitting the proof. Hitting the tune, you can call it collision. Shifting worldly vision with the rhythms I move. Clicking with my pen and then it's written with the venom within. Tripping, invented again. Definitive spin upon a classic with a pivotal trend. That means your baby got a booty, but I'm pimping a friend. If hip hop is beginning, then I'm simply the end. Me and T Smalls, y'all closer than Ken. Poker face with Joker, the inevitable grin. Always win and never have to pretend.
It's almost criminal how these cats act so I can try to smack and attack all physical. It's critical that we as individuals spread truth, cut the news so the news subliminal is pitiful. And we wonder why other motherfuckers see us as suckers perpetuating ridicule. Other countries see us as monkeys caged in the zoo throwing boo. Fuck you, I got a bigger stick to hit you with foolish instruments to rip through. Mix a bulldog and a shih tzu, cause it's bullshit what we trying to get through. It's mind-boggling how the richest country can have a struggling economy. Maybe it's an oddity or possibly hypocrisy. Either way, it's not okay in my philosophy. We're a long way from the way things ought to be. We need more camaraderie and possibly we can do it all.
That's right, the best, what you gonna do?
Sketchy and Smalls, no wrestling crew. Ripping and flipping when we wrecking the boo. Yeah.
Assassins, we straight villains. Rape, pillage, spark with the blast your face villain. Veins took more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle, get all you eat, now we straight chillin'. Straight killing monsters, assassins, we straight villains. Rape, pillage, spark with the blast your face villain. Veins took more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle, get all you eat, now we straight chillin'. Who me? I'm a man you never heard of. A runner man, gun in hand, man to catch a murder. Assertive type of man, and I can spark one like a burner. Absurd and covert plans, my targets never turn up. Assassin masterminds, I'm blasting nines, attacking past them plastic blinds. I'm hassled by the fact that I'm too passive. Assholes die before they capture. Why I crack the rapture, fatal fractures, blades like raptors fading backwards to the path when I don't have the time of platinum rhymes. The same metal as my bullets. A full clip of dome hits him level when I pull it at your bullshit. Scoped out the window of my old whip, call it more hits than a Taurus. My heat pack has got more backup stacked up like a chorus. For sure, it's a double barrel tearing through your marrow. Terrible switchblades and blazing arrows, hazy blazing. Get paid, subtle scarecrow launching shuttles in the air, yo. Straight killing monsters, assassins, we straight villains. Rape, pillage, spark when the blacks your face spilling. Veins trickle more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle, get all you eat, now we straight chillin'. Straight killing monsters, assassins, we straight villains. Rape, pillage, spark when the blacks your face spilling. Veins trickle more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle, get all you eat, now we straight chillin'.
This moment, my movement is an explosion of emotion. I'm rolling in a mode that not only blows them over, but is no corrosive. I open doors to expose them, won't lose focus, heads are rolling, murder motive is what I'm holding. Perversely, I burst a bag of bodies and burn them to ashes. Bastards can't match the advantage of having nothing to lose. I abuse all these factions till the movement's retracted. Amazing contusions, bruises, and fractures. Highly abrasive arrangements that suit every classification. This situation, I'm taking over with domination. I'm an abomination of nature, making face feel cremation. Blazing through statements, incineration, burning the furnace of my basement. Yet on the surface, observe that I'm so calm and complacent. That's how I hold my concentration. Experience a sensation of elimination through this conversation. Let it sink into your brain like rivers condensation.
Straight killing marksmen, assassins with straight villains. Rape in the spark when the blast your face spilling. Veins trickle molded a little, but also your middle. The sizzle get all you eat, now we're straight chilling. Straight killing marksmen, assassins with straight villains. Rape in the spark when the blast your face spilling. Veins trickle molded a little, but also your middle. The sizzle get all you eat, now we're straight chilling.
I'm still a running man, but now I'm blunted, ripping and tripping my foes, zipping and clipping my foe, gripping and zipping and flipping, I'm hitting them holes, splitting your dome. The mission that's written to lift the opposition, switching back and forth of positions like I'm a damn magician. Coalition so bold, bear in mind the Fahrenheit is frightened cause I'm so cold. I'll ignite the night and enlighten them with a chokehold. Thoughts provoke the gun smoke and the spark from out my window, hindering you men with new holes. News patrol, where am I? A samurai slamming, staring, glared out the back of a black caravan, eyes impairing, not caring where I'm landing, cause my warrants are standing and standing lost in the canvas. Got a sick mind, so don't begin to understand this. Yes, I vanish swift to leave no presence, but the essence of profession, stressing lessons as I best them. This Jedi's just a sketch, and I am blessed in my profession, possessed by my obsession to be the best, and yes, I am with no question.
Straight killing marksmen, assassins with straight villains. Rape in the spark with the blast your face spilling. Veins trickle more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle get all you eat, now we're straight chilling. Straight killing marksmen, assassins with straight villains. Rape in the spark with the blast your face spilling. Veins trickle more than a little, but also your middle. The sizzle get all you eat, now we're straight chilling.
All right. We got about 10 minutes until we start, and this Friday will be Facebook Friday. So get ready. We got videos. I've got an interview coming up with one of the two co-owners of the Fifth Column, and we'll be most likely running a little over tonight, so we might go a little bit past 9. I would look for that. All right, we'll be back.
This is what's really good with the sketch.
Yeah, I like how it gets under your skin. But this is the takeover, sketchy Jedi style. I'm here to take it over like my motor was Cane Cobra. Style so flexible that you can call me yoga. Motorboating shit's creek, and y'all are just some floaters. But when I'm on this beat, I rock and roll it like a boulder. Popping off my dome like a chrome pistola. Cutting suckers down to the ground like I'm a mower. White range, white rims, call it my moon rover. Looking like some snow, no, I don't need to be colder. Straight up trapping, I'm the keeper like a folder. Don't like the dark side of things, more like Yoda. Try to keep it forceful when I'm the mic holder. And as for your girl, it's true, I bought and sold her. My ball and my word, I don't need to be bolder. And if I hit some static, brush it off my cold shoulder. Still a youngin' in this game, just wait till I get older. I will be the chief and y'all will be my lowers. Dual shock you out the frame like the game was my controller. Taking out your cane, strike it down like I'm a bowler. Brighten up this gothic genre, refer to me as solar. And if there ain't enough room, it's about to get fuller. Push out the weakest links and exclude the dollar. No, I'm not against it, but I'm not your blood donor. Bullet is my metaphor, shot to clean my cola. But white means surrender, so yellow's my allure. And if you lack the hack it to hang next to the store, I guess that I'll just stack it and create my ass a store. I got enough lyrics here to build my ass a four. The first verse to take over, so what can you afford? Call me the bunny, cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser, cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn, because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny, cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser, cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn, because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Plain and simple, taking the game, I'm nimble. And it's hard to stay sane when your brain's a thimble. The rumble and the bubble in your veins just cripple. A pimp limp through the door, you stay in the window. Oh no, sold out like pretend gold a diamond in the rough's a holdout.
I rip rap subliminal on tracks.
Divisional and critical like major label contracts. It's a fable if you think you able to be placed next to my contacts. Restricted table and I will prevent you from having the credentials to come back. Not even presidential, just sipping from my rum rack. Existential love lack will be the story of your life, next to the stencil of your career on a 30-second dub track with a knife. Now that's a stab hit, so take a stab at it if you think that you the shit, bitch. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Verbal weaponry, it better be a shot to the head at least. Steadily gripping equipment and hitting with the melody. A felony, demeanor, misdemeanors, embellishing. Decorative cockiness of the thoughts that I am relishing. Theoretically, Beretta's locked and loaded to the drop deep like I'm embezzling. Alphabetically, ready to be ready for critical distance to your misses like I am medically, genetically engineered to be an engine feared by all of you pathetically. Upsettingly, the best that ever done it, I run it exceptionally. Accepted by every city, dizzy by the circles I'm rhyming authentically. A prodigy, I'm meant to be the illest vanilla cracker stacked up, so how you like the cookie looking? You're bound to get hurt inevitably. I'm bound to crack a smirk in my head at least. But I'll keep the composure to run you over and over. The tread to defeat, upset, I'm decreased. So what's beef? Beef is when you can't even speak, cause you can't even think after attacks from the shrink. Ha! Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not.
All right, we got about 5 minutes, and if you share out the link, you could be afflicted with mono or rabies, so be careful. Play a couple more tunes, and we'll be back. I'm going to start it off with diametric opposition. We'll start off where we left off yesterday.
This is what's really good with the sketch.
Both tell you what. Life can be hard, but you just gotta push through.
Sometimes just let it go. Plant seeds in your mind, water it with rhymes and let it grow. Attack with actions, words only worth half, and that's the exact fraction. Life's more massive than anyone's act, but actors act like it's only their path until they're blasted. Lessons are experience reflected through your lenses. Perception bends presence, connections, and attention causes tension. Respect connects unless it gets no reflection. Who's the boss, but who's on top? Gets tossed off, the logic is crossed, twisted. Significantly, people can't see the cause. Consider the visions of gods, divinity, the Trinity, and consider other religions. Even heathenistic decisions that offer different visions. Educate, levitate, to calculate the odds. Condition your position before you get lost. It's the SNS crew, Democrats be the squad.
S to the K, H, Y to the J, E, D, I. Cause we stay high so fly, you know it. Cause I'm a poet glowing like the sun, so bright a show and flowing like the night is done. Patrolling, taking control of the lyrical soul. Speaking vocal frequencies, spoken like my spit was sonar. Beheading like a ninja, revving in just like a snowball. My baby Casanova, she inspires to go far. I don't do it for the dubs, I do it for the love. And I don't do it for the clubs, the shape-shifting fake plugs. I'm just playing what you hand me. You can turn the other way and fall back on that plan B. That's all fine and dandy, we the SNS crew. We wickedly spitting written encryptions for submission that we can see through. So while you switching your positions and giving up on your condition, Joe, we can see you. I'm a suburban hip-hop caper, rip your tip top like it's paper. Take your mixtape and I rape her, so stop waiting, play a hater. What you gon' do? I'm sick of this child's play. All this shit is complaining, straining on my vocal cords like I broke the open door. Burning bridges to the core, chord and visions my reward. My incisions make it sore, then we pass it off and we explore.
Tune into the movement to view the conclusion. conclusion, SNS crew improvement, congruent with the coolest, no fooling. Leave your medulla oblongata drooling, feeling foolish like a broken tool, you can't use it. Screw loose, no moving, drilling it out, Dremel useless. Smooth away the pain and bruises with Bruce and rulers. Teachers and students, lawyers and movers, construction workers and drillers, do what we need to do for the moolah. To use our computers, television, cell phones, and computers. Funerals concluded, included
And
with tulas. The cost of life really can't be computed from loot. But ladders and hoops, compounding fractals and loops, created to sedate to separate us from the natural. It's a plan devised tactical. We need to break and cut loose from this noose, it's not practical.
Man, that makes me want to slap a hoe.
But I won't let you. I may be under pressure, but I'm more like a professor giving lectures, always learning. Some people build bridges and some people start burning. Start learning and turn it around and change your life. Cause maybe you will end up having only strife and pain. It's not the same as it used to be. Some people try to take the game away from you ruthlessly. It's not the same, it's strange, and it maintains on a different plane. Man, it just fucks with my brain.
Twisted, subliminal, paranormal, mortal phrases. Uplifted, formally, gorgeously, I'm enormously racist. Vicious, the gifted one, malicious. With a flip of the tongue, test the S to the S to meet the hit. What a stick of a bitch, just run.
Man, if you've been listening to the stream at all today, we've had some really interesting stuff going on here. Really incredibly interesting, I don't know, man. Ancient knowledge stuff, just all kinds of stuff. It's been blowing my freaking mind. I'm not very intelligent, so, it doesn't take a whole lot, but dang, there was a lot going on. Anywho, it's Friday. And everyone getting ready to start their weekend if you haven't already. If you have already, I'm jealous. But yeah, get ready to get your weekend on. Hopefully, everything is gonna have we'll have good weather, and we're already having a nice winter this spring here in Ohio. So it's already moving right along for us. So, bam. There's the ugly. So, we've got, let me see. I want to put a video up here. You guys been paying attention to the sugar pine mine? Anybody been looking at that? Out in the state of Oregon. Now, this comes to us from Reuters. And you gotta love Reuters. They're the Russian propaganda machine, hell-bent on destroying the United States of America. Death to America! That's supposed to be their purpose. And they're just like American media. They whitewash and black out and all of it. But at least they're reporting on it. Members of the Oath Keepers provide security at the Sugar Pine Mine outside Grants Pass, Oregon, April 22, 2015. The owners of the Oregon gold mine, who called in armed forces, the Oath Keepers, to protect their claim amid a bitter land use dispute with the U.S. government, have appealed a federal stop work order, U.S. officials said on Thursday. So, we're going to get more into this. We're going to look more into what this story is here. It applies to everything we're talking about. We always talk about sovereigns, Edadons, and militia, and in this, we have a bunch of people working together here. So it is here. It's a shot of the mine. This is Oath Keeper Joseph Rice at the entrance of the mine. We have been told that if we go to contact the mine, this is who we're supposed to talk to, I believe. Joseph Rice. This is the guy you want to contact. Right? Yeah. So, man, I was getting so many videos ready, I've kind of lost track of where I put some of them, but These are the guys, while the other guys are on guard, these guys are on break. And I don't know about you. I wouldn't want to mess with these folks. You know what I'm saying? They look like they love freedom. And I don't know. Pissing those guys off is probably not a good idea. Bureau of Land Management. Everybody knows their infamy now because of the Bundy Ranch. Oathkeeper, beard, Oathkeeper, beard. See? You don't want to mess with guys with beards. Nope. Guy with a beard telling everybody what's going on. See what I mean? I think he might be reading the Constitution, actually. So this is what these guys are about. And I think there we go. So here's some of the events that are going on out there in Oregon. Some of the people that are out there. Looks like they're on patrol right now. It's got a 3%er patch. Militia. Little flag action there. Backwards, meaning we're in distress. Sometimes that makes people mad. I've heard a lot of debates about that. A lot of debates going on, too, about the protests in Baltimore that are going on. We'll talk a little bit about that, too. It always goes to race. Always goes to race. You know what I should do? I should, since they made them public statements anyway, I should go to where the thread is I was at earlier, where they were talking about, you know, everyone's given their racist points of views, you know, white people, black people, everybody, and it's a big old racial fest out there what's going on. And those are some nice firearms there. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, that's a nice picture. This dude's like, I'm gonna get burnt. Gotta turn sideways. Just scoot your chair, buddy. So yeah, they, you know, everyone wants to bust out the racial comments. I don't know about you. Does that look like a DeLorean? It's looking DeLorean-ish right there. Could be a gremlin. Not sure. But yeah. Yeah, so they've, everyone's talking about protesters. They're talking about militia. You know, this is covered off of Reuters. So that's pretty big news. I also want to, if we get to, I want to talk about this volcano in Chile. So that's the dispute over the sugar pine mine. We'll get more into that. But directly, I want to get into what we left on yesterday. And I kind of left you at a cliffhanger where we spoke about the state that we're in. Many of us are awake. Many of us are, much more of us are not. And that puts us in a leadership position. If that puts us in a leadership position and we're wondering how it is we're going to wake up the rest of these folks, I think we got our answer. It's up to us. We need to do it. We're going to have to be the ones that wake up the rest of the masses. How do we do that? Paper. 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 Paper, 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 paper. If you've ever read U.S. American history, we had a floating press. Abraham Lincoln in the floating press made some, made their own headlines or two, and then continued to in history. They had probably more success because of the use of paper and the implementation of women in the movement, in the rebellion. You know, women had integral parts, from spies to putting clothes on clotheslines to send messages to everything in between, from gunpowder to it was a woman that was a girl that, well, I don't want to say girl, but a young woman that she was the one that had rode and got most of the militia on that infamous night when they fought against the British. And she was a hell of a rider. She rode real fast and was able to get the troops mounted quickly. And she would ride by their house and yell a lot of times and not even stop. You know, the British are here, they're in Concord, da-da-da-da-da-da, as she's riding by. Or she would stop the horse, yell to the house, make sure she got a response, and haul ass. And she was incredibly effective. They did a lot of this. They were able to organize this way because they used paper. Paper was what kept them connected. It's real easy to convolute in our day and age where we use the internet. It's real easy to convolute some messages, and you know that there isn't any safety with our technology, none whatsoever. But it's hard to change the words on a paper. It's not as easy as how we can do it electronically. But with paper, it's the same flyer that goes out nationwide as national messages. You know, it's the same flyer that goes out. It's the same paper bullet that goes out, and that's what I'm gonna start calling them, paper bullets. They're supposed to be career enders, you know. They're the little it's a paper bullet. It can assassinate a career, you know. And we send out, you know, statewide paper bullets to everybody, you know, telling everybody when and where to organize, things like this. We already have a nice electronic infrastructure and network in place, but it can be taken down just like that. So having people that are moving the paper, having people that are printing the paper, you know, going to activistliaisonnetwork.com and downloading the flyer templates, where you can just boom, here's an anti-Monsanto, or boom, here's an anonymous, or, you know, militia, or just whatever it is, and the Fed, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you know, make sure you get it, you print it, and then you get it out. And that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing we can do right now. That will help us more than what people are able to recognize. I ended yesterday with some of the problems that we face. One of the major problem that we face, and what I will agree is at the very least a very large Protestant nation, or Protestant-rooted nation. We even without that, a lot of people in a very secular lifestyle and upbringing, they still have parents and grandparents and family and friends and everybody that are, you know, when you meet a woman, you know, and you're with her, and then you go to meet her father, well, what does he do for a living? You know what I mean? You know, when you're being brought up, you know, it's you need to get a good job, you need to work hard, you know, and that's good that we would, you know, preach something positive, such as a work ethic. We do it to our detriment, though, in many ways, both big and small. But the largest way is we need to, and this is the root of it. Here's what it comes down to: our jobs are harming us. Essentially, we're all feeding the machine. We need to retool our lives in such a way that we have our jobs until a certain point of time. A national boycott, where we're no longer taking part in the system whatsoever. We've had a summer where we're able to grow food, where we're able to can food, you know, learn different survival techniques and spread all this information out to everybody like we're doing now. And making sure that everybody has the tools and the resources to be able to make it when the water and the electricity and things are shut off, whether it's hot or cold. And having those resources, being able to utilize all of those resources so that we don't have to take part in the system. I'm not going to pay your bills. I'm not going to feed this machine anymore. We're done. And we'll have our own networks in place. And, you know, it'll be a time where we no longer participate in the system whatsoever. We're not going to go to our jobs anymore. We're not. We can't continue to do that. And you'll have to see good reason for yourself to no longer participate in such a drastic way. But before you even entertain that, you know, you have to know that there is a plan, that this does lead somewhere where you're not leaving your family out, you're not leaving yourself out. You know, you quit your job in a way where it's structured, you know. You do it because you believe that it's a necessity. You know, you plan accordingly. That way you're not hurting yourself. You're able to do so with a network of people, a community of people that are all joining in this and doing this together. That way you're not by yourself. It's not just you. And you by yourself have enough knowledge to maintain and you know, to get ourselves to that point. No one else is coming to do it for us, and if you keep your job and keep this wheel turning, then we're screwed. But what's the biggest way to hit these bastards? Well, it's in the pocket. You know, if we're standing in the streets and we're no longer paying utility companies, they don't give a shit about us. They'll let us die in the cold and the heat. They don't care. They care about money. We need to stop this. You know, this is a ridiculous system. You know, we don't have to take part in this. We do not have to be part of this. It's not impossible to create a new society. You're already living in a new society. In many ways, the complete opposite of what was put in front of us, what was created for us. So, you know, we get it back to good and we improve it. We improve upon what we have with our technologies and things like this. But we work for knowledge's sake. We work for the benefit of all of our damn species because, I don't know, that makes sense. And we stop polluting every damn thing. And it's not just an idealistic view. If that was the case, we wouldn't have solar panels. They wouldn't exist. No one would have invented that. They would have been like, no, what we're doing is fine. This is good. Don't worry about it. We've innovated technology. That's great. But no, the four-cycle combustible engine was antiquated 70 years ago. You know, we don't freaking need to use that oil guzzler. The oil companies need us to use the oil guzzlers. Cat's way out of the bag. We're well aware of the corruption. We're well aware of the criminal activity. And we're just not willing to take part in it anymore like we have. So that would be the general basis for why we're all here. But I wanted to continue yesterday, like I said I would, where the fact is we're not naive to the fact that a lot of this can be difficult and will be difficult, but it's not ever going to convince us to not do this. You know, even if we feel as if this is a futile attempt, that the government is just going to hand us our asses, and there's no way we're ever going to see the light of day of true freedom. It doesn't mean for a second that we're not going to fight for it, you know? I don't give a damn. You know, even if the odds are completely stacked against us, like they always have been, I don't care. I'm still going to fight because it's the right thing to do. Because I have to. Because I care about people. Because I love people. You know, it didn't take any more than my love for people for me to say, you know what, they're worth fighting for. Regardless of what happens to me or whatever. So that's kind of the basis of what this is all about. So I appreciate you guys being here. Looks like we'll probably have Alex Freeman on from the Fifth Column. Have him on towards the end of the show. I'm going to get through the videos and things because it is Facebook Friday. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some of the videos I got and go grab myself a pack of smokes. And they're downstairs. It's not like I have to run to the store. But I've got some really cool videos I want you guys to check out, and a lot of stuff going on. You know, the typical distractions that they give us, the typical BS that we're handed, you know, by the mainstream media and what they want us to pay attention to. I do like to dive into that. We need to know our enemy. Watch a little bit of Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN. You need to know what your enemy is doing. You need to be aware of what it is our enemy is aware of. You know, if we're not aware of the tactics that are being used against us, you know, then we're screwed. You know, so we got to figure this out. We got to be able to do this. And it's wise to use the methods that are being used against us. So, alright. This is only 2 minutes long. Bam. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, check this out. Nope. It's starting without any volume here.
The CEO of Natural...
Okay. Alright, here we go.
What is now 25 acres of dried up dirt and manure in the Applegate Valley will soon be filled with hemp stalk, the first location of its kind in Oregon in 75 years.
I never would have thought I'd see this day.
The CEO of Natural Good Medicines, Edgar Winters, received his hemp grower's license last week. He says growing the product here will put more healthy and high-quality products on store shelves and in people's hands.
The oil is some of the best oil on earth. It's by far has more valuable nutrition of value to eat than any other source of oil that you can possibly grow, from soybeans to canola.
For farmers, growing industrial hemp means big bucks.
Say if a farmer was growing soy here today, After he paid all of his expenses, he'd probably make about $72 an acre profit on his crop. If he was growing industrial hemp on this 25 acres, after expenses, all expenses, he'll be making anywhere from $300 to $750 an acre on this crop.
Even though Winters is the only person in the state with a grower's license right now, other farmers say it's about time and opens the door for them in the future.
George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, they grew hemp. And so, if they could do it, why can't we do it?
Farmers say hemp can be used in many ways for many different things.
The oil goes into the skin about 3 times deeper than any other lotions or oils, and it has UV protections. You can use it for a sunscreen lotion, and after you put it on your arms and legs, you can actually wipe it off in your mouth. You can actually eat the residue.
The Declaration of Independence was written on hemp paper.
But without being able to grow the plant domestically, using the product has been an expensive endeavor. For Winters' business, he had to buy all the raw products from Canada and overseas. Now having a license, Winters will be able to reduce cost of hemp products for consumers by more than half. He no longer has to pay tariffs nor freight charges. Covering your news, Justin Matthews, News 10.
Okay. That's a pretty important story. Let's go
What
over
is now
this
25
piece by piece, because I think it says a few important things.
5 acres of dried up dirt and manure in the Applegate Valley will soon be filled with hemp stock, the first location of its kind in Oregon in 75 years.
The first of its kind in 75 years. First of all, were you guys aware of that? That Oregon issues the first hemp grower's license in more than 7 decades to a man in the Applegate Valley. I mean, does that sound right? That's weird.
I never would have thought I'd see this day.
The CEO of Natural Good Medicines, Edgar Winters, received his hemp grower's license last week. He says growing the product here will put more healthy and high-quality products on store shelves and in people's hands.
The oil is some of the best oil on earth. It's by far has more valuable nutrition of value to eat than.
All right, look at that stoner. Look at the pothead, right? I mean, isn't that the common stigma attached to somebody who's going to talk about hemp or marijuana? So this is supposed to be your criminal stoner here. Let's see.
Any other source of oil that you can possibly grow, from soybeans to canola.
For farmers, growing
Yeah, he sounds like a wild man. He sounds like a crazy man, for sure.
Industrial hemp means big bucks.
Say if a farmer was growing soy here today, after he paid all of his expenses, he'd probably make about $72 an acre profit on his crop. If he was growing industrial hemp on this 25 acres, after expenses, all expenses, he'll be making anywhere from $300 to $750 an acre on this crop.
Even though Winters is the only person in the state with a grower's license right now, other farmers say it's about time and opens the door for them in the future.
George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, they grew hemp. And so, if they could do it, why can't we do it?
Farmers say hemp can be used in many ways for many different things.
The oil goes.
Hold on now, that's a damn good question. If they think about it along those lines, I mean, think about it along the lines of freedom, right? I mean, what's truly free? What's naturally free? I mean, when it comes down to the standard that you and I are held to of common sense, what in the hell is naturally free? If our founding fathers were growing hemp, I can't express to you a whole lot of things that would feel or seem more naturally free than growing hemp ourselves. I mean, that makes sense just on that, and I thought that was pretty profound. I like that statement.
Into the skin about 3 times deeper than any other lotions or oils, and it has UV protections. You can use it for a sunscreen lotion, and after you put it on your arms and legs, you can actually wipe it off in your mouth. You can actually eat the residue.
The Declaration of Independence was written on hemp paper.
But without being able to grow the plant domestically, using the product has been an expensive endeavor. For Winters' business, he had to buy all the raw products from Canada and overseas. Now having a license, Winters will be able to reduce cost of hemp products for consumers by more than half. He no longer has to pay tariffs nor freight charges. Covering your news, Justin Matthews, News 10.
So the entire industry for hemp is it's not that it's been decimated in the United States, it doesn't even fucking exist. It doesn't exist. It's not even here, which is weird when you consider the fact that our founding documents really were written on hemp. That hemp rope has a stronger tensile strength than steel. Come on, man. Now, I showed a video of why hemp ended up not being utilized, and the big money, big names, big interests that wanted to use paper from trees, and, you know, all of this. And it's a freaking disaster. But it's something for you guys to think about. It's something to consider, the fact that the you know, this is what's done, right? And this is how it's done. So these laws that we're not even freaking aware of get changed, you know, where hemp wasn't even freaking legal. And this is the first guy in 70 years to be able to come on, man, that doesn't even make sense. First of all, it's hemp. You can't even get high off of hemp, people. Hemp does not get you high. Hemp makes ropes and houses and cars and shit like that. That's what hemp does. Weed gets you high. Marijuana, cannabinoids, cannabis, that's what gets you high, which is also healthy for you. And then he's talking about the oil. It penetrates into your skin. Dude, it does everything. It's a painkiller. It gets rid of car sickness and boredom and, you know, lazy eye. I mean, it's freaking amazing. This stuff does all kind. I don't know if it does all that shit, but it does amazing stuff, dude. I mean, there's no sense in that, you know. Anywho, let's watch another random Science Channel video.
January 22nd, 2010. Meteorologists in Australia spot a bizarre disk of glowing rings on their satellite radar images. It's like nothing they've ever seen. A strange, giant white circle hanging over the city of Melbourne.
Within this sort of outer band, there was just lots of little dots, speckled areas.
When I first saw pictures of these spiral images, I thought to myself, there's no possible way these could be natural.
The disk spans an area of tens of thousands of square miles across southeast Australia, reaching out to the island of Tasmania off the south coast. Prior to the appearance of the white rings, there have been no storms or violent weather. Quite the opposite. The country is experiencing one of its longest droughts on record. The spiral mystifies Australia's meteorologists.
This sort of situation is quite abnormal. Something quite wrong is going on.
Let's go over that again. Let's check this out again.
January 22nd, 2010.
2010.
Meteorologists in Australia spot a bizarre disk of glowing rings on their satellite radar images. It's like...
Alright, who was the first to look at this thing and go, what in the hell?
Nothing they've ever seen. A strange, giant white circle hanging over the city of Melbourne.
Within this sort of outer band, there was just lots of little dots, speckled areas.
Alright, check this out. This thing is huge, and I know the play button's there, I apologize. This thing is huge, right? And it seems like it could be see-through, but I'm not really seeing through it. It just looks like, oh, and there's some separated areas, you know, all funky like. But seriously, what in the hell is that? And it's huge. Think about it. If that's a freaking alien ship, it's huge. It's a big fucking ship, dude. Huge. That thing can carry a couple few cities of people, man. That's not cool. And if it's not some kind of alien spaceship and it's some weird ass technology, well, whose is it? Is it human technology or is it some other shit? And then how in the hell are these people going through a drought? And then look, you put this little suction cup thingy here is what it looks like. And then it's like, well, wow, and it's just pulling all the freaking storms over here. Like, we need water, fool. Put some here. Put a little suction cup thingy here. Man, I don't know. That freaks me out. If there's any truth to this, totally freaked out.
First saw pictures of these spiral images, I thought to myself, there's no possible way these could be natural.
The disk spans an area of tens of thousands of square miles across southeast Australia, reaching out to the island of Tasmania off the south coast.
Tens of thousands of square miles.
Prior to the appearance of the white rings, there have been no storms or violent weather. Quite the opposite. The country is experiencing one of its longest droughts on record.
And then listen to what this dude
The spiral
says.
mystifies Australia's meteorologists.
this sort of situation is quite abnormal. Something quite wrong is going on.
Yeah, look, that dude has degrees in things. And when he says something quite wrong is going on, I don't like it. You know what I mean? I don't dig that. I'm not into that. You know, I need elaborations and things. If there's something wrong going on, you need to finish your sentence, Mr. Meteorologist, sir. Okay, this next one's just for the Central Ohio area. Our tax dollars hard at work. Holding 2 sobriety checkpoints here in Columbus this weekend. And, low staff sobriety checkpoints. I don't know what that means. That makes it sound like there won't be a lot of cops there, which makes me think there'll be a lot of cops there. And surveillance equipment and things. So, I don't know. I would stay away. Check out the story on 10TV, numbers 10 and then letters TV.com. And see what's going on with your sobriety checkpoint situation. Yep. Gotta warn the locals, man. Here's an interesting and thought-provoking little meme that pisses people off. And there's not a whole lot here for me to get angry about, I tell you that. This is straight up, you know, for me, this is easy. Well, what do you think? We've politicized everything, right? And we've got leaked government secrets to his mistress. Not even his wife, that's hilarious. General Petraeus, the son of a bitch. He got 2 years probation. Now, he was also the director of the CIA after being a general, and he should have never had, you know, one of those positions. Yeah, I can see somebody having one, not both. That's not okay. This person leaks a video of war crimes, gets 35 years in a military prison. Holy crap. I don't know, what do you think of that? Are you proud to be represented that way? Around the world. Around the world. That is how all of us, every American, is constantly represented. If you're in America, then that is how the world sees you. Alright, to our listeners out in California, folks with Citizens Action Network, and out west, we got a youngin' missing here. 12-year-old missing from Eureka home. Jeffrey Barrett went down to the gas station, has not returned. His dad's name is also Jeff Barrett. And, you know, if you've seen him or you can help out, please do so. We're whipping right through these, people. We got a lot to go on. And since it's YouTube, you can hit rewind. This is, I think, 6 seconds long. Absolutely beautiful. Kind of freaking mystifying. And terrifying. All at the same time. Look at that. It's like it took this chunk of the clouds and took it with it. You know what I mean? As it went up, it was like, I'm just taking you with me, dog. I got you. And look, it's still pouring out there, and it's actually through time lapse, but like different pictures that were taken. But very frightening to think about that power. All these clouds pushed out of the way. And this one source. This thing hasn't erupted. This is in Chile. And it hadn't erupted in like 40 some years, something like that. And here it is going boom. And every time one of those things pops off like that, people freak out. Alright. Oh, nay, it's 8:30 already. Alright, I'm going to pop this video on. And this comes to us from... Hold on. This comes to us from Anonymous and Anonymous, M-I-S-S. And this is the truth about vaccines and GMOs. We're gonna run this, and then I'll be back, and we will finish out our hour together. This is diametric opposition, and I appreciate you guys being willing to listen. If you get the chance on this weekend, on this fine genetically modified weekend. That was a genetically modified cough. With our genetically modified air, and genetically modified rain, and genetically modified dogs, and genetically modified food, and genetically modified vaccinated people, and all of that. Enjoy your genetically modified weekend, but before you do, let's check this out. Let's give her the old look-see.
Greetings, humanity of the world, humanity on the internet, and all participating members. We are anonymous and anonymous. There is a lot of debate as to what is the cause, or better yet, what causes autism. This video documentary is not intended to cover all of the variables which fuels autism. It is intended to provide the viewer with an understanding of the chief mechanisms related to how consumption of Monsanto's Roundup, by way of consuming genetically modified corn, soy, canola oil, sugar beets, or any other Roundup-ready crop, as well as vaccines, may fuel microglial activation, a leading factor in all neurodegenerative conditions, including autism, Alzheimer's, RLS, non-situational depression, and virtually all forms of chronic illness. While this video is more directed towards the discussion of autism, the reality is that all of the factors that we will mention are unquestionably major factors of consideration in all neurodegenerative conditions. What is microglial activation, you may ask? In short, the microglia are the resident immune cells within the central nervous system. They are known to exist in two different states, and while in the surveillance mode, they play a key role in both cleaning up debris, such as dead neurons, which is another term for brain cells, in addition to fighting off infection within the nervous system. That surveillance mode role of the microglia can be shifted into an inflammatory and destructive state, where they secrete toxic substances, which is another word for glutamate, and break down the neurons. That destructive state is referred to as microglial activation. Researchers indicates that the body's ability to maintain adequate amounts of antioxidants, in particular glutathione superoxide dismutase, play key roles in determining the threshold by which the microglia may be shifted into the destructive activation state. To reiterate a previous research, the role that Monsanto plays in microglial activation is related to the fact that their genetically modified crops, in corn, soy, canola, sugar beets, along with conventionally raised wheat, that is being doused with Roundup as a drying agent, is accumulating the chemical residue within the crops that people and most conventionally raised farm animals are consuming. Research carried out by moms across America has been documenting evidence of Roundup bioaccumulation in the American population, while the USDA and the FDA have claimed that they lack the funding to test for it in the food that is being shipped across America. The argument in favor of the use of Roundup has centered around the idea that humans lack any enzymes, which can be adversely affected by glyphosate, which is the chief ingredient in Roundup. Research suggests otherwise. What is beyond dispute, however, is the fact that Roundup residue does affect the microbes living in and on our bodies, and not in a good way. Research demonstrates that glyphosate, a patented antibiotic, which is the active ingredient in Roundup, alters the microbial ecology to become dominant in pathogenic strains of bacteria, including the highly toxic Clostridium botulinum. Would you be surprised to learn that farmers and farm animals are experiencing an increased rate of Clostridium botulinum infections? You should not be. Likewise, studies of autistic populations have demonstrated altered intestinal flora, with an increase in toxic Clostridia species. What triggers microbial activation, you might ask? I will let Anonymous explain that for us.
Thank you, Anonymous. The significance of the shift of the microbial ecology to become dominant in pathogenic strains of bacteria, particularly as it relates to autism and other neurodegenerative conditions, is that pathogenic bacteria promotes an increase of two chemicals which are known to fuel microglial activation: lipopolysaccharide, or LPS for short, and interleukin-1b, or IL-1b for short. The LPS is a cell wall fragment of some of the pathogenic bacteria, and the IL-1b is one member of a class of immune system messenger molecules, referred to as cytokines, generated in response to bacterial infections. Cytokines are recognized to be prime factors in relation to how poorly we feel when we get sick. As the pathogenic bacteria grow in numbers, as they would with continued glyphosate consumption, not to mention sugar and/or refined carbohydrate consumption, they can degrade the lining of the intestines, a process called leaky gut, which then allows for the LPS to enter into the bloodstream. The immune system responds by producing IL-1b. In fact, LPS, or IL-1b, have become standard agents in studying microglial activation, so this idea that the pathogenic bacteria may fuel microglial activation by way of LPS and/or IL-1b is well established. Additionally, it has been demonstrated that the LPS, or cytokines, produced in the periphery of the body, promotes signals up to the brain by way of the vagus nerve, causing the brain to produce these destructive cytokines within the nervous system. Both LPS and IL-1b have also been demonstrated to degrade the blood-brain barrier, which serves as an important protective fence from infections and/or other toxins which may have entered into the body. In a state of leaky gut, where the microbes from the intestines can migrate into the bloodstream, invasions from these microbes, both good and bad, may find their way into the nervous system and continually promote ongoing microglial activation once the blood-brain barrier has been compromised. Does the autistic population show evidence of LPS, or IL-1b, you may ask? Yes, studies involving autistic populations evaluating levels of cytokines, such as IL-1b, have demonstrated very clearly that the autistic population, in particular the subset with gastrointestinal complaints, have shown consistently high levels of IL-1b. In a medical article titled, J Neuroinflammation 2013, 1038, IL-1 sharp S, appears to be that the cytokine most involved in the quantitative traits and clinical subgroups of ASD. Involvement of IL-1 sharp S in the physiopathology of autism is generally supported by several studies reporting higher levels of this cytokine in the plasma of children with ASD, high-functioning children with ASD, and adults with severe ASD, compared with unrelated controls. It has been shown that peripheral blood cells from subjects with ASD produced higher levels of IL-1 sharp S, both at baseline and after stimulation with toll-like receptor, TLR2, or TLR4. Setting the stage for autism and an adverse event to a vaccine has a lot to do with diet, including mom's diet. Considering everything we have stated, and think for a moment of how many mothers are eating the sad diet, laden with gut ecology disrupting Roundup residue. Does a mom like to eat GMO flakes for breakfast? Perhaps she opts for a Roundup-laden whole wheat bagel, or maybe she prefers the Roundup-laden tortillas for her egg tacos in the morning. Either way, for the average mom, odds are very high that she is consuming Roundup residue with regularity. A rather common denominator to autism are mothers that have hypothyroidism, and the prime cause of hypothyroidism is autoimmunity, which has leaky gut as its prime cause. What this suggests is that mom is in a pro-inflammatory state to begin with. Her gut ecology is less than ideal, and the significance of that is that those microbes that she has living in and on her body are what are shared with her offspring, assuming she gives birth vaginally. If the baby is delivered vaginally, the baby will have the disrupted gut ecology of the mother, and have all of the basic ingredients in place for microglial activation to already be set in motion. If the baby is born via C-section, the gut ecology is not likely to be better, and may be worse. What we suspect is happening is a sort of smoldering state of low-level microglial activation in both the mom and her offspring. To make matters worse, millions of moms are feeding their babies the Frankenfood cocktail called infant formula, which is commonly GMO'd soy and high-fructose corn syrup-based, all of which feed the wrong microbes at a critical time of brain and immune system development. As we have pointed out, autoimmunity has a common denominator in leaky gut, and autoimmune disorders are increasing at an unprecedented rate right now. Given the fact that at least 1 out of 5 of the United States population is suffering from an autoimmune condition, and many mothers do not know they have such a condition, the stage has been set for an adverse event to a vaccine. Vaccines, gas to the smoldering fire of LPS and IL-1B-driven microglial activation. As we have pointed out also, LPS and IL-1B are considered standard agents for inducing microglial activation in a lab setting, and both LPS and IL-1B are driven largely by bacterial infections. Another standard agent to consistently induce microglial activation is the cytokine interferon gamma, IFN-Y for short. A number of vaccines are live virus vaccines, and the measles, mumps, and rubella, MMR for short, is one such vaccine. Viral infections are known triggers for the production of IFN-Y. Can you see where this is going? The principal cytokine driven by the MMR vaccine has been identified as IFN-Y. If any of these live viruses from the vaccines managed to withstand an inadequate immune response, and instead became a chronic infection, which does happen, and therefore become a chronic inducer of IFN-Y, you have a perfect recipe for significant ongoing brain inflammation, particularly in the GMO-induced gut flora-altered individual, given the fact that IFN-Y is also a known promoter of leaky gut. Is IFN-Y elevated in the autistic population? Yes. It is worth pointing out that all vaccines induce some pro-inflammatory cytokine response, and are potential triggers for microglial activation. What is the bottom line, you may ask? As we have very clearly stated, the factors which promote neurodegenerative conditions such as autism can be traced back to those factors which promote microglial activation. Without question, autism, like all forms of chronic illness, are multifactorial in nature, but common threads tie many of these illnesses together, like microglial activation and leaky gut. If we can address and control these issues, and we certainly can, in most cases, we can go a long way towards preventing or reversing the collective nightmares of neurodegenerative conditions. For the sake of brevity, we have chosen not to address the issues of vaccine agent ingredients, how they promote neuroinflammatory autoimmunity, or other environmental factors, like Tylenol use, or genetic factors, such as MTHFR, which can lead to low levels of gliadothin, and a ripened system for ongoing microglial activation, for life in a toxic world. In order to solve our collective health challenges, and the explosion of chronic degenerative diseases, it is imperative that we bring sanity back to our food production, and disease prevention. Doing so, means, eliminating the scourge on humanity, that Moan Satan represents, and educating the people, about the necessity of detoxification strategies, and nutrient repletion. We are all anonymous and anonymous by default. United as one. Divided by none. We do not forgive. We do not forget. To Moan Satan and its supporters. Expect us.
Yeah, man. Sets us up perfectly, because next week we are going to be doing an entire week on Anonymous, and we're going to have interviews, we're going to have people on that are members of Anonymous. It's going to be a good time. But for now, to close out the show and to send you guys off on your week, and you remember, over the weekend you guys can check out the .com and the posted YouTube links, and we'll be running different videos all weekend. But right now, we are going to call one of the editors, writers, owners, innovators of the Fifth Column, Mr. Alex Freeman. All right.
Good afternoon.
Why, hello, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. It's nice to hear from you.
Always.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from you. Nice to have the Fifth Column check in and tell us what's going on, man. I don't know. I know you guys stay pretty busy. I don't know. I was looking over some of today's headlines and was checking out that the Statue of Liberty was evacuated, and there's a mayor in Missouri that people won't elect. They won't let him be sworn in. All kinds of stuff, and everything's always changing in the news world. So what's big and changing over there at the Fifth Column?
What's changing? We are growing and expanding.
All right, cool. Tell me about that.
We are avidly seeking new writers, good writers, experienced writers that can help report the news and report it honestly and factually.
Nice, and you've been able...
Like you said, there's so much going on. The Statue of Liberty evacuation, I didn't even know about that.
Right.
You know, we stay pretty busy, but that doesn't mean we know everything that's going on and can tell you about it. So I think that's an absolute highlight of people like you that are collecting information from other sources and just sharing it everywhere. Brother, we are the media.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah, we are. We're giving it hell, man. I know you guys have been working your freaking asses off. You had a really interesting interview, and you've got really good stories that have yet to come out. And I don't know about how much of that you want to speak on, but I know that there was another story where you guys had ran a story saying Justin King was wrong. And I know that you guys also got a writer from Canada.
What about the writer from Canada?
Oh, I was just saying that I know that was one of the writers that decided to jump on board.
We've actually got a couple out of Canada. We've got some from the UK. We've got some from Palestine. So far, our sources span the Middle East, and we're about to get another really, really good source there. So I'm looking forward to that information.
Nice.
We've got a couple out of Canada, a lot out of the U.S. We've got partnerships set up with Dutch news blogs. So we're sharing their stuff. They're sharing ours. It's in the NSC, I think. But there's a lot of good international partnerships there.
Nice. So this thing is just it's growing like scabies.
It's definitely growing. Our Facebook likes are a little bit sluggish, but that's not a bad thing. There are some pages with 500,000 likes that get 6,000 impressions. We have almost 7,000 likes so far, and we just started a couple of months ago. But we get, on an average, bare minimum, 500,000 impressions per week.
Good Lord, dude.
Off of 7,000 likes, so we're doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's actually really freaking amazing. God, I'm glad to hear that. I've been pushing this, use paper. Our founding fathers, in large part got the country because of paper. We had a floating press with Abraham Lincoln. We, paper. I was outside talking to...
At the time, do you think people in Philadelphia would have known what the hell was going on in New York?
No, they would have never, ever known. There's no way, because word of mouth would have traveled, but no one would have trusted it.
It would have always been hearsay.
Yeah.
Drunken stories at a bar.
Yeah, exactly. Lies from the tablecloth, I tell you.
K-Billy approved.
Yeah.
You were saying, though, about how hard we work, and there is another thing that I would like to get out there. The significant others of the members of the fifth column are as much of a part of all of this as we are. Putting this out there, doing the work every day. Our significant others support us so much and sacrifice on their own ends in order for us to continue to get the word out. And I cannot understate how appreciative every single last one of us is, because without the support of our significant others, we would be absolutely unable to do what we do.
Yeah. I mean, it's everybody. It really is. When we say to people, this is going to take a community, this is going to take a network, this is going to take a coalition, the things that we're trying to put in place right now and implement right now, and, we need to wake up our communities. It's because we've seen personally the toll that it can take just on ourselves and our families. And I think you had mentioned that the last time you were on too, so I know that's a pretty steady message with you, that the families of anybody who's in this movement and does this for any, stretch of hours throughout the day, the people around you are doing it with you.
And the government didn't build that. We built that.
Damn right. Something else I've been stressing is we need to create a new society. And when you say something like that, generally think, wow, that's way too big of an idea. But we're already living in a new society.
I was about to say, aren't we already doing that?
Yeah. And here's a stark contrast from 1950 to now, which is less than a blink of an eye in time. In 1950, during Halloween, trick or treat, you would go into your neighbor's home and drink hot tea, pumpkin spice tea. You would have pies and cakes and things like this. And now you go door to door greedily asking for candy, and it's completely different and impersonal, and nobody talks. Well, just in that one way where you apply that tone, that social tone in the people, and apply it across the board. That was with the golden age of television and all of this. The country's a completely different place. Completely different. This is a new society, you know, and we've created a few new societies here. We've changed. But this time, you know, this new society we're in now, it's not one that any of us want to be in. You know, we want to create something else, something different, something better.
I think we're hard at work on doing that. I mean, I know you and Chris, for instance. I'm much closer to you than people I lived next door to for years. I can't go trick-or-treating at your house. So we've developed this very spread out network across the globe of that new society, that new community.
Yeah.
The only part that it sucks in is that we can't get together for beers on a Friday night and do a radio show.
Yeah, we
But I think we're all working towards that same goal.
Well, I keep saying I'm going to make our own underground equivalent to the Pony Express, man.
I'd love to be a part of that. In fact, I actually already consider myself a part of that.
Yeah, that way if we need to get information or other things to each other, we can do that through our own private network of people. State to state, city to city, doesn't matter.
How many people do you have listening right now?
I don't have a freaking clue, dude. No idea. Probably not very many, to be honest, because I switched over all my stuff.
I was hoping we could get a call in at that point. I want to ask the audience on this one.
Ask them what?
What they think about the Pony Express idea, and are we actually doing it as we speak?
Well, yeah, I mean, the network is in place. If we've done nothing else, we've created a network that, you know, people could step right in to fill shoes and say, oh, shit, you know, this is already connected to this, and these people are here, you know, and da-da-da. And that's like if there was an Operation Snakehead that got rid of the leadership, you know.
Well, a big part about that would certainly be funding. We need to get some funding up for that.
Yeah. It's tough being broke activists,
I saw
man.
something interesting today, though. Derek Rose, out of Houston, Free Thinkers.
Yeah.
He's gotten word of another black site in Detroit. So we've got the one in Holman Square. Now supposedly there's one in Detroit. And I want to say he was coming up to Michigan from Texas to investigate that on the ground. And he put something out today saying that he funds these trips through Bitcoin.
Ah.
And I myself wish I knew a whole hell of a lot more about Bitcoin.
Me too. I really haven't had the time to look into it, to be honest. But I tell you what, I'd like to join there in Michigan, that's for sure. I've also heard about a site in New York, right in the city.
That doesn't surprise me either.
Yeah. They said you'll walk right past the concrete and you just wouldn't even think about it. You'd never even know.
They do camouflage everything in plain sight.
Did you hear that?
They're going to do it again in July.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I got a little bit of paranoia about that. Not a whole lot shakes me. I don't give a shit about most of the crap that goes on that people talk about. I wasn't scared about Ebola. I told you that when that shit was going on. Yep. ISIS won't be here until they're given the orders to be here, because they're no more than British and U.S. Special Forces training people we've been dealing with for, you know, since we were with the Mujahideen in the Soviet Union, was fighting in Afghanistan. And, you know, that stuff doesn't bother me. We have not in history had in front of us the evidence that we do now, the activities happening in front of us that we do now to substantiate the claims of people saying, hey, the fit's getting ready to hit the shan. And it's unnerving. It's unnerving.
Well, luckily, we have the connections that we've got.
Indeed.
And having a face-to-face communicates with as many people as possible on that Pony Express. It's had much success in the past. It did in the American Revolution. It did during the Civil War.
Yep.
I mean, hell, the Underground Railroad was not underground, ladies and gentlemen. It was door to fucking door.
Yeah, well, you know, and part of it was literally underground, literally in the freaking ground, and some of it, most of it, was taking place, you know, right in front of people's eyes, and they had no idea. You know, they used symbols, they used invisible ink, they used clothes on clotheslines, they used flyers that they called paper bullets, and they also had different names. I mean, we're not utilizing any of it. You know, it really seems like all of those methodologies that got us the country, they could easily be used again. And creating our own symbology to communicate, simple, very easy. Coding and secret writing and shit like that, dude, it's all over the internet. You know, pick one, we roll with it, there we go. You know, pick a couple to create our own, easy, there we go. And it's not that hard.
It's not, but we also have a lot more tools at our disposal to make use of, to utilize.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of getting creative and figuring out the angle on it.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that I've got coming out in the next couple of days. And I'm really excited about it.
God, I'm excited too, man. I've been preaching about our creativity and our ingenuity and our imagination. All of these things are just so readily and easily squandered by our ruling class. And, you know, it was different where you could invent the radio in a garage in Indiana and the SWAT team wouldn't come in and fucking kill you. But now, if you did that...
What do you think they did to Tesla?
Yeah. Well, and the first guy who patented a light bulb.
Yep.
So, I mean...
Well, that was off of DC, too.
Yeah.
Tesla worked on DC. Whatever the other guy was.
Can't remember his name either. I feel bad. Yeah, but I mean, you know, I've been saying that. You don't need any regulations. You don't need to pay any taxes. Yeah, you don't need to be certified. Nothing. You know, you want to invent something, you want to use your imagination, you don't need anyone's permission. You're free to do so. Do it. You know, find more imaginative ways to be an activist, you know, and and I think you're right. I think that's exactly what we're doing.
If we can have more people like Derek Bros traveling the country.
Yeah. Keep me up to date on that.
That I definitely will. I think he's here this weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it over there.
That may be a little soon, but I'll see what I can do. Let me know, and I'll if it's this weekend, I'll still try to make it.
I've got to call into him, waiting to hear back from him.
Okay.
But I mean, hell, another black site to uncover. Number one, and number two, to be able to, for us, our network that's so spread apart, to be able to meet face to face.
Yeah.
And have a conversation face to face instead of over very highly surveilled media. I think that's absolutely invaluable to this resistance, to this movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Leave your cell phones in the car.
Right? I mean,
we'll put them in our lead box.
There are many other styles of camera that you can carry around to film the cops and make a record of what happens.
Yeah.
But Stingray now, I think it's the Stingray program's in 30 known states.
Really?
That's...
I know they've had that triangulate.
25 or 30.
They can triangulate gunshots. They can... It's kind of like Batman when he hooked up all the cell phones to be amplification systems.
And what did Morgan Freeman's character say?
This is too much power for one man.
Not going to work for you.
Yeah, and as long as this is here, I will not work. Yeah, I'm kind of a Batman dork.
I think that scene is so telling of the morality of what the U.S. government is doing and other governments around the world.
Absolutely. I've said it a million times, the technology by itself is innate. It's the fact that it's these bastards that we couldn't trust them as far as we can freaking throw them are in charge of it. That's the problem.
No matter who's there, they're going to be doing it. This is now a systemic problem. It is not just with the people that are in place.
Can I quote Tupac?
This is systemic.
Is it cool if I quote Tupac?
Absolutely.
Take the evil out the people, they'll be acting right. That's the most important part. The next is because both black and white are smoking crack tonight. But, you know, take the evil out the people. They'll be acting right, you know. We push in this society towards selfish gain. We motivate and distract towards selfish gain. We're an entire society based on it. And we shroud it with the word capitalism frequently, but it's just a stupid way to live. It's dumb. And it seems as though...
It doesn't take all of that for mere survival. And there is a way to survive and thrive without all of the greed that's there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the Trans-Pacific Partnership and Transatlantic Free Trade Agreement, or whatever they're calling it these days, TTIP, NAFTA on steroids, it doesn't matter. That whole thing is for corporate gain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
absolutely unnecessary, and at the end of the day, it's going to hurt more people than it helps.
Well, it's going to, you know, centralize a lot of power with the Prime Minister King Obama. And it is literally written in a way to limit the power of the Congress, which is just so freaking counter-American, counterintuitive to what America is. Bunch of bastards.
Too big on getting reelected.
Yeah.
And the powers that are in place, the corporations, want to make sure that their interests are protected. And how do they do that? They hire lobbyists and spend millions of dollars a year. They make exorbitant campaign contributions.
Yeah, which...
And it, at the end of the day, and congressmen and congresswomen since the 1980s have been very open about this. It's not outright bribery. It's just a matter of obligation. That if the MPAA, for instance, the Motion Picture Association of America, contributes $20,000 to Dianne Feinstein, don't you think Dianne Feinstein's going to want to repay the favor?
And how can she do that?
So yes, on TPP.
There it is.
It's a systemic problem. And there are fixes to it. There are solutions to it. One of the other things, and this is the big interview you mentioned earlier, is there is a solution coming on May 1st.
May 1st.
May 1st.
Now, is this going to be in our mailboxes, or is this something we need to look for somewhere specifically, or what's the deal?
This will be on the 5th column.
Nice.
I had the absolute pleasure of speaking with Lawrence Lessig at Harvard Law School.
Really? Some of his credentials include what?
Well, he is a chair professor at Harvard Law. He's taught at University of Chicago with Obama and at Stanford.
Wow.
He writes in one of his most recent books that he has never been more disappointed with a president.
Really? I can't imagine why.
Lessig actually started out as a Reagan Republican. He worked for Ronald Reagan.
Okay, so he's a criminal.
He started out as a pretty hardcore conservative.
Yeah.
He was a Supreme Court clerk to Antonin Scalia, who is one of the most conservative members of the court. Very conservative guy. Lessig taught at University of Chicago with Obama. or knew him while he was there. And at this time, his intellectual work, his professorial work, was all on copyrights, and it's the work that spawned his development of Creative Commons. But while he was in Chicago with Obama, he was taken by it. He'd already moved further and further to the left, and Obama captivated him. Obama, or Lessig truly thought that Obama was going to change everything. And now, 2015, he's never been more disappointed.
Do you know if Lessig made it out of the Reagan administration without being one of the 184 people in Reagan's administration that was criminally, federally indicted?
I don't think he was actually in the administration at that point.
Okay.
He worked on campaigns for Reagan and was a delegate at the convention for him.
Okay. Yeah, the Reagan administration was nothing but criminals, so I know everyone likes to praise Reagan, but 184 criminal indictments came out of that administration. You know, that's a record.
How many have come out of the last 3 administrations?
I don't have that statistic, no. No, I know it doesn't come close to
I know there are a
Reagan.
lot of indictments that could come down from the last 3.
Yeah, yes, sir. But I would bet the farm that if you took the indictments out of the last 3 administrations, it's less than 7% of Reagan's administration, and that's the 3 total.
Come on now. We're talking about severe war crimes.
Yeah, no, those charges haven't been pressed, though. These charges were pressed against the Reagan administration. They actually went to court, and some of them went to jail.
Oh. I'm with you that I think that there have been very few indictments, if any. I don't know of any.
Trying to think, but
the police actually police themselves.
Right.
If the government were actually policed instead of immune from all of this bullshit,
right, yeah.
that there would be a whole hell of a lot more than 184 indictments.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If it was
It's actually constitutional. That's the first thing that I think I would change if I redid the Constitution.
What?
The U.S. Constitution says that while a member of Congress is at the Capitol conducting business, they are immune.
That's weird. I don't like that. Of course, I don't give a shit. I'm the same guy who wants to take each and every one of them. I don't give a shit who they are. Republican, Democrat, man, woman, I don't care. If they're in D.C., they're a fucking criminal, and I want them all in jail, and their janitors need to be fired, along with the secretaries. I don't trust any of them, and none of them are allowed to ever work there again, at all, ever, period. None of the janitors, none of the secretaries. Some of them secretaries are probably going to jail, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you just put them all in jail, homie. You just, then you institute our common law court that actually, has justice. And folks like you and I sitting on the damn jury going, let's investigate this and make sure that justice prevails and not somebody's vigilante knee-jerk reaction.
Well, that's one of the solutions coming down the pipeline, my friend, that politicians will not be immune. They will not be above the law.
Well,
if you're going to write the law, you need to be subject to the law. And I guarantee you, if that effect, or if that cause does happen, the effect will be that we would have some sort of governing system where you couldn't arrest any of them. They wouldn't be committing any crimes. We wouldn't be dealing with the NDAA and FISA courts and shit like that.
Exactly, yeah. Or the reserve or fractional reserve or any of that bullshit that robs us. And I've said to go beyond that to people too. Well, what would your new society look like if you're, so idealistically into this? And I tell them, think about this. Television is this polarizing medium. And if you don't think it is, then get into a social circle and join some folks and talk about a movie. See how they react to somebody who says, I've not seen that movie. It's almost like sacrilege. But these are the same people that'll tell you all movies don't have that much of an influence. They're not that impactful. Well, your television would completely change if revolutionaries got control of the country. You're not going to see commercials anymore because we're not going to run a system the same way, which means you're not polarized by commercials that were been used to harm us. You know, and that's just one way, but it's huge. It's absolutely, it's huge.
But it can be handled, and it is being handled.
Well, damn it, I want to be part of it, and I'm going to do everything I can to promote it. So
You are part of it, man. You are an impressive part of it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been, you know, I think sometimes I drive people nuts and I piss them off because I tell them, you know, you get into the Second Amendment debate, for example. They say, well, why do you have a Second Amendment? And I tell them to shoot crooked politicians in the face. You know, when you get down to brass tacks, the Founding Fathers wanted us to be able to have our guns so we could shoot them if we had to at people that were trying to take over or did take over the damn country. Well, guess what? They took over the damn country. And you know, I know it's raw, but that's exactly what it's for. You know, nothing short of that. And I think that being that abrasive sometimes.
Gave us mechanisms to change the government when it was no longer in the best interest of the people.
Yes.
And with as criminal as it is, it's time to enforce that. I know you've got some things coming up on the sovereign citizen movement.
Yes. Yes, I do.
You've got something coming up on the militias.
I've got next week is all about Anonymous. Week after that is all militia. Week after that is all sovereigns, and then we're talking about the next week being about marijuana.
How about a constitutional convention?
Ooh, I would like that.
That may fit in well with your Sovereign Citizen Week.
Indeed. Indeed, a reconvening of the 4th Constitutional Convention. And reassignment of, or assignment of positions. And then the institution of it with constitutional sheriffs and people. And we do that by going outside and going door to door and putting flyers on people's doors.
I like it.
I like it a lot. All right, man, give us some beautiful, awesome, inspiring words of wisdom before we go here. Give us some Alex Freeman words.
Some Alex Freeman words. You're going to put me on the spot again.
Yes, dude. But I really like what you do. I really like what you write, man. I don't know. I'm a fan. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, shoot.
I just like what you
and
write.
I've been so busy
it's cool. I tell you what.
writing articles and doing research that I haven't done anything creative in a while.
Right, yeah, no, from the hip, when I say, let's do word association. When I say black site, what do you think?
Word association, Rorschach Inkblot.
All right, first word that comes to your mind when I say Chicago black site.
Oh, kill them all.
What's that?
Kill them all.
Kill them all. All right. When I say Monsanto.
Oh, I'm going to say grow your own.
Nice. All right. When I say Operation Jade Helm.
Operation Jade Helm. Shoot back.
You know, I don't know. Your first word may have counted as... That was a pretty good response, actually. That wasn't bad. All right, and then last but not least, alien invasion.
Alien invasion, bring it on.
Bring it on. All right, yeah, a lot of folks do feel that way.
Get me the fuck off of this rock if we can't change it.
Hey, you know, the guy that discovered DNA, one of his more less famous words were, when he discovered DNA and he went through it and he saw the storage capacity to store something in the DNA, he then concluded that the human species is not indigenous to this planet.
That's been presented before.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
with structures like Stonehenge or the pyramids, whether
Yeah.
Guatemala, Mexico, or in Egypt, the writings are the same. They have word similarities. The inscriptions are similar.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stories are the same. They line up. They match up. And these are on 2 separate continents. And all of them have that little egg-shaped crown or whatever. So yeah, it could be aliens.
Right. If you look at global archaeology, we have more on the face of the earth to prove alien existence and intervention on this planet than we do to prove any one monotheistic religion. I hate to break it to people,
I have to agree
but
with that.
yeah, we do. It's a freaking fact, dude. Machu Picchu is, you know, you look at shit like that and you're like, damn, homie, we can't do that today. Fuck, that's mind blowing. It messes with me. So yeah, alien invasion, good times. We can hope.
Ariana would, my significant other would freak, but
see,
I wouldn't discount it.
I want to go camping in the remote wilderness, but the thing that stops me is aliens. You know?
Really?
Absolutely, dude. You're out there in the middle of freaking nowhere, dude. No one to see you get captured by aliens. This is bad. This is just bad.
Oh, I don't know whether I'd prefer to be captured by aliens or the U.S. government and thrown in Homan Square.
Ooh. All right, maybe aliens is looking a bit better. I don't know. I heard something about aliens taking motherfuckers off of planet Earth and making them slaves somewhere else. Dude, I'd be pissed. I'd be so mad.
They're slave here.
Yeah, but
We're
damn it.
Here.
You know, I just don't think I could fight alien technology, you know? I don't want to try. I'd rather, you know, do our fight.
We'll tell you what. Let's practice on human technology, and we'll start the Pony Express.
All right, cool. Yeah, this will be a dry run.
All right, brother.
All right, brother. I appreciate you,
Thank you for
man.
having me on tonight.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for checking in, man.
And hope you and your listeners, your family, have a wonderful, beautiful evening.
You as well, sir, and enjoy your weekend. Go love another electrified bag of water.
Absolutely, sir.
All right, man.
Buonasera.
Later. That is Mr. Alex Freeman from the Fifth Column. Thank you, sir. Namaste. Appreciate you being here. That guy's like right on the you know, the forefront of what's going on here in the nation, and he's got a good pulse of what's coming down the line too. So when he says May 1st, he's got my ears. I'm listening. Man, look, check this out. I ran over. I kind of thought I would, so I apologize. Go love something. Go love something. Go find something to love. Go find somebody to love. Go love yourself. Look in the mirror and just, you know what? Freaking love you, dumbass. Why not? You got everything to gain. Alright, we got videos we're going to play. Probably most of the weekend. And, you guys go enjoy yourselves. I appreciate you being here. This has been Diametric Opposition. Thank you to the Fifth Column and all the hard work you guys do. The Big Plantation, the Anti-Media, everybody, all the Anons that I've been talking to frequently, Anonymous Columbus, Anonymous Ohio. Check them out, join them. Now, next week is all Anonymous, so I'm going to play some videos and have some movies going and documentaries. I'm going to find the interview I did with the Sovereigns and play it later, so stay tuned in and check it out, man. Keep the stream rolling. Remember, if you share it out, you could get rabies, so be careful. Alright, guys, enjoy your weekend. And enjoy the movies.
What secret obsession is shared by kings, popes, and presidents, Templars, Freemasons, and Founding Fathers, Renaissance masters, modern architects, and NASA? What has been encoded in art, architecture, and urban design, spanning the whole of recorded history up to the present time? These are the secrets in plain sight. As a teacher of architects, it was the buildings in Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, and the Lost Symbol that started me on a journey of exploration. What I found encoded in these structures was stranger than fiction, and perhaps even more compelling. Friends kept handing me interesting nonfiction, and after a while I felt that each was a clue in some overarching and interconnected mystery. I felt I was seeing no more than the tip of an iceberg. As I investigated further, I unwittingly began an initiation into the ancient mysteries, as I progressively uncovered a body of knowledge cleverly hidden in plain sight in the design of important buildings, famous works of art, in long-distance alignments between sacred sites, and in the streets and public spaces of many of the world's great cities. What I have uncovered is a story about monumental works specifically designed to embody a symbolic program of ancient wisdom. This wisdom relates to core truths about the design or architecture of the universe, best expressed by musical principles, sacred geometry, and number theory. What I am calling the architecture of the universe is closely related to the Hermetic philosophies of Pythagoras and Plato. All is number. All is mind, indeed all is consciousness. These ideas originated before the pharaohs, and the specifics of this ancient science have been passed down through the centuries by secret groups dedicated to either preserving heretical ideas in dangerous times, or to exploiting the knowledge itself for the acquisition of temporal power. You might be surprised to learn how people living at what historians call the dawn of civilization possessed the ability to accurately measure the size of the Earth, and to survey long distances with a precision rivaling GPS satellites. You'll discover how the oldest surviving temples elegantly encode an understanding of Earth, Moon, and Sun that is in some ways more advanced than modern science. We'll travel virtually to Giza, Stonehenge, Jerusalem, Rome, Paris, London, Edinburgh, New York, Washington, D.C., Winnipeg, and San Francisco searching for answers. In these places I uncover an interconnected system of geometry and symbolism going back at least to ancient Egypt. We'll find Pythagorean fortunate to make my own connections via books, the internet, and the democratizing power of free tools such as Wikipedia, Google Earth, and SketchUp. What I'm about to share with you is an ongoing effort, and I invite your participation. I believe the time is ripe to reveal what has been hidden for so many centuries and bring this body of knowledge to public attention for the benefit of all. After reading The Lost Symbol, I was intrigued with Washington, D.C. It's a city overflowing with esoteric symbolism. Zooming in from space as we can in Google Earth, let me point out a few landmarks. Here's the White House, Capitol Building, Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, Lincoln Memorial, and the Pentagon just across the Potomac. Rick Campbell has uncovered much of the underlying geometry of the city on his informative site dcsymbols.com. He sees the following diagram in the streets and interconnection of monuments. The geometry consists of a pentagram over a cube, all contained within an overarching pyramid. Each one of these shapes carries a meaning we'll be exploring. We'll see later in Egypt how the pentagram symbolizes the microcosm, which is everything in the universe, human scale or smaller. The cube is a recurrent esoteric symbol for the body that we'll be running into all over the world. I found a pair of 3, 4, 5 triangles between the cube and the pyramid. Turning off the cube layer, you see the rectangle surrounding the White House is also made up of a pair of interlocking triangles, this time with 5, 12, 13 proportions. 345 and 51213 are the first two Pythagorean triplets. As you'll begin to appreciate, Pythagorean knowledge figures prominently in decoding this mystery. Where have we seen an unfinished pyramid before? On the back of the dollar bill, of course. If we illuminate the DC pyramid with the same all-seeing eye of providence, we are directed to a specific building. Is this the eye of providence we are looking at, or its older incarnation as the eye of Horus? Either way, what is behind the all-seeing eye of the sun? It's the headquarters of Scottish Freemasonry, which goes by many names, including the Supreme Council, Mother Council of the World, and House of the Temple. This building is loaded with Egyptian symbolism, with a 13-step unfinished pyramid on top, just like on the dollar bill, and two giant sphinxes flank the entrance out front. The architect John Russell Pope modeled the 1911 building after the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, now a part of Turkey. As one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, it served as tomb of King Mausolus, which is where we get the word mausoleum. The House of the Temple correspondingly serves as tomb of Albert Pike, Sovereign Grand Commander, Confederate General, and the most famous Freemason of his times. Pike wrote Morals and Dogma, the handbook formerly given to new members up until 1974, which details the 33 ranks of Freemasonry. The House of the Temple is where the climax in the lost symbol takes place. Campbell shows how the elevation was designed ad quadratum, which is Latin for by the square. Ad quadratum is a sacred design template we'll see employed in the District of Columbia itself and at Chartres Cathedral. The sunburst above the entry is at the center of the square, and the top corner marks the symbolic apex of the unfinished pyramid. The bottom corner presumably marks the crypt where Pike is interred. Scottish Freemasons are really into the number 33. There are 33 columns in the House of the Temple that are 33 feet high. This is the place where a hard-working initiate can attain the highest 33rd degree from the 33 members of the Supreme Council. 33rd degree Masons are often found in positions of power. Many presidents of the United States were Freemasons. The Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania has a permanent exhibit featuring the portrait and signature of each of these presidents, with a record of their Masonic careers. It is difficult to verify Masonic membership because some members do not make their involvement a matter of public record. However, each lodge keeps its own records. I find it interesting that George Washington, Harding, Eisenhower, Carter, and the younger Bush all chose to be sworn into the office of the president with a hand on this Masonic Bible dating from 1770. One has to be male and believe in a supreme being to seek membership as a Scottish Freemason. They insist their fraternity is not a religion, although atheists are ineligible for membership. Freemasonry is not a secret society, but members are strongly admonished under pain of death not to reveal core secrets. Much of what happens inside the House of the Temple has been pieced together by outside researchers in recent years, and this has been brought forward in Dan Brown's book, The Lost Symbol. Members can rise to the 32nd degree through hard work and study, but only those selected by the Supreme Council may attain the highest 33rd degree. Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra have dredged up the most interesting connections between the Scottish Freemasons and NASA. Here is Cape Canaveral at Kennedy Space Center. These are the 2 launch pads where all the Apollo and Space Shuttle missions left Earth. Here is the single runway, runway 33. Of all the vectors they could have chosen for the strip, why did NASA choose 33 degrees west of north? If that seems like circumstantial evidence to you, how about this? Here is astronaut Buzz Aldrin, 33rd degree Mason, on the moon holding the flag of the Supreme Council, which he later brought back to Earth and gave to the supreme commander of the House of the Temple. These examples show that the Freemasons and NASA are obsessed with this number. I'm wondering what's so special about 33? Where else does this number appear? Jesus is said to have performed 33 miracles and to have died at age 33. Perhaps this is no coincidence. The Bible says King David, father of the famous Solomon who built the first temple in Jerusalem, reigned for 33 years. In the Kabbalah, or Jewish mysticism, there are 10 Sephiro in the Tree of Life, plus another hidden one called Doth. Adding the 22 paths between Sephiro brings the total up to the magic 33. My theory involves the Schumann resonance. This is the frequency at which the Earth vibrates. Scientists have measured this standing wave at 7.83 Hz, with a wavelength equal to the circumference of the Earth. This inaudible low hum is due to lightning discharges in our conductive ionosphere, causing the planet to actually ring like a bell. If you do the simple calculation, which I've done here in a spreadsheet, you'll see that middle C is 33 harmonics, or 32 overtones above the Schumann resonance. Sound implausible? Think of it this way. Our bodies resonate 33 octaves above the Earth's fundamental vibration. This fits with the ancient Hermetic motto, as above, so below. I find it incredible that the UN emblem divides the Earth into 33 sectors. This has to be more than coincidental. The human spinal column appropriately has 33 vertebrae if you count the fused bones in the lower spine individually. 33 might very well be built into the architecture of the universe. For further confirmation, let's take a look at the Great Seal of the United States of America as shown on the back of a $1 bill. Let's start with the obverse side of the Great Seal. That's the side with the eagle. Most important to our current line of inquiry, let's count the number of feathers on the wings. The left wing has 33 feathers, and the right wing has 32. Could these refer to the 33 harmonics or 32 overtones just discussed in relation to the Schumann resonance? I think Rick Campbell has correctly decoded the controlling geometry. 3 circles with their centers on each other's circumferences form a kind of double vesica Pisces, if you will. A vesica Pisces is formed whenever 2 equally sized circles come together, such that their centers are on each other's circumferences. A Star of David emerges from the 3 circles' intersection points. Examining the reverse of the Great Seal, we find the same controlling geometry. Look at the letters picked out of the mottos Annuit Coptis and Novus Ordo Seclorum. Never mind right now what these mottos signify. The letters at the points of the Star of David are A, S, N, O, and M. Rearranging, we get Mason. So to summarize, we've seen how the House of the Temple presides over a street pyramid in Washington, D.C. There is a clear Masonic connection to the office of the President, NASA, and the United Nations. The Scottish Freemasons are obsessed with the number 33, which is echoed in the Judeo-Christian tradition, having a resonance both with the human body and the earth. It's no secret that Masons trace their history back through the Knights Templar. I was amazed to discover there is an urban village straight across the Potomac from the White House called Rosslyn. Many researchers believe one of the Templar factions fled to Scotland after the infamous raid that destroyed their order. Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland was the place featured in the Da Vinci Code, where Sophie learned she was a direct descendant of Jesus, and where she was reunited with her bloodline. Friday the 13th, October 1307, was the date most of the Templars got arrested, had their considerable assets seized, were interrogated and tortured to death by agents of the French king, acting in cooperation with the Pope. Knowing the connections between the Templars, Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, and the Scottish Freemasons made me take a closer look at Rosslyn, Virginia. Rosslyn has two important features, a dense urban village and the Marine Corps War Memorial. So I drew a line from the center of the Marine Corps Memorial in Rosslyn, Virginia, to the center of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. You've got to love Google Earth. The Great Circle Path passes precisely over the apex of the Eye of Providence and the entire DC Street Pyramid, arguably confirming my line of reasoning. Before we leave Scotland entirely, let's take a detour to Edinburgh. The Royal Mile is Edinburgh's oldest and busiest tourist street. If we measure a line from the facade of Holyrood Abbey, built in 1128 by King David I of Scotland, to the circular tower in Edinburgh Castle, built by the same king, we find that it measures almost precisely 8/7 of a mile. The Royal Mile referred to in Edinburgh is therefore the Egyptian Royal Mile by definition. This is a memorable and important unit because, as Richard Heath shows in his book Sacred Number and the Origins of Civilization, there are exactly 3,456 Egyptian royal miles in the polar radius of the Earth. King David built these structures right at the beginning of the Knights Templars' existence, shortly after the Knights returned from Jerusalem and the Gothic building explosion began. Could King David I of Scotland have been connected to the knowledge the Templars unearthed from the House of David in Jerusalem? Let's return to Washington, D.C. and see how the Royal Mile is encoded there in plain sight. Zooming into the area in front of the Capitol building, many researchers have identified Masonic compasses built into the street plan. The compasses that run along Pennsylvania and Maryland avenues point to the White House and the Jefferson Memorial. The spread of the compasses is 1 royal mile. I might chalk this up to coincidence if it wasn't for the diagram Richard Heath has published in Sacred Number. Heath's diagram is drawn as a grid of equilateral triangles, so every edge measures 1 royal mile. The Jefferson Memorial, White House, and House of the Temple are centrally located on these nodes. The point of the Pentagon facing the White House is at this node. This is simply too much coincidence to have not been the product of intentional design. I find the ancient Flower of Life diagram fits perfectly into this grid. The Flower of Life has been found all over the world. Wikipedia lists the Flower of Life in 15 countries so far. Here's the Flower of Life at the Osirion Temple in Abydos, Egypt, which is a minimum of 3,300 years old. It's a little-known fact that Leonardo da Vinci even studied the Flower of Life. This is the second depiction of a cube we've seen in DC. Metrology, the science of measurement, is one of the keys to deciphering secret architecture. Each side of the larger cube spans 2 triangles, forming an edge length equal to 2 royal miles. The polar radius of the Earth is 1728 times 2 royal miles. This equals the 3456 royal miles referenced by the Edinburgh Royal Mile. The number 1728 links DC with the mythical New Jerusalem described in the Bible. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. The dimensions of New Jerusalem describe a cube whose volume is 1728 billion furlongs. Did you ever wonder why the U.S. and Israel have such a strong bond? DC is the New Jerusalem. Here's the 1992 Israeli Supreme Court building in Jerusalem. Does this pyramid on top containing a window look familiar? It appears to be the Eye of Providence, the same symbol found in the streets of DC and on the dollar bill. Many researchers have seen the Tree of Life from Jewish mysticism encoded in DC's traffic circles and monuments. However, DCSymbols.com is the only place that shows how the streets and traffic circles match this early depiction of the Porte Lucis Tree of Life from 1516. The Portal of Light version is shaped like an actual tree. Maybe that's where the Tree of Life got its name. Scott Circle's gently curving streets mimic the shape of the Pythagorean Y. In The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, author David Oveson says, "The Pythagorean Y is a vestigial drawing of a path through life, in which one is perpetually presented with a choice of symbolic directions. Should one do good or bad?" Scott Circle is in the position in the Tree of Life known as Doth, the hidden Sephiro. According to the Kabbalah, the reason Doth is depicted as hidden is because humans who remain selfish cannot see it. Only those who orient themselves in the service of others are able to see the light of Doth, in which all 10 Sephiro are united as one. I think Scott Circle exemplifies the secret architecture of DC. It's plain to see once you have the knowledge, but remains hidden to the general public. Most people who know the Tree of Life are more familiar with the Athanasius-Kircher version of 1652, which is arranged in 3 columns. The Kircher version is seen here in John Evelyn's plan to rebuild London after the Great Fire of 1666. Both he and Christopher Wren submitted plans based on the Tree of Life, although Wren's wasn't as in-your-face as Evelyn's. Neither were actually carried out, but it shows you this kind of esoteric symbolism wasn't anything new when DC was laid out a century after the Great Fire of London. As you've seen, there is a deep connection to Judaism, both in the Tree of Life and in the metrology of Richard Heath's larger cube that links Washington, D.C. with the mythical New Jerusalem in the Bible. To understand why both the Flower of Life and Tree of Life are in D.C., you need a 1-minute visual education in sacred geometry. The Flower of Life grows on the Tree of Life. Flower of Life geometry is based on the 2D reality that 6 circles fit perfectly around a central 7th, shown here with quarters. Flowers eventually bear fruit, and with a growth of circles we have the traditional Fruit of Life diagram, containing 13 circles. Connecting the dots reveals Metatron's cube, an important diagram in the study of sacred geometry. It was named after the biblical figure Enoch, who was transformed into the archangel Metatron. Metatron's cube contains the 5 Platonic solids, both in smaller and larger scales, like a fractal. Platonic solids figure prominently in Plato's philosophy, after whom they were named. The dots in the interstices encode the pattern of 2 intersecting Pythagorean tetractyses. This is the pattern on the dollar bill, in what is called glory above the eagle's head. Pythagoreans swore an oath to the tetractys, which was the most important symbol in their secret worship of number. All of this symbolism is interconnected in a system. Masons study for years to understand these things and advance through their degrees. Freemasonry is a remnant of an ancient mystery school. Look at how many lucky 13s are on the obverse of the Great Seal. We've already seen the 13 stars of glory over the eagle's head. In the eagle's claws there are 13 arrows, 13 leaves on the branches hold 13 olives, and there are 13 stripes on the shield. Perhaps having 13 colonies was no accident. Curiously, the eagle only has 9 tail feathers. Everything has a meaning in symbolism. The 13th degree of Scottish Freemasonry is called the Royal Arch of Solomon. It's about Enoch, descent into a vault, the arch, a triangle of gold, a cube of agate, and the name of God. Enoch supposedly excavated 9 chambers, think of the tail feathers, underneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, one below the other, each with a supporting arch. In the final chamber he placed a cube of agate, inset with a triangle of gold engraved with the holy name of God. By this sacred geometry, Rick Campbell has shown Enoch's cube is in fact Metatron's cube, the triangle within the cube. The name of God shown in Hebrew is called the Tetragrammaton, the most sacred four-letter word in Judaism. The letters of the Tetragrammaton are traditionally shown in the Pythagorean Tetractys because it encodes the Shem Ham Horash, or names of God, which in Jewish mystical tradition corresponds to 72 arrangements of the four holy letters. The practice of assigning numbers to letters is called gematria. Here we see how the letters in Enoch's triangle encode the number 72, the number of names of God. When you get deep enough into most religions, you eventually encounter a belief in the sacredness of number. Enoch was supposedly transformed into the archangel Metatron when he was 365 years old, his age being an obvious solar reference. Speaking of solar men being elevated to the divine, let's look at the Capitol building rotunda. This center point of American democracy figured prominently in Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol. Investigative mythologist William Henry has interpreted the significance of the Capitol building as the solemn temple at the heart of America. Looking up through the oculus in the Capitol dome, we see Constantino Brumitti's huge fresco entitled Apotheosis of George Washington. The word apotheosis means elevation of a man into God. George Washington is sitting on a rainbow up in the clouds surrounded by 13 maidens and flanked by the goddesses Liberty and Victory. Henry has dug up what was probably Brumitti's inspiration for depicting Washington riding on a rainbow in front of a stargate. Here is Jesus doing the same. Both are man become God. The fresco at the heart of America clearly elevates Washington into some kind of solar deity. 6 allegorical groupings in a hexagonal arrangement tell stories centered on the ancient gods Mercury, Vulcan, Ceres, Minerva, Neptune, and Columbia. What does all this pagan symbolism have to do with the official history of the United States? Nothing. There are 72 stars surrounding the fresco, recalling the names of God in Jewish mystical tradition. An astronomical take on this number of stars is the fact that it takes 72 years for the Earth to precess 1 degree. We'll be learning more about the precessional cycle in Rome. Looking deeper, there are several crypto-references to the Egyptian goddess Isis, particularly in the allegory of agriculture. Flora with exposed breast, and young America in liberty cap stand in front of Ceres, goddess of agriculture. A sheaf of wheat is often used to depict the goddess of nature, shown here as Virgo. An exposed breast and the liberty cap are well-known attributes of Isis, used extensively during the French Revolution. Here the symbols are shown together in Delacroix's Liberty Guiding the People. The goddesses personified on both sides of the Atlantic as nature, reason, liberty, freedom, and Columbia are all esoteric references to the Egyptian goddess Isis. Here's a silver dollar showing liberty with a liberty cap on a pole. This particular coin happens to be worth well over 6 figures today. The seal of the U.S. Senate shows the now familiar red cap as well. To top it off, the goddess Freedom on the outside of the Capitol dome, and recently in the middle of the Capitol Visitor Center, are yet more depictions of you-know-who. The architects of the Capitol are clearly obsessed with the secret worship of Isis. Following the goddess Liberty upward, we see how the entire District of Columbia was originally surveyed by George Washington in 1791. The mile markers are placed ad quadratum, just like the elevation of the House of the Temple built more than a century later. This later organic interruption in the lower portion of the square became Alexandria, Virginia. In the ancient world, Isis had an important temple on the island of Pharos, just outside Alexandria, Egypt. Pharos was the location of the lighthouse of Alexandria, wonder of the ancient world. The light that shone from it was the Stella Maris, star of the sea, one of the many epithets for Isis. The highest point in Alexandria, Virginia, has a replica of the ancient lighthouse in the form of the George Washington Masonic National Memorial. George Washington and many of the founding fathers were, of course, well-known Freemasons. Pay special attention to the 3 cubes forming the body of the lighthouse. We'll see this symbolism again in London, and finally decode it in Paris. How is it that we keep finding secret connections to Isis and ancient Egypt in a country that has no ostensible reason to make this symbolic linkage? Believe it or not, Pennsylvania Avenue is astronomically oriented to the heliacal rising of Sirius. The ancient Egyptians based their calendar on this phenomenon, which is the day when Isis's star, Sirius, is visible on the horizon just before sunrise. From the White House in early August, Sirius is visible a few minutes before sunrise, directly behind the Capitol building. From the perspective of the Capitol building, sunset on this same day passes straight down Pennsylvania Avenue and sets over the apex of the pyramid atop the National Post Office. If you overlay a pair of pentagrams over the Capitol building, a couple of interesting things occur. These edges follow Pennsylvania and Maryland avenues, and RFK Stadium from 1961 is framed perfectly in the crook of the opposing pentagram. I noticed 4 radiating streets above and below the Capitol building. Then it clicked with the pentagrams, and I see what is actually depicted here is the Templar cross. Can there now be any doubt who is behind the program of symbolism in D.C.? The Templars may be long gone, but the Scottish Freemasons remain active today. We'll learn more about the Templars at Chartres Cathedral, and again in London. David Oveson's groundbreaking book, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, reveals that D.C. has more zodiacs than any city in the world, concentrated in what is called the Federal Triangle. The Federal Triangle contains many important governmental structures, including the National Archives, the National Post Office, the Departments of Justice and Commerce, and so on. Most importantly, Oveson shows how these Federal Triangle zodiacs draw attention to one constellation in particular, Virgo. Virgo the Virgin is an esoteric representation of Isis. Oveson's research into Masonic symbolism led him to map the stars Arcturus, Regulus, and Spica to a terrestrial triangle connecting the White House, Capitol building, and the point where many think the Washington Monument was supposed to be. You see, the Washington Monument is shifted slightly to the east with respect to the White House Jefferson Memorial north-south axis. Some claim this shift was due to the fact that the marked point is on landfill, and the site where the monument was actually built is on solid ground. In any case, here is that particular stellar arrangement brought down to earth. We see Virgo over the Federal Triangle, and Leo over the Capitol building. 18th century Masonic French astronomer Jérôme Lalande wrote, "The Virgin is consecrated to Isis, just as Leo is consecrated to her husband Osiris." So Isis is linked with the Federal Triangle, and Osiris with the Capitol building. The Virgin's right hand points to the White House, but her left hand is actually on the Washington Monument. This is very interesting to those who know the Isis story. Could Isis be holding Osiris's golden phallus in the form of the Washington Monument? As the ancient Egyptian story goes, it all started when Set became jealous of his brother Osiris, who was king of all Egypt, and whose girlfriend was the beautiful Isis. Set then deceived and killed Osiris, cut his body into 14 parts, sealed all but one of them in a coffin, and sent it down the Nile. As a final insult, he tossed Osiris's penis into the river. His sister consort Isis was at length able to recover and magically reconnect all of Osiris's parts, except for his penis, which was unfortunately eaten by a fish. Isis fashioned a golden phallus, attached it to Osiris, and brought him back to life with a song. From this experience, the resurrected Osiris became Lord of the Dead. Isis was impregnated with the golden phallus, and their son Horus grew to become god of the sun. It's the original story of sex and violence, jealousy, incest, and pregnancy. The Washington Monument is an obvious phallic symbol. The Vesica Pisces paths surrounding the obelisk suggest female genitals. Taken together, the symbols represent the joining of Osiris and Isis and the conception of the sun god Horus. Now maybe you think I'm going too far at this point, but take a look at what is above the elevator that goes up the shaft of the Washington Monument, the same ride Robert Langdon took at the end of the lost symbol. Right above the elevator doors there is a bronze sculpture of George Washington, sculpted by French Freemason Houdon, and above that is the winged disc of Horus. What in the world does this Egyptian solar symbol have to do with America? It's a clue to the secret meaning of the obelisk, in the most public of places, but how many actually see it and understand? The dimensions of the monument are all 6s and 5s. What an amazing coincidence that 6,660 inches equals 555 feet. We'll decipher the meaning of 6s and 5s in Egypt. The Washington Monument is not a true obelisk cut from a single piece of stone. Instead, it is both literally and figuratively a monumental work of masonry. Bernard I. Peache's meticulous metrological study of the Washington Monument reveals a sacred diagram projected on the earth. Based on the exact height and angle of the pyramidion, its face and ridge lines project down to the ground and trace circles that are proportioned ad quadratum with respect to each other. The diagram shown here is called the octagram star in mathematics. It's a symbol used in many religions and cultures around the world. I'll briefly trace the octagram star through history to uncover its meaning. The earliest example I've found that has this symmetry is the Star of Inanna, the Sumerian goddess whom I think all the Isis obsession is ultimately based on. Archaeologists identify the Sumerian culture as the oldest civilization on Earth. Sumeria predated ancient Egypt, but it wasn't even discovered until 1890. So that must be why most esoteric references are to Isis rather than Inanna. I highly recommend reading the collective works of Zecharia Sitchin for an alternative, albeit controversial theory on the origins of civilization. But that's another documentary entirely. I have found the octagram star in many other places around the world. The Hindu Star of Lakshmi is a pure octagram star. The Egyptian Ogdoad adds a central cosmic egg to the mix, containing the sun god Ra. The structure of the Celtic calendar resonates with the octagram star. The Gnostic theologian Valentius transformed Egyptian concepts into Christian ones in his 2nd century cosmology featuring the pleroma, or Godhead, in the center. The Buddhist Wheel of Dharma has this as its symbol, incorporating the Eightfold Path. Islam uses the Rub el-Hizb as its symbol. Found in the oldest Korans as a chapter marker, here it is expressed fractally in Muhammad's tomb in Medina. The Eastern Orthodox Church used octagram star symmetry in numerous depictions of Christ Pantocrator and in the Transfiguration. Even the seemingly unrelated Aztec culture produced their calendrical Piedra del Sol having this remarkable symmetry. Finally, the Vatican also encoded this powerful symbol in St. Peter's Square. The ancient Egyptian obelisk at its center is literally a gigantic sundial, with stones in the pavement marking the seasons. So the octagram star is resoundingly a solar symbol, appropriately fitting the male obelisk, which is the primary reading of the Washington Monument. However, female energy is not entirely neglected in the Washington Monument. We've already seen how a stretched Vesica Pisces symbol surrounds the obelisk. Rick Campbell has brought something even more hidden to light. If you draw Vesica Pisces to scale, with the circle's diameters equal to the height of the Washington Monument's 555 feet, the Great Pyramid of Egypt fits perfectly inside the vulva. This is no accident. The architect who designed the Washington Monument must have wanted to secretly link it with the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid and the Washington Monument both have phi in their proportions, which is one of the most interesting numbers in mathematics. The last thing I noticed in Washington, D.C. propelled me on a virtual journey around the world. Remember the pair of interlocking triangles surrounding the White House? It struck me that the horseshoe-shaped lawn in the White House backyard looked a lot like the bluestone ring at Stonehenge. That got me thinking how these two triangles together form a 5 by 12 rectangle that has the same proportions as the station rectangle at Stonehenge. Following this hunch, I drew a line from the tip of the federal triangle to the center of Stonehenge. Later on, I happened to zoom into New York City when this layer was on, and saw that the alignment perfectly bisects Central Park. That's probably not an accident, so here we go. The angle that this large-scale alignment takes through Central Park matches the interlocking Pythagorean triangle's hypotenuses. 4 such triangles match Central Park's proportions of 5 to 24 precisely. I then wondered, what is this unusual aqueduct doing just under the surface of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis Reservoir? It seems to mirror the triangle's hypotenuse angle. That's certainly odd, but in my research I've learned to follow so-called coincidences wherever they lead. The aqueduct leads us to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Getting closer still, we see this variation of the Templar flag in the atrium of the Robert Lehman collection. Incidentally, Albrecht Dürer's esoteric masterpiece, Melancholia I, is in this collection, and we'll study it in Egypt. In case you're thinking I'm imagining connections where none exist, right outside this room is one of the oldest artifacts in North America, a 3,500-year-old Egyptian obelisk from Heliopolis. Note the octagon surrounding yet another solar symbol. There are only a handful of ancient Egyptian obelisks left in the world, even counting those still in Egypt. So when I see one, I sit up and take notice. This obelisk is the twin of Cleopatra's Needle in London. Egyptian temples typically had paired obelisks at their entrances, so the obelisks now in New York and London used to together frame the entrance to a temple in Heliopolis. It was quite a difficult and expensive project in the 19th century, and even today, to transport a 224-ton slab of granite halfway across the planet. Connecting nations with ancient Egypt was apparently a very powerful motivator to the Freemasons who bothered moving these obelisks. Overlaying the floor plan, we see what the aqueduct is pointing to. Literally an ancient Egyptian temple within the Sackler wing of the Met. The Temple of Dendur had to be removed from its original site in order to save it from being submerged by the construction of the Aswan High Dam. In 1965, the government of Egypt presented the temple as a gift to the United States, which was ceremonially represented by Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. That's quite a coincidence, considering the aqueduct in Jackie's reservoir led us to the very temple she received. Was the former First Lady playing the role of Isis? While we're in New York, let's take a look at one of the most famous tourist spots and greatest symbols of America, and visit the Statue of Liberty. The authors Graham Hancock and Robert Bivall have researched the Statue of Liberty, and you might be surprised what they have found. French sculptor and well-known Freemason Bartholdi designed the colossal statue originally for the opening of the Suez Canal in 1867. Fellow Freemason Gustave Eiffel, who was later made famous for his Parisian Tower, was commissioned as the statue's engineer. It is said Bartholdi modeled the sculpture after the Roman goddess Libertas. The truth is, Libertas was an echo of the Egyptian goddess Isis. After Bartholdi's Colossus was rejected for the Suez Canal due to financial reasons, he repurposed it as the Statue of Liberty for New York Harbor. It comes as no surprise that the cornerstone for the Statue of Liberty was laid in a Masonic ceremony. Researcher Jim Allison has connected the dots and identified the triangle between Giza, Pharos, and the opening of the Suez Canal. The angle of this triangle matches the slope of the Great Pyramid and looks like the Greek letter delta, which beautifully echoes the Nile Delta. The Colossus of Rhodes was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The giant statue that stood on the island of Rhodes depicted Apollo, god of the sun, who also wore a crown of 7 rays. 7 rays is very interesting in light of the culmination of the initiation ceremony into the cult of Isis. According to 19th century author Edward Schur, after a successful initiate survived all the harrowing tests and triumphed over death by fire, water, and temptation of the senses, he was led into an inner sanctum, where he looked upon a colossal metal statue of Isis, crowned with a diadem of 7 rays. I believe 7 is Isis's secret number. Isis's son Horus was god of the sun, just as Apollo depicted in the Colossus of Rhodes was god of the sun to the Greeks. You'll see that the Statue of Liberty's base star is quite odd, having 11 points. I think this was done to make the number symbolism in the Statue of Liberty fit an important Egyptian structure, the Great Pyramid of Giza, whose height to base proportion is 7:11, like the famous convenience store's name. And if you didn't get 11 from the base star, the height of the statue from heel to top of head is 111 feet, 1 inch. So it all fits now. You see how the Statue of Liberty secretly depicts the Egyptian goddess Isis. Extending the line of the submerged structure in the reservoir that led us to the Temple of Isis all the way to the East River, we are directed to the United Nations headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. The iconic Secretariat's building proportions are based on phi. As you know, this proportion links the structure with the Washington Monument and the Great Pyramid. Did you know the 69,000 square meter site of UN headquarters is considered international territory and is technically not a part of New York City? The UN headquarters has its own security force, fire department, and postal administration that even issues its own stamps. The notion of UN headquarters being a city within a city reminds me of how the Vatican is also a city within Rome. I like to refer to this as a nested city or fractal structure. I was fascinated to discover that the Italian government donated an Arnaldo Pomodoro sphere-within-sphere sculpture to the UN in 1991. The golden ball beautifully represents the concept of a city within a city. The internal structures seem to me like buildings and streets on the inner surfaces of the spheres. I'm intrigued because I've seen 3 other similar sculptures in locations significant to my research. Pomodoro made a series of 6 spheres within spheres scattered around the world. Significant sphere-within-sphere locations are the Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden in D.C., very close to the Capitol building, the De Young Museum in San Francisco, and in the Vatican's courtyard of the Belvedere. We'll be visiting the latter 2 locations in due course. The Security Council Chamber is the emergency room of the UN, where decisions involving economic sanctions and military action are sometimes made. Notice the horseshoe-shaped desk surrounding 13 chairs located at a rectangular table in the center. The red chairs flanking the central group are arranged in rows of 13. All these lucky 13s are reminiscent of the many 13s on the Great Seal of the United States. The mural in the Security Council chamber is by Norwegian artist Per Krogh, and it contains some highly interesting symbolism. The left arched panel shows a woman opening a window, letting in rays of golden sunlight. The right arched panel shows a man letting a white horse run before the full moon. Sun and moon are symbolized in Masonic lodges by the columns Boaz on the left and Jachin on the right. Boaz and Jachin originally stood in Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. Boaz symbolizes the sun and Jachin the moon. We'll see the symbolism again in the towers of sun and moon at Chartres Cathedral. The Vesica Piscis shape in the center of the mural contains the story of original sin. Young Adam and Eve stand in the background. Lucifer, hanging from serpentine vines in the tree of knowledge, hands Eve the infamous apple. Years pass, and Adam and Eve are shown with arms interlocked, closer to the center of the Vesica Piscis. In time, their firstborn Cain is shown in the foreground at his parents' feet. This unmistakable imagery is strange to say the least in a chamber representing all the nations of the world. The mural symbolizing the security of all nations should probably embrace all cultures and religions, but it clearly has a distinctly Judeo-Christian subtext. You have to look closely to perceive it, but there is a faint circle representing the sun surrounding the Vesica Piscis. Tiny flames can be seen emanating from this circle, which carry through 4 of the mural's panels. Here the sun, or sun, emerges from the center of the Vesica Piscis, or womb. The bird below the Vesica Piscis is a phoenix, standing over the ashes of its parent. The phoenix is a symbol of transformation and of the cyclical nature of time. Herodotus recorded the fact that this mysterious bird has ancient Egyptian provenance. There is a sacred bird called the phoenix. I have never seen it myself except in pictures, for it is extremely rare, only appearing, according to the people of Heliopolis, once in 500 years, when it is seen after the death of its parent. The beast of war is shown slain in an underground crypt, run through with a sword. The abandoned artillery, machine gun, and soldier laying down his rifle show this is the end of the Second World War. The UN was chartered at the end of this conflict in 1945, and therefore the war imagery is entirely appropriate. Souls, or shades in between life and death, literally in monochrome, are being helped up from below on both sides of the mural. Shades on the solar left side are tinted gold, and shades on the lunar right side are appropriately tinted silver. The original motto of the French Revolution, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, or La Mort, liberty, equality, brotherhood, or death, surprisingly maps to much of the remaining symbolism. Souls being lifted with ropes up into the light are gaining their liberty. The scene in the upper left shows a group of people weighing grain, presumably to distribute it with equality. The party in the 2 panels surrounding the Vesica Piscis illustrates brotherhood, with all types of people and children happily united holding cyan ribbons and UN flags. Those souls who died in the war are lining up and entering the starry door of death behind the phoenix. La Mort was later dropped from the revolutionary motto because it reminded people too much of the Reign of Terror. The tricolor flag of the French Republic symbolizes the 3-term motto, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. The scene in the upper right shows scientists investigating the macrocosm and microcosm with telescope and microscope. The 2 upper panels hold a political message, with the depiction of people painting, planting, designing, playing music, singing, writing, and dancing. I think the implication is humanity may enjoy these higher pleasures after war has been transformed like a phoenix into peace through the agency of the United Nations. The symbolism in the mural contains Judeo-Christian, Masonic, French Revolutionary, and ancient Egyptian imagery that became apparent only under careful analysis. The mural is more than a small decorative element. It dominates the Security Council chamber. Therefore, I think the choice of symbolism embedded in the mural tells us something about the character of the United Nations itself. I find the hidden connections to Masons and Egypt most provocative. Contemplating the United Nations got me thinking about national symbols. Consider the UN flag as a symbol of nations coming together in peace. As I already mentioned, the map is divided into 33 sectors. It seems appropriate that the Earth is flanked by 2 olive branches symbolizing peace. Each of these branches contains 13 leaves. The UN flag is cyan in color and was created after the UN was chartered in 1945. In 1947, the UN decided to partition Palestine into a Jewish state, an Arab state, and a UN-administered Jerusalem. This decision led to a series of wars, and ultimately Israel's independence in 1948. The coat of arms of Israel is also cyan in color. It seems appropriate that the menorah is featured, because it's been a symbol of Judaism for almost 3,000 years. The menorah is flanked by 2 13-leafed olive branches symbolizing peace, another parallel with the UN flag. There are many countries whose flags and coats of arms feature olive branches symbolizing peace. However, only the UN emblem and the coats of arms of Israel, the United States, and the U.S. Virgin Islands feature olive branches having exactly 13 leaves. The U.S. Virgin Islands coat of arms is a modified version of the Great Seal of the United States. The flag of the United States of America also features significant numerical symbolism. There are 13 red and white stripes. 50 stars are arranged in 9 rows, alternating between rows of 6 and 5 stars. We'll learn the significance of the 9 rows in San Francisco and the alternating rows of 6 and 5 stars in Egypt. Picking up the alignment that started at the tip of the Federal Triangle in D.C. through New York City's Central Park to its endpoint at the center of Stonehenge, we are wondering, why would the Founding Fathers in D.C. and city planners in New York City conspire to link their fair cities with this ancient temple? The reason is simple. Stonehenge is at the heart of the mystery. Let's take a closer look. The first monument at the site was begun during the Neolithic period, around 3,100 years before the Common Era, and Stonehenge was completed during the Bronze Age, approximately 4,500 years ago. Here's a reconstruction of Stonehenge Phase 3 at its height, showing the sarsen ring with its stone lintels, huge trilithons, and smaller bluestones. The larger Aubrey circle is a ring of 56 holes, accommodating 4 standing station stones. Connecting the station stones, we see what researchers call the station rectangle. The amazing thing is it has precisely the same 5:12 proportion as we've already seen in D.C. and New York City. Now we see where this proportion comes from, as this is surely the oldest known example. The astronomer Gerald Hawkins has shown how the station rectangle encodes specific astronomical phenomena, including cycles of Earth, Moon, and Sun, commemorated by important festivals in the Celtic calendar. Stuckley, one of the founders of the field of archaeology in the 18th century, whose great work was studying Stonehenge, claimed that Freemasonry was a legacy of the Druids, who in turn got their knowledge from the ancient Egyptians. The 7-pointed star inscribed within the Aubrey circle clearly locates the sarsen ring and frames the horseshoe of trilithons and bluestones. After identifying 7 as ISIS's secret number in New York City, I'm wondering if this 7-pointed star isn't the Star of Isis. The Egyptian civilization was at its height at the time of Stonehenge's completion, and although we have no archaeological evidence physically linking the two cultures, it remains an intriguing possibility. Avebury and Silbury Hill are a short distance from Stonehenge. Archaeologists say both of these monuments were built at the same time as Stonehenge, approximately 5,000 years ago. The late John Michell, said to be father of the Earth mysteries, and surveyor and researcher Robin Heath, discovered amazing relationships between all 3 Neolithic monuments, in terms of their precise locations upon the Earth. The base of Silbury Hill is 864,000 feet from the center of Stonehenge. The sun's diameter is 864,000 miles. The distance from 51 degrees north latitude to the latitude of Stonehenge measures 10.8 Egyptian royal miles. The mean radius of the moon is 1,080 miles. The latitude of Stonehenge is 17.28 miles from the latitude of Avebury. We learned in DC how 1728 symbolizes the cube. Avebury's latitude is precisely 360 divided by 7 degrees north. Dividing a circle into 7 parts yields the Star of Isis. The placement of Stonehenge, Avebury, and Silbury Hill encode the numbers of the sun, moon, cube, and heptagram star. Please measure these things yourself in Google Earth or with other methods. This hard metrological evidence should completely revise our understanding of prehistory. Early in the 20th century, archaeologists discovered a quarry in the Pressley Hills where the bluestones used in Stonehenge were mined, approximately 130 miles from Stonehenge. Putting aside the practical issue of how the builders transported these large stones to the building site, let's focus instead on an even greater mystery. Heath had surveyed the distance from Stonehenge to an island due west in the Bristol Channel called Lundy. When Heath told Michelle that the distance from the center of Stonehenge to a small hill called the Tump at the center of Lundy Island was precisely the memorable number 123.4 statute miles, Mitchell recognized the number from his research, and then all the pieces quickly fit together. A statute mile is equal to 5,280 English feet, and is still used to measure distances on roads in the United States. Michelle and Heath drew a triangle connecting Stonehenge, Lundy, and the Pressley mine. Two such matching, interlocking triangles form a rectangle that has the same proportions as Stonehenge's station rectangle, and amazingly is exactly 2,500 times larger. This is the Greater Temple. What is more, the distances in the Lundy rectangle fit ancient Egyptian measure. Robin Heath's brother Richard pointed out in Sacred Number that 123.4 statute miles is precisely equal to 108 royal miles, the same unit that we've seen in Edinburgh and DC. This is no arbitrary distance, as 108 royal miles is 1/32 of the polar radius of the Earth. The architects of Stonehenge must have chosen the building site in relation to an origin point originally selected at the center of Lundy Island. It's absolutely sublime the way Stonehenge resonates with the whole region, and with the planet. As above, so below. 108 is a number sacred to many of the world's religions. For example, there are 108 prayer beads in the Holy Rosary. The Rosary is a key devotional path in the Catholic veneration of Mary. The worshippers' fingers keep track of the number of Hail Mary prayers they recite, by moving along one bead at a time. Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains all use japa mala prayer necklaces in much the same way as Catholics. Incredibly, japa malas are most commonly made with exactly 108 beads. These too are fingered as the devotee chants or repeats mantras. Whether the worshipper is conscious of it or not, the moon is ultimately behind what they are actually venerating in 108 recitations. As I already mentioned, the mean radius of the moon is 1,080 miles. The connection between goddesses and the moon is as old as humanity. Coincidentally, the element silver, which has always been associated with the moon, has an atomic weight of 108 grams per mole. In The Lost Science of Measuring the Earth, Michelle and Heath show how the English foot was derived from the Earth's equatorial circumference. The distance around the equator equals 360,000 times 365.242, with incredible accuracy of 99.994% the current standard. This means the distance around the equator measured in English feet is the number of days in a year times the number of degrees in a circle times 1,000. Historians have lost track of when exactly the foot was invented in the mists of time, but you'll usually hear some tired anecdote about some old king's big foot. We can now confidently say that whoever defined the English foot knew the equatorial circumference of the earth with an accuracy in the thousandths of 1%. We only achieved this level of precision in earth measure in 1995, when the Global Positioning System, or GPS, became fully operational. Clearly, we are not the first to achieve this level of technological sophistication. The mile is also based on the dimensions of the Earth. There are 12 to the 5th divided by 10 miles in the meridian circumference of the Earth. 528 is the resonant key that both defines the statute mile, because 5,280 feet are equal to 1 mile, and the central frequency of the ancient solfeggio, an ancient musical scale used in religious chanting. Metrology, the science of measurement, is one of the keys to decrypting the ancient mysteries. After all, the word geometry literally means earth measure, and virtually all ancient measurement systems were based upon the dimensions of the earth. As John Neal laid out in his groundbreaking book, All Done with Mirrors, which was subsequently expanded upon and popularized in books by John Michell and the Heath brothers, the English foot turns out to be the root of the ancient system, wherein units designed to measure different scales were interrelated by fractional relationships. The way the ancient system used simple fractions is analogous to how the metric system uses powers of 10 to interconnect units used at different scales, such as millimeter, centimeter, kilometer, etc. As if these discoveries weren't enough, John Michell and Robin Heath stumbled upon yet another amazing find. There is an island just north of Lundy called Caldy, where there is a very old priory church built over an ancient Druid menhir. This island is located at the 2 to 3 point, along the Presley-Lundy edge of the figure. Musicians will recognize this proportion as the 5th, the most fundamental interval in music. If you draw a line connecting Stonehenge with the precise 2 to 3 point, roughly coincident with Caldy, you get the following proportion. If the Lundy-Stonehenge line is 12, then the Caldy-Stonehenge line is the square root of 153. Believe it or not, we'll see this cryptic number 153 again in the Louvre Pyramid and also in the Bible. So what's up with the square root of 153? Simple. It equals 12.369, the number of full moons in a year. So the proportions of the simple diagram encode cycles of sun, earth, and moon. This is far too much to be explained away by chance. However, Michell and Heath don't offer a theory as to how Neolithic tribespeople knew the precise size of the earth, surveyed such long distances, or understood subtle mathematical and astronomical relationships, living in what we know for certain to be an utterly primitive physical culture. Logically, one must consider the possibility that someone other than Neolithic tribespeople built Stonehenge. Michell and Heath's work sadly hasn't been accepted by the scientists of our times, and is ridiculed as pseudoscience, because their research has exposed how little we really understand about the origins of civilization. I, for one, urge you to keep an open mind, and to weigh the evidence yourself using the scientific method. Academics today have little tolerance for theories that completely upset the apple cart if they wish to keep receiving funding. I don't have an unassailable theory either, but I will say that the builders of Stonehenge sure had some extraordinary architects directing their work. Fast forward 4 millennia from Stonehenge, and not far away Isaac Newton is hard at work in London on his theory of gravity. He's already invented calculus to cope with the mathematics, but now needs an accurate value for the size of the Earth so he can calculate its precise volume, and thus fix his gravitational constant. Few realize that Newton was much more than a scientist. Today's scientists downplay the fact that their greatest hero was also a practicing alchemist, an art many today would consider pseudoscience. For example, Newton was the first to quantify temperature in 1700 with a scale that was based on the freezing and boiling points of water. I find it particularly interesting that Newton chose to measure his scale from 0 to 33 degrees. Conspiracy buffs are also aware of Newton being identified in the Dossier's Secrets as one of the Grand Masters of the Priory of Sion, an offshoot of the Templars. Whatever his reasons, Newton believed that the Great Pyramid's metrology encrypted the true dimensions of the Earth. John Greaves, professor of astronomy at the University of Oxford, surveyed the Great Pyramid just before Isaac Newton was born. Newton meticulously studied Greaves' work and based his own dissertations on ancient metrology on it. In 1637, Greaves made the most accurate survey of the Great Pyramid ever undertaken up to that point in history. He was the first to make the unlikely conclusion that the foot was at the root of the pyramid's measurements. To commemorate his discovery, Greaves inscribed a line inside the king's chamber, measuring precisely 1 English foot, with the words, "To be observed by all nations." The unfinished pyramid, that is without its absent pyramidion cap, measures exactly 480 English feet in height, which also happens to be precisely equal to 1/11th of a mile. The width comes in at exactly 756 feet. Herodotus, the father of history, explained that the Great Pyramid was originally capped by a small model pyramid called a pyramidion, which was sheathed in electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Unfortunately, the valuable pyramidion is long gone. Richard Heath's metrology shows the Great Pyramid's pyramidion measured 1 1/11th feet in height. This metallic cap would reflect the sun's light and look a lot like the shining eye on top of the US dollar bill. The Great Pyramid is the sole surviving wonder of the ancient world. It remains the oldest, largest, and most accurate building ever built. It was the tallest structure in the world for 4 millennia. It is aligned within 0.1% of true north, and its 13-acre base supporting 2.3 million blocks of stone is horizontal and flat to within 15 millimeters. The mean opening in joints between exterior casing stones is less than 0.5 millimeter. The scale and accuracy are astounding. I believe that even with all the money in the world, we do not have the technical capability to replicate the Great Pyramid today. There is much to be said about the Great Pyramid's proportions. I've already mentioned how 7:11 was encoded in the Statue of Liberty. Renaissance artist Albrecht Dürer used the half-triangle proportion of 14:11 in his esoteric masterpiece Melancholia I. Richard Heath has found the half-triangle also encodes 365 days to 20 moons, an interesting astronomical take on the mystery. Notice how pi and phi, two of the most important numbers in mathematics, are also implicated and interrelated in the pyramid proportions. John Charles Webb Jr. has made a profound discovery about the location of the Great Pyramid that is unfortunately widely ignored because of its utter implausibility. Using Google Earth, we can measure the exact latitude of the center of the Grand Gallery inside the pyramid. It is 29.9792458 degrees north. The speed of light in the vacuum is 299,792,458 meters per second. Incredibly, these are the same numbers. How can this be? This correlation is either pure coincidence or evidence of something very profound. The meter as unit of length and the practice of dividing time into seconds would have to be coordinated for the location of the Great Pyramid to encode the speed of light. Nothing may sound more improbable, but this is exactly the sort of numbers game that I think the ancients played. Consider the fact that 1 second is one Earth rotation divided into 86,400 parts, because 1 day is equal to 86,400 seconds. Recall from the Stonehenge and San Francisco episodes that the Sun's diameter is 864,000 miles, and 864 is the number of the Sun. Perhaps the second and the mile were skillfully designed to express this beautiful harmony with the Sun. The kilometer was originally defined by assuming the Earth's meridian circumference equals 40,000 kilometers. In Paris Part 3, you'll learn more about something I call the canon of 400. For a taste, consider that during a solar eclipse, the Moon perfectly covers the Sun disk. The only reason this occurs so precisely is because the Moon is exactly 400 times smaller than the Sun, while at the same time the Moon is 400 times closer to the Earth than the Sun. In addition, the Earth turns 400 times faster than the Moon. Perhaps saying the Earth has a meridian circumference of 40 million meters was no accident, as it's in the same number canon. I think the meter was secretly designed to resonate with the Sun. In fact, today the meter is circularly defined in terms of the speed of light, which is itself measured in meters per second. Consider the possibility that the meter is an ancient unit that was merely reintroduced 300 years ago, during a time of great Hermetic obsession in France. With these facts in mind, it is easier to see how disparate units based on our planet's source of light truly encode the speed of light using the location of the Great Pyramid itself. Our history books somehow miss the fact that architects at the dawn of history knew the speed of light in the vacuum and the exact size of the Earth with pinpoint accuracy. Perhaps the Great Pyramid was made before the Egyptian culture began, by different architects entirely. In 1964, Alex Badawi and Victoria Trimble discovered that shafts in the King's Chamber within the Great Pyramid pointed directly at a belt star in the Orion constellation, and the pole star at the time the pyramid was built. In 1993, Rudolf Gantenbrink got permission from the Egyptian authorities to send a robot up shafts in the Great Pyramid. He was able to accurately measure the exact shaft angles, and this data allowed Robert Bivol and Adrian Gilbert to run astronomical calculations showing precisely where the shafts in the King's and Queen's chambers are pointing to in the sky. In their 1995 book, The Orion Mystery, Bivol and Gilbert revealed that the shafts in the Queen's chamber point directly to the star Sirius in the south, and to the pole star at the time the pyramid was built in the north. I can understand the pole star connection, because recognizing that stars rotate around the celestial pole is the most fundamental observation in astronomy. But why do the other shafts point to Orion and Sirius? The book Talisman by Graham Hancock and Robert Bivol sheds light on this mystery. Orion and Sirius represented Osiris and his consort Isis to the ancient Egyptians. They are in a region of the sky called the Duat, the Egyptian netherworld, where souls journeyed and were judged after death. Hieroglyphs in the 3,400-year-old tomb of Thutmose III explain the benefits of copying the Duat upon the earth. Whoever shall make a copy of the Duat, and shall know it upon earth, it shall act as a magical protector for him, both in heaven and in earth, unfailingly, regularly, and eternally. So the Egyptians believed building copies of Orion and Sirius upon the earth acted as magical talismans, bringing the power of heaven down to earth. We've certainly seen a much more recent example of this in Washington, D.C. The Orion constellation is often depicted as a hunter with a sword between his legs. Dan S. Ward of Alexandria.org says, "No male wears a sword between his legs, and very few hunters carry a sword. Perhaps a more appropriate description of that which is hanging down below Orion's waist is that of a phallus. The area of Osiris's phallus contains the Orion Nebula, one of the most studied regions of space, because it is an incredibly generative area, where stars are continually being formed. How appropriate. By the way, we are in the Orion spur of the Milky Way galaxy, and Sirius is the brightest star in the sky by a wide margin, because it is one of our nearest neighbors. We now have the astronomical knowledge to recognize we are actually quite close to the duat. Bouval and Gilbert showed that the three pyramids of Giza actually have the same position and relative sizes as the belt stars of Orion. Dr. Gerhard Heine noticed that just as the belt stars of Orion point at Sirius, the pyramids point directly at Heliopolis, ancient center of Egyptian science, art, and religion, which was a single unified body of knowledge in ancient times. Pythagoras, Plato, and many other ancient philosophers journeyed to Heliopolis, were initiated there in the Egyptian mysteries, and spread them in the West. Today the only thing that's left of this entire city is a single obelisk, which happens to be the oldest standing obelisk in the world. Incidentally, this single obelisk is all that's left of the ancient Temple of the Phoenix, which was described by Herodotus. I can't help but recall phoenix imagery in the Security Council chamber of the United Nations. It's amazing how many connections there are between the symbolism of the elite and ancient Egypt. You've already heard about one Heliopolitan obelisk next to the Met in New York City, and its pair on the Victoria Embankment in London. Rome has the remainder of the Heliopolitan obelisks left in the world. Heliopolis was the cult center for the 9 great Egyptian gods, collectively called the Ennead. We'll learn more about the Ennead in San Francisco. In the first decade of the 20th century, G.I. Gurdjieff went on a mystical journey where he met with a number of remarkable men. At Mount Athos in Greece, he was supposedly entrusted with the key to decoding ancient Egyptian knowledge preserved by the Sufi Sarmong Brotherhood. The key he received is the Enneagram, and the means to decipher it. The Enneagram is the fundamental hieroglyph of a universal language. All knowledge can be included in the Enneagram, and with the help of the Enneagram, it can be interpreted. Gurdjieff's philosophy was popularized by his pupil Ouspensky, and through him the Enneagram found its way into modern psychology. The Enneagram of personality is a typology described by Riso and Hudson that's used in business, psychotherapy, arts, education, and for spiritual development. The Baha'i Faith correspondingly uses a 9-pointed star as its symbol. Baha'i scripture specifies that every house of worship must feature a 9-sided great room. There is even a Christian connection. In the 9th book of the New Testament, St. Paul wrote, "The fruit of the Holy Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law." Here is the traditional depiction of the fruits of the Holy Spirit, shown with first letters in Latin. It's another 9-pointed star. With these things in mind, let's explore the sacred geometry of San Francisco. Believe it or not, San Francisco is steeped in Egyptian symbolism. The original Michael H. DeYoung Museum, that was built in 1894, had an Egyptian theme, complete with an under-pyramid entrance that anticipated the recent addition to the Louvre. The museum was unfortunately destroyed in the 1906 earthquake, and the DeYoung Museum is presently in its 3rd incarnation. However, the 2 sphinxes that flank the original museum's entrance are still there. The Transamerica Pyramid is a landmark worldwide and is the most famous building in the city. But the Transamerica Pyramid neither houses the headquarters of the Transamerica Corporation, nor is it really a pyramid. Does it remind you of an obelisk? It's clearly not a true obelisk because it's not carved out of a single piece of granite, and the elevator core protrudes out of the sides of the structure. But we can see beyond this modern necessity to perceive its symbolism. The height of the 1972 structure is commonly cited at 853 feet, but this figure doesn't include the glass pyramidion cap and its mast. Adding the additional 11 feet brings the total up to 864 feet. making this the tallest obelisk in the world, far exceeding the Washington Monument's 555 feet. And 864 is a very interesting number indeed. As you learned at Stonehenge, the Sun's diameter happens to be 864,000 miles. In addition, there are exactly 86,400 seconds in a day. By making the Transamerica Pyramid 864 feet high, the architect was clearly making it a solar symbol. The glass pyramidion cap contains a brilliant light that shines forth on July 4th. In addition to it being U.S. Independence Day, July 4th is also aphelion, the day the Earth is farthest from the Sun in its yearly cycle. The Transamerica Pyramid occupies a privileged site in the streets of San Francisco. It marks the endpoint of Columbus Avenue, which cuts across the street grid at a 40-degree angle. It's funny, but I recognized the significance of this 40-degree angle immediately because I'd just been hired by an architect to make a 3D model of his 9-sided atrium. This incredible synchronicity is what allowed me to make the next discovery. When I overlaid a 9-sided figure on the streets of San Francisco, here is what I found. The Transamerica Pyramid fits at this vertex. Columbus Avenue runs along this edge. The grid of streets matches this edge's 40-degree turn, and most significantly, it appears that Treasure Island was designed to fit this figure. Treasure Island was completed in 1937 in time for the Golden Gate International Exposition. The U.S. Navy controversially seized Treasure Island from the city of San Francisco during World War II. The Navy built the unusual star-shaped barracks in the approximate location of the tower that had been torn down after the Expo in 1937. The barracks also happened to be exactly at the midpoint of this edge of the diagram. While I'm not certain what the barracks symbolize, their shape and position does seem significant. Masonic author Albert Churchward says the hieroglyph of the risen sun god Horus looks like this. Also, 6 triangles in hieroglyphs means land of the spirits. In any case, the Navy base was recently decommissioned, and Treasure Island is now open to the public. I went there to find the barracks abandoned, but the strange symbolism remains, at least for a little while longer. There is currently a plan in the works to build a large mixed-use development on Treasure Island. The plan, scheduled to be completed in 2022, calls for a 650-foot tall sun tower to be constructed where the star-shaped barracks are today. Coincidentally, the single bus line that serves Treasure Island is Route 108. Again, in the Stonehenge segment, you learned why 108 symbolizes the moon. So in a few years, you'll be able to ride the moon bus to the Sun Tower. In the Great Pyramid segment, we studied the Ennead, or pantheon of the 9 ancient Egyptian gods worshipped at Heliopolis, the city of the sun. When we layer the Ennead over the 9-sided figure, we see the correlation between the solar Transamerica Pyramid and the phallic obelisk of Osiris. When I turned on the terrain layer in Google Earth, Telegraph Hill poked up through the Ennead layer, so I started researching Coit Tower. It was designed by Arthur Brown Jr. in 1933, after Brown designed 3 buildings in the Federal Triangle, which you'll remember figured prominently in the secret architecture of Washington, D.C. The octagonal top of Coit Tower fits within the octagram star, which you saw in Washington, D.C. Part 2, is a classic solar symbol. Do you think this is coincidental? There were 4 pairs of male and female gods in the oldest Egyptian creation myth, which predated the Ennead. The Ogdoad, as the 8 gods were known, was venerated in Hermopolis, the city of Hermes. Hermes was his Greek name, Mercury was his Roman one, while both names echo Thoth, source of the Egyptian wisdom. All of these names supposedly reference the same immortal figure, who dispensed wisdom to humanity at different points in history. The subtle arcs along the sides of the structure suggest the interlocking circles of the Vesica Pisces, which represents the female genitals. Perhaps not surprisingly, and just like the Washington Monument, Coit Tower symbolizes the act of coitus, or the sacred union of Isis and Osiris. Hancock and Bevall have well documented in their book Talisman how Thoth's knowledge base was passed down through the Gnostics, Manichees, Bogomils, and Cathars. All were ruthlessly wiped out by the Catholic Church. Any remaining followers were then completely annihilated by the Inquisition. Thankfully, the popes weren't entirely successful in instituting a permanent Dark Age, because a century after the Inquisition, Cosimo de' Medici recovered the Corpus Hermetica, which was written in the 1st century in Alexandria. This older stream of Hermetic knowledge that escaped the burning of the Library of Alexandria actually fueled the Italian Renaissance, and then went underground in secret societies that persist to this day. The Golden Gate is neither golden, nor is it literally a gate. Instead, it's the red bridge built the same year as Treasure Island. Known throughout the world as an engineering marvel and symbol of San Francisco, it also represents the fulfillment of manifest destiny, the 19th century belief in the inexorable expansion of the United States from sea to shining sea. Here's a 19th century painting depicting the goddess Columbia leading settlers westward in an allegorical representation of manifest destiny. The Golden Gate is actually a concept from, you guessed it, ancient Egypt. Are you seeing the pattern here? They believed the Golden Gate was the threshold souls must pass after death on their way to the Duat. You might be interested they also spoke of a silver gate, guarded by Isis, the great mother of the sun. Souls passing through the silver gate on their journey from the divine source are incarnated upon the earth. I think Treasure Island represents the silver gate guarded by Isis. Its 7 sides certainly have her number. Perhaps the gift of incarnation itself is the treasure. The soul journeys westward like the American settler and passes over Alcatraz, one of the world's most famous prisons. This fits with the Cathar belief that the body is the prison of the soul. All the while angels, this is Angel Island, fly above in a higher dimension. Angel Island is a state park and has incomparable views of the bay. The adjacent peninsula is the town of Belvedere, one of the highest income places in the United States. There may be a few angel investors in Belvedere who take in the incredible scenery and its symbolism. After doing time upon the earth, the soul passes through the Golden Gate to meet its destiny in the Duat. Now we're way out there. Let's fly back to Giza and get back down to earth. The pyramids of Giza are said to be located in the middle of the earth. Jim Allison is an independent researcher who's uncovered some mind-blowing geometry. Here he's taken the Vesica Pisces and laid it over the circle of the earth. Giza is at this point equidistant from the North Pole and the center of the earth. Quite a central location when you see it this way. In one of the oldest surviving Hermetic fragments called the Kore Cosmu, or Virgin of the World, Isis has this to say to her son Horus. But the right holy land of our ancestors lies in the middle of the earth, and the middle of the human body is the sanctuary of the heart, and the heart is the headquarters of the soul, and that, my son, is the reason why men of this land are more wise. It could not be otherwise, seeing they are born and bred upon earth's heart. The heart of Egypt would have to be the Great Pyramid, and it embodies many more secrets. Let's investigate a few more. Here I've superimposed 2 instances of the same 3D model. When we draw a circle from the center of the pyramid in plan to the tip of the pyramid in elevation, something amazing happens. We square the circle. The circumference of the circle is equal to the perimeter of the square. This is a sacred diagram that encodes much wisdom. Mathematicians have proven this diagram can't be drawn perfectly because of the transcendental nature of pi. Approximations are all that is possible in flat Euclidean space. In the book The Dimensions of Paradise, John Michel has shown how the first Pythagorean triplet is the key to the wisdom encoded in this diagram. Here, 3, 4, 5 triangles set the scale and make it a very easy approximation for anyone to draw with compasses and a ruler. Now brace yourself for the wisdom. The Moon and Earth actually fit this diagram. The size of the Moon compared to the Earth is as 3 is to 11, with a 99.97% accuracy. The pyramid therefore encodes the relative sizes of Moon and Earth. The 3, 4, 5 triangle itself contains a secret that unlocks yet more of the mystery. The area of a 3, 4, 5 triangle is 6. 6 is one of very few perfect numbers in math, and is the only number in the infinite sea of numbers which is both the sum and product of the same three numbers. The number 6 is associated with the macrocosm, which is everything in the universe larger than the human scale. There's a simple mathematical realization that gets you from 6 to 720 that I'll skip over here. Pause the video if you love numbers. When you scale the original diagram by 720, here's what you get: the actual dimensions of the Moon and Earth in miles. The diagram says the Earth's diameter is 7,920 miles, and that's 99.97% accurate. The diagram says the Moon's diameter is 2,160 miles, and that's 99.94% accurate. That's one precise approximation. John Michel called these the canonical numbers for a good reason. When we lay this diagram over Stonehenge, we see that it fits. The dimensions of Stonehenge match the canonical numbers, but with a shifted decimal place and in English feet rather than in miles. St. Mary's Chapel in Glastonbury is another structure Michel has found that fits the canonical numbers in English feet. According to the legend, St. Joseph of Arimathea left Jerusalem after the crucifixion and traveled to the Druid Isle of Avalon, where he built the first Christian church. This was later rebuilt as St. Mary's Chapel in the 12th century. Joseph of Arimathea is mentioned in all four Gospels as the wealthy man who donated his own prepared tomb that became the Holy Sepulchre. Some say Joseph of Arimathea was Jesus' uncle, because he acted like a family member in this regard. In any case, these are the walls that remain from St. Mary's Chapel, and here are its dimensions in English feet. The dimensions fit the canonical numbers, just like Stonehenge. The original chapel's ground plan resonates with a double Vesica Pisces like we saw in the analysis of the Great Seal of the United States. Thinking of the legend, I overlaid a 5 by 12 rectangle with X's inside that we'll see later in Jerusalem, and I discovered that it closely fits the double Vesica Pisces. Perhaps there is truth to the legend of St. Joseph of Arimathea after all. St. Mary's seems to bear the stamp of the Jerusalem rectangle. If shifting the decimal place in the canonical numbers doesn't matter, then there must be something special about the decimal system. Consider Pythagoras' motto, "All is number." The most sacred symbol in the Pythagorean secret worship of number was the tetractys. The diagram consists of points arranged in 4 rows, with 1, 2, 3, and 4 points in each successive row. The tetractys symbolizes the 4 elements, encodes pure musical intervals, is the seed for understanding the harmony of the cosmic spheres, and represents the structure of space itself. The sum of the points in the tetractys is 10. The decimal system we use today, known as base 10, utilizes 9 digits plus 0 as a placeholder. In fact, the word digit comes from the Latin digitus, which means finger. We naturally assume base 10 must have arisen from the practice of counting on fingers. Peter Plichta, who is both a physicist and a chemist, has shown in his book God's Secret Formula that there is much more to the decimal system beyond the physiology of our hands. Believe it or not, the decimal system hinges on the number 81. To understand this, bear with me for a moment and see how all the numbers in the decimal system are hiding under 81. Starting with the decimal point, line up all the numbers sequentially like this. The numbers beyond 9 are shown in parentheses because they are not yet in the decimal place system of single digits. Carrying each parenthesized digit into the decimal system yields a repeating decimal. This infinitely repeating number is equal to the reciprocal of 81. All the numbers really are hiding under 81. This is especially significant because there are exactly 81 stable elements in the universe, no more, no less. The periodic table of the elements lists the elements beyond 83 as subject to radioactive decay, but most are unaware of the fact that unstable elements 43 and 61 don't exist anywhere in the universe unless they are synthesized. Plichta was the first to make this connection, and also points out that all 81 stable elements are categorized into 10 types of isotopes, which is another reference to the decimal system. So Pythagoras was right. All is number, and the numbers are in base 10. Rena Shesso's book, Math for Mystics, points out some relevant spooky facts. Not only does the moon move through space 81 times faster than the Earth, but the moon has 1/81st the mass of Earth. Am I alone in thinking this is just too perfect? She also points out that the magic square of the moon is a 9 by 9 square having 81 numbers. Magic squares go back at least 2,600 years to ancient China. I get the feeling all of this was known in the distant past. While kids count to 10 on their fingers, theoretical physicists talk about 10-dimensional superstrings, and Kabbalists talk about 10 sephiro on the Tree of Life. They are all recounting the decimal structure of the universe from different points of view. Traveling a short distance along the Nile, we come to Dashur, site of the lesser-known red and bent pyramids. Egyptologists claim these were contemporaneous with the Great Pyramid of Giza. I think the sacred geometry of both pyramids was correctly deciphered at world-mysteries.com. The pyramids at Dashur hold keys to macrocosm and microcosm. First of all, the red pyramid isn't as steep as the Great Pyramid. Its face proportions match this red triangle within a pentagram. Tilting up 4 such triangles until they meet defines the pyramid and its slope. The pentagram is a powerful magical talisman that was a symbol of the Pythagorean school. The pentagram encodes the golden number phi within itself fractally. Phi is one of the most important numbers in mathematics, because nature uses it to proportion everything from pine cones to sunflowers and nautilus shells. Even our bodies are based on the golden section. The number 5 is associated with the microcosm, with life and in the growth of living things. The adjacent bent pyramid is the only pyramid with 2 slope angles. The lower slope is steeper than the Great Pyramid, and its face proportions match this blue triangle within a hexagon. Tilting up 4 such triangles until they meet defines the pyramid's lower slope. The upper slope matches the red pyramid, so it's red triangles within pentagons again here. So what's up with all the hexagons and pentagons? It has been said that the great enigma of alchemy is the mystery between macrocosm and microcosm. The word alchemy actually comes from al-chemi, which means the way of Egypt. I believe relating 6 to 5 is the essential key encoded at Dashur. Renaissance master Albrecht Dürer made this drawing in his course in the art of measurement with compasses and a ruler. Everything emerges from the Vesica Pisces. Dürer's Melancholia I is one of the most studied pieces of esoteric art. Franz Deckwitz presented the following analysis in 1979 to John Michel, who published it in his 1988 book, The Dimensions of Paradise. The opening of the compasses is the key to the engraving's metrology. The compasses, sphere, measuring stick, and overall proportions all fit the same unit. As already mentioned, the engraving's proportions of 14:11 match the Great Pyramid's half-triangle proportion. The objects in the engraving are packed with Hermetic symbolism, but the most interesting thing to me is the hidden controlling geometry. It's the alchemical wedding of pentagon and hexagon. Schwaller de Lubix did this study of an Egyptian gateway. Notice the proportions of 6s and 5s in the opening, and the octave height of 2 compared to the overall width of a fundamental 1. Henry Lincoln co-wrote Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which became an inspiration for Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code, published more than 20 years later. In The Holy Place, Lincoln revealed what he calls a structured landscape in the former Cathar country surrounding the mysterious village of Rennes-le-Château. Again we see the marriage of 6 and 5. The pentagram over the cube in DC is another representation of 6 and 5 coming together. Recall how triple 6s and 5s are encoded in the Washington Monument as 6,660 inches equals 555 feet. America's monumental obelisk therefore expresses the relationship between macrocosm and microcosm. Moving to a larger scale, the Earth encodes 6 to 5 in temporal and spatial terms. The Earth's precessional cycle measured in years, divided by the Earth's equatorial circumference measured in nautical miles, is precisely equal to 6 divided by 5. Alex B. Geddes discovered relationships in the solar system that express the macrocosm's relationship to the microcosm. These are published in John Martineau's superb Little Book of Coincidence. The relationships Geddes found are ratios between the products of mean orbital radii of planets in our solar system. More specifically, the ratios each equal 6 divided by 5, plus a small factor that must be added in each case to balance the equalities. Each product is a symmetrical relationship between inner rocky planets and outer gas giants. I notice that each one of the factors added to balance the equalities encodes 864. The same number you learned in the Stonehenge and San Francisco episodes is the number of the sun. How incredibly apropos. In mathematics, phi and pi are two of the most important numbers. They can be related in the following way. 6 divided by 5 times phi squared equals pi. This equation is an extremely accurate approximation, but is not exact, and as such is classified by mathematicians as a coincidence. Are all of these things just pure coincidence, or evidence of hyperdimensional resonance? For a more complete answer to that, you'll have to wait for the Paris episodes. For the next astonishing example of 6s over 5s, we'll visit the holy city of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is one of the oldest cities in the world, having been continuously inhabited for close to 6 millennia. The old walled city that occupies an area of less than 1 square kilometer is sacred in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is the most sacred place in Christianity, where Jesus was both crucified and entombed before rising from the dead. The site where Solomon's and Herod's temples were located is actively debated. The only thing the researchers seem to agree upon is that it was somewhere on the Temple Mount. Locating the temple precisely is a priority for Jews, because the rock of foundation within the temple's Holy of Holies is the most sacred place in Judaism. For centuries it has been assumed that this rock is the same stone whereupon Abraham nearly sacrificed Isaac, and from which Muhammad ascended into heaven, namely the bedrock upon which the Dome of the Rock stands today. You can see in this cutaway how the Sufi shrine was built to worship this bedrock. My favorite theory comes from Dr. Asher Kaufman in 1991. He claims that the Jewish foundation stone is located just north of the Dome of the Rock, in a small section of exposed bedrock currently under the diminutive Dome of the Tablets. The echo of tablets in the dome's name is actually circumstantial evidence suggesting correlation with the tablets of the Ten Commandments. These most famous tablets were stored in the Ark of the Covenant, which of course was located within the Holy of Holies within Solomon's temple. However, the main reason I subscribe to this theory is that it fits the larger geometry of the city, as proposed by John Michel and Christine Rohn in their book 12 Tribe Nations. Michel and Rohn have drawn a 5 by 12 rectangle over Jerusalem, matching the proportion of rectangles we've studied all over the world. The Jerusalem rectangle is anchored in the ancient Jaffa Gate, an opposite city wall corner point here. Its right edge parallels the Temple Mount. Richard Heath showed in Sacred Number that when we draw equal x's within the rectangle, the crossing points pass directly over the rock of Calvary inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where Jesus was crucified, and over the Jewish rock of foundation under the Dome of the Tablets. In other words, these x's precisely mark the holiest spots in Christianity and Judaism. Measuring the rectangle uncovers something more. The length is equal to 1,728 cubits, of 1.728 feet each. That's a double reference to the number we learned in Washington, D.C. symbolizes a cube. In Judaism, the Holy of Holies within Solomon's temple had very specific proportions, as described in the Torah. It was a cube measuring 20 cubits on each side. The holiest spot in Islam is Mecca. More specifically, it is the Kaaba within Mecca, which all Muslims are supposed to visit at least once in their lives. Kaaba means cube. Indeed, the object of their veneration is a giant black cube. The word Kabbalah, which means knowledge in Jewish mysticism, also references a cube. In Greek mythology, Apollo and Artemis were born on the small island of Delos. As the story goes, the citizens of Delos consulted the oracle at Delphi to learn how to defeat a plague sent by Apollo. The oracle responded that they must double the volume of their cubic altar to Apollo. This rather difficult problem involving the cube root of 2 was known as the Delian problem in mathematics, which was later solved by the Pythagorean philosopher Archytas. Why are so many of the most important places symbolized by cubes? Recall that the cubit that measures Jerusalem is 1.728 English feet exactly. 1.728 is equal to 6 over 5 raised to the third power. I suggest you do the math to verify this is so. Come to think of it, the word cubit clearly comes from the word cube. So Jerusalem is symbolized by the volume of a cube whose edge length relates macrocosm to microcosm. If you dimension the Jerusalem rectangle in this way, with two depictions of 6 and 5, you'll see the x's themselves as representations of the great enigma of alchemy, namely the relationship between 6 and 5. Perhaps not surprisingly, the cubit that measures 1.728 English feet is actually the canonical Egyptian cubit. Author Ahmed Osman puts forward the controversial but never refuted theory that Moses was actually the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten. Both were powerful monotheists who were educated in Egypt. It's certainly a theory worth contemplating. Many of the most significant events in Jesus' life are lined up along an axis. First of all, Jesus spent time teaching his disciples on the Mount of Olives. Jesus rode into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday through this oldest of gates in Jerusalem's city walls, called the Golden Gate in Christian tradition. I can't help but think of the bridge in San Francisco. Here's Giotto's depiction of Mary's parents, Joachim and Anne, meeting at the Golden Gate. In Jewish tradition, this same gate is the one through which the Messiah will enter Jerusalem at some unknown point in the future. However, Suleiman the Magnificent sealed off the Golden Gate in 1541 literally to prevent the Messiah's entrance, and the Golden Gate and Temple Mount remain under Islamic control today. As you know, this tension between Muslims and Jews has persisted up to the present day. Jesus upset the money changers' tables in Herod's temple here, if we accept the Kaufman theory as to the location of the Second Temple. The Garden of Gethsemane is the place where Jesus prayed the night before his crucifixion. This is the place where he is said to have sweat drops of blood. As tradition has it, the crucifixion happened at Calvary, and his body was placed in the Holy Sepulchre just a few dozen feet away. Isn't it amazing that most of the important events in Christianity took place along an axis connecting the center of the X's in this diagram? Before we leave Jerusalem, I want to detour to a place you'd probably never expect me to go. Winnipeg, Canada. It's the capital of Manitoba, eh? Architectural historian Frank Albo has discovered the Manitoba Legislative Building is not only a reconstruction of Solomon's Temple, but is loaded with secrets in plain sight. The architect Frank Worthington Simon designed this 1920 building to be veiled in allegory and illustrated with symbols only his Freemasonic brothers would understand. In fact, every premier who worked in this building from 1870 to 1967 was a Freemason. 2 Egyptian sphinxes flank the entrance, just as they do in front of the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C. The top of the dome features a 13-foot-high gilded statue of Mercury, the same golden boy we'll meet again in Paris. After going up 2 flights of 13 steps, one enters a cubic space measuring 66.6 feet on edge. We'll uncover the unexpected meaning of 666 in the most surprising of places in Paris. It's probably not what you think. According to Albo's research, 2 13-foot-high bronze bisons identify this as a cleansing room in temple vernacular. Going up another flight of 13 steps, one arrives in the rotunda. There's a mural on the wall of the rotunda above the entrance to the Manitoba Legislative Assembly that ostensibly depicts World War I. However, a man wearing a white robe with exposed chest, being supported by his brother, identifies him as an initiate in the first Masonic degree ceremony. Albo identifies this mural as the altar in what is secretly an initiation chamber. Looking up in the rotunda, you see the underside of the central dome the golden boy is perched upon, and looking down a level through an oculus in the floor reveals a fascinating space called the Pool of the Black Star. Just off the rotunda is the Lieutenant Governor's reception suite, which is the only space in the building off limits to the public. Albo got special permission to measure the chamber, and discovered it's a cube, having an edge length of 20 cubits. These are precisely the same dimensions as the Holy of Holies within Solomon's Temple, a place that was also obviously off limits to the public. But if this represents the Holy of Holies within Solomon's Temple, where is the Ark of the Covenant? Albo discovered it's directly above this suite on the building exterior. The war chest, as it's known, is flanked by 2 warriors, which one can accurately identify as raiders of the lost Ark. This building is clearly amazing, but why is it here? Albo points out that Winnipeg is at the geographical center of North America. The black star at the heart of the legislative building was deliberately placed upon this naval point. Okay, but what is the building really doing? I think the Manitoba Legislative Building was designed as a magical talisman to harvest, or in some sense control, the energies of North America. Consider a much older example of this type of talismanic magic. Old Sarum, which is the center point of ley lines in England, dates from the same era as Stonehenge, Avebury, and Silbury Hill. This radiating topology reminds me of one other magical artifact, the sun disk worshipped during the reign of King Tut's father, the pharaoh Akhenaten. If you think believing in magic is childish, Consider Walt Disney's so-called Magic Kingdom. Did you know Disneyland has a mysterious Club 33, which is not open to the general public? We know from studying DC how important the number 33 is to Masons. Club 33 memberships cost $20,000, and it's the only place in Disneyland where alcohol is served. There's clearly more going on in the Magic Kingdom than meets the eye. I think the black star at the center of North America holds a much deeper secret. Physicist Nassim Haramein, whom you'll hear more about in Rome, believes that Moses took a compact power source out of the Great Pyramid and placed it inside the Ark of the Covenant before he left Egypt. Haramein showed how the Ark fits precisely within the misnamed sarcophagus inside the king's chamber within the Great Pyramid. It was misnamed because no mummy has ever been found in an Egyptian pyramid. By the way, the granite box's exterior volume is exactly double its interior volume, a mathematical relationship echoed thousands of years later in the Delian problem that plagued the Greeks. Considering the evidence, I think the Ark was an Egyptian artifact before it became the most sacred object in Judaism. In any case, Haramein believes the power source inside the Ark was a mini black hole. During their exodus from Egypt, the Bible says the Israelites followed a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. Haramein claims the mini black hole stored in the Ark would have produced just such a fiery vortex, rising like a pillar. Haramein's physics show that stars are really black holes under a mantle of trapped matter. Sunspots are black because they literally are vortices in the mantle that expose the black hole inside the sun. The pool of the black star reveals this great cosmic secret to those who can decode the secrets in plain sight. Perhaps there is nowhere else in the world with more layers of history and symbolism than Jerusalem. I can think of no better example of this than in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Its architecture is a patchwork made from so many untold layers. Calvary Chapel is built on the first foot or so of the rock upon which Jesus is said to have been crucified. Excavation that took place in 1973 revealed a chapel some 15 feet under this rock, called the Tomb of Adam, where the first human skull is said to be visible in the rock face. In fact, the term Calvary comes from the Latin Calvariae Locus, which is Golgotha in Greek, or place of the skull in English. Prior to the first Christian emperor Constantine the Great repurposing this site as the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, it had been a temple of Venus. Before the Romans worshipped Venus, she was known in the Greek world as Aphrodite. And if we dig deeply enough, we find yet another layer on top of the Egyptian Isis. The notion of Christianity layering Egyptianism is nothing new. Here is Albrecht Dürer's Renaissance depiction of the Man of Sorrows by the column. Note Christ's unmistakable Egyptian crook and flail posture. This is Dürer's secret depiction of Christ as Osiris, the resurrected God. Dürer then shows Christ being flagellated with said symbols in this later etching. Here is Osiris with his characteristic crook and flail in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Osiris as Lord of the Dead presides over the weighing of souls ceremony. Anubis measures the dead man's heart on the scale against Mot's feather of truth. Her husband Thoth, scribe of the gods, records the result. If the heart is lighter than the feather, Horus will present the man's soul to Osiris in the duat. But if not, it will be devoured by the deadly Ammit, the monster who was part crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus. Mot is currently personified as Lady Justice, holding scales and sword. Lady Justice adorns courthouses around the world. Here she is in the old Supreme Court chamber in the U.S. Capitol. The scales of justice were also used in Christianity in the Last Judgment. Here are 15th century depictions showing souls being weighed and judged. The beasts of hell certainly recall the terror inspired by Ammit. Spell 125 in the Egyptian Book of the Dead lists what later became the Ten Commandments in Judeo-Christian theology. Everything goes back to Egypt. If you ask someone off the street where the holiest spot in Christianity is, you probably won't hear the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Most will think of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. The word Peter literally means rock, and when Jesus said, "Upon this rock I will build my church," Simon became Peter. Thinking on all the rocks I'd been studying in Jerusalem, it was natural for me to draw a line from the rock of Golgotha to the tomb of St. Peter in Rome. Here we go again. The line connecting Golgotha with the tomb of St. Peter passes directly over the center of the Campidoglio, marked today by the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius. What we see in the Campidoglio is Michelangelo's vision for the top of the Capitoline Hill, the ancient world's original capital. It took a Renaissance genius to symbolically turn the Roman power equation on its head. So instead of having the Capitoline face the ancient Roman Forum, as it had for 2 millennia, Michelangelo turned the Campidoglio 180 degrees to face the Vatican. The Campidoglio's paving pattern depicts a 12-pointed elliptical star, symbolizing a zodiac, with the sun at the center. It is my contention that this long-distance alignment was originally drawn to connect the seat of power in Rome with the Temple of Venus in Jerusalem. In the Christian era, the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican was strategically located to be a continuation in line with this ancient axis. It is no secret that Christian churches were often built atop places of ancient worship. In this way, pagan shrines were Christianized, and their power absorbed into the body of the church. See how the alignment goes directly over the arch of Septimus Severus? The line passes only a few feet away from the Umbilicus Urbis Romae, the navel stone from which all distances in the Roman Empire were measured. All roads that led to Rome symbolically arrived here. Following the alignment through the Forum, we see that it goes through the center of the Roman Colosseum, where among other pastimes, spectators enjoyed gladiatorial combat and watching Christians being fed to the lions. This shape in the center of the Colosseum bowl suggests the Vesica Piscis. Could this be a symbol of Venus? If so, what went on in the Colosseum somehow became the opposition of the love and beauty associated with Venus. The last stop on our alignment tour is the largest ancient Egyptian obelisk in the world, including all of those still standing in Egypt. The alignment from Jerusalem passes directly over the tip of this 230-ton symbol in front of the Lateran. As you may have guessed, obelisks are one of the keys to unlocking the ancient mysteries. This obelisk wasn't always in front of the Lateran. It originally came from the Temple of Karnak in Egypt, and was moved to Rome by Constantine the Great's son in the 4th century. The last of the Renaissance popes, Sixtus V, moved the obelisk from where it had been in the Circus Maximus to the Lateran, displacing the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, which as you know was moved to the Campidoglio. Now Sixtus V was a very singular pope. As is the custom when a pope dies, the new pope chooses a name for himself. I find it fascinating that Felice Paredi di Montalto chose a name referencing both 6 and 5 in Sixtus V. The fact is, Sixtus V redesigned much of Rome during his brief 5-year reign. He considered moving the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem to Rome, but the logistics proved to be too much. He did, however, succeed at moving 4 gigantic Egyptian obelisks within Rome, completing the Dome of St. Peter's, opening 6 streets, building 14 fountains, and much more. Roman emperors were the first to rate Egypt in antiquity for its obelisks. By repositioning these obelisks in Renaissance Rome, Sixtus V was motivated by something other than Catholicism. Researchers Jan Witcherink and Aaron Parlier reveal much of what Sixtus V was up to. The red line shows a pair of obelisks aligned to the summer solstice sunrise. The blue line shows another pair of obelisks aligned to the winter solstice sunrise. Sixtus V placed Egyptian obelisks in St. Peter's Square and in the Piazza del Popolo exactly as they are, to create the red astronomical alignment. He engaged in a bit of urban renewal by opening a straight street connecting the ancient Roman obelisks at the top of the Spanish Steps and in front of Santa Maria Maggiore to make the blue astronomical alignment visible. Balancing the masculine symbol of the obelisk, Sixtus V restored an ancient aqueduct and built fountains symbolizing the feminine to accompany most obelisks. 4 fountains mark the crossing of the blue and yellow lines connecting the Fontana dei Dioscuri and the Aqua Felice, all watery creations of Sixtus V. The green line connecting the Vatican obelisk with the 4 fountains marks equinoctial sunrise. Sixtus V's tomb in the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore was his final gesture, linking his tomb with the astronomical alignments he set up in Rome. Why was Sixtus V obsessed with astronomical symbolism? Perhaps because astronomy is another key to the ancient mysteries. In addition to the solar symbolism mentioned in the Washington, D.C. Part 2 episode, Bernini's redesign of St. Peter's Square has a deeper reading. Witcherink and Parlier claim the 2 fountains flanking the obelisk represent a liquid axis, symbolizing the galactic midplane of the Milky Way. The axis going through the basilica is the ecliptic, and the other 4 paths represent solstices and equinoxes. In other words, the galactic and Earth crosses coming together is an astronomical take on the underlying meaning of the solar octagram star. To top it all off, the Vatican obelisk is surmounted by a cross. The official story is that this massive pagan symbol was Christianized in this simplest of ways, by putting a little cross on top. Hancock and Bevall write in Talisman that an obelisk with a cross on top is actually the hieroglyph for Heliopolis, the city where this obelisk supposedly came from. On Christmas morning, this is the astronomical view from Vatican Square. Witcherink and Parlier have observed that the silver gate of birth is due east of the obelisk in St. Peter's Square on the birthday of the Savior. I notice that the galactic midplane leads right down to the Roman Pantheon. This is our cue to have a look at this ancient Roman marvel and explore its deeper meaning. Patrick Hunt, who teaches classical archaeology at Stanford University, calls the Pantheon the most impressive Roman monumental building in the world. I see it as a calendar in stone. Its rotunda is an engineering marvel, employing techniques such as reinforced concrete, not rediscovered until almost 2,000 years later. In this plan view, you can see the floor pattern in which stone from all over the empire was inlaid, a testament to Rome's imperial might. Its circle and square motif might symbolize the Earth-Moon system in the following way. Here a circle is inscribed within a square. The square has 27.3% more area than the circle. Comparing a circle and square with equal perimeters, the circle's diameter is 27.3% larger than the edge of the square. Okay, so what? Well, the moon happens to be 27.3% the size of Earth, which is another way of relating moon to Earth with the proportion 3:11. In addition, the moon's sidereal orbital period is 27.3 days. The words moon, month, and menstruation all share the same root because they all have roughly the same period. Human gestation lasts on average 273 days. Another spooky coincidence has to do with temperature. As you're probably aware, Celsius is defined by a 100-degree scale, marking the freezing and boiling points of water. Water becomes liquid 273 degrees Celsius above absolute zero. Here are these numbers again. It seems to me that this fact references Earth as a water planet. Why are these numbers the same? Science has no answer for this other than pure coincidence. In this sectional view, you can see that a sphere fits perfectly within the volume the pantheon encloses. I think recognizing this as the celestial sphere is the key to the pantheon's symbolism. The original Roman statuary fit into the 7 alcoves. The pantheon of pagan gods was replaced with Christian saints when the building was christened the Church of Santa Maria Rotunda in the year 609. Exchanging pagan gods for astrological symbols, we see an arrangement matching the Ptolemaic harmony of the spheres. To the modern eye, this sequence might seem arbitrary, but it actually ranks the planets in order of increasing apparent speed against the background of fixed stars as seen from Earth. Ptolemaic cosmology is therefore an Earth-centric approach to astronomy. Mark Booth writes in The Secret History of the World, Ptolemy's map of the spheres is conventionally presented as having been superseded by the ideas of Copernicus, Galileo, and so on, but in fact was and is an accurate map of the spiritual dimension of the cosmos, a dimension which seemed more real to the ancients than the material cosmos. Are you aware that the days of the week are named after the planets? With the exception of Saturn Day, Sun Day, and Moon Day, English speakers unfamiliar with Norse gods might have an easier time spotting this connection in French or Italian. Connecting the days of the week in order yields a 7-pointed star, somewhat distorted to accommodate squeezing it into the octagonal symmetry of the pantheon. Looking up in the rotunda, you see the oculus, or central void in the dome. The oculus is the sole source of illumination in the interior, so it clearly symbolizes the sun. The 5 rising tiers of coffers might represent the 5 planets visible with the naked eye from Earth. The 28 divisions around the circumference is where things really get interesting. It is my contention that the 28 rays represent days. Consider a month of 4 7-day weeks lasting 28 days. 13 such months add up to 364 days. The extra day needed to round out a 365-day year is where we get the phrase, a year and a day. Richard Heath has traced this 13-month plus 1-day calendar to the matriarchal societies of the Bronze Age. The Egyptian Sothic year lasted exactly 365 days, without compensating for leap year as we do today. Sothis is the Greek name for Sirius, the star the Egyptians based their new year on. Any way that Father Time slices it, the 28-day division fits the Osiris story. The Temple of Isis on the island of Philae has bas-reliefs which tell the Osiris story. Here Osiris has 28 stalks of wheat emerging from his dead body. The 13 pieces that Isis later reassembled symbolize the 13-month calendar of 28-day months, and his missing phallus represents the extra day, rounding out the Sothic year. Many religious stories encrypt astronomical information in their core levels. Returning to Egypt for more wisdom, let's take a look at the Earth-Moon diagram that came from studying the Great Pyramid. Recall how the relative sizes of Moon and Earth fit the diagram when the circle was squared. John Michel rediscovered the key to much more ancient wisdom still encrypted in this diagram in his book The Dimensions of Paradise. Michel expanded the number of spheres in the diagram from 1 to 12 for reasons that will soon become apparent. If the mean diameter of the Moon is 2,160 miles, then the 12-moon evolution in the diagram encodes the great year. 2,160 times 12 equals 25,920, which is Earth's precessional period. Each month in this so-called great year is likened to an age in astrology. We are currently leaving the age of Pisces, and it's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. John Michel calls this the New Jerusalem diagram from his analysis of the Revelation of St. John. A 7-pointed star resonates within. Remember the 7-rayed diadem of Isis and the 7 rays of the Statue of Liberty? I prefer to call this the Isis diagram, in reference to the older stream of knowledge coming out of Egypt. The Isis diagram encodes just intonation in music. On the most basic level, consider one octave of a piano keyboard. A total of 12 notes are divided by sharps, leaving 7 white keys. The term sharp suggests the pointy heptagram, doesn't it? As we'll soon see at Chartres Cathedral, music, along with astronomy, geometry, and number theory, are all keys to this ancient mystery. Expanding the Isis diagram to contain 4 7-pointed stars, we have what I call the Osiris diagram, which encodes the Sothic year of 365 days in the following way. The 28 tips of the stars represent days in the ancient month. 12 circles surround a 13th, located at the center of the stars. The circles represent months. 13 months of 28 days each defines the year. The Earth circle underlying the stars represents the extra day and completion of the Sothic year. And the Sothic year was itself calibrated by the heliacal rising of the star of Isis, consort to Osiris. It's beautiful the way the geometry matches the cosmology. The architecture of the universe is embedded in Egyptian cosmology. To perceive the larger ramifications of the cosmology we are rediscovering, let's break away from 2D diagrams and explore where we live, the third dimension. It's a 3D reality that 12 spheres fit perfectly around a central 13th, with all of them tangent to each other, while the 13 fit perfectly within an overarching sphere. I think this 3D reality is the source of the obsession with the number 13 that we've seen symbolized in so many places. Recall all the lucky 13s on the Great Seal of the United States. Lucky 13 might be more precisely described as 12 surrounding 1. In the Last Supper, Da Vinci depicts Jesus in the center, surrounded by 12 apostles. Geometrically speaking, connecting the centers of the 12 surrounding spheres with straight lines reveals what is called the cube-octahedron. The cube-octahedron has faces composed of squares and triangles, ad quadratum et ad triangulum, as they would say in the Middle Ages. As it turns out, cube-octahedral sphere packing has exactly 7 planes of symmetry. Do these numbers sound familiar? 12 around 1 with 7 planes of symmetry? The cube-octahedron is the 3D equivalent of the Isis diagram. The first ever known depiction of a cube-octahedron was drawn by Leonardo da Vinci. He created this illustration for Luca Pacioli's book, De Divina Proportione. Pacioli and da Vinci worked together, became close friends, and later shared a house together in Florence. Pacioli was at the center of the Renaissance Hermetic obsession, begun by Cosimo de' Medici in 1430 when he obtained the Corpus Hermetica, a body of work compiled in the first few centuries of the Common Era, recounting words passed down by Thoth through the last of the Egyptian priesthood in Alexandria. Here is Pacioli with a mysterious transparent cube-octahedron half filled with water. Some believe the younger man standing next to him is Albrecht Dürer. In Divine Proportion, Priya Hemingway writes, "In the autumn of 1506, Albrecht Dürer rode from Venice to Bologna to the home of Luca Pacioli in order to be initiated in the mysteries of a secret perspective." Clearly the cube-octahedron was important to these Renaissance masters immersed in Hermetic knowledge. Perhaps they knew something we don't. In the 20th century, Buckminster Fuller was obsessed with the cube-octahedron. He called it the Dymaxion, and built his philosophy around it, because the cube-octahedron is the only polyhedron completely in equilibrium. All 12 vectors emanating from its core have equal angles, and all of its internal and external edges have equal length. In the 21st century, the cube-octahedron is the foundation for physicist Nassim Haramein's unified field theory that offers a new solution to Einstein's field equations. Haramein claims that the vacuum, a term used by physicists to refer to a volume of space that is completely devoid of matter, actually has a structure, and this structure is based at the core on the cube octahedron. What we perceive as empty space is actually a seething cauldron of energy. Physicists calculate that the amount of energy in each and every cubic centimeter of space exceeds the energy output of all stars visible to the Hubble Space Telescope. The reason space seems empty is because all that energy is perfectly balanced in a state of equilibrium. It looks to us like nothing is there. Hermine has built his entire unified theory of physics on cube-octahedral geometry. I believe Hermine is really onto something. His latest paper, the Schwarzschild proton, received the Best Paper Award in a physics symposium in 2009. Modern physics seems to be catching up with ancient knowledge. To understand astronomy, one needs to have some background. Here's my crash course on all the stars of the zodiac are actually our close neighbors compared to the size of our entire galaxy. The Earth's equator is tilted some 23.5 degrees with respect to the ecliptic. Gary Osborne's fascinating Paradigm Shift website shows how the angle of the Earth's tilt is symbolized in art. Here are Isis and Osiris raising the Jed, which amazingly matches the angle of the Earth's tilt. And here again the 23.5 degree angle matches the slope of the pyramid on the dollar bill. Osborne has found this same angle symbolized in many other pieces of esoteric art. The Earth's tilt is the reason we experience seasons. The seasons are defined by the Earth's orbit, which contains 2 solstices and 2 equinoxes. Looking at the solar system from above, the seasons naturally make a cross. Witcherink and Parlier call this the Earth Cross. Our galaxy is called the Milky Way because its myriad stars resemble milk streaking our night skies. If you were able to look at our galaxy edge-on, you would see it as a flattened disk. This flattened structure is what makes the Milky Way look like a narrowly defined streak in the sky, rather than an even distribution of stars. The central plane of the galactic disk is called its midplane. The ecliptic is tilted some 120 degrees with respect to the midplane, naturally making a cross in 2 dimensions. Witcherink and Parlier call this the galactic cross. Imagine beginning a journey outside the galaxy, flying through the zodiac, passing by each one of the visible planets, and stopping on Earth for a while. After a short stay, you begin the journey home, traveling out past the planets, through the zodiac, and on toward the center of the galaxy. This route describes the mystical journey of the soul. It is mirrored in the Ptolemaic or geocentric cosmology that predated Copernicanism. The ancient Egyptians represented beginning and ending waypoints along the journey of the soul with silver and golden gates. Witcherink and Parlier show that the direction of the Silver Gate is located between the horns of Taurus as seen from Earth. You can find the horns by following Orion the Hunter's Club, or Monoceros the Unicorn's Horn, because both point at the intersection of the galactic midplane and the ecliptic, a point known to the Egyptians as the Silver Gate. Isis, shown with horns framing the sun disk, symbolizes her guardianship of the Silver Gate, or Gate of Birth. On the opposite side of the zodiac, the Golden Gate is located close to where the arrow of Sagittarius is pointing, and where the stinger of Scorpio is reaching. The Golden Gate is the second place where the galactic midplane and ecliptic intersect. The winged scarab framing a sun disk was used to symbolize guardianship over the Golden Gate, or Gate of Death. The scarab is an appropriate symbol because of how this insect pushes dung balls backward with its hind legs, mimicking the sun's retrograde precessional motion through the zodiac. The coat of arms for the state of Vatican City features silver and gold keys, because these are the keys to the kingdom that Christ gave to Peter. Pietro Perugino's fresco in the Sistine Chapel shows Christ giving 1 silver and 1 gold key to Peter. I see the two Roman arches flanking the fresco as secretly depicting the Egyptian silver and golden gates. The octagonal domed building in the center clearly represents the sun, and the perspective grid must be the ecliptic. The people in the piazza are taking the journey of the soul. I was taught as a child to follow the outer edge of the Big Dipper to find the North Star Polaris. In the past, this rule of thumb didn't always work, because the celestial pole changes over time due to the Earth's precession. When the Great Pyramid was built, the star Thuban in the constellation Draco was the North Star. Remember, one of the pyramid shafts point at Thuban. The celestial pole actually traces out a circle in the heavens, representing the 25,920-year precessional cycle. This cycle is called the Great Year. In 3D, the Great Year is seen as a precessional cone swept out over time by the Earth's tilted axis. The Earth's precessional cone, the Sun, and the galactic midplane will precisely align on winter solstice 2012. Author John Major Jenkins calls this phenomenon galactic alignment. The Mayan long count calendar was designed to end on winter solstice, December 21, 2012. Acharya S. says in The Christ Conspiracy, many of the world's crucified godmen had their traditional birthdays on December 25th. This date is set because the ancients recognized that the sun makes an annual descent southward until after midnight of December 21st, the winter solstice, when it stops moving southerly for 3 days, and was born again after midnight of December 24th. Thus, these many different cultures celebrated with great joy the Son of God's birthday on December 25th. Christmas 2012 marks the beginning of a new great year. The Milky Way galaxy has a rotational period that I like to call the galactic year. It lasts approximately 224 million years. Our solar system is related to the larger cycle through number. There are 8,640 great years in the galactic year. It's amazing how the Earth's precessional cycle, the number of the sun, and the decad harmonize with the galactic year. Before the Italian Renaissance, there was an earlier flowering of ancient knowledge in medieval France. This was initiated when 9 self-described poor knights of Christ returned from a decade of excavation work undertaken in the Temple Mount of Jerusalem. The most famous preacher of the age, Saint Bernard de Clairvaux, argued persuasively on their behalf at the Council of Troyes in 1129. This resulted in the Templar order being officially chartered and endorsed by the Catholic Church. The poor Templars instantly became a favored charity, and it certainly didn't hurt when the Pope signed an order saying they didn't have to pay any taxes, could pass freely through international borders, and were exempt from all legal authority save for his own. This also tells you something about just how powerful the papacy was in those days. The Templars accepted large donations and monetary deposits, started issuing letters of credit, opened banks in several countries, and essentially became the first multinational corporation. Very quickly the Templars had an abundance of gold and military power. To me the question is, what did those 9 poor knights find in Jerusalem that led to their meteoric rise in power? Could they have found Enoch's cube buried in the Temple Mount from before the Great Flood? Whatever the case, I believe they unearthed knowledge rather than gold. And with knowledge comes power. Speaking of someone with sacred knowledge, Saint Bernard de Clairvaux is a fascinating figure. Norman Cantor had this to say about Bernard in his book The Civilization of the Middle Ages. Bernard played the leading role in the development of the Virgin cult, which is one of the most important manifestations of the popular piety of the 12th century. In early medieval thought, the Virgin Mary had played a minor role, and it was only with the rise of emotional Christianity in the 11th century that she became the prime intercessor for humanity with the deity. Bernard wrote, "No one can enter heaven unless by Mary, as though through a door." In this illumination, Bernard is shown receiving a stream of milk from the Virgin's breast. He wrote several works on the Queen of Heaven, which was also an epithet used in ancient Egypt for Isis. Essentially, Bernard reintroduced the cult of Isis to the West under the veil of Mary. As the primary architect of the Cistercian and Templar orders, Bernard's writings had a major impact on the Gothic building explosion that ensued all over Europe for the next 300 years. On building, Bernard wrote, "There must be no decoration, only proportion. As you've seen, proportion is what sacred geometry is all about." Although the current Cathedral of Our Lady of Chartres was begun a few decades after St. Bernard's death, Chartres had long before been a pilgrimage center dedicated to the Virgin. Since 876, the site housed the Sancta Camisa, a tunic said to have been worn by the Virgin Mary. When the old church at Chartres burned down, the relic was feared lost. When the Sancta Camisa was discovered unharmed in the ashes, it was deemed a miracle. The dramatic recovery of the relic catalyzed medieval Europe's interest in the building project, and Chartres ended up becoming the first cathedral dedicated to Notre Dame, and one of the finest examples of Gothic architecture in the world. More than a place of religious worship, Chartres was also a cathedral school in the medieval period. In this school, Platonic and Pythagorean thought passed through a Christian filter and resurfaced in the West after a 1,000-year hiatus. Chartres remembers Pythagoras in this sculpture in the right bay of the royal portal tympanum. The 7 liberal arts comprise the curriculum taught in the school of Chartres. The 7 arts were split into 2 groups, the trivium and quadrivium. Trivium is where we get the word trivial, because grammar, rhetoric, and logic were considered basic but necessary skills to master before studying the more challenging quadrivium subjects, which included number theory, music, geometry, and astronomy. Each one of the subjects in the quadrivium serves as a key to the ancient mysteries. The 7 medieval liberal arts were a bit different compared to a liberal arts degree today. These subjects were taught only to the elite. The so-called servile arts were taught to tradespeople employed by the elite. The goal of the servile arts was not to cultivate critical thinking, but to develop specific skills required by farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, and so on. This liberal, servile division mirrors the internal division between speculative masons, more commonly known as Freemasons, and the operative stonemasons who actually built the cathedral. Australian architect John James has discovered how the floor plan of the cathedral was laid out ad quadratum, as you can see from the red squares. The smaller squares are half the size of the larger, as octaves are related in music. The template for the cathedral ground plan clearly echoes the quadrivium. 2 millennia ago, famed Roman architect Vitruvius described in his 10 books of architecture that effective temples are based on the proportions of the human body. Vitruvius's written description of ideal human proportions later influenced many Renaissance artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Cesare Cesariano. Here, Cesariano's Vitruvian Man fits the cathedral's ground plan and shows that it was based on the proportions of the human body as laid out in antiquity. English professor of architecture Keith Critchlow has discovered a fascinating correlation between the floor plan and front elevation of Chartres. Intrigued by the fact that the rose windows containing the exquisite stained glass and the famed labyrinth have equal diameters, Critchlow compared the plan to the elevation. The rose window and the labyrinth line up perfectly, like so. The golden ball atop the sun tower aligns with the curve of the apse here. The moon tower's silver ball corresponds to the rond point, the center from which the chapels radiate. Clearly the design is correlated in 2 separate dimensions. Boaz and Jachin are the names of the 2 columns that stood at the entry to Solomon's temple that are echoed in all Masonic temples today. Boaz stood on the left, and the name Boaz means sun. Jachin stood on the right and means moon. This symbolism matches the towers at Chartres. Critchlow explains that the Sun Tower is 365 English feet in height. The Moon Tower is slightly shorter, some 28 feet less. These measurements suggest several things. Number 1, the design was based on the English foot. Number 2, the 365-foot Sun Tower symbolizes the year. And number 3, the 28-foot difference in the Moon Tower symbolizes the 28-day month of 4 7-day weeks. I think this metrology shows how Chartres is a calendar in stone, very much like the Roman Pantheon. Before the Christian era, the grotto below Chartres was a druidic shrine of Isis. Above the crypt today there is a black Madonna and Child called Our Lady of the Pillar, that many suspect has a meaning older than Christianity. The Druid grotto housed a sacred dolmen that was identified with the womb of the earth. Think about it. Both Isis and Mary were called Queen of Heaven, identified as so-called virgins who had unusual conceptions, and later had sons who symbolized the sun, who also shared the same birthday. The story of Mary and Jesus is a recapitulation of the ancient Egyptian story of Isis and Horus. The Black Madonna hints at her African origins while retaining just enough plausible deniability to avert uncomfortable questions for the Church. Chartres Cathedral's axis is oriented to the summer solstice sunrise, just like the red alignment Sixtus V set up in Vatican Square. The labyrinth is not a maze, because there is only one path to follow, like the life we live from birth to death. The labyrinth's 11 concentric rings match the Ptolemaic cosmology, or spiritual dimension of the cosmos. Walking the labyrinth is therefore like taking the journey of the soul. There are 112 cogs on the outside of the labyrinth, a fact which has puzzled scholars. In them, John James has discovered an unexpected connection to the Arab world. John James writes, "The 8th century Arab Sufi alchemist Jabir ibn Hayyan divided the 4 elementary qualities of existence, earth, air, fire, and water, into 4 degrees with 7 subdivisions, giving a total of 112 classifications, which between them contained all the materials, liquids, and gases found in manifest creation. Known in the West as Geber, and considered to be the father of chemistry, he worked in the court of Caliph Harun al-Rashid, for whom he wrote the Book of Venus on the art of alchemy. His work paved the way for later Islamic and European alchemists in their search for the philosopher's stone." Among his long list of achievements, Geber pioneered techniques in glassmaking that were used in the stained glass directly above the labyrinth that bears his philosophical number symbolism. Modern chemists still don't understand what gives the Chartres glass such incredible vibrancy. Sir Lawrence Gardner says, in The Bloodline of the Holy Grail, "One of the greatest mysteries of Gothic architecture is the stained glass used in the cathedral windows. The first appeared in the early 12th century, but disappeared just as suddenly 100 years later. Nothing like it has been seen before, and nothing like it has been seen since. Not only is the luminosity of Gothic glass greater than any other, but its light enhancement qualities are far more effective. Unlike the stained glass of other architectural schools, its interior effect is the same, whether the light outside is bright or dim. Even in twilight, this glass retains brilliance way beyond that of any other." Critchlow says in the Chartres Cathedral A Sacred Geometry DVD that he was approached by a Hindu gentleman who explained the meaning of the number symbolism on the western facade. In Hinduism, chakras are traditionally symbolized by lotus flowers with specific numbers of petals. Amazingly, specific details on the facade match this symbolism. The facade is a reminder that the cathedral houses the body of the church, or more importantly perhaps, Chartres is saying the body is a temple. Chartres is a masterwork of hidden syncretism, melding belief systems that secretly transcend Christian dogma. The tympanum above the central front doors of the royal portal encodes an entire cosmology. The 4 figures surrounding Christ depict a man, eagle, lion, and bull. In Christianity, these are the four beasts of the Apocalypse as described in the mystical visions of Ezekiel and St. John of Patmos. On the literal level, it's Jesus with a halo waving at us from inside of Vesica Pisces, surrounded by the four beasts of the Apocalypse. A strange collection of Christian imagery, perhaps, but not uncommon. In time, the four beasts became synonymous with the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. However, when you understand the symbolism, a reading of the encoded message becomes possible. As you learned in my crash course in esoteric astronomy, these beasts are the fixed astrological signs symbolizing the galactic cross. Jan Witcherink says Christ's halo represents the Earth Cross. I see the Sun God welcoming you through the galactic stargate at the moment of your apotheosis, a royal portal indeed. I have uncovered sacred design templates underlying the principal section drawing cut through Chartres Cathedral. Stephen Skinner identified circles guiding the central vault and flying buttress designs in his book Sacred Geometry. His observations allowed me to take the geometric analysis a few steps further. I see two sets of three stacked rhombi guiding the wall design. Circles drawn from the tips of paired equilateral triangles define the centers of the buttresses intrados, or lower curves, and mark the spring line of the lower arch. This revolutionary design allowed the masonry to be lighter and the windows larger, admitting the flood of light characteristic of the Gothic style. Now you can appreciate how the walls at Chartres were designed ad triangulum. What is more, the diameter of these circles equals the size of the rose windows and the labyrinth. It's almost as if the designer never changed the distance set between his compasses when designing the entire structure. Critchlow points out that the names of the architects of Chartres were never recorded. They were known only as the masters of the compasses. In researching the House of the Temple in D.C., I came across a rare depiction of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life in Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, shown here as a set of three stacked rhombi. This knowledge encoded at Chartres was preserved by Freemasons. For the next revelation, we turn to music and geometry. In music, an octave is the interval between one note and another having double its frequency. In plane geometry, you can symbolize the octave in two ways, ad triangulum or ad quadratum. The circle outside the triangle has double the diameter of the circle inside. The circle outside the square has double the area of the circle inside. The central vault is defined by a larger circle having twice the diameter of the smaller circle inside, which itself is equal to the diameter of all the circles in the wall section, the rose windows, and the labyrinth. Chartres is therefore based on one circle repeated using musical principles. Amazingly, the flower of life fits this geometry. Perhaps the master of the compasses used the flower as the overarching design template. You can draw the flower of life using compasses only. The nave width is set by a central circle which is tangent to four others, having equal diameters. The central circle shown within the yellow triangle completes the picture. Masonic society probably began around the time Chartres was being built. Recall how Saint Bernard de Clairvaux was instrumental in the formation of the Templars, and later, after the Templars were taken down, the knowledge they unearthed from Solomon's Temple went back underground to survive in Masonry, Rosicrucianism, and other secret societies. The Masonic square and compasses emblem often depicts these instruments surrounding the letter G. As with most symbols, the meaning of G depends upon your level of knowledge. I've seen it referred to at times as geometry, the generative principle, and most appropriately for what I'm investigating, the great architect of the universe. I discovered a long-distance alignment that leads from France to the United Kingdom. This one begins very close to Chartres, both in time and space. Chartres Cathedral was built at the same time as Bourges Cathedral, and is only 100 miles away. When I was studying Bourges Cathedral, I kept thinking about the connections between the founder of the Gothic style and the Templars. So I drew a line in Google Earth from the central entry of Bourges Cathedral to the entry of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. So what? You can draw a line between any 2 points. But you won't believe what the line passes directly over in London, the headquarters of the United Grand Freemasonic Lodge of England. The United Grand Lodge of England is the main governing body of Freemasonry within England, Wales, and much of the former British Empire. The building is on Great Queen Street, no less. UGLY, as the organization is known, seems to be a fitting acronym for its Ugly as Sin container, historically third on the site since Masonic meetings first started here in 1775, a year before the American Revolution. Perhaps some of America's Masonic founding fathers planned the revolution here. I'm not sure. When the Templars were around, they controlled a sizable district less than half a mile away in the city of London. The temple includes Temple Church, the adjacent middle and outer temples, and a host of related buildings. The Templars themselves said they designed the round portion of Temple Church after the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which also features a rotunda. Perhaps politics motivated them to claim Christian provenance for their temple. Longtime esoteric researcher John Smout says a better geometric comparison is between Temple Church and the Dome of the Rock, which seems to have a high degree of correlation with the round church's ground plan. This makes more sense to me, as the Templars did take their name from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Case in point, they were never known as the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. Whichever building was ultimately their template, the Templar influence was so powerful that they actually got the Patriarch of Jerusalem to come to London and consecrate Temple Church in 1185. Temple Church was brought to the public's attention in the Da Vinci Code, where it was the scene of a shootout amidst marble effigies of medieval knights. The temple served at times as the residence of kings and representatives of the Pope, while Temple Church itself served as a depository bank. I believe Smout's geometric analysis of Temple Church is right on the money, if you'll pardon the pun. The temple plan is laid out with triangles and squares, which we know from studying Chartres Cathedral have hidden significance. Triangles and squares are arranged in such a way as to depict 3 cubes. The symbolism of 3 cubes is something we've seen before in the George Washington Masonic National Memorial. I believe 3 cubes symbolize the holographic nature of the universe, the human, planetary, and stellar scales resonating as a fractal structure, as above, so below. My reasons for coming to this unusual conclusion will become apparent in the Paris episodes. After the Great Fire of London in 1666, Sir Christopher Wren was chosen to redesign St. Paul's Cathedral. He oriented St. Paul's in line with the axis of Temple Church. Extending beyond St. Paul's, we see the alignment continues to the Bank of England. The bank was chartered in 1694 during the construction of Wren's Cathedral. More than just a local branch, the Bank of England is the central bank of the whole of the United Kingdom, and is the model on which most countries' modern central banks are based. The Bank of England is literally the mother of all banks. Recall how the Templars' meteoric rise in power came in part by becoming the first transnational bank, and how Temple Church itself acted as a bank, whilst housing both royals and papal representatives. By tracing the alignment from Temple Church to the Bank of England through St. Paul's Cathedral, we draw a connection between Templars, the modern banking system, and the Church, 3 powerful bedfellows. The Bank of England presides over a street pyramid in the heart of the City of London. The symbolism of the bank over a pyramid suggests a hidden power relationship, analogous to the House of the Temple presiding over the Pyramid of Washington, D.C. After all, pyramids are clear symbols of hierarchy, and one can read it as control from the top down. The base of the pyramid contains the London Stone, said to be the rock from which all distances in the United Kingdom were measured. The Romans laid this foundation stone in London, just as they had done earlier with the Umbilicus Urbis Romae. You could say this pyramid was built on a rock-solid Roman foundation. Some of the greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight. Isn't that strange? I mean, if you ran a secret society, why painstakingly encrypt your greatest truths in alignments, city plans, and in architecture? I would have thought there were better ways of keeping secrets. There must be some kind of power gained or maintained by hiding these truths out in the open where many can see, but few understand. Sir Christopher Wren was a brilliant mathematician, astronomer, geometer, and architect. He was an enlightened man who clearly excelled in the 7 liberal arts. St. Paul's Cathedral is the most important building of Wren's architectural career. Stephen Skinner pointed out in his book Sacred Geometry that the length of St. Paul's, including its entrance steps, measures 555 feet, and that this distance is equal to the height of the Washington Monument. Recall how triple sixes and fives are encoded in this singular measure, as 6,660 inches equals 555 feet. St. Paul's length therefore symbolizes the relationship between macrocosm and microcosm. The distance from the floor of the cathedral to the top of the cross on its dome is 365 feet, matching the height and symbolism of the Sun Tower at Chartres. St. Paul's is one of the few places we're not surprised to see the English foot used as the unit of measure. Trying to decipher London from another angle, I was looking at Buckingham Palace and wondering about the perfectly straight axis called the Mall in front of it. Wanting to trace where this obvious gesture leads, I need to ask, where does the royal axis go? It appears that the Mall leads to the Admiralty Arch, but then the axis seems to fade away in the confusion of buildings along the Strand. Or does it? Tracing the axis beginning at Buckingham Palace, passing over the Victoria Memorial, traveling along the Mall, going under the Admiralty Arch and through the buildings on the Strand, the axis arrives precisely at Temple Bar. Temple Bar was a gate designed by Sir Christopher Wren to ceremonially bar access to the City of London. It got the name Temple from being directly in front of the Templar compound. The temple was taken over by the Inns of Court after the Templars were ousted in 1307. The Middle Temple and Outer Temple are 2 of the Inns of Court to which all barristers in England must today belong. In fact, the phrase the bar, meaning the legal profession as a whole, can be traced back to Temple Bar. Wren's Gate is no longer there, but tradition and the law remain. Traditionally, the Lord Mayor would offer the sword of state to the Queen when she passed through the gate as a token of loyalty. It is a little-known legal fact that the monarch may not enter the City of London without the permission of the Lord Mayor of London. What's up with that? I always thought the Queen was the one in charge. You might be surprised to learn that the Lord Mayor is not the Mayor of London, nor is the City of London the same as Greater London. Confused? The law can do that. The person the Queen bows to is the Lord Mayor of London. He's the guy who runs the City of London Corporation, a tiny private jurisdiction that covers only about 1 square mile. The wealthiest square mile on earth, as it's often referred to, is the sovereign state within Greater London, whose boundary closely follows the ancient Roman walls of Londinium. In Isaac Newton's day, there were more than 200,000 souls living within the square mile, but now that figure is down to less than 10,000. Today the tiny city of London has become a leading center of global finance. Other powerful sovereign cities within cities that come to mind are of course the United Nations headquarters and Vatican City. Let's see if you can guess the final city in my world tour. Here we are over a semi-public urban park. I was drawn to this place when I read it had a small Egyptian pyramid folly, 9 gates, and a 5th-generation watchman who lives in the diminutive rotunda building right here. 5 generations of watchmen living in a tiny pavilion must be motivated to guard something pretty interesting. The informal layout and curving walkways say English Garden. But having been immersed in London, something bigger popped out at me. The shape of the park. It closely matches the ancient walls of the City of London. This park was built by the richest man in the country, who was also a king's cousin. He was a lover of all things English, an enemy of all things royalist. He ended up being beheaded like so many others of his time. Where are we? If you guessed Paris, you're correct. We entered the City of Light through the portal of Parc Monceau, established by Louis-Philippe II, Duc d'Orléans. As you may have guessed, the Duke of Orleans was a Freemason. He actually served as Grand Master of the governing body of French Freemasonry, the Grand Orient of France. The pyramid in Parc Monceau is trivial, however, compared to what the Louvre pyramid encodes. President François Mitterrand commissioned the Louvre pyramid and the adjacent pyramid in Versailles to be completed by 1989 for the celebration of the bicentennial of the French Revolution. Mitterrand personally selected architect I.M. Pei without hosting a design competition, as would be expected for such an important commission. The modern pyramid's metal armature was designed to support a lot of glass. Wikipedia states that the official brochure published during construction cited 666 as its number of panes, but then writes it off as an urban legend because in actual fact the pyramid contains a different number of panes. That didn't stop various journalists at the time from drumming up quite a controversy about the number of the beast, and Mitterrand was jokingly referred to as the Sun King for a while. However, I have indeed found 666 rhombi symbolized in the pyramid. Why rhombi, you ask? A rhombus can be made from two conjoined equilateral triangles. The rhombus is the masculine or linear element inside the feminine curves of the Vesica Pisces, whose name means vessel of the fish, because the Christian fish symbol emerges from it. The rhombus is therefore a sacred symbol. Notice how each of the larger rhombic frames contains 36 rhombic panes of glass. As you can see, the number of rhombic panes on a typical face adds up to 153. This is a very interesting number that has mystical Christian significance. Do you remember the square root of 153 being equal to the number of moons in a year? We learned that fact by studying Stonehenge. Here's a quote from the New Testament that entangles fish and 153 in a Christian net. Simon Peter went up, and drew the net to land full of great fishes, 153, and for all there were so many, yet was not the net broken. This number of fish, why bother enumerating them, has puzzled scholars for centuries, and is an example of how parables in the Bible encrypt important information in plain text. Here's Jesus describing his practice of hiding information in symbols. He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. Therefore I speak to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Tabulating the additional triangles and converting them to rhombi, and then adding the number of rhombic frames, we get 166.5 symbolic rhombi in a typical face, and 4 such faces equals 666. Let's look at the actual Bible quote and see what it tells us in regard to the infamous number of the beast. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Why man is called a beast should be obvious by what humans are doing to this planet's natural environment. We may be bestial in our unenlightened state, but this is beside the point I'm making. The beast here is not Satan, but man. In particular, the Louvre pyramid is about a man. Robert Bauval had a stunning realization described in the book Talisman. He realized the historic core of Paris is correlated with the temples of Luxor and Karnak in Egypt. Luxor and Karnak are adjacent ancient temples. Bauval observed that the 6-degree angle between the axes of Luxor and Karnak matched the 6-degree bend in the Louvre. The Temple of Luxor is the one with the embedded 6-degree angle. I went a step further and laid the Luxor ground plan over the Louvre and the Tuileries garden. The Tuileries was laid out by Le Notre at the request of Louis XIV. We see this direct correlation only when the temple plan is mirrored. Might the Sun King's intention have been for Paris to be the mirror of Luxor? Validation that the Temple of Luxor was used as a design template is the fact that the obelisk erected in the Place de la Concorde is from the very same Temple of Luxor. After the Revolution, the Luxor obelisk replaced the guillotine in what became known as the Place de la Concorde. In an outstanding act of engineering, the obelisk was erected by the aforementioned Duke of Orleans' son, who many years after the 1789 Revolution became the last king of France. The important thing to recognize here is that the French obsession with Hermetic symbolism passed through the Revolution completely unscathed. In the early 20th century, modern French alchemist Schwaller de Lubix lived in Luxor for 15 years. Out of his intensive study came the book The Temple of Man, wherein he showed how the Temple of Luxor represents the body of a man. Now we're really on to something. I see the head here, the neck, the heart, all the way to the small chambers of the intestines here. The obelisk is of course his erect phallus. The ancient Egyptians related the cult of the phallus with the dismemberment of Osiris. Next I overlaid the most famous depiction of the human body ever made, Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. See how his leg follows the bend in the Seine? These roads follow the angle of his other leg, and the Luxembourg Gardens seem to parallel his arm. Could the Vitruvian Man be another hidden template in the design of Paris? If so, I suspect the man of Paris is Osiris. Thinking on this, I started to see energy centers in the parterres of the Tuileries. At first I thought they were chakras, but their locations tell a slightly different story. In a normal state of consciousness, people don't see chakras. However, as we learned at Chartres, chakras are part of the architecture of the universe we've been investigating. If chakras exist on another level of reality, call it the etheric body or aura if you will, then their interface in our everyday reality is controlled by the endocrine system in the physical body. Why do we care? Because stimulating and balancing the endocrine system can lead to states of ecstasy, using more of the brain, slowing the aging process, attaining enlightenment, and even experiencing everlasting life, as some believe. I was able to pinpoint gland locations in Paris because of another observation. Many famous public spaces have axial streets pointing directly to where the ductless glands would be in the body of a man. The Church of the Madeleine and Palais Bourbon form a cross-axis directly in line with the obelisk in La Place de la Concorde. On one side we have Napoleon's church venerating Mary Magdalene, who is said to have started the royal bloodline of the Son of God. On the other side is the Palais Bourbon containing the lower house of the Parliament of France, known as the National Assembly. These two Roman-styled temples energize the gonads in the body of Paris, on either side of his phallus centered on the axe historique. The gland most associated with enlightened states is of course the pineal, which actually looks like a tiny pine cone in the center of the human brain. This colossal pine cone is in the courtyard of the Belvedere in the Vatican, a name which recalls the affluent town of the same name overlooking San Francisco. The pine cone is flanked by two peacocks, which are ancient symbols of resurrection that predate Christianity. Believe it or not, there is an empty black coffin I couldn't get a picture of behind the colossal pine cone that symbolizes the death and rebirth of Osiris. The pine cone in the private courtyard is actually a first-century bronze that used to act as a fountain in front of the Temple of Isis in ancient Rome. In the Renaissance, Sixtus V built the library wing that closed off the courtyard, perhaps in order to hide pagan symbols not easily explained by the Catholic Church. The pineal gland of Paris marks one endpoint of a line starting at the Paris Observatory, whose construction was incidentally authorized by Louis XIV. This axis passes directly through the French Senate and the Luxembourg Gardens. This cosmic connection to enlightenment is not lost on me. Also notable is the fact that nothing aligns with the thymus or throat chakra. As the throat is associated with speaking and communication, it seems appropriate nothing should energize this center if secrecy is to be maintained. Each of the other alignments is an interesting case study for further analysis. Parc Monceau is right under the Vitruvian man's foot. His outstretched leg seems to point directly at the rotunda building where the gatekeeper lives. The tiny rotunda was designed by architect Claude Nicolas Ledoux, an interesting figure to be sure. Ledoux built 63 toll barrier buildings in the city wall built around Paris in the Ancien Regime to collect taxes. This tax wall was universally hated and was torn down during the Revolution. When the Paris metro was built, it made sense to dig up the city where the extra space for the wall had been, so metro lines 2 and 6 follow the tax wall boundary. Only 3 of Ledoux's tax structures remain today, and the rotunda in Parc Monceau is one of them. I submit that it's no accident that precisely these Ledoux buildings were left intact. We already know about the rotunda, but what is the significance of these other 2 Ledoux buildings? They're all about solar alignment. The red line pointing to the Rotunda de la Villette in Place Stalingrad precisely marks the azimuth of summer solstice sunrise. Look at how this water channel continues the alignment. Some other examples of this alignment we've seen before are the line connecting the Vatican obelisk with the obelisk in Piazza del Popolo, and in the orientation of Chartres Cathedral. The green line pointing to the Barrière d'Enfer, or Gate of Hell, is oriented appropriately due south. It's called the Gate of Hell because Ledoux's pair of tax collection buildings are immediately adjacent to the entrance of the Paris catacombs. This reminds me of the phrase, "Nothing is as sure as death and taxes." The yellow line points to the Trocadero in the azimuth of equinoctial sunset. Trocadero marks the beginning of the white axis, running through the Eiffel Tower and the École Militaire complex. The white line connects Trocadero to the Gate of Hell, but has no astronomical meaning as far as I can tell. The blue line starts at the obelisk at Place Fontenoy, which is right on the white axis in front of UNESCO. This non-Egyptian obelisk commemorates a battle that took place in the year 841. But the obelisk was erected here in 1860. The blue line is precisely the azimuth of winter solstice sunset. Maybe you're wondering where all the colored lines converge. Their common center is precisely at the entrance to the Tuileries garden. But why is it there? Before the Revolution, the Tuileries was a royal palace that closed off the Louvre courtyard. The center point of the solar alignments lies directly in front of the entrance to the royal palace. The palace was destroyed in the chaos of the Revolution, but the alignments remain. Just like the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Louvre Pyramid will yield more secrets upon further analysis. The plan of the Louvre Pyramid and the fountains surrounding it is itself a sacred diagram. Referred to as the sacred cut of Ad Quadratum, the diagram was traditionally used as an astrological house chart in centuries past. Overlaid is the house chart Johannes Kepler made for General Wallenstein in 1608. Yes, that's the same Kepler who discovered the 3 laws of planetary motion that keep telecommunication satellites in orbit today. Astrology is actually very serious business. The Louvre Pyramid acts as entrance to the world's most visited museum. Recall how I overlaid the Vitruvian Man only after analyzing the pyramid itself and finding the mark of the beast encoded within. The Vitruvian Man's mouth corresponds appropriately with this entrance, so the next time you enter the Louvre, ponder its symbolism. You are entering the mouth of the beast. Look at what is aligned with this so-called mouth, the Palais Royal. Central to French history, the Palais Royal is where many generations of royals lived. Louis XIV grew up there, for example. The Duke of Orleans later owned the palace. I was extremely surprised to recognize the 5 by 12 Jerusalem rectangle precisely framed in the proportions of the royal palace's court of honor. The palace garden's 2 famous lawns symbolize the 2 holiest spots in Christianity and Judaism. There is clearly a royal French connection to the ancient mysteries. Royal of royals, Louis XIV's reign of 72 years was longer and arguably more powerful than any other king in European history. Architect of the Vatican's St. Peter's Square, Gian Lorenzo Bernini allegorically portrayed Louis XIV as Alexander the Great in the famous equestrian statue located in front of the Louvre Pyramid. This statue marks the beginning and faces in the direction of what is called the Axe Historique of Paris. The historical axis runs from the equestrian statue of Louis XIV, under Napoleon's Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, through the Tuileries, over the Luxor obelisk, under the Arc de Triomphe, all the way along the Champs-Élysées to its endpoint within the Grand Arch in La Défense. French Egyptologist Jean-Marcel Humbert had this to say about the Axe Historique. I have not verified this, but it is said that the Great Axis is a Masonic alignment, and that this is not the result of chance. It is known that the Freemasons find their origins in ancient Egypt. I have verified that the Axe Historique is indeed aligned to the heliacal rising of Sirius, just as is the older Notre Dame on the Ile de la Cité, whose axis parallels the Champs-Élysées. Hancock and Bevall trace the origins of this alignment to the fact that Notre Dame was likely built over an ancient Roman temple of Isis. Notre Dame, or Our Lady, is therefore Mary veiling Isis. Perhaps even more amazing, Hancock and Bevall show the word Paris comes from the melding together of the words Pharia Isis. Pharia, or Pharos in Greek, is the island where the wondrous lighthouse of Alexandria was, and the center of Isis worship in antiquity. Now let's imagine taking an enlightening ride with the Sun King along the axis he laid out, which was greatly embellished with hidden symbolism by Napoleon, Mitterrand, and many others on up to the present day. For the first destination, we must travel underground, both under the Earth's surface and below public consciousness. La Pyramide Inversée is an underground atrium space surrounded by fashionable boutiques. The downward-facing pyramid is the symbolic opposite to the famous museum entrance. As the upward-pointing pyramid symbolizes a man, the inverted pyramid must therefore represent a woman. In alchemy, the symbols for fire and water are upward and downward-facing triangles. This polarity is also represented in Western mysticism as sword and chalice. The chalice in question is of course the Holy Grail. Going with the Holy Blood, Holy Grail thesis, it's fitting that Dan Brown chose to portray the location of the tomb of Mary Magdalene right here, under the Pyramide Inversée, at the end of the Da Vinci Code. If the Star of David is the symbol of the union of male and female, then the star tetrahedron is its 3D equivalent. Drunvalo Melchizedek's volumes on the ancient secret of the flower of life show the human energy field, or Merkaba as it's known, takes the form of a star tetrahedron, male and female being inversions of each other. On a higher level, Richard Hoagland has shown how star tetrahedron geometry is implicated in hyperdimensional energy outflows coming from planetary cores in our solar system. When a star tetrahedron is inscribed within a sphere, its points touch the sphere's surface at 19.5 degrees north and south latitude. On Earth, one of the tetrahedral points is on the Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii, which is actually the largest mountain on Earth if measured from the seafloor. Similar energy outflows occur at 19.5 degrees north or south on Mars' Olympus Mons, which is the largest mountain in the solar system, in Jupiter's Great Red Spot, and Neptune's Great Dark Spot. Explaining these outflows requires a four-dimensional model of physics, where energy is gated from the Sun to the planetary cores through hyperspace. Energy transduced by each planetary body appears to us as heat in 3D, emerging from the most stable of all three-dimensional forms, the star tetrahedron. The simplest way of describing a physics that's based on the same geometry for both planetary and human energy fields would be, as above, so below, the Hermetic motto. Next on our tour is the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel built by Napoleon. When you stand directly under the central arch, your body symbolically resonates with the sun. The name carousel suggests planets revolving about you. The 12 hedges representing constellations of the zodiac radiate like rays of the sun from exactly where you are standing. In addition to the official allegory of peace being guided by Napoleon's victories, the chariot drawn by 4 horses on top of the arch could just as well be read as the ancient depiction of Helios drawn by 4 horses. The oval that terminates the hedges symbolizes Kepler's scientific discovery that planets have elliptical orbits, and the square hedges must be the 2 foci of the ellipse. Napoleon was most obviously interested in correlating the human body with the sun. Le Notre laid out the Tuileries garden at the request of the Sun King. The garden's proportions, fountains, and parterre patterns amazingly fit the Jerusalem rectangle. See how the fountains are tangent to the X's? The octagonal fountain therefore corresponds with the Dome of the Rock, and the round fountain with the Holy Sepulchre. Paris is another New Jerusalem. When you train yourself to see Hermetic symbolism, it starts appearing all over Paris in plain sight. It can be a bit overwhelming. 2 equestrian statues flank the entrance to the Tuileries from la Place de la Concorde. Her exposed breast suggests this goddess might be Isis. The other rider is Mercury, holding the staff of Osiris, or Caduceus, which has become the symbol of the medical profession. Here's another possible Isis in the garden, and another Mercury. This golden boy is the genie of Paris atop the July column commemorating the Revolution of 1830. The genie is Mercury himself. The first time Hermetic symbolism had come completely out into the open in France was during the 1789 Revolution. Here's the Declaration of the Rights of Man depicting the all-seeing eye of the Supreme Being. Incidentally, this design was influenced by Benjamin Franklin, who is something of a Freemasonic celebrity in Paris at the time. Franklin helped design the Great Seal of the United States, which bears the same all-seeing eye. In time for the celebration of the heliacal rising of Sirius in 1793, this fountain was erected in La Place de la Bastille. The famous artist Jacques-Louis David sculpted the Fountain of Regeneration, with Isis even wearing an Egyptian headdress. The water streaming out of her breasts recalls the image of Saint Bernard de Clairvaux receiving milk from the Virgin. And how can we forget this view? The Eiffel Tower as Phallus of Osiris, with the Statue of Liberty replica on the Seine as his sister bride. The largest square in Paris is up next on the Isis axis. Believe it or not, La Place de la Concorde has an area of precisely 86,400 square meters. Remember the 864-foot-high Transamerica Pyramid and the 864,000 feet from Stonehenge to Silbury Hill? You see, it doesn't matter if we're talking metric or imperial units with shifted decimal places. What matters are the numbers. The fact is, the sun's diameter is 864,000 miles, and there are 86,400 seconds in a mean solar day. The area of the place thus confirms it as a solar symbol. The cars are likened to planets wandering around the elliptical traffic circle. The twin fountains symbolize the watery galactic midplane of the Milky Way, just as they do in front of the Vatican. That makes the Champs-Élysées the ecliptic. Le Notre designed La Place des Étoiles, where the Arc de Triomphe stands today. Standing at the center of the Place of the Star, the ceremonial arch is read literally as a stargate. 12 streets radiating outward represent a zodiac. The triumphal arch originally honored the warriors who fought for France in the Napoleonic Wars, and it later became the tomb of the unknown soldier. The eternal flame under the arch might be another solar reference. There's certainly a lot of sun worship going on in Paris. Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, and not even counting the Egyptians, the French death toll came to more than 20,000 souls. After France's great defeat, Napoleon was asked why he decided in the first place to invade Egypt. He said, "I came to draw attention and bring back the interest of Europe to the center of the ancient world." While the campaign was raging, Napoleon spent a night alone in the Great Pyramid, and when asked about his experience, he supposedly said, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Moving on toward the strange attractor at the end of the axis, we finally conclude our journey through space and time at La Grande Arche. Contemporaneous with the Louvre Pyramid, the Grand Arch was also built at the request of President Mitterrand. This time Mitterrand held a national design competition, but personally selected architect Johann Otto von Spreckelsen in the end anyway. Unfortunately, Spreckelsen died before the project was completed. The location of the Grand Arch has a special relationship to the Arc de Triomphe, the Luxor obelisk, and the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel. All four monuments are spaced in such a way to create this approximate doubling pattern, suggesting musical octaves. In addition, the Arc de Triomphe is roughly double the size of the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, and the Grand Arch is about double the size of the Arc de Triomphe. In the scaling of these three arches, I see three stargates representing the human, planetary, and stellar bodies, just as we saw symbolized with cubes in London and DC. Notre Dame Cathedral fits perfectly inside the Grand Arch. I'm guessing this is no accident. A tune in 3 octaves, if you will. I call it the Symphony of the Stargates. The dimensions of the monumental structure are cubic, with edge length measuring approximately 110 meters, or 360 feet. Researcher Jim Allison realized that 360 feet is also precisely equal to 210 Egyptian royal cubits, and I see that the office windows inside the arch are arranged in groups of 210, providing validation of this metrology. The exterior side's symbolic measure depicts 22/7 in meters. 22/7 is, of course, an approximation of pi. 12 columns internally support the structure, and a zodiac is literally depicted in the basement floor, making the arch yet another form of sun worship. The sides of the monumental arch actually contain some 40,000 square meters of office space. Multi-purpose rooms in the basement measure 400 square meters each. These numbers got me thinking. 40,000 and 400 are very interesting numbers. To appreciate this, let's start with the metric system. The metric system was originally defined by measuring the Earth. The original prime meridian passed through the Paris Observatory and continued all the way around the Earth. This circumference was defined as 40,000 kilometers in the 18th century, and this served to define the metric system. There are 121 documented bronze medallions marked Arago after the French astronomer embedded in streets and sidewalks in a line crossing Paris. These medallions mark the line of the Paris prime meridian that was used in France for 200 years. This line touches the corner of one of the Louvre's satellite pyramids. Perhaps this is why the smaller pyramids are there. The meter is the basic unit of length in science today. The meter's definition moved from being based in Earth measure to a prototype bar to being circularly defined in terms of the speed of light, which is itself measured in meters per second. Christopher Knight and Alan Butler's book, Who Built the Moon, is really an eye-opener. Although I don't agree with their thesis that the moon is an artificial satellite, they have discovered numbers relating Sun, Moon, and Earth that are too perfect to be the product of random chance. For example, consider a solar eclipse. When one happens, the moon completely covers the sun disk. The only reason this can occur so precisely is because the moon is exactly 400 times smaller than the sun, and happens to be 400 times closer than the sun during the eclipse. The Earth also turns 400 times faster than the moon. The odds of these three seemingly unrelated characteristics would all converge on the number 400 is literally astronomical. As I already mentioned, the axe historique is aligned with the heliacal rising of Sirius, known as the Star of Isis, but the Grand Arch is turned approximately 6 degrees with respect to this axis. This is of course no accident. Everything has a purpose. Can you imagine the mind-boggling planning that went into the Grand Arch alone? Groundbreaking architectural design that ties together layer upon layer of hidden symbolism, completing the hermetic masterpiece that is Paris. Jim Allison has found what the Grand Arch is pointing to. Are you ready for this? It points to the birthplace of Isis in Dendera, Egypt. This tiny, unassuming temple out and back of the larger Hathor temple is known as the traditional birthplace of Isis. The location of the small cube within the larger enclosure matches the azimuth where the Grand Arch is facing. Remember that the heliacal rising of Sirius was the basis of the ancient Egyptian calendar. Well, here is where all of that started. This is where ancient Egyptian priests saw her bright star rising just before the dawn, signaling the beginning of a new year. Isn't it amazing that the Champs-Élysées and Pennsylvania Avenue share the same astronomical orientation with this tiny backwater in modern Egypt? Backwater it may be today, but symbolically it's the holiest place in the cult of Isis. Napoleon came here and had a master mason cut out this massive ceiling from the adjacent temple and ship it back to Paris. It's called the Dendera Zodiac and is now suspended in the Louvre. As you can see, the Dendera Zodiac has octagram star symmetry. More than a zodiac, it is a planisphere showing the whole cosmology as seen through Egyptian eyes. Another Louvre ceiling that gets to the essence of things is François-Edouard Picot's Study and Genius reveal ancient Egypt and Greece. Hancock and Bivol recognized the importance of this hermetic work in their book Talisman. The painting allows the viewer to see Isis unveiled for Athena. This unveiling references Plutarch's first-century depiction of her temple at Sais, where it was inscribed, "I am all that has been, and is, and shall be. My veil no mortal hath ever raised." The term genius in the title is the epithet of the divine messenger Mercury, who is introducing Athena to Isis. I think the Western world, exemplified by Athena, is being introduced to the older stream of knowledge coming out of Egypt. As I can attest, the term study in the title refers to the intensive research required to uncover the deep Egyptian connections that the elite is so clearly obsessed with. Returning to Paris, let's look at the Grand Arch with fresh eyes. Remember that everything has a reason. The Grand Arch is in La Défense, the modern section of Paris. Why? We need a modern mathematical understanding to perceive its deepest symbol and to recognize it for what it truly is, a three-dimensional shadow of a hypercube. Come again? What is a hypercube? If the square is 2D, the cube is 3D, and the hypercube is the 4D equivalent. Here's what a cube looks like when it's being rotated. Here's what rotating a hypercube looks like in three-dimensional projection. The fourth dimension is hard to imagine because it's literally beyond us. You might be interested to learn that 4 spatial dimensions were known far before the birth of modern science. Here is what Saint Bernard de Clairvaux wrote to his former disciple, who became Pope Eugene III. What is God? He is length, width, height, and depth. There are 4 spatial terms used. Bernard described the 4th dimension in the 12th century. St. Paul also described 4 dimensions in the 1st century. That Christ may dwell in your hearts by faith, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all saints what is the breadth and length and depth and height, and to know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge, that ye may be filled with all the fullness of God. 4 centuries before Paul, Plato even described higher dimensional reality in his allegory of the cave, which goes something like this. We are prisoners chained in a cave and sit facing a blank wall. There's a fire outside the cave, and unseen people are passing in front of it. We see shadows on the wall, and mistake this illusion for reality. I think we are kept in the dark about a great many things. Notice how the hypercube's shadow in 3D projection looks like a cube within a cube. This structure is fractal, meaning the same pattern repeats at different scales. We've seen things like this before in cities, buildings, and art. Consider the fractal-like City of London within Greater London, Vatican City within Rome, and the United Nations headquarters within New York City. On the scale of a building, take a look at the Dome of the Chain standing immediately outside the Dome of the Rock. It's the same structure repeated in a smaller scale, hinting at a higher dimensional connection for those who have eyes to read the symbolism. Examples from art are Pomodoro's series of golden spheres within spheres, scattered strategically in the Vatican, UN headquarters, museums in DC and San Francisco. The sacred Egyptian cubit is a unit of measure reserved for measuring the earth. 1 sacred cubit is equal to 6/5 raised to the 4th power in English feet. Think about it. Raising to the 4th power means the sacred cubit is literally a hypercubit. Michel and Heath have found there are 10 million hypercubits in the Earth's polar radius, and 63 million hypercubits in its meridian circumference. Now these amazingly round numbers measure our planet with remarkable accuracy. How can this be? Some physicists believe the universe is made of 10-dimensional superstrings, but 6 of them have curled up into unimaginably small size. The 4 remaining dimensions express the architecture of the universe. Recall how I saw in the union of both Louvre pyramids the knowledge of how energy flows from the sun through hyperspace into planetary bodies. In addition, the Earth is measured by a hypercubit whose edge length of 6/5 relates macrocosm to microcosm. The Earth is therefore a hyperdimensional object, even though with our normal perception we experience both the Earth and ourselves as being only 3-dimensional. Another projection of the hypercube into 2 dimensions looks like this. Do you see the octagram star within? This is where it all comes from. The Sun is a hypercube. Recall Metatron's cube. Now that we understand the Grand Arch, we perceive Metatron's cube as Metatron's hypercube. This 4D solar symbol appropriately contains the 3D star tetrahedron and the 2D Star of David. We see now why these sacred diagrams are both called stars, because they are projections of our Sun, which is itself a star. To make all of this 4-dimensional geometry easier to understand, it helps to bring it down a level. Unfolding a square gives you a line. Unfolding a cardboard cube gives you a cross. Unfolding a hypercube gives you a cross made of cubes. Salvador Dali started with this idea when he painted the Corpus Hypercubus. He depicts the crucifixion, yes, but what is he really saying? Corpus Hypercubus is the ascended body as hypercube. In analytic cubism, the art movement that anticipated Dali's surrealism, Picasso and Braque depicted objects from a multitude of viewpoints in an effort to see all sides at once. Of all the myriad forms in existence, why did they choose a cube to symbolize their art movement? Could these cubists have been privy to secret knowledge that inspired their attempt to paint the 4th dimension? Or did they follow unconscious synchromystic inspiration? Food for thought. So now we have the human body, the Earth, and the Sun symbolized as hypercubes. 3 cubes if you want to use a 3D symbol. So which is it? It's actually all of the above. The human, planetary, and stellar scales resonate as a fractal structure within the holographic universe. In simpler terms, as above, so below. Metatron's hypercube, as Enoch's hypercube, reveals the cosmic man. Enoch's triangle had the ineffable name of God written on it. Here is that name in Hebrew, which is a language read from right to left. Standing the letters up, we see the depiction of a man made in God's image. The cosmic man is Plato's world soul, alchemy's anima mundi, and the Kabbalah's Adam Kadmon. Here is a piece of my own artwork showing Adam Kadmon emerging from the tree of life. If the human body is a temple, then this temple is much more vast and interconnected than we ever imagined. The human energy form resonates with the esoteric architecture of the universe. What we know as the history of civilization is only a very small part of our past. There is something extraordinary about our beginnings not written about in history books. The oldest surviving temples encode an understanding of Earth, Moon, and Sun that is in some ways more advanced than modern science. To catch up with ancient knowledge, a broad interdisciplinary approach is clearly indicated. Specialists in art history, archaeology, architecture, philosophy, semiotics, mathematics, physics, and many others will need to cooperate in new ways. By seriously studying Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid, we've seen how people living at the dawn of civilization possess the ability to accurately measure the size of the Earth, and to survey long distances with a precision rivaling GPS satellites. Logically, our civilization must therefore be a legacy from an earlier civilization. Whether this was Atlantis and/or an off-world civilization, I cannot presently say with certainty. The rediscovery of the importance of number, geometry, music, and astronomy should rekindle interest in ancient Egyptian knowledge passed down to us by philosophers such as Pythagoras and Plato. Understanding how the macrocosm and microcosm are related through the art of sacred geometry, in the act of measuring structures and the earth, is a thing of profound beauty. Relating sixes to fives by drawing hexagons and pentagons in the landscape, or by measuring with Egyptian units, are brilliant examples of this ancient science at work. Finding Pythagorean triangles, 5 by 12 rectangles, pyramids, octograms, enneagrams, and zodiacs encoded in much of the world's great architecture and urban design exposes an obsession with ancient symbolism spanning the centuries. The designers take this symbolism so seriously, then there must really be power in ancient knowledge. Putting this story together has been by far the most challenging and satisfying project of my professional life. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I invite your participation in uncovering more secrets in plain sight. This is Scott Onstott, and I thank you for sharing my journey.
Thank you very much. All right, I spent the last 2 days since I've arrived racking my brain how to squeeze a 4-hour presentation into 2 hours. It has not been easy. So I'm going to go through this at a pace, not because I want to confuse you or myself, but I feel like if I leave anything out, I feel like I'm robbing you of valuable content. And, you know, what do you leave out of something that's a work in progress that started out, 8 years ago with a small little presentation and now consists of volumes and volumes of research and discovery that is, I for one certainly did not expect to happen to me. So let's kick off. The history of our planet is far more mysterious and stranger than most of us will ever realize. And just by talking to the people here, it becomes very evident. The more people you talk to at this conference, the more evident it becomes. And the interesting thing is that the closer you get to this beautiful blue planet, the more you realize how deeply divided we are as a species. And it's that division, very constructively created division, that is being used against ourselves. And this becomes very evident by the end of my presentation. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The great human puzzle. Who are we? Where do we come from? Why are we here? Everyone has asked those questions, the three Holy Trinity questions, if you can call them that. That sounds so simple. We should have all these answers at our fingertips, and yet we can't, define these answers with any kind of confidence, because every time we think we've reached some sort of answer,